The forest floor was a damp carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves, green and brown, that sighed under their footsteps. They walked among huge bare oaks, silent sentinels, and countless soldier pines. On a hill ahead stood another round tower, ancient and abandoned, with a thick blanket of green moss climbing its stones nearly to the top. "Who built a thing like that, all of stone?" Ygritte asked him. "Was it a king?" "No. Just the people who lived here long ago?" "What became of them?" "They died or they left." Brandon's gift had been tilled for centuries, but as the watch shrank, there were fewer hands to work the fields, keep the bees, or plant the orchards, so the wilderness had crept back over many a farm and hall. The new gift, too, had once held villages and holdfasts, whose taxes, paid in goods and labor, helped sustain the Black Brothers. Most of those were gone now. "They were fools to leave a strong place like that," said Ygritte. "It's only a tower house." Some minor lord lived there once with his family and a few loyal men. When raiders came, he'd light a warning fire on the roof. The towers at Winterfell are 3 times that size. She looked at him as if he were telling a tale. "How could men build so high without giants to lift the stones?" "Old stories," said Brandon. "The builder used giants to raise Winterfell, but Jon saw no point in getting into all that. Men can build much higher. In Old Town, there's a tower taller than the wall itself." He could see she didn't believe him. "If only I could show her Winterfell, lead her through the glass gardens, seat her at a feast in the great hall, and stand with her before the stone kings on their thrones. We could soak in the hot springs and find love beneath the heart tree with the old gods as our witnesses. The dream was a sweet poison, but Winterfell would never be his to share. It belonged to his brother, the king in the north. He was Jon Snow, not a Stark. A bastard, an oath-breaker, a turncloak. "Maybe after all this we could come back here," she said, a hopeful edge in her voice. "Live in that tower. Would you want that, Jon Snow?" After the word hung between them. Heavy with everything unspoken and everything impossible, the word struck like a spear. After the war, after the conquest, after the wildlings shattered the wall, it was all just a memory now. His father, Lord Eddard, had spoken of a plan to settle new lords in the empty holdfasts, creating a living shield against the wildling threat. It would have meant the Night's Watch surrendering much of the gift, but his uncle Benjen thought the Lord Commander could be persuaded, so long as taxes went to Castle Black. A dream for spring, his father had called it. No promise of land will draw men north with winter on the horizon. If the seasons had turned more swiftly, Jon himself might have been chosen to hold one of those towers, but Lord Eddard was gone, Benjen was lost, and the shield they envisioned would never be forged. "This land belongs to the Watch," Jon stated. Her nostrils flared. "It's empty. Your raiders made sure of that, then they were cowards. If you want something, you fight for it." Maybe they were just weary, tired of barring their doors each night, wondering if the next crash would be Rattleshirt or another monster come to take everything. Tired of watching their harvests and their few treasures vanish. It's simpler to just move beyond a raider's reach. But if the wall ever fell, the entire north would be within that reach. "You know nothing, Jon Snow. It's daughters who are taken, not wives. You Southerners are the thieves. You stole the whole world and then built that wall to keep the free folk out." Did we? He often forgot just how wild she truly was until moments like this. How did that happen, exactly? The earth was made for all to share. Then kings came with their crowns and steel, claiming everything. "My trees, you can't have those apples. My stream, no fishing here. My woods, my lands, my castle, my daughter, keep your hands off or lose them. But maybe if you kneel, I'll let you have a taste." You name us thieves, but a thief needs courage and wit. A kneeler only needs to bend. Harma and the Bag of Bones don't raid for apples. They want steel, swords, axes. They take silks, spices, furs. They snatch every coin, every ring, every jeweled cup. They haul off casks of wine in summer and beef in winter, and they take women in any season, carrying them back north. So what if they do? I'd rather be stolen by a strong man than handed off like a sack of grain to some weakling by my father. You say that? How can you be sure? What if you were taken by someone you despised? He'd have to be cunning and brave to steal me. His sons would be strong and clever. Why would I hate such a man? Maybe he never bathes and smells like a wet bear? Then I'd shove him in a river. Men aren't meant to smell like flowers anyway. What's wrong with flowers? Nothing. For a bee. For my bed, I want one of these. Egret reached for him. John caught her wrist. What if he was a drunk? He pressed. What if he was cruel? He tightened his grip to emphasize the point. What if he was stronger than you and liked to hurt you? I'd slit his throat in his sleep. You know nothing, Jon Snow. She twisted free like an eel. I know one thing, he thought. You are wildling to your core. It was easy to forget when they were laughing or wrapped in each other, but then a word or a look would come, and the vast wall between their worlds would slam back into place. A man can own a woman, or a man can own a knife, Egret declared, her chin lifted in defiance, her red hair shaking loose. But no man can own both. Every girl learns that from her mother. The idea that men can claim the land as their own is as foolish as claiming the sea or the sky. You kneelers cling to that belief, but Mance Rayder will prove you wrong. It was a bold statement, yet it felt empty to Jon. He checked to ensure the Magnar was not within hearing distance. Arok, Big Boil, and Hempen Dan trailed a few paces behind, engrossed in their own conversation as Big Boil lamented the soreness from his saddle. Egret? Jon murmured, keeping his voice low. Mance cannot possibly win this fight. He can! She shot back, her eyes flashing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You've never witnessed the free folk in battle. The wildlings fought with a fury that was legendary, described as heroic by some and demonic by others, but it always amounted to the same reckless individual pursuit of glory. I don't question your courage, Jon said, but in a real war, discipline will crush raw valor every time. Mance will fall, just like every king beyond the wall before him. And when he does, it will mean the end for all of you. For a moment, her face was so fierce he thought she might hit him. All of us, she corrected, her voice low and intense. You included. You're not a crow anymore, Jon Snow. I swore you weren't, so you better not be. She shoved him back against the rough bark of an oak tree and kissed him hard, right there in the middle of the ragged column. Jon heard Grigg the goat egging her on, and another voice laughed. He kissed her back anyway. When they finally parted, her cheeks were flushed. You're mine, she whispered, her breath warm against his lips. Just as I'm yours. If death comes, it comes. All men must die, Jon Snow, but first we're going to live. Yes, he agreed, his voice husky. First, we live. She grinned at that, revealing the crooked teeth he had grown to love. Willing to the core, he thought, a heavy, sorrowful weight settling in his gut. He flexed the fingers of his sword hand, a nervous habit, and wondered what she would do if she truly knew his heart. Would she turn on him if he confessed he was still Ned Stark's son and a brother of the Night's Watch? He prayed not, but he couldn't take that chance. Too many lives hinged on him reaching Castle Black before the Magnar's host did, if he could ever find a moment to slip away from the wildlings. They had descended the wall at the ruins of Greyguard, a place abandoned for centuries. A portion of the massive stone staircase had given way long ago, but the climb down was still far simpler than the ascent had been. From there, Styr led them deep into the Gift, skirting the Watch's usual patrol routes. Grigg the goat guided them around the scant few inhabited villages, still clinging to the land. Aside from the occasional lonely round tower jutting into the sky like a stone finger, they saw no trace of other people. They marched through cold, damp hills and across windswept plains, unseen and unobserved. You must not balk whatever is asked of you. Corin Halfhand's final command echoed in his mind. Ride with them, eat with them, fight with them, for as long as it takes. He had ridden leagues and walked more, shared their food and Egret's warmth at night, yet their suspicion was a constant shadow. Day and night, the Thens watched him, alert for the slightest hint of treachery. An escape seemed impossible, and time was running out. Fight with them, Corin had said just before he met Longclaw's edge. But that ultimate test had not yet come. Once I shed a brother's blood, I am lost. I cross the wall for good, and there is no way back. Each evening after the march, the Magnar would summon him, asking pointed, clever questions about Castle Black, its garrison, and its defenses. John lied where he thought he could get away with it and played ignorant at other times, but with Grig the goat and Erok listening intently, he had to be cautious. They knew enough to catch him in a blatant falsehood. The terrible truth, however, was that Castle Black had no real defenses save the wall itself. There were no wooden walls or earthen ramparts. The so-called castle was merely a collection of towers and keeps, most of them crumbling. As for the garrison, the old bear had taken 200 men on his ranging. John had no way of knowing if any had ever returned. Perhaps 400 souls remained within the walls of Castle Black, though the majority were builders and stewards, not fighting rangers. The Thens were seasoned, disciplined warriors, a stark contrast to the typical wildling rabble, which was precisely why Mance Rayder had selected them. Left to defend the castle were figures like the blind Maester Aemon and his half-sighted steward Clytus, the one-armed smith Donal Noy, the perpetually inebriated Septon Celador, deaf Dick Follard, the cook Three-Finger Hob, and the ancient Sir Winton Stout alongside the boys John had trained with Halder, Toad, Pip, Albet, and the rest. Command fell to the red-faced and portly Lord Steward Bowen Marsh, serving as Castellan. Dolorous Ed had taken to calling him the Old Pomegranate, a name that clung as fittingly as the Old Bear had to Mormont. "He's your man when the enemy's on the field," Ed would mutter gloomily. "He'll tally every last one for you. A regular fiend for numbers, that one. If the Magnar's Thens caught Castle Black unprepared, it would be a crimson massacre. Boys cut down in their bunks before they even knew they were under assault." John was desperate to send a warning, yet saw no clear path. He was never permitted to forage, hunt, or stand a solitary watch. His thoughts also turned anxiously to Ygritte. He couldn't bring her along, but abandoning her might mean the Magnar would hold her accountable for his betrayal. Two hearts that beat as one. Every night he slept with her curled against him, her red hair brushing his chin, her scent now a familiar part of his very being. Her crooked smile, the weight of her breast in his hand, the memory of her kisses, they were his deepest comfort and his profound torment. Lying beside her warmth on countless nights, he often wondered if his Lord Father had felt this same tangled web of emotions about his own mother, whoever she had been. Ygritte set the trap, and Mance Rayder shoved me right into it. Each day spent among the free folk twisted his duty into a heavier burden. He was going to have to turn on these people, and when he did, it would mean their deaths. He told himself he wanted neither their camaraderie nor Ygritte's love. And yet, the Thens kept to the old tongue and largely ignored him, but Jarl's raiders, the men who had scaled the wall, were different. Despite his resistance, John was coming to recognize them, the lean, silent Erok, the talkative Grig the goat, the young ones Court and Bodger, Hempen Dan, who worked the ropes. The most grating was Dell, a long-faced youth near John's age who would prattle on about a wildling girl he intended to steal. "She's lucky, kissed by fire just like your Ygritte," he'd say with a dreamy look. John had to clamp his jaw shut. He didn't want to hear about Dell's girl or Bodger's mother. The seaside home Hank the Helm hailed from Grig's longing to see the green men on the Isle of Faces, or the tale of a moose chasing Tofinger up a pine. He had no interest in the boil on Big Boil's backside, how much ale Stone Thumbs could down, or how Quart's little brother had wept, begging him not to follow Jarl. Quart himself couldn't have been more than 14, yet he'd already stolen a wife and had a child on the way. "Might be the babe will be born in a real castle," the boy would boast. "Born in a castle like a high lord." He was utterly enchanted by the castles they'd passed, simple, isolated watchtowers. John found his mind drifting to Ghost. Had the dire wolf gone to Castle Black, or was he running with a common pack in the forest? He felt no connection to him, not even in dreams, as if a piece of his own soul had been severed. Even with Ygritte beside him, a profound loneliness settled in. He did not want to die alone. By that afternoon, the dense woods began to give way, and the host moved east across undulating plains. Waist-high grass and stands of wild wheat swayed in the occasional gust, the day largely warm and clear. But as the sun dipped toward the horizon, dark clouds massed in the west, swallowing the orange disk whole. Len, squinting at the sky, predicted a fierce storm was on its way. The air grew heavy, and a strange, restless energy seemed to pass through the marching column, as if the very weather mirrored the turmoil churning within John. His mother was known as a forest witch, so the raiders all believed he had a talent for predicting storms. "There's a settlement nearby," Grig the goat informed the Magnar. 2 or 3 miles off, we could take cover there." Steer gave his immediate approval. By the time they arrived, darkness had long since fallen and the tempest was howling. The village rested beside a wide lake, so long deserted that most dwellings had crumbled. Even the little wooden inn, which must once have offered warmth to wayfarers, stood broken and open to the sky. "We'll find little refuge here," John thought, his spirits sinking. With each flash of lightning, he could make out a stone round tower rising from an island in the lake, but with no boats, it was unreachable. Errock and Dell had slipped ahead to search the ruins, but Dell returned almost instantly. Steer stopped the column and sent a dozen of his Thens forward at a run, spears ready. By then, John had spotted it as well, the faint red glow of a fire, coloring the inn's chimney. We are not alone. A cold dread twisted inside him. He caught the sound of a horse's whinny, followed by raised voices. Ride with them, share their food, stand beside them in battle, Cuchulainn had instructed. But the fighting was over. "Only one man," Errock reported when he returned. "An old fellow with a horse." The Magnar barked orders in the old tongue, and 20 of his Thens fanned out to secure the village's edges, while others combed through the collapsed houses to ensure no one was hiding in the weeds and rubble. The remainder pressed into the roofless inn, shoving each other to get near the hearth. The damp branches the old man had been burning produced more smoke than warmth, but any heat was a mercy on such a wild, rain-lashed night. 2 Thens had forced the man to the ground and were rifling through his belongings. Another held his horse, while 3 more emptied his saddlebags. John turned and walked away. A mushy, rotten apple burst under his boot. Steer will kill him. The Magnar had been clear back at Greyguard. Any kneelers they encountered were to be slain immediately, to prevent them from raising an alarm. Ride with them, eat with them, fight with them. Did that mean he had to stand by, silent and powerless, while they cut an old man's throat? Near the village boundary, John came upon one of the guards Steer had posted. The Then snarled something in the old tongue and jabbed his spear back toward the inn. "Get back where you belong," John interpreted. "But where is that?" He moved toward the lakeshore and found a patch of relative dryness beneath the sagging mud and wattle wall of a cottage that had mostly given up standing. That was where Greed had found him later, sitting and gazing across the rain-lashed water. "I know this place," he told her when she settled beside him. "That tower, next time the lightning flares, look at the top of it and tell me what you see." "Aye, if you like," she said, and then added, "Some of the Thens are saying they heard noises out there. Shouting, they claim. Thunder, they say shouting. Might be ghosts." The holdfast did look grim and haunted, standing stark and black against the storm on its rocky island, lashed by wind and rain. "We could go out and have a look," he proposed. "I doubt we could get much wetter." "Swim? In this storm?" She laughed at the idea. "Is this some trick to get my clothes off, Jon Snow? Do I need a trick for that anymore?" He shot back, a playful edge in his voice. "Or is it that you can't swim at all?" John was a strong swimmer, having learned as a boy in Winterfell's vast moat. Ygritte punched his arm. "You know nothing, Jon Snow. I'm half fish, I'll have you know. Half fish, half goat, half horse. There are too many halves to you, Ygritte." He shook his head. "We wouldn't need to swim if this is the place I remember. We could walk." She leaned back and gave him a skeptical look. "Walk on water? What kind of southern magic is that?" she asked. "It's not magic," he started to say when a massive bolt of lightning suddenly pierced the sky and struck the surface of the lake. For a brief moment, the entire world was as bright as midday. The thunderclap that followed was deafening, causing Ygritte to flinch and cover her ears. "Did you see it?" John asked, once the rumbling faded and darkness reclaimed the night. "What did you notice? Yellow?" she replied. "Is that what you meant? Some of the stones on top looked yellow?" "We call those merlins," John explained. "They were painted gold a long time ago. This place is called Queen's Crown." On the far side of the lake, the tower was once again just a dark, vague shape against the night. "Did a queen live there?" Ygritte wondered. A queen stayed there for one night, John said. Old Nan had told him the tale, and Maester Lewin had later verified most of it. Her name was Alazan, wife of King Jaehaerys the Conciliator. He's remembered as the Old King because his reign lasted so long, but he was actually quite young when he first took the Iron Throne. In those days, he made a habit of traveling throughout the realm. When he visited Winterfell, he brought his queen, 6 dragons, and half his court along. While the king discussed matters with his warden of the north, Alazan grew restless. So she mounted her dragon, Silverwing, and flew north to see the wall. This little village was one of the places she stopped. After she left, the local folk painted the top of their holdfast to resemble the golden crown she had worn during her stay. "I've never seen a dragon," Ygritte said quietly. "No one has," Jon replied. "The last dragons died more than a century ago. But this happened long before that. Queen Alazan, you said?" They called her Good Queen Alazan in later years. One of the castles on the wall was even named for her, Queensgate. Before her visit, it was known as Snowgate. "If she was so good," Ygritte remarked with a sharp edge to her voice, "she should have torn that wall down." No, Jon thought. The wall protects the realm from the others and from your people as well. "I once had another friend who dreamed of dragons," he said, shifting the subject, "a dwarf. He told me Jon Snow, a thin warrior, towered over them, his expression stern. The Magnar wants you." Jon thought it might be the same man who had found him outside the cave the night before they scaled the wall, but he couldn't be certain. He rose to his feet. Ygritte stood with him, which always seemed to irritate Styr, though whenever he tried to send her away she would remind him sharply that she was a free woman, not some kneeler. She went where she pleased. They found the Magnar standing beneath the tree that grew right up through the floor of the common room. His captive knelt before the hearth, surrounded by wooden spears and bronze swords. The man watched Jon approach but said nothing. Rain streamed down the walls and tapped lightly against the few remaining leaves clinging to the tree, while thick smoke curled from the fire. "He must die," Styr the Magnar declared. "Do it, Crow?" The old man remained silent. He only stared at Jon, standing there among the wildlings. In the gloom, with only the firelight cutting through the rain and smoke, he likely couldn't see that Jon was dressed all in black beneath his sheepskin cloak. Or perhaps he could. Jon drew Longclaw from its sheath. Rain washed over the steel, and the firelight traced a dull orange line along the blade. Such a small fire to cost a man his life. He recalled what Curin Halfhand had told them when they spotted a fire in the Skirling Pass. "Fire is life up here," he had said, "but it can be death as well." That had been high in the Frostfangs, though in the true wild beyond the wall. This was the gift, land supposedly protected by the Night's Watch and the power of Winterfell. A man ought to have been free to build a fire here without paying for it with his life. "Why do you hesitate?" Styr pressed. "Kill him and be done with it." Still, the captive did not speak. He might have begged for mercy. He might have argued, "You have taken my horse, my coin, my food. Let me keep my life," or pleaded, "No, please, I have done you no harm." He could have said 1,000 things, or wept, or called upon his gods. But no words would save him now. Perhaps he knew that. So he held his tongue, his eyes fixed on Jon with a look that held both accusation and a silent, desperate appeal. You cannot hesitate, no matter what they demand. Travel with them, share their meals, stand beside them in battle. Yet this elderly man had raised no hand against them. He had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. His identity, his origins, his intended destination on that pitiful, sway-backed horse, none of it was significant. "He is an old man," Jon repeated to himself, "perhaps 50, maybe even 60. He has lived longer than many. The Thenns will execute him regardless. My words or actions cannot change that." Longclaw felt impossibly heavy in his grip, a weight he could scarcely bear to lift. The captive's wide, dark eyes held his own, deep as bottomless wells. I could fall into those depths and never surface. The Magnar's gaze was also upon him, the chill of suspicion almost tangible. "The man is already dead. Does it truly matter if my hand delivers the blow? A single stroke would suffice, swift and merciful." Longclaw was Valyrian steel, like ice. John's mind flashed to another execution, a deserter kneeling, a head tumbling, vivid blood staining the snow. His father's sword, his father's counsel, his father's stern expression. "Do it, Jon Snow," Ygritte pressed, her voice low. "You must. To prove you've left the crows behind and are one of the free folk now. An unarmed old man by a fire? Arl was by a fire too. You ended him quickly enough." Her gaze turned flinty. "You'd have killed me as well until you saw I was a woman, and I was sleeping. That was different. You were a soldier, a sentry. And you crows didn't want to be discovered. No more than we do now, it's the same. Kill him." Jon turned away from the prisoner. "No." The Magnar stepped forward, a tall, icy, and threatening presence. "I say yes. My command rules here." "You command Thens," Jon retorted, "not the free folk. I see no free folk here. I see a crow and his crow wife." "I am no crow wife." In a flash of movement, Ygritte drew her knife. 3 swift strides brought her to the old man. She seized his hair, yanked his head back, and drew the blade across his throat from ear to ear. The man made no sound, even in death. "You know nothing, Jon Snow!" she screamed, hurling the gory knife to land at his feet. The Magnar barked something in the old tongue, a command to kill Jon where he stood for all Jon knew, but the truth of it was lost as a searing bolt of blue-white lightning split the sky, striking the tower on the lake. The air crackled with its fury, and the thunder that followed seemed to shake the very ground, and with that thunder, death descended among them. The brilliant flash left Jon momentarily blind, but he caught a glimpse of a hurtling shadow an instant before a piercing shriek tore through the night. The first Thenn died like the old man, his throat ripped open. Then the light vanished and the shape was spinning away, snarling, and another man fell in the darkness. Curses, shouts, and howls of pain erupted. Jon saw Big Boyle stumble backward, knocking down 3 others. Ghost, he thought with a wild, desperate hope. Ghost has leapt the wall. Then another lightning flash illuminated the scene, and he saw the wolf standing atop Dell, dark blood dripping from its maw. Gray. It's gray. Darkness swallowed them again with the thunderclap. The Thenns thrust wildly with their spears as the wolf darted between them. The old man's mare reared, maddened by the scent of blood, and lashed out with her hooves. Longclaw was still in his hand. Suddenly, Jon knew he would never get a better chance. He cut down the first man as he turned toward the wolf, shoved past a second, and slashed at a third. Through the chaos, he heard his name called, but whether by Ygritte or the Magnar, he could not tell. The Thenn, struggling to control the panicked horse, never saw him coming. Longclaw now felt light as a feather. He swung at the back of the man's calf, feeling the steel bite to the bone. As the wildling fell, the mare bolted, but Jon somehow managed to seize her mane with his free hand and haul himself onto her back. A hand closed around his ankle. He hacked down and saw Bodger's face vanish in a spray of blood. The horse reared again, a hoof catching a Thenn in the temple with a sickening crunch, and then they were running. Jon did not attempt to steer the horse. Merely clinging to its back as they charged through the storm was task enough. Mud splattered, rain lashed, and thunder cracked around them. Tall, wet grass slapped against his cheeks, and he felt the whistle of a spear passing dangerously close. "If this mare trips and snaps a leg, they'll overtake me and finish it," he told himself. Yet the old gods seemed to watch over him, and the horse kept its footing. Lightning split the dark heavens, and the rumble of thunder echoed over the open land. Gradually, the angry shouts faded into the distance. Many hours later, the rain ceased. Jon was alone, surrounded by a vast expanse of tall, dark grass. A deep, throbbing pain pulsed in his right thigh. Glancing down, he was startled to see an arrow protruding from the back of his leg. When had that happened? He gripped the shaft and pulled, but the arrowhead was buried deep in the muscle. The resulting agony was blinding. He tried to recall the chaos at the inn, but his memory offered only the image of the beast, lean, gray, and monstrous. It was far too large for an ordinary wolf, a dire wolf, then, it must have been. He had never witnessed any creature move with such speed, like a gust of gray wind. Could Robb have somehow returned to the north? Jon shook his head, finding no answers. It was too difficult to think clearly about the wolf, The old man, eageret any of it. Awkwardly, he slid from the mare's back. His injured leg gave way beneath him, and he bit back a cry. This is going to be pure torment. The arrow had to be removed, however, and delaying would only make it worse. John wrapped his fingers around the fletching, drew a sharp breath, and forced the arrow forward. He grunted, then swore aloud. The pain was so intense he had to pause. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig, he thought, but nothing could be done until the shaft was out. Gritting his teeth, he tried again, and soon halted once more, his body trembling. One more time. This time a scream escaped him, but when it was over, the arrowhead was visible through the front of his thigh. John pushed his blood-soaked breeches aside for a better hold, grimaced, and slowly pulled the shaft the rest of the way through. How he remained conscious through it all, he would never understand. Afterward, he lay on the ground, clutching the bloody arrow and bleeding quietly, too drained to move. Eventually, he realized that if he did not force himself to get up, he would likely bleed to death. John crawled to the shallow stream where the mare was drinking, washed his thigh in the cold water, and bound it tightly with a strip torn from his cloak. He cleaned the arrow as well, turning it over in his hands. Was the fletching gray or white? Egret used pale gray goose feathers for her arrows. Had she shot at him as he fled? John found he could not hold it against her. He wondered whether she had been aiming for him or the horse. Had the mare fallen, he would have been lost. Lucky my leg got in the way, he muttered dryly. He rested for a time, allowing the horse to graze. Thankfully, it did not wander far, a small mercy, as with his bad leg he could never have caught it. Summoning all his will, he forced himself back to his feet and climbed onto the horse's back. How did I ever manage to mount before, without a saddle or stirrups and holding a sword? That was another question without an answer. Thunder murmured softly in the distance, but overhead the clouds were beginning to scatter. John scanned the sky until he located the Ice Dragon constellation, then turned the mare north toward the wall in Castle Black. A fresh throb of pain made him wince as he nudged the horse forward. I'm going home, he assured himself. Yet, if that were true, why did he feel so utterly empty? He rode until dawn beneath a canopy of stars that watched him like countless unblinking eyes. 5,000, she replied after a pause. I'd estimate that. Sir Jorah gestured toward the flanks. Those are sellswords on the wings, lances and mounted archers with swords and axes for when the fighting closes. The second sons hold the left, the storm crows the right. Roughly 500 each. Do you see their banners? The harpy of Yunkai clutched a whip and an iron collar in its claws, not a chain. But the mercenaries flew their own sigils below those of the city they served. On the right, 4 crows between crossed thunderbolts, on the left, a shattered sword. The Yunkish hold the center themselves, Daenerys observed. Their officers looked much like those of Astapor from a distance, tall, gleaming helms and cloaks adorned with shining copper discs. Are those slave soldiers they command? Mostly. But they are no match for the Unsullied. Yunkai is famous for training pleasure slaves, not fighters. What is your counsel? Can we break this army? Without doubt, Sir Jorah answered, but not without loss. Plenty of blood had stained the bricks of Astapor when that city fell, though little of it had been shed by her own people. We might win a battle here, yet pay a price so steep we could not then take the city. That is always the danger, Khaleesi. Astapor was overconfident and unprepared. Yunkai has been warned. Daenerys weighed the situation. The slaver force appeared smaller than her own, but the sellswords were mounted. Having ridden so long with the Dothraki, she held a firm respect for what horsemen could do to infantry. The Unsullied might endure their charge, but my freedmen will be cut down. The slavers enjoy their speeches, she said. Send word that I will receive them tonight in my tent, and bid the captains of the sellsword companies to attend me as well, but not at the same time. The storm crows at noon, the second sons 2 hours after, as you command, Sir Jorah said. But if they refuse, they will come. They will be curious to see the dragons and to hear what I have to say, and the shrewd ones will view it as a chance to measure my strength. She turned her silver mare. I will await them in my pavilion. Under a slate-gray sky with a brisk wind at her back, Dany returned to her host. The deep trench meant to encircle her camp was already half dug, and the woods were alive with unsullied cutting branches from birch trees to sharpen into stakes. The eunuchs would not rest in an unprotected camp, or so Grey Worm maintained. He was there, overseeing the labor. Danny stopped to speak with him. "Yunkai has prepared for war." "This is good, Your Grace. These ones thirst for blood." When she had ordered the Unsullied to select officers from among themselves, Grey Worm had been their clear choice for the highest rank. Danny had placed Sir Jorah above him to instruct him in command, and the exiled knight reported that the young eunuch was stern, but just, a quick study, relentless, and meticulous in every detail. "The wise masters have gathered a slave army to face us. A slave in Yunkai learns the 7 sighs and the 16 seats of pleasure, Your Grace. The Unsullied learn the way of the 3 spears. Your Grey Worm hopes to demonstrate this for you." One of Daenerys's first acts after Astapor's fall had been to end the practice of giving the Unsullied new slave names each day. Most of those born free had returned to their birth names, if they still remembered them. Others had named themselves after heroes, gods, or sometimes weapons, gems, and even flowers, leading to soldiers with names that sounded very strange to Danny's ears. Grey Worm had kept his name. When she asked why, he said, "It is a lucky name." The name this one was born with was cursed. That was the name he had when he was taken as a slave. But Grey Worm is the name this one drew on the day Daenerys Stormborn set him free. "If battle comes, let Grey Worm show wisdom as well as courage," Danny told him. "Spare any slave who flees or casts his weapon aside. The fewer lives lost, the more who may one day stand with us. This one will not forget. I trust he will not join me at my tent by noon. I wish you present when I meet with the captains of the Sellsword companies." Daenerys urged her silver forward toward the camp. Inside the orderly perimeter established by the Unsullied, tents rose in neat rows, her own tall golden pavilion at their heart. Just beyond lay a second encampment 5 times larger, sprawling and disordered, without ditches, sentries, or proper lines. Those who owned horses or mules slept beside them, wary of thieves. Goats, sheep, and lean dogs wandered freely among crowds of women, children, and the elderly. She had entrusted Astapor to a council of freedmen, a healer, a scholar, and a priest. Wise and fair, she believed, yet tens of thousands had chosen to follow her to Yunkai rather than remain. I gave them a city, and most were too afraid to claim it. This ragged host of freed people outnumbered her own forces, but was more a burden than a benefit. Perhaps 1 in 100 had a donkey or an ox. Most carried weapons plundered from slavers' armories, yet only a handful were fit to fight, and none were trained. They stripped the land bare as they passed, like locusts in sandals. Still, she could not bring herself to cast them aside, no matter how strongly Sir Jorah and her blood riders argued. I told them they were free. I cannot now forbid them from following. Watching the smoke from their cook fires rise, she swallowed a sigh. She might command the finest foot soldiers in the world, but she also led the weakest. Outside her tent, Arstan Whitebeard kept watch while strong Belwys sat cross-legged nearby, contentedly eating a bowl of figs. On the march, her protection fell to them. She had named Jogo, Ago, and Rakaro her Kos, as well as her blood riders, and now she needed them to command her Dothraki more than to guard her person. Her Khalasar was small, barely 30 mounted warriors, most either untried boys or aged men, but they were all the cavalry she had, and she could not afford to be without them. The Unsullied might be the finest infantry, as Ser Jorah said, yet she required scouts and outriders too. Inside the pavilion, the air was sweetened with incense that Missandei had lit, while Irri and Jikwi laid carpets over the floor. Drogon and Rhaegal slept curled together on cushions, but Viserion perched on the rim of her empty bath. Yunkai will know war, Daenerys told Whitebeard. Missandei? What tongue do these Yunkai speak? Valyrian? Yes, Your Grace, the girl replied. A different dialect than Astapor's, but close enough to understand. The slavers call themselves the Wise Masters. Wise? Daenerys settled onto a cushion, and Viserion spread his white and gold wings, fluttering to her side. We shall see how wise they are, she said, scratching the dragon's scaled head behind his horns. Sir Jorah Mormont returned an hour later with 3 captains of the Stormcrows. They wore black feathers on polished helms and claimed equal rank and authority. Daenerys observed them as wine was poured. Prendal Nages was a stout Giscari with a broad face and dark hair graying at the temples. Salar the Bald bore a twisted scar across his pale Carthene cheek, and Daario Naharis was flamboyant even for a Teroshi. His beard was forked into 3 prongs and dyed blue, matching his eyes and the curls that fell to his collar. His mustache gleamed with gold paint. He was dressed in shades of yellow. Myrish lace, the color of butter, foamed at his cuffs and collar. His doublet was adorned with brass medallions shaped like dandelions, and intricate goldwork climbed his high boots all the way to his thighs. Gloves of pale yellow suede were tucked into a belt of gilded rings, and his fingernails were painted a deep, enameled blue. Yet it was Prendal Nages who spoke for the mercenary company. "You would be wise to lead your rabble in another direction," he declared. "You took Astapor through deceit, but Yunkai will not fall so easily." 500 of your Stormcrows against 10,000 of my Unsullied, Daenerys replied. "I am but a young girl who knows little of war, yet these numbers do not favor you." "The Stormcrows are not alone," Prindal countered. "Stormcrows do not stand and fight, they take flight at the first rumble of thunder. Perhaps you should consider doing the same. I have heard sellswords are famously fickle. What good is your loyalty when the Second Sons decide to switch sides?"
"That will not occur,"
Prendal stated, unmoved, "and if it did, it would mean nothing. The Second Sons are insignificant. We fight alongside the steadfast men of Yunkai. You fight alongside perfumed boys clutching spears." When she turned, the twin bells woven into her braid chimed softly. "Once the battle begins, do not expect any mercy. Join me now, however, and you may keep the gold Yunkai paid you and claim a share of the spoils with greater rewards to come when I reclaim my throne. Fight for the wise masters, and your only payment will be death. Do you truly believe Yunkai will open its gates to you while my Unsullied cut you down outside its walls? Woman, you bray like a donkey and make even less sense." "Woman?" She gave a low chuckle. "Is that your idea of an insult?" "I might return the favor if I considered you a man." Daenerys held his gaze. "I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the Unburnt, mother of dragons, Khaleesi to the riders of the late Khal Drogo and queen of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. What you are," Prendal Nagesan spat, "is a horse lord's whore. When we break your lines, I will have you bred to my stallion." Strong Belwas reached for his arak. "Strong Belwas will cut out his ugly tongue for the little queen if she wishes." "No, Belwas. I have promised these men safe passage." She allowed a smile. "Answer me this, are the Stormcrows slaves or free men?" "We are a brotherhood of free men," Salar announced. "Good." Dany rose to her feet. "Then return and tell your brothers what I have said. Some among them may prefer a feast of gold and glory to a banquet of death. I will have your answer by tomorrow." The Stormcrow captains stood as one. "Our answer is no," stated Prendal Nages. His companions followed him from the tent. Though Daario Naharis looked back as he departed, offering a slight, courteous nod. A few hours later, the commander of the Second Sons arrived alone. He was a massive Bravosi with pale green eyes and a great, bushy beard of red gold that hung nearly to his belt. His name was Marrow, but he styled himself the Titan's bastard. Marrow drained his wine in one gulp, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and leered at Dany. "I'm certain I bedded your twin sister in a pleasure house back in Bravos. Or was it you?" "I think not. I am sure I would remember a man of such grandeur. Yes, of course. No woman ever forgets the Titan's bastard." The Bravosi thrust his empty cup toward Jiqui for more. "Why don't you take off those clothes and come sit on my lap? If you please me, I might be persuaded to bring the Second Sons to your cause." "If you bring the Second Sons to my cause, I might be persuaded not to have you gelded." The large man laughed. "Little girl, another woman once tried to geld me with her teeth. She has no teeth now, but my sword remains as long and thick as ever. Would you like me to draw it and show you?" "That won't be necessary. After my eunuchs remove it, I can inspect it at my leisure." Dany took a slow sip of wine. It is true I am only a young girl, unfamiliar with the ways of war. Explain to me how you plan to defeat 10,000 Unsullied with your 500. Simple as I am, these odds seem quite poor. The Second Sons have faced worse and emerged victorious. The Second Sons have faced worse and turned to flee. I recall Qohor when the 3,000 made their legendary stand. Or do you deny it happened? That was a great many years ago, long before the Titan's bastard took command of the Second Sons. So they get their bravery from you? Daenerys turned to Ser Jorah. When the fighting begins, make him your first target. The exiled knight gave a grim smile. With pleasure, Your Grace. You do have another choice, she said to Marrow. You could simply run. We won't stand in your way. Take the gold from Yunkai and leave. If you had ever laid eyes on the Titan of Braavos, foolish girl, you would understand it has no tail to turn and run. Then remain and fight in my service. You are certainly worth fighting for, the Braavosi replied, and I would happily let you kiss my blade, were I a free agent. But I have accepted Yunkai's coin and given my sacred word. Coins can be given back, she countered. I will match their payment and exceed it. I have more cities to take and an entire kingdom waiting for me across the sea. Serve me loyally, and the Second Sons will never need to seek employment again. The Braavosi stroked his thick red beard. As much and more and maybe a kiss as well, yes? Or perhaps something more than a kiss, for a man of my magnificent stature? Perhaps. I imagine I would enjoy the taste of your tongue. She could feel Ser Jorah's simmering displeasure. My black bear does not care for this talk of kissing. Consider my offer tonight. May I have your answer by morning? You may. The Titan's bastard flashed a grin. Might I take a flagon of this fine wine back to my captains? You may have an entire ton. It comes from the cellars of the good masters of Astapor, and I have wagons laden with it. Then give me a wagon, a symbol of your good faith. You have a considerable thirst. I am considerable in every way, and I have many brothers. The Titan's bastard does not drink alone, Khaleesi. A wagon it shall be, if you pledge to drink to my health. Agreed, he boomed. Agreed and agreed again. We shall drink 3 toasts in your honor and bring you an answer at sunrise. Yet once Marrow had departed, Arstan Whitebeard spoke. That man carries an evil name, even in Westeros. Do not be fooled by his bluster, Your Grace. He will drink 3 toasts to your health tonight and think nothing of violating you tomorrow. The old man speaks truth for once, Ser Jorah said. The Second Sons are an old company, not without courage, but under Marrow they have grown nearly as vile as the brave companions. The man is as treacherous to those who hire him as to his enemies. That is why he is here. None of the free cities will have him any longer. It is not his reputation I desire, but his 500 horsemen. What of the Stormcrows? Is there any hope with them? None, Ser Jorah stated bluntly. That Prendal is Giscari by blood. He likely had kin in Astapor. A shame? Well, perhaps battle will not be necessary. Let us wait and hear what the Yunkai have to say. The envoys from Yunkai arrived as the sun dipped below the horizon. 50 men on splendid black horses, and one astride a great white camel. Their helms rose twice the height of their heads to accommodate the bizarre oiled towers and shapes of their hair. They wore linen skirts and tunics dyed a deep yellow, with copper discs sewn onto their cloaks. The man on the white camel named himself Gradsdan Mo Eras. Lean and hard, he wore a white smile reminiscent of the one Krasny's had before Drogon burned his face away. His hair was drawn up into a unicorn's horn that jutted from his brow, and his tokar was fringed with golden Myrish lace. Ancient and glorious is Yunkai, the queen of cities, he declared when Daenerys welcomed him to her tent. Our walls are strong, our nobles proud and fierce, our common folk without fear. Ours is the blood of ancient Gis, whose empire was old when Valyria was but a squalling child. You were wise to sit and speak, Khaleesi. You will find no easy conquest here. Good. My Unsullied will welcome a real fight. She glanced at Grey Worm, who gave a firm nod. Gradsdan offered an expansive shrug. If blood is what you desire, let it flow. I am told you have freed your eunuchs. Freedom means about as much to an Unsullied as a hat does to a fish. He offered a smile to Grey Worm. but the commander's expression remained as unyielding as stone. Those who live through this will be enslaved once more, and we will use them to reclaim Astapor from the rabble. Do not doubt that we could make a slave of you as well. In the pleasure houses of Lys and Tyrosh, men would pay a fortune for the chance to lie with the last Targaryen. It is a comfort to see you recognize me, Daenerys replied calmly. I take pride in my understanding of the savage and senseless West. Gradsdan spread his hands in a gesture meant to appease. Yet why must we speak to each other with such harshness? It is true you committed brutalities in Astapor, but we of Yunkai are a most forgiving people. Your quarrel is not with us, your grace. Why waste your strength against our mighty walls when you will need every soldier to reclaim your father's throne in distant Westeros? Yunkai wishes you only success in that endeavor. To prove our sincerity, I have brought you a gift. He clapped his hands, and 2 of his guards stepped forward carrying a heavy chest of cedar bound with bronze and gold. They placed it at her feet. 50,000 golden marks, Grazdon said smoothly. Yours, as a token of friendship from the wise masters of Yunkai. Gold given freely is better than plunder bought with blood, is it not? So I say to you, Daenerys Targaryen, take this chest and depart. Daenerys nudged the lid open with her slippered foot. The chest was indeed filled with gold coins, just as the envoy claimed. She scooped up a handful and let them cascade through her fingers. They glittered brightly as they fell, most newly minted, stamped on one side with a stepped pyramid and on the other with the harpy of ancient Gis. Very pretty. I wonder how many chests like this I will discover when I take your city. He gave a low chuckle. You will find none, for you will never do it. I have a gift for you as well, she said, slamming the chest shut. You have 3 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, send out all your slaves. Every man, woman, and child is to be given a weapon and as much food, clothing, coin, and goods as they can carry. They may choose these items freely from their master's possessions as payment for their years of servitude. Once all the slaves have departed, you will open your gates and allow my Unsullied to enter and search your city to ensure no one remains in chains. Do this, and Yunkai will not be burned or plundered. None of your people will be harmed. The wise masters will have the peace they claim to desire and will have proven themselves wise indeed. What is your answer? I say you are mad? Am I? Daenerys shrugged and uttered a single word. Dracarys. The dragons responded. Rhaegal hissed, smoke curling from his jaws. Viserion snapped sharply, and Drogon spat a swirling coil of red-black flame. It brushed the drape of Grosdan's tokar, and the silk ignited in an instant. Golden marks scattered across the carpets as the envoy stumbled backward over the chest, shouting curses and beating at his arm until Whitebeard doused the flames with a flagon of water. You swore I would have safe passage? The Yunkish envoy wailed. Do all the men of Yunkai whine so over a scorched garment? I will buy you a new one, Daenerys said, her tone turning coolly dismissive. If you deliver your slaves within 3 days, otherwise Drogon will offer you a far warmer kiss. She wrinkled her nose. You have soiled yourself. Take your gold and go. Ensure the wise masters hear my message. Grazdin Mo Ares pointed a shaking finger. You will regret this arrogance, whore. These little lizards will not protect you, I promise. We will darken the sky with arrows if they come within a league of Yunkai. Do you believe a dragon is so difficult to kill? More difficult than a slaver, she replied. 3 days, Grosdan. Tell them. When the 3rd day ends, I will be within Yunkai, whether you open the gates for me or not. Full darkness had settled by the time the Yunkai departed her camp. It promised to be a gloomy night, moonless, starless, with a damp, chill wind blowing from the west. A fine black night, Daenerys thought, a grim smile touching her lips as she considered the resolve hardening within her, a newfound certainty that her path, though shadowed, was the only one forward. The night was a tapestry of small, flickering fires, scattered like fallen orange stars across the hills and plains. Ser Jorah, she commanded, bring my blood riders to me. Daenerys settled herself upon a heap of cushions, her dragons coiled nearby, and waited. Once they had gathered, she announced, the hour just past midnight will serve our purpose. As you say, Khaleesi? Rakharo replied. But what purpose is that? To launch our assault? Ser Jorah Mormont's face darkened. You assured the Sellswords that I desired their answer by morning. I gave no assurances regarding this night. Right now, the storm crows are debating my terms. The second sons are likely deep in their cups, thanks to the wine I sent Mero. And the young Kai are comforted by the belief they have 3 days of grace. We will use this darkness as our shield. They will have outriders watching, the knight warned. And in the dark, Danny countered, they will see only the hundreds of campfires we keep burning, if they see anything at all. Khaleesi Jogo said, leave these scouts to me. They are not true riders, only slavers perched on horses. Exactly, she agreed, feeling a surge of grim determination. We shall strike from 3 directions. Grey Worm, your Unsullied will hit their flanks, while my Khos drive my cavalry in a wedge straight through their heart. Slave soldiers will never hold their ground against mounted Dothraki. She allowed a faint, ironic smile. Of course I am but a young girl who knows little of such matters. What is your counsel, my lords? I think you are the sister of Rhaegar Targaryen, Ser Jorah said, a wry, half-formed smile on his lips. Indeed, echoed Arstan Whitebeard, and a queen besides. The planning consumed another hour. Now comes the true peril, Danny thought as her commanders dispersed. She could only hope the deep night would cloak their movements from the enemy. Nearing midnight, a jolt of fear went through her when Ser Jorah shouldered past strong Belwas. The Unsullied intercepted a sellsword attempting to creep into the camp. A spy? Her heart clenched. If one was caught, how many might have slipped through? He insists he comes bearing gifts. It's the flamboyant fool with the blue hair. Dario Naharis. Very well, I will hear what he has to say. When the exiled knight presented him, she marveled at the contrast between the 2 men. The Taroshi was fair-skinned where Ser Jorah was dark, slender and agile where the knight was broad and powerful, blessed with a mane of hair where the other was going bald, yet his face was smooth where Mormont's was bearded. And where her knight dressed with simple function, this man made a peacock seem dull, though he had draped a somber black cloak over his garish yellow silks for this audience. A heavy canvas sack was slung over his shoulder. Khaleesi, he proclaimed, I bring gifts and joyous news. The storm crows are yours. A flash of gold came from his smile. And so is Dario Naharis? Danny was skeptical. If this Tyroshi was a spy, such a bold declaration might be a frantic gambit to save his own neck. What do Prendal, Nagezan, and Salar have to say about this? Very little. Dario upended the sack, and the severed heads of Salar the Bald and Prendal Nagezd tumbled onto her carpets. A tribute for the Dragon Queen. Viserion sniffed at the blood seeping from Prendal's neck and released a jet of flame that engulfed the dead man's face, scorching and blistering the lifeless flesh. Drogon and Rhaegal stirred at the scent of cooked meat. You did this? Dany asked, her stomach turning. Who else? If her dragons unnerved Dario Naharis, he concealed it masterfully. He regarded them with no more concern than if they were 3 kittens toying with a mouse. But why? Because your beauty is a force of nature. His hands were large and capable, and there was something in his piercing blue eyes and bold, curved nose that reminded her of a magnificent bird of prey. Also, Prendal talked too much and said too little. For all its richness, his attire showed signs of hard use. Salt stains marked his boots, the enamel on his fingernails was chipped, his lace was dingy with sweat, and she noted the frayed edge of his cloak. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in her mind, a vision of the red waste, where the wind had frayed the banners of her khalasar, in much the same way, a reminder that all things wear down with time and struggle. Dario Naharis stood with his hands crossed, palms resting on the hilts of his blades, a curved Dothraki arak on his left, a slender Myrish stiletto on his right. The hilts were fashioned into twin golden women, naked and alluring. Are you skilled with those fine weapons? Daenerys inquired. Prendal and Salar would swear to it, if corpses could speak, he replied with a grin. I consider a day wasted unless I have loved a woman, defeated an enemy, and enjoyed a good meal, and the days I have truly lived are as countless as the stars. I turn bloodshed into an art form. Many an acrobat and flame dancer has prayed to the gods for half my speed or a quarter of my grace. I could list every man I've killed, but by the time I finished, your dragons would be as large as fortresses. The walls of Yunkai would have faded to dust, and winter would have come and gone a dozen times over. Daenerys laughed, appreciating his bold confidence. "Draw your sword and pledge it to me." In an instant, his Arak was free. His bow was as dramatic as his words. A deep sweep that brought his head nearly to her feet. "My blade is yours. My life is yours. My devotion is yours. My blood, my flesh, my songs, you own them all. I live or die by your command, my queen." "Then live," Dany said, "and fight for me when the sun sets." "That would be unwise, your grace." Ser Jorah fixed Daario with a stern glare. "Hold him here under guard until the battle is done." She thought for a moment, then shook her head. "If he delivers the Stormcrows to us, we keep the advantage of surprise, and if he betrays you, we lose it entirely." Daenerys looked back at the sellsword. He flashed a smile that made her cheeks grow warm, and she glanced away. "He won't. How can you be certain?" She gestured toward the charred remains the dragons were devouring. "I would call that evidence enough of his commitment. Daario Naharis, have your Stormcrows prepared to strike the Yunkish from behind when I give the signal? Can you return safely? If I am stopped, I will say I was scouting and saw nothing of concern." The Tiroshi rose, bowed gracefully, and departed. Ser Jorah remained, his expression grim. "Your Grace," he said bluntly, "that was an error. We know nothing of this man. We know he is a formidable warrior." "A smooth talker, you mean?" "He brings us 500 sellswords. 500 swords of questionable loyalty," Jorah countered. "All loyalties are uncertain in times like these," Dany reminded him, a shadow of prophecy brushing her thoughts. "Ser Jorah, I am young but not a fool. You have seen more years than I have, and you speak constantly of false men. You claim very few can be trusted, and Daario Naharis is not among them. Even his beard, you say, is dishonest." That sparked her irritation. "And your beard is honest? Is that it? Are you the only man I should ever rely upon?" He stiffened. "I did not say that. You imply it daily. Pyat Pri is a deceiver, Zaro a plotter, Bel was a boaster, Arstan a killer. Do you believe I am still a naive girl, unable to hear what lies beneath your words? Your Grace." She spoke over him. "You have been a truer friend to me than any other, a better brother than Viserys ever was. You lead my Queen's Guard, command my army, advise me faithfully, and stand as my strong right hand. I honor you, I respect you, I value you, but I do not want you, Jorah Mormont. And I am tired of you pushing every other man away, so I must depend solely on you. It does not help, and it will not make me care for you more." Mormont had flushed at her first words, but by the time she finished, his face was pale again. He stood motionless. "If my queen commands," he said, his tone clipped and cold. Daenerys felt heat enough for them both. "She does," she stated firmly. "She commands. Now go and attend to the unsullied Sir. You have a battle to fight and win." After he left, Daenerys collapsed onto her pillows beside her dragons. She hadn't intended to be so harsh with Ser Jorah, but his constant suspicion had finally stirred the dragon within her. "He will forgive me," she reassured herself. "I am his queen." Yet she couldn't help but wonder if he might be right about Daario. A sudden, profound loneliness washed over her. Mirri Maz Duur's curse echoed in her mind. She would never bear a living child. House Targaryen ends with me. The thought brought a deep sorrow. "You must be my children," she whispered to the dragons. "My 3 fierce children. Arstan says dragons live longer than men, so you will continue after I am gone." Drogon curled his neck around to gently nip at her fingers. His teeth were needle-sharp, yet in their play he never broke her skin. Daenerys laughed, rolling him back and forth until he let out a roar, his tail whipping through the air. She noticed it was longer than before, and she knew tomorrow it would be longer still. They were growing swiftly now. When they are fully grown, I shall have my wings. Riding a dragon, she could lead her armies into battle as she had in Astapor, but for now they were still too small to carry her. As midnight passed, a quiet settled over the camp. Daenerys stayed in her pavilion with her handmaidens while Arstan Whitebeard and strong Belwas kept watch. The waiting is the hardest part. Sitting idle in her tent while her fate was decided without her made her feel like a helpless child again. The hours dragged by. Even after Jiqui massaged the tension from her shoulders, restlessness kept sleep at bay. Missandei offered to sing a lullaby from the peaceful people, but Daenerys declined. "Bring me Arstan," she commanded. When the old man arrived, she was curled in her hrakar pelt, its musky scent still reminding her of Drogo. "I cannot sleep while men are dying for me, Whitebeard," she said. "Tell me more of my brother Rhaegar. I enjoyed the story you shared on the ship about how he resolved to become a warrior." "You are kind to remember, Your Grace." "Viserys claimed our brother won many tourneys." Arstan bowed his white head respectfully. "It is not my place to contradict his Grace's words, but—" Daenerys pressed sharply. "Tell me, I command it." Prince Rhaegar's skill was beyond question, yet he rarely entered the lists. He never loved the clash of swords as Robert Baratheon or Jaime Lannister did. For him it was a duty, a task the world expected. He performed it flawlessly as he did all things, that was his nature, but he found no joy in it. Men said he loved his harp far more than his lance. "He must have won some tourneys," Daenerys insisted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "In his youth, Your Grace, he rode magnificently in a tourney at Storm's End, defeating Lord Steffan Baratheon, Lord Jason Mallister, the Red Viper of Dorne, and a mystery knight who turned out to be the notorious Simon Toyne, leader of the Kingswood Outlaws. He broke 12 lances against Sir Arthur Dayne that day. Was he the champion then?" "No, Your Grace. That honor went to another knight of the Kingsguard who unseated Prince Rhaegar in the final tilt." Daenerys had no wish to hear of Rhaegar being unhorsed. "But which tourneys did my brother actually win?" "Your Grace," the old man hesitated, "he won the greatest tourney of them all." "Which one?" Daenerys demanded. "The tourney Lord Went hosted at Harrenhal beside the God's Eye in the year of the Fall Spring. It was a spectacular event. Beyond the jousting, there was a melee fought in the old style between 7 teams of knights, along with archery, axe-throwing, a horse race, a tournament of singers, a mummer show, and countless feasts and celebrations. Lord Went, as generous as he was wealthy, offered lavish prizes that drew hundreds of challengers. Even your royal father journeyed to Harrenhal after not leaving the Red Keep for many long years. The mightiest knights and most powerful lords of the 7 kingdoms competed in that great tournament, and the Prince of Dragonstone emerged victorious above them all. But that was the tournament where he named Lyanna Stark the Queen of Love and Beauty," Dany exclaimed. "His own wife, Princess Elia, was present, yet my brother placed the crown upon the Stark girl's head and later took her from the man she was promised to." "Why would he do such a thing? Was he so mistreated by the Dornish princess?" "I cannot presume to know what was in your brother's heart, Your Grace. Princess Elia was a kind and noble woman, though her constitution was always frail." Dany drew the lion skin closer around her. "Viserys once claimed it was my fault for arriving in this world too late." She recalled denying it fiercely, even retorting that it was his fault for not being born a girl, a defiance for which he beat her brutally. "He said if I had been born sooner, Rhaegar would have wed me instead of Elia, and everything would have been different. If Rhaegar had found contentment in his marriage, he would never have needed the Stark girl." "That may be, Your Grace." Whitebeard was silent for a moment. "Yet I wonder if happiness was ever within Prince Rhaegar's nature. You speak of him as if he were bitter," Dany objected. "Not bitter, no, but a deep sadness clung to the prince, a feeling." The old man hesitated once more. "Tell me," she pressed. "A feeling of what? Of fate?" "He was born into sorrow, my queen, and that shadow never left him." Viserys had mentioned Rhaegar's birth just once, as if the memory pained him too greatly. It was the ghost of Summerhall that followed him, wasn't it? "Indeed, and yet Summerhall was the place the prince loved most. He would journey there alone at times, with only his harp. Not even the Kingsguard knights accompanied him. He would sleep in the shattered hall under the open sky, and each time he returned, he brought a new song. When you heard him play that silver-stringed harp and sing of dusk and sorrow and the fall of kings, you felt certain he was singing of himself and those he held dear. What of the usurper? Did he favor mournful songs as well?" Arstan gave a low laugh. Robert? Robert preferred songs that made him roar with laughter. The cruder the better. He only sang when deep in his cups, and then it was likely a barrel of ale, or 54 barrels, or the Bear and the Maiden Fair. Robert was a man who, her dragons raised their heads in unison and roared. Horses! Dany sprang to her feet, the pelt gripped tight. Outside, she heard strong Belwa shout, followed by other voices and the thunder of many hooves. Eerie see who. The tent flap was thrust aside, and Ser Jorah Mormont entered. He was covered in road dust and flecks of blood, but otherwise unharmed. The exiled knight knelt before Dany. Your Grace, I bring you triumph. The Stormcrows betrayed their contract. The slave soldiers broke ranks, and the Second Sons were too deep in their cups to fight, just as you foresaw. Some 200 lie dead, mostly Yunkish. Their slaves cast aside their spears and fled, and the Sellswords surrendered. We hold several thousand captives. And our losses? A dozen, if that. Only then did she permit herself to smile. Rise, my brave bear. Was Grazdan captured? Or the Titan's bastard? Grazdan had already ridden to Yunkai to deliver your terms, Ser Jorah said, rising. Marrow fled the moment he saw the Stormcrows change sides. My men are hunting him. He will not evade us for long. So be it, said Dany. Sellsword or slave, spare any who swear loyalty to me. If enough of the Second Sons will join our cause, let the company remain whole. The following day, they marched the final 3 leagues to Yunkai. The city was built from yellow brick instead of red, but in every other way it mirrored Astapor, the same decaying walls and towering step pyramids with a great bronze harpy looming above its gates. The ramparts and towers teemed with crossbowmen and slingers. Ser Jorah Mormont and Grey Worm positioned her soldiers, while Irri and Shiki set up her tent. Daenerys settled in to wait. By the 3rd morning, the gates of the city creaked open, and a procession of former slaves started to file out. Dany climbed onto her silver mare to welcome them. As they walked by, young Missandei informed them they owed their liberation to Daenerys Stormborn, the Unburnt, rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms and mother of dragons. Misha, a man with brown skin, called to her. He carried a small girl on his shoulders, and she shrieked the same word in a tiny, piercing voice. Hisa! Misa! Daenerys glanced at Missandei. What is that word they are saying? It is from the old Giscari tongue, your grace. It means mother. A sudden warm lightness filled Dany's chest. I am told I will never have a child of my own, the memory whispered. Her hand shook slightly as she lifted it. She must have smiled then, because the man beamed and shouted once more, and others joined the chorus. Hisa! They yelled. Misa! Misha! They were all grinning, reaching for her, kneeling in the dust. Mela, some cried, while others shouted Alala, or Kathe, or Tato, but in every language it carried the same meaning. Mother. They are naming me Mother. The chant built, spreading and swelling until it was loud enough to startle her horse, making the silver mare step back and toss her head, her gray tail whipping side to side. The sound grew until it seemed to vibrate against the pale yellow walls of Yunkai. More freed men and women poured from the gates by the moment, and each new arrival took up the call. Now they were running toward her, jostling, tripping in their haste, desperate to brush her hand, to touch her horse's mane, to press their lips to her boots. Her loyal blood riders could not hold them all back, and even the formidable strong Belwas grunted with uneasy effort. Ser Jorah urged her to retreat, but Dany recalled a vision from the House of the Undying. They mean me no harm, she assured him. These are my children, Jorah. She laughed, dug her heels into the mare's sides, and rode straight for them, the bells in her hair chiming a song of triumph. She moved from a trot to a canter, then broke into a full gallop, her braid flying behind her like a banner. The mass of freed people opened a path before her. Mother, they cried from 100 voices, then 1,000, then beyond counting. Mother, they sang out, their fingers lightly grazing her legs as she raced past. Mother, mother, mother! Arya recognized the massive, rounded hill the moment it appeared on the horizon, glowing gold in the late sun. They had traveled all the way back to High Heart. By dusk, they reached the summit, setting their camp in the ancient, protective ring. Arya walked with Lord Berwick's squire, Ned, around the circle of pale weirwood stumps, and they climbed onto one to watch the final light die in the west. From this height, she could see a fierce storm churning far to the north, but High Heart rose above the clouds and rain. It did not, however, escape the wind. The gusts tore at her so violently it felt as if invisible hands were tugging at her cloak from behind. But whenever she spun around, nothing was there. Ghosts, she remembered with a chill. They say this hill is haunted. They built a large fire on the hilltop, and Thoros of Myr sat beside it. Legs crossed, staring so intently into the flames, the rest of the world might have vanished. "What's he looking at?" Arya asked Ned. "Sometimes he sees things in the fire," the squire explained. "Things that happened or things that will, things happening in far-off places." Arya narrowed her eyes, peering into the flames to see what the Red Priest saw, but it only made her eyes sting and water, and she soon had to look away. Gendry was watching Thoros, too. "Can you really see what's coming in there?" he blurted out. Thoros turned from the fire with a weary sigh. "Not on this hill, not tonight, but on other days, yes. The Lord of Light sometimes shows me glimpses." Gendry looked skeptical. "My master called you a drunken fraud, the worst priest he'd ever heard of." "That was a bit harsh," Thoros said, actually chuckling. "Accurate, perhaps, but harsh. Who was this master of yours?" "Have we met, lad?" "I was an apprentice to Tovo Mott, the master armorer on the Street of Steel." "You bought swords from him." "Ah, yes, I remember." The merchant demanded double their value, then berated me for letting them catch fire. Thoros chuckled. "Your master was correct. I was not a particularly devout priest. Being the 8th child, my father handed me over to the Red Temple, though it was not the life I would have selected. I recited the prayers and performed the rituals, yet I also organized raids on the pantries, and occasionally young women were discovered in my quarters. Such troublesome young ladies. I never quite understood how they kept appearing. I did possess a talent for languages, however. And when I stared into the flames, well, sometimes visions would come. Even so, I caused more trouble than I was useful, so they eventually dispatched me to King's Landing to spread the Lord's light to the deity-divided lands of Westeros. It was hoped King Aerys, with his fondness for fire, might be swayed. Sadly, his court pyromancers possessed far more impressive arts than I did. King Robert enjoyed my antics, though. The first time I charged into a tournament fray wielding a blazing sword, Sir Kevin Lannister's horse bolted and threw him. His grace laughed so heartily I feared he might injure himself. The Red Priest smiled faintly at the recollection. It was no proper treatment for a weapon, of course. Your master was right about that as well. "Fire devours." Lord Berwick's voice came from behind them, carrying a weight that instantly quieted Thoros. "It devours, and when its work is finished, nothing remains. Nothing at all. Berwick, my dear friend." The priest reached out to touch the Lightning Lord's arm. "What are you telling us?" "Nothing I haven't said already, 6 times. Thoros? 6 is too many." He turned away sharply. That evening, the wind wailed with a wolf-like cry, while genuine wolves to the west seemed to be tutoring it. Notch, Angui, and Merritt of Moontown were on guard duty. Ned, Gendry, and most of the men were already asleep when Arya noticed a small, pale figure shuffling behind the horses, her wispy white hair tossing in the gusts as she leaned on a twisted cane. The woman stood no taller than 3 feet. The campfire glow made her eyes shine as red as the eyes of Jon's direwolf. He is a ghost as well, Arya thought. She crept nearer and crouched down to observe. Thoros and Lem were with Lord Berwick when the dwarf woman settled herself uninvited by the fire. She peered at them with eyes like burning embers. The ember and the lemon come to pay their respects once more, and his grace the Lord of Corpses. A name of ill fortune. I have requested you not use it. Yes, you have. But the reek of death is strong upon you, my lord. She had only 1 tooth left. Give me wine, or I shall leave. My bones are ancient. My joints pain me when the winds blow, and up here the winds never cease. A silver stag for your dreams, my lady, Lord Berwick said with grave politeness. Another if you bring us news. I cannot sup on a silver stag nor ride one. a skin of wine for my dreams, and for my news a kiss from the great lout in the yellow cloak. The tiny woman let out a raspy cackle. Aye, a wet kiss with a bit of tongue. It has been an age, too long an age. His mouth will taste of lemons and mine of dust and bone. I am far too old. Right you are, Lem grumbled. Too old for wine and kisses. All you'll get from me is the flat of my blade, hag. My hair falls out in clumps and no one has kissed me in 1,000 years. It is a hard thing to be so ancient. Very well, I will have a song instead. A song from Tom O'Sevens in exchange for my news. You shall have your song from Tom, Lord Berwick assured her. He personally handed her the wineskin. The dwarf woman drank deeply, the dark wine tracing lines down her chin. When she lowered the skin, she wiped her mouth with the back of her wrinkled hand and declared, "Sour wine for sour tidings, what could be more fitting? The king is dead. Is that sour enough for you?" Arya's breath hitched in her chest. "Which cursed king is dead, crone?" Lem demanded. "The damp one, the Kraken King, mlords. I dreamt him dead, and so he died. And now the iron squids turn upon each other. Oh, and Lord Hostertully has died as well, but you knew that already, didn't you? In the Hall of Kings, the goat sits alone and fevered as the great dog descends upon him." The old woman took another long drink of wine, squeezing the skin as she lifted it to her lips. The great dog. Did she mean the hound? Or perhaps his brother, the mountain that rides? Arya could not be sure. They carried the same sigil, 3 black dogs on a field of yellow. Half the names on her nightly prayer belonged to Sir Gregor Clegane and his men, Polliver, Dunson, Raft the Sweetling, the Tickler, and the Mountain himself. Perhaps Lord Berwick will see them all hanged. I dreamt a wolf howling in the rain, but no one heard his grief, the dwarf woman continued. I dreamt such a clamor I thought my head might split, drums and horns and pipes and screams, but the saddest sound was the little bells. I dreamt of a maid at a feast with purple serpents in her hair, venom dripping from their fangs. And later I dreamt that maid again slaying a savage giant in a castle built of snow. She turned her head sharply and smiled through the shadows, right at Arya. You cannot hide from me, child. Come closer now. Cold fingers traced a path down Arya's neck. Fear cuts deeper than swords, she told herself. She rose and moved warily toward the fire, light on the balls of her feet, ready to run. The dwarf woman studied her with dim red eyes. I see you, she whispered. I see you, wolf child? Blood child? I thought it was the Lord who smelled of death, she began to sob, her small body trembling. You are cruel to come to my hill, cruel. I gorged on grief at Summerhall. I need none of yours. Begone from here, dark heart. Begone? There was such terror in her voice that Arya stepped back, wondering if the woman had lost her mind. Do not frighten the girl, Thoros objected. She means no harm. Lem Lemoncloak touched his broken nose. Do not be so certain of that. She leaves at dawn with us, Lord Berwick assured the little woman. We are taking her to Riverrun, to her mother. No, said the dwarf, you are not. The black fish holds the rivers now. If it is the mother you want, seek her at the Twins. For there is to be a wedding, she cackled again. Look into your fires, pink priest, and you will see. Not now, though, not here, you will see nothing here. This place still belongs to the old gods. They linger here as I do, shrunken and feeble but not yet dead. Nor do they love the flames. For the oak recalls the acorn dreams, the oak the stump lives in them both, and they remember when the first men came with fire in their hands. She drank the last of the wine in 4 long swallows, tossed the skin aside, and pointed her stick at Lord Berwick. I will have my payment now. I will have the song you promised me. So Lem roused Tom Seven-Strings from beneath his furs and brought him yawning to the fireside with his wood harp. The same song as before, he asked. Oh, aye, my Jenny's song. Is there another? And so he sang, and the dwarf woman closed her eyes and rocked slowly back and forth, murmuring the words and weeping. Thoros took Arya firmly by the hand and drew her aside. Let her have her song in peace, he said. It is all she has left. I was not going to hurt her, Arya thought.
What did she mean about the twins?
My mother is at Riverrun, is she not?
She was, the Red Priest replied, rubbing beneath his chin. A wedding, she said.
We shall see. Wherever she is, Lord Beric will find her. Not long after, the sky broke open. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled across the hills and the rain fell in blinding sheets. The dwarf woman vanished as suddenly as she had come, while the outlaws gathered branches and threw together rough shelters. It rained all through the night, and by morning Ned, Lem, and Watty the miller awoke with chills. Watty could not keep his breakfast down, and young Ned was feverish and shivering by turns, his skin cold and damp to the touch. Notch informed Lord Beric of an abandoned village to the north, about half a day's ride away, promising better shelter to wait out the relentless downpour. Soaked and weary, they mounted up again and guided their horses down the steep, muddy slope. The rain refused to relent. They pressed on through dense woods and open, waterlogged fields, crossing streams so swollen the churning water reached their horses' bellies. Arya tugged her hood forward, hunching her shoulders against the chill, drenched and shivering but resolved not to show any weakness. Merritt and Mudge developed a hacking cough that rivaled Watty's, and young Ned appeared to grow more wretched with each passing mile. When I wear my helm, the rain drums on the steel and gives me a pounding headache, he lamented. But if I take it off, my hair gets drenched and clings to my face and gets in my mouth. You carry a knife, Gendry pointed out, his tone flat. If it bothers you that much, just shave it all off. He really doesn't like Ned, Arya observed. The squire had always struck her as decent, perhaps a bit timid, but kind. She'd been told Dornishmen were typically dark and slight, but Ned had large, striking blue eyes that looked almost violet in certain lights, and his hair was a fair, ashy blonde. "How long have you served Lord Beric?" she asked, hoping to distract him from his discomfort. "He took me as his page when he married my aunt," Ned replied, coughing again. "I was 7 when I turned 10, he made me his squire. I even won a prize once riding at the rings." "I never trained with a lance, but I could beat you with swords," Arya declared. A sudden grim curiosity overtook her. "Have you ever killed anyone?" The question clearly surprised him. "I'm only 12. "I killed a boy when I was 8, she almost confessed, but decided against it. "But you've seen battle?" she pressed. "Yes." He didn't sound proud of it. "I was at the Mummers' Ford. When Lord Beric fell in the river, I hauled him onto the bank so he wouldn't drown and stood over him with my sword drawn. No one attacked us, though. He had a broken lance sticking right out of his chest. Later, Green Gurgen helped get him back on a horse. Memories flooded Arya's mind unbidden. The stable boy in King's Landing, the guard at Harrenhal, Sir Amory's men at the holdfast by the lake. She wasn't sure if Weiss or Chiswyke counted or the men who died from the weasel soup. A heavy, cold sadness settled in her chest. "My father was named Ned, too," she said quietly, the rain masking the tremor in her voice. "I know. I saw him at the Hans tourney," Ned said, shivering within his soaked, pale purple cloak. "I wanted to speak to him, but I couldn't think of a single thing to say. Were you there?" "I saw your sister. Sir Loras Tyrell gave her a rose. She mentioned it. It felt like a story from another lifetime. Her friend Jane Poole was quite taken with your Lord Beric." "He was promised to my aunt," Ned said, shifting uncomfortably. "That was before, though. Before his voice faded into the squelching sound of hooves pulling free of the mud. Before he died?" Arya finished silently in her head. After a long pause, Ned spoke again. "My lady, you have a base-born brother, Jon Snow. He's with the Night's Watch on the wall." For a fleeting moment, she considered going north instead of to Riverrun. "Jon wouldn't care about any of it, who I've killed, whether my hair is brushed. Jon looks like me, even though he's a bastard. He used to mess up my hair and call me little sister." Just speaking of him deepened her melancholy. "How do you know Jon?" "He is my milk brother." "Brother?" Arya was confused. "But you're from Dorne. How can you and Jon share blood?" "Milk brothers. Not by blood. My own mother couldn't nurse me, so Willa had to feed me." Arya was utterly lost. "Who is Willa, Jon Snow's mother?" "He never told you? She served my family for years, since before I was born." A sharp, defensive suspicion rose in her. Jon had never known his mother's name, not even a hint. "You know her? Truly?" she asked, her voice tight. "Is he lying to me?" If you lie, I'll hit you, she warned. Willa was my wet nurse, he stated with a solemn sincerity. I swear it on my house's honor. You have a house? The question felt foolish the moment it left her lips. He was a squire, so of course he had a house. Who are you, really? My lady? The boy, Ned, looked flustered. I'm Edric Dane, the Lord of Starfall. From behind them, Gendry let out a groan. Lords and ladies, he muttered with clear disdain. Arya snatched a dried crabapple from a low branch and hurled it at him, striking his broad forehead with a solid thump. Ow, he complained, rubbing the spot. That actually hurt. What sort of lady throws crabapples? The troublesome kind, Arya admitted, a flicker of regret passing through her. She turned back to Ned. I'm sorry, I didn't know who you were, my lord. The fault is mine, my lady, he replied, ever courteous. Jon has a mother. Her name is Willa. She committed it to memory, a piece of her brother to hold on to for the next time they met. Would he still call her little sister? She wasn't so little anymore. He'd have to find another name. Perhaps from Riverrun, she could send him a letter with this news. There was an Arthur Dane, she recalled aloud. They called him the Sword of the Morning. My father was Sir Arthur's older brother. My aunt was Lady Ashera. I never met her. She leapt from the Palestone sword into the sea before I was born. Why would she do that? Arya asked, taken aback. Ned seemed uneasy, as if worried she might throw something else. Did your lord father never speak of her? Lady Ashara Dane of Starfall? No, did he know her? It was before King Robert's reign. She met your father and his brothers at Harrenhal the year of the false spring. Oh, Arya wasn't sure what to make of that. But why jump? Her heart was broken. Sansa would have sighed for tragic romance, but Arya found the notion senseless. She couldn't say that to Ned about his own family, though. Did someone break it? He shifted uncomfortably. It may not be my place to say. Tell me. He met her gaze with reluctance. My aunt Illyria believes that Lady Ashara and your father fell in love at Harrenhal. That isn't true. He loved my mother. I'm certain he did, my lady, but she was the only one he loved. Guess he found that bastard under a cabbage leaf then. Gendry's voice cut in from behind. Arya desperately wished for another crabapple. My father was honorable. She shot back, heat rising in her cheeks. And we weren't talking to you. Why don't you go back to Stony Sept and bother that girl with her annoying bells? Gendry paid no mind to the jab. At least yours acknowledged his bastard. Mine didn't. I don't even know my father's name. Probably some stinking drunk like the men my mother brought home. When she was angry, she'd yell, "If your father was here, he'd beat you senseless." That's my inheritance, he spat. Well, if he were here now, maybe I'd be the one doing the beating. But he's dust, and your father's dust, so what does it matter who he slept with? It mattered to Arya, a stubborn, aching knot in her chest she couldn't unravel. Ned was attempting to apologize for upsetting her, but she wanted none of it. Digging her heels into her horse, she broke away from them both. She caught up to Angai the archer riding a short distance ahead. Dornishmen are liars, right? She demanded. They have a certain reputation for it, the bowman said with a grin. Of course, they say the same about us Marcher folk, so take that as you will. What's the trouble? Ned's a decent lad. He's just a stupid liar, Arya declared. Without another word, she veered off the path, cleared a mossy log, and charged through a shallow creek, ignoring the shouts from the group behind her. They all just want to tell me more lies. The thought of fleeing crossed her mind, but they were too many and knew these woods too well. What was the point of running if you'd only be caught? It was Harwin who eventually rode up beside her. Just where do you think you're going, milady? You shouldn't run off like that. There are wolves in these woods, and worse things than that, he warned. I'm not scared, Arya insisted. That boy Ned mentioned. Yes, he told me. Lady Ashara Dane. That's an old story. I first heard it at Winterfell when I was about your age. He firmly took her horse's bridle and turned the animal around. I wouldn't put much stock in it, but even if it's true, so what? When Ned met that Dornish woman, his brother Brandon was still the one promised to Lady Catelyn. Your father's honor is clean. Tournaments stir the blood, so maybe a few private words were shared one night in a tent. Words or a kiss, perhaps a little more, but where's the wrong in that? Everyone thought spring had arrived and neither of them was bound to another. But she took her own life, Arya said, her voice hesitant. Ned says she leaped from a tower into the sea. She did, Harwin conceded, guiding her back. But that was grief, I'd bet. She had just lost a brother, the sword of the morning. He shook his head. Let it rest, my lady. They're all gone now. Let it be, and please, when we reach Riverrun, don't speak of this to your mother. The village appeared exactly where Notch said it would be. They found shelter in a stable built of gray stone. Only half its roof remained, but that was more cover than any other structure offered. This isn't a village, Arya thought. It's just scorched stones and old bones. Did the Lannisters kill everyone who lived here? She asked Angai while helping him dry the horses. No, he replied, pointing. See how thick the moss is on the stones? Nobody's touched them for years. And look, a tree is growing right out of that wall. This place was burned a long time ago. Then who did it? Gendry asked. Hoster Tully, answered Notch, a stooped, gray-haired man native to the area. This was Lord Goodbrooke's village. When Riverrun sided with Robert, Goodbrooke stayed loyal to the king, so Lord Tully brought fire and sword down upon him. After the Trident, Goodbrooke's son made peace with Robert and Lord Hoster, but that was no comfort to the dead. A heavy silence settled over them. Gendry shot Arya a strange look before turning away to brush his horse. Outside, the rain fell in a relentless, dreary pour. I say we need a fire, Thoros announced. The night is dark and full of terrors, and damp, wouldn't you say? Unpleasantly damp. Jack Be Lucky chopped some dry wood from a stall, while Notch and Merritt gathered straw for kindling. Thoros struck the spark himself, and Lem used his big yellow cloak to fan the flames, until they roared and danced. Soon, the inside of the stable grew almost uncomfortably warm. Thoros sat cross-legged before the fire, his eyes consuming the flames just as they had atop High Heart. Arya watched him closely. Once his lips moved and she thought she heard him whisper, Riverrun. Lem paced back and forth, coughing, his long shadow keeping pace with every stride, while Tom O'Sevens pulled off his boots and rubbed his feet. I must be out of my mind going back to Riverrun, the singer grumbled. The Tullys have never brought me any luck. It was Lysa who sent me up the high road after the mountain clans took my gold, my horse, and every stitch of my clothing. There are knights in the Vale who still tell the tale of how I walked up to the bloody gate with nothing but my harp for modesty. They made me sing The Name-Day Boy and The King Without Courage before they'd open the gate. My only consolation was that 3 of them died laughing. I haven't returned to the Eyrie since, and I won't sing The King Without Courage again, not for all the gold in Casterly. Lannisters, Thoros cut in, his voice distant, roaring red and gold. He staggered to his feet and moved to Lord Beric. Lem and Tom quickly joined them. Arya couldn't hear what they were saying, but the singer kept glancing her way, and at one point Lem grew so angry he slammed his fist against the wall. That was when Lord Beric motioned for her to approach. Harwin's hand pressed firmly against the small of her back, urging her forward, a step she desperately did not want to take. She managed 2 hesitant paces before dread rooted her in place. My lord, she whispered, waiting for Lord Beric's response. Tell her, the Lightning Lord commanded Thoros. The Red Priest knelt beside her, his voice low. My lady, the Lord showed me Riverrun in the flames. It appeared as an island surrounded by a sea of fire, with leaping lions whose claws burned crimson. And the roaring it was deafening. A tide of Lannisters approaches. Riverrun will soon be under attack. Arya felt as if the air had been knocked from her lungs. No. Child, Thoros said gently, the flames do not lie. Sometimes I misread them, a fool blinded by my own hopes, but not this time. The Lannisters are marching to lay siege to Riverrun. Robb will stop them, Arya insisted, her expression hardening with defiance. He's beaten them before.
Your brother may be gone, Thoros replied. Your mother as well. I saw no sign of them in the fire. That old woman spoke of a wedding at the Twins. She has her own ways of knowing. The weirwoods whisper to her in dreams. If she says your mother has gone to the Twins? Arya whirled toward Tom and Lem, her voice sharp with accusation. If you hadn't caught me, I would have been there. I would have been home. Lord Berwick ignored her outburst.
With tired formality, he asked, "My lady, would you recognize your grandfather's brother? Sir Bryndon Tully, called the Blackfish? And would he know you?" Arya shook her head, miserable. She'd heard her mother speak of the Blackfish, but if they'd ever met, she'd been too young to remember. "Not much chance he'll pay good coin for a girl he doesn't know," Tom remarked. "Tullys are a cautious, distrustful bunch. He'll likely think we're peddling a fake." "We'll make him believe," Lemoncloak insisted. "She can, or Harwin can. Riverrun is closest. I say we take her there, collect the gold, and be done with this whole mess. And if the lions trap us inside the castle?" Tom countered. "Nothing would please them more than to cage his lordship and hang him from the heights of Casterly Rock." "I do not intend to be captured," Lord Berwick stated. The unspoken word hung heavily in the air. Alive. Everyone heard it, Arya included, though he never voiced it aloud. "Still, we cannot ride in blind. We need to know where the armies are, both the wolves and the lions. Sharno will have heard something, and Lord Vance's maester will know more. Acorn Hall isn't far. Lady Smallwood will give us shelter while we send scouts ahead to learn." His words hammered against her ears like a relentless drumbeat, and suddenly Arya could bear no more. She wanted Riverrun, not Acorn Hall. She wanted her mother and Robb, not some unfamiliar lady or an uncle she'd never met. Spinning around, she bolted for the door. When Harwin reached for her arm, she twisted away, swift as a serpent. Outside the stables, rain continued to fall, and distant lightning flickered against the western sky. Arya ran without direction, wanting only to be alone, far from their hollow words and shattered promises. All I wanted was to reach Riverrun. This was her own doing. She never should have brought Gendry and Hot Pie when she fled Harrenhal. Alone, she might have slipped past the outlaws entirely and been with Robb and her mother by now. They were never my pack. If they had been, they wouldn't abandon me. Her boots splashed through a muddy puddle. Someone was shouting her name, Harwin, maybe, or Gendry, but a roll of thunder swallowed the sound as it echoed over the hills, following close behind the lightning. The Lightning Lord, she thought bitterly. Maybe he couldn't die, but he could certainly lie. Off to her left, a horse whinnied. Arya couldn't have run more than 50 yards from the stables, yet she was already drenched to the skin. She slipped behind the crumbling corner of a derelict house, the moss-covered stone offering scant shelter from the downpour, and collided directly with a guard. A gauntleted hand clamped onto her arm with bruising force. "You're hurting me," she protested, struggling against his grip. "Let go. I was going to return, I swear." "Return?" Sandor Clegane's laugh was the sound of rusted metal grinding on rock. "Forget that, little wolf. You belong to me now." With a single powerful motion, he hauled her into the air, ignoring her frantic kicks as he pulled her toward his horse. The icy rain beat down on them, muffling her cries, and the only thought screaming in Arya's mind was the terrible question he had posed earlier. "Do you know what dogs do to wolves?" Though the fever clung to him, the wound on his arm was closing cleanly, and Qyburn assured him the danger had passed. Jaime felt a restless urgency to depart, to leave Harrenhal, the bloody mummers, and the stubborn Brienne of Tarth in his dust. A genuine woman, his woman, awaited him in the Red Keep. On the morning of their leaving, Roose Bolton informed him, "I am sending Qyburn to accompany you to King's Landing and tend to you on the journey. He nurses a quaint hope that your father, in his gratitude, might persuade the Citadel to restore his chain." "We all nurse quaint hopes," Jaime replied dryly. "If he grows me a new hand, my father will name him Grand Maester." The escort was under the command of Steelshanks Walton, a straightforward, rough-mannered, and ultimately simple soldier. Jaime had known his kind all his life. Such men killed on orders, took their pleasures after a fight, and looted when opportunity arose, yet when peace returned, they would go home, swap spears for plows, marry the girl next door, and raise a brood of noisy children. They obeyed without deep thought, untouched by the deliberate, twisted cruelty that defined the brave companions. The two groups departed Harrenhal under the same gloomy, rain-threatened sky. Sir Aenys Frey had already marched northeast for the King's Road days prior, and Bolton intended to follow. "The Trident is flooding," Bolton told Jaime. "Even crossing at the Ruby Ford will be treacherous. You will convey my warm regards to your father? Only if you deliver mine to Robb Stark, Jaime countered. That I shall. A handful of brave companions had gathered in the yard to watch them go. Jaime guided his horse over to them. Zolo, how thoughtful to bid me farewell. Pig, Timon, will you pine for me? No final jape, Shagwell? Something to cheer my journey? And Rorge, have you come for a parting kiss? Get lost, cripple, Rorge spat, if you insist, but know this, I will return. A Lannister always pays his debts. Jaime turned his horse and rode back to join Steelshanks Walton and his 200 men. Lord Bolton had outfitted him as a knight, conveniently overlooking the missing hand that made the martial attire a sad joke. Jaime rode with sword and dagger at his hip, shield and helm fastened to his saddle, chainmail beneath a dark brown surcoat. He was not foolish enough to display the Lannister lion, nor the plain white field of the Kingsguard. Instead, he had scavenged an old, battered shield from the armory, its faded paint still showing the great black bat of House Lawston upon a field of silver and gold. The Lawstons, who had held Harrenhal before the Wents, were long extinct, so no one would protest him bearing their sigil. He would be nobody's kin, nobody's foe, nobody's sworn sword, in short, a man of no consequence. They exited through Harrenhal's smaller eastern gate and parted ways with Roose Bolton and his main force 6 miles later, turning south to trace the Lake Road. Walton planned to avoid the King's Road as long as possible, sticking to the farmers' paths and hunting trails near the God's Eye. The King's Road would be quicker, Jaime argued, his mind fixed on a swift return to Cersei. The damp chill in the air did nothing to cool his impatience, a stark contrast to the grim acceptance settling over the soldiers around him. If they moved quickly, he might still reach King's Landing in time for Joffrey's wedding. I want no trouble on the road, Steelshanks insisted. Who knows who we might meet traveling that King's Road now? Surely you've nothing to fear. You ride with 200 men. Aye, but others might ride with more. My orders were to deliver you safely to your Lord Father, and that is what I intend to do. A few miles further on, they passed a crumbling mill beside a lake, and Jaime realized he had traveled this path before. Weeds choked the yard where the miller's daughter had once offered him a shy smile, and he could almost hear the millers shout, "The tourney grounds are back the other way, sir," as if he hadn't known the way. King Aerys had made a grand spectacle of his investiture. He had knelt on the grass in white armor before the royal pavilion, swearing his vows as half the kingdom watched. When Sir Gerald Hightower lifted him to his feet and draped the white cloak over his shoulders, the roar of the crowd was something he could still recall decades later. Yet that very night, the king's mood had curdled. Aerys declared he had no need for a full 7 Kingsguard there at Harrenhal and commanded Jaime to return to the capital to guard the queen and young Prince Viserys. Even when the White Bull offered to take that duty so Jaime could compete in the tourney, Aerys refused. He'll win no glory here, the king had snapped. He belongs to me now, not to Tywin. He serves as I command. I am the king, I rule, and he obeys. That was the moment Jaime first understood. It wasn't his skill at arms or his deeds against the Kingswood Brotherhood that had earned him the white cloak. Aerys had chosen him to spite his father, to steal Lord Tywin's heir. The realization, even now, left a bitter taste. That day, riding south in his new cloak to guard a hollow castle, the humiliation had been almost unbearable. He would have torn the cloak off then if he could, but it was too late. He had sworn the vows before the realm, and a Kingsguard serves for life. Qyburn drew his horse alongside. Is your hand paining you? The absence of my hand pains me, Jaime replied. The mornings were the worst. In his dreams he was whole again, and each dawn in that hazy space between sleep and waking, he would feel his fingers flex. It's just a nightmare. A stubborn part of his mind would whisper, refusing to accept the truth even now, only a bad dream. Then he would open his eyes. I understand you had a visitor last night, Qyburn said amiably. I trust she was to your liking? Jaime fixed him with a cool stare. She didn't mention who sent her, the maester offered a modest smile. Your fever had broken. I thought a bit of exercise might do you good. Pia is quite adept, wouldn't you say? And so accommodating. She had been that, without a doubt. She had slipped into his room and out of her clothes so swiftly, Jaime briefly wondered if he was still dreaming. It wasn't until she slid beneath his blankets and guided his remaining hand to her breast that he fully woke. She was a pretty thing, in a worn sort of way. "I was just a girl when you came for Lord Went's tourney, when the king gave you your cloak," she had whispered. "You looked so handsome all in white, and everyone spoke of your bravery. Sometimes when I'm with a man, I close my eyes and pretend it's you, with your golden hair and smooth skin. I never truly believed I'd ever have you." Sending her away after such a confession had been difficult, but Chaimi had done it. "I have a woman," he reminded himself, though the thought felt distant. "Do you provide such comforts to all your patients?" he asked Qyburn. "More often, Lord Vargo sends them to me for examination. He prefers I inspect them first. Let us say he loved unwisely once, and has no desire to repeat the experience. But have no fear, Pia is quite healthy, as is your maid from Tarth." Jaime shot him a sharp glance. "Brienne? Indeed, a remarkably sturdy woman, and her maidenhead remains intact. As of last night, at any rate." Qyburn allowed a soft chuckle. "He sent you to examine her?" "To be certain. He is thorough. Perhaps we could call it particular?" Jaime suggested. "Does this involve the ransom?" Jaime pressed. "Is her father demanding proof she's still untouched?" "You haven't heard?" Qyburn shrugged. "We received a raven from Lord Selwyn, replying to my own. The Even Star offers 300 gold dragons for his daughter's safe return. I informed Lord Vargo there are no sapphire mines on Tarth, but he refuses to listen. He's certain the Even Star plans to swindle him. 300 dragons is a solid ransom for a night. The goat ought to take what's offered. The goat is the Lord of Harrenhal, and the Lord of Harrenhal does not bargain." The news annoyed him, though he knew he should have anticipated it. "That lie bought you some time, wench. Be thankful for that. If her virtue is as tough as the rest of her, the goat might break something off trying to claim it," he quipped. Jaime figured Brienne was sturdy enough to endure an assault, though if she fought back too fiercely, Vargo Hoat might start removing her extremities. And if he does, why should I care? I might still have a hand if she hadn't been so stubborn about that sword. He'd nearly taken her leg off with his first swing, but she'd given him more trouble than he'd bargained for after that. Hoat probably doesn't realize how unnaturally strong she is. He'd better watch himself, or she'll crack that scrawny neck of his. Wouldn't that be a sight? Qyburn's company was beginning to grate on him. Jaime nudged his horse forward toward the front of the column. A plump little northerner named Naig rode ahead of Steelshanks Walton, carrying the peace banner, a rainbow-striped flag with 7 long streamers, mounted on a staff crowned by a 7-pointed star. "Shouldn't you Northmen carry a different sort of peace banner?" he called to Walton. "What do the 7 mean to you?" "Southern gods," the man replied. "But it's a southern peace we need to get you safely to your father." "My father." Jaime pondered whether Lord Tywin had gotten the goat's ransom demand with or without his decaying hand. What is a swordsman worth without his sword hand? Half the gold in Casterly Rock? 300 dragons? Or nothing at all? His father had never been overly influenced by emotion. Tywin Lannister's own sire, Lord Tydos, had once jailed a rebellious bannerman, Lord Tarbeck. The formidable Lady Tarbeck retaliated by seizing 3 Lannisters, including young Stafford, whose sister was promised to cousin Tywin. "Return my lord and love, or these 3 will pay for any harm that comes to him," she had written to Casterly Rock. The young Tywin advised his father to comply by sending Lord Tarbeck back in 3 separate pieces. Lord Tytos was a milder sort of lion, however, so Lady Tarbeck won her foolish lord a few more years, and Stafford went on to marry, have children, and bumble along until Oxcross. But Tywin Lannister endured, as permanent as Casterly Rock itself. And now you have a cripple for a son, as well as a dwarf, my lord. How you will despise that. The path took them through a village reduced to ashes. It must have been a year or more since the fires had raged. The hut stood charred and open to the sky, yet weeds grew chest-high in all the surrounding fields. Steelshanks called a halt to let the horses drink. "I know this place," Jaime realized as he waited by the well. There had been a modest inn here once, where now only foundation stones and a lone chimney remained. He had stopped in for a mug of ale. A dark-eyed serving girl had brought him cheese and apples. but the innkeeper had refused his payment. "It's an honor to have a knight of the Kingsguard under my roof, sir," the man had said. "It's a story I'll tell my grandchildren." Jaime stared at the chimney rising from the weeds and wondered if the man had ever gotten those grandchildren. Did he tell them the Kingslayer once drank his ale and ate his food, or was he too ashamed to admit he served the likes of me? Not that he would ever know. Whoever burned the inn had probably killed the grandchildren too. He could feel the ghost of his missing fingers tighten into a fist. The memory was suddenly sharp, accompanied by the phantom scent of smoke and spilled wine that the original account had omitted, a sensory echo of loss that felt more personal now. Steelshanks suggested they stop to build a fire and eat, but Jaime dismissed the idea. "This spot doesn't sit right with me." We keep moving. By dusk, they had left the lakeshore behind, following a worn path through a forest of oak and elm. Jaime's amputated arm ached with a persistent throb by the time Steelshanks called a halt. Thankfully, Qyburn had carried a wineskin filled with dream wine. As Walton arranged the night watch, Jaime settled near the fire, using a rolled bearskin against a tree stump as a makeshift pillow. He knew Brienne would have insisted he eat something to keep his strength up, but exhaustion outweighed hunger. Closing his eyes, he hoped to dream of Cersei. His fever dreams lately had been unnervingly vivid. Suddenly, he stood naked and alone, encircled by foes, with stone walls closing in on all sides. Casterly Rock, he recognized it at once. He could feel the colossal weight of the mountain above him. He was home, and he was whole. Lifting his right hand, he flexed his fingers, savoring the power in them. The sensation rivaled the thrill of battle or the heat of passion, 5 strong fingers. The dream of being maimed had been just that, a dream. Relief washed over him, leaving him lightheaded. My hand, my true hand. Nothing could harm him now. Around him loomed a dozen tall, shadowy figures in hooded robes, faces hidden, holding spears. "Who are you?" Jaime demanded. "What is your purpose in Casterly Rock?" They offered no reply, only nudged him forward with their spear points. He had no choice but to go down. A narrow, winding stairway carved from the living rock descended before him, down and down into the deep. I should be climbing up, not going down, he thought with rising dread.
Why am I descending?
Beneath the earth, he knew with the certainty of dreams his doom was waiting, something dark and terrible lurked there, something that hungered for him. Jaime tried to stop, but the spears prodded him onward. If only I had my sword, I would be safe. The steps ended abruptly, opening into a vast, echoing darkness. Jaime sensed an immense space yawning before him. He stumbled to a halt, teetering on the edge of nothing. A spear point jabbed hard into the small of his back, shoving him into the void. He cried out, but the fall was brief. He landed on hands and knees in shallow, icy water and soft sand. There were known water caverns deep below Casterly Rock, but this one was unfamiliar. "Where is this?" he called out. "Your place?" The voice echoed, merging 100 voices, 1,000, the voices of all the Lannisters since Lann the Clever at the dawn of days. Yet, most clearly, it was his father's voice. Beside Lord Tywin stood his sister, pale and beautiful, a torch blazing in her hand. Joffrey was there too, the son they had made together, and behind them stood a host of other shadowy forms with hair of gold. "Sister," Jaime asked, "why has father brought us here?" "Us? This is your place, brother. This is your darkness." Her torch was the only light in the cavern, the only light in the world. She turned to leave. "Stay with me," Jaime pleaded. "Don't leave me here alone." But they were already fading away. "Don't leave me in the dark. Something monstrous lived down here. At least give me a sword. I gave you a sword," Lord Tywin stated. It lay at his feet. Jaime fumbled beneath the water until his hand closed on the hilt. "Nothing can hurt me so long as I have a sword." As he raised the blade, a pale finger of flame flickered at its tip and crept along the edge, stopping just short of the hilt. The fire took on the color of the steel itself, burning with a silvery blue light that pushed back the gloom. Crouching low, Jaime turned in a slow circle, listening, ready for any threat from the darkness. The icy water seeped into his boots, ankle-deep and biting cold. Beware the water, he warned himself. Things could be living in it. Hidden in the depths, from behind came a loud, sudden splash. Jaime spun toward the sound. but in the faint light, he saw only Brienne of Tarth, her wrists burdened by heavy chains. "I swore an oath to keep you safe," the wench declared, her voice stubborn and clear. "I made a vow." She stood bare before Jaime, lifting her hands. "Sir, I ask this of you." The manacles opened easily. "A blade," Brienne pleaded, and it appeared, complete with sheath and belt. She fastened it around her solid waist. The gloom was so deep Jaime could barely make her out, though they were only steps apart. In this shadowed light she might almost be called handsome, he mused. In this light she might almost pass for a true knight. Her own sword kindled then, burning with a pale blue fire. The dark drew back another measure. "The fire lasts as long as you draw breath," Cersei's voice echoed. "When it goes out, your life ends with it." "Sister," he cried out. "Don't leave, stay here." Only the faint sound of footsteps moving away answered him. Brienne swept her long sword slowly back and forth, the silver flames dancing. Below her, the still black water mirrored the burning blade. She was as tall and powerful as he recalled, yet Jaime thought he saw more of a woman's curve to her now. "Is there a bear kept in this place?" Brienne began to move, cautious and deliberate, sword ready, step, pivot, listen. Each footfall stirred the water softly. "A mountain lion? Shadow cats? Some great bear? Tell me, Jaime, what dwells down here? What waits in the dark?" Doom. No bear, he was certain. No lion. Only doom. In the cool gleam of the swords, the large woman appeared both fierce and pale. "This place sits ill with me. It's no favorite of mine either." Their blades carved a small island of light, but all around lay an endless ocean of black. "My feet are soaked. We could return the way we came. If you stood upon my shoulders, you could reach that tunnel opening without trouble. Then I could go after Cersei." He felt a stirring at the thought and turned aside so Brienne would not notice. "Listen." She placed a hand on his shoulder and he shivered at the contact. "She is warm. Something approaches." Brienne raised her sword, pointing into the gloom to his left. "There." He stared until he saw it as well. A shape moved in the darkness, unclear at first. A rider. No, two. Two riders, side by side. Down here, under Casterly Rock, it made no sense, yet two riders on pale horses came forward, man and beast both armored. The great war horses advanced at a slow walk. They are utterly silent, Jaime realized. No splash of water, no rattle of chain, no strike of hoof. He remembered Eddard Stark, riding the length of the Mad King's Hall in a deep quiet. Only his eyes had spoken, a lord's eyes cold and gray and full of condemnation. "Is that you, Stark?" Jaime called.
Come on then.
"I never feared you in life. I won't fear you dead." Brian's fingers brushed his arm. There are more. He saw them too. They seemed armored in snow, with tendrils of mist curling from their shoulders. Their helm visors were shut, yet Jaime Lannister needed no glimpse of their faces to know them. 5 had been his brothers. Oswell Went and John Derry, Lewin Martell, a Prince of Dorne, the White Bull, Gerald Hightower, Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, and beside them, crowned in mist and sorrow, his long hair flowing rode Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone and rightful heir to the throne. "You don't scare me," he shouted, turning as they fanned out to either side of him. He didn't know which way to look. "I'll fight you one by one or all at once, but who will face the wench? She gets irritable when left with nothing to do." "I swore a sacred vow to protect him," she said to Rhaegar's ghost. "We all swore vows," said Sir Arthur Dayne, his tone full of sorrow. The specters dismounted from their phantom steeds. When they drew their long swords, the action made no sound. "He meant to burn the city," Jaime said, "to leave Robert nothing but ashes." "He was your king," said Derry. "You swore to guard him," said Went. "And the children, them too," said Prince Lewin. Prince Rhaegar's form flickered with a spectral glow, shifting from bone white to blood red to deepest shadow. "I entrusted my family to your protection." Jaime's own blade was dimming, its light fading. "I never believed he would harm them. I was attending the king." "By murdering the king," Sir Arthur declared. "Slitting his royal throat," added Prince Lewin. "The very king you swore a sacred oath to defend with your life," the White Bull intoned. The fire along Gamy's sword sputtered and died, and Cersei's words echoed in his mind. No. A grip of pure terror seized his throat. Then his steel went dark, leaving only Brienne's sword ablaze as the phantoms surged forward. No, he gasped, the denial tearing from him. No, 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 no. His heart hammering against his ribs, Jaime bolted upright into a night scattered with stars, the air cool beneath a canopy of trees. The taste of bile was sharp on his tongue, his body trembling with a clammy sweat that was both feverish and chill. His gaze dropped instinctively to where his sword hand should be, finding only a snug wrap of leather and linen concealing the ugly stump. A hot pressure built behind his eyes. I felt it. The phantom strength in my fingers, the familiar grip of leather-wrapped steel. My hand, my lord. Qyburn was at his side, his kindly face etched with worry. What troubles you? I heard your cry, looming over them. Steelshanks Walton stood grim and tall. What happened? Why that scream? A dream. Merely a dream. Jaime's eyes swept over the shadowed camp, disoriented. I was in the darkness, but my hand was whole again. He looked at the stump, and a fresh wave of nausea rolled through him. No such place exists beneath Casterly Rock, he told himself. His stomach churned emptily, and a dull ache throbbed in his temple where it had rested against the mossy stump. Qyburn pressed a cool hand to his forehead. The fever lingers, my lord. A fever dream. Jaime lifted his remaining hand. Assist me? Steelshanks grasped it and hauled him upright. Another draught of dream wine? Qyburn offered. No. I have dreamed quite enough for one night. He wondered how many hours remained until dawn, certain that closing his eyes would plunge him back into that damp, lightless hall. Milk of the poppy, perhaps? And a tonic for the fever? You are still frail. You require sleep? Rest. That is the very last thing I intend to do. Moonlight cast a pale sheen on the stump he had used as a pillow. The thick moss had hidden it, but now he saw the wood beneath was a stark bone white. It reminded him of the heart tree in Winterfell's Godswood. It was not him, he realized. It was never him. Yet the stump was dead as Ned Stark, as dead as Prince Rhaegar and Sir Arthur and the children. And Arius. Arius is the most dead of all. Do you hold with ghosts, Maester? He asked Qyburn. The man's expression turned peculiar. Once in the Citadel, I entered an empty chamber and saw an empty chair. Yet I was certain a woman had been there only moments before. The cushion bore the impression of her weight, the fabric retained her warmth, and her perfume hung in the air. If we leave our scent behind when we depart a room, might we not leave some echo of our spirit when we depart this life? Qyburn gave a slight shrug. The Archmaesters disapproved of such notions. Well, save for Marwyn, he was the sole exception. Jaime dragged his fingers through his sweat-damp hair. Walton, he said, his voice firming. Saddle the horses. We turn back. Back? Steelshanks studied him with open doubt. He believes I've lost my mind, and perhaps I have. I left something of value at Harrenhal. Lord Vargo holds it now, him and his brave companions. You command twice his number. If I fail to deliver you to your father as ordered, Lord Bolton will flay the skin from my bones. We continue to King's Landing. A younger Jaime would have answered with a charming smile and a veiled threat, but a one-handed cripple inspires little dread. He pondered what his brother would do. Tyrion would devise a way. Lannisters are known for their lies, Steelshanks. Did Lord Bolton neglect to mention that? The Northman's frown deepened with suspicion. What if he did? Unless you escort me back to Harrenhal, Jaime said, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. The account I give my father might contain details the Lord of the Dreadfort would prefer remain unheard. I could easily claim it was Bolton who commanded my hand be severed, and Steelshanks Walton who swung the sword. Walton stared at him, mouth agape. That's a lie, perhaps, but who will my father believe? Jaime forced a smile, the kind he once wore when fear was a stranger to him. It would be far simpler to just turn back. We'd be on the road again soon enough, and I'd sing such a pretty tune in King's Landing you'd scarcely believe it. You'd have the girl, and a heavy purse of gold as your reward. Gold? That word caught Walton's attention. How much are we talking? He's hooked. However much you think is fair. By dawn, they were already halfway to Harrenhal. Jaime drove his horse harder than the day before, forcing Steelshanks and his Northmen to keep pace. Even so, it was noon when the castle on the lake came into view. Under a brooding sky promising rain, the colossal walls and 5 towers stood dark and forbidding. It looks utterly lifeless. The ramparts were empty, the gates shut fast, yet above the barbican, a single banner hung limp, the black goat of Qohor. Jaime shouted, cupping his hands, "You inside, open these gates or I'll knock them down!" Only after Qyburn and Steelshanks added their voices did a head finally appear on the battlements above. It peered down, then vanished. Soon, the sound of the portcullis rising echoed out. The gates swung inward and Jaime Lannister spurred his horse through, barely noticing the murder holes overhead. He had feared the goat might refuse them entry, but it seemed the brave companions still considered them allies. Fools. The outer ward was empty. Only the long, slate-roofed stables showed any sign of life, and it wasn't horses Jaime cared about now. He reined in and listened. From behind the Tower of Ghosts came noises, shouts in a babble of tongues, and a distant, ferocious roar that echoed off Harrenhal's walls, followed by a swell of laughter like a rising tide. Suddenly he understood. "Are we too late?" His gut twisted. He drove his spurs into his horse, galloping across the ward under a stone arch around the Wailing Tower and through the Flowstone Yard. They had her in the bear pit. King Harren the Black had insisted even his bear baiting be done with extravagance. The pit was 30 feet across and 15 deep, walled in stone, sand-floored, and surrounded by 6 tiers of marble benches. The brave companions occupied only a quarter of the seats. Jaime saw as he clumsily dismounted. The Sellswords were so fixated on the spectacle below that only those across the pit noticed the newcomers. Brienne wore the same ill-fitting gown she'd worn to supper with Roose Bolton. No armor, not even leather, just pink satin and Myrish lace. Perhaps the goat thought she was more entertaining dressed as a woman. Half the gown was torn away and her left arm bled where the bear had clawed her. At least they gave her a sword. The wench held it one-handed, sidestepping, trying to keep distance between herself and the bear. That's useless. The ring's too small. She needed to press the attack to end it quickly. Good steel could match any bear, but the wench seemed afraid to close the distance. The mummers hurled insults and lewd suggestions at her. "This isn't our fight," Steelshanks warned Amy. His voice tight. Lord Bolton declared the woman was theirs to handle as they pleased. "Her name is Brienne," Jaime corrected, descending past a dozen startled Sellswords. Vargo Hoat occupied the Lord's box on the lowest tier. "Lord Vargo," Jaime called over the noise. The Qohoric nearly spilled his wine. "Kinkthlayer?" The left side of his face was clumsily bandaged, the linen over his ear stained with blood. "Get her out of there." "Stay out of thith, Kinkthlayer, unleth you want another thump." Hoat waved his cup. "Your Themuth bit off part of my ear?" No wonder her father won't rantum thuch a freak. A roar drew Jaime's attention back. The bear stood 8 feet tall, like Gregor Clegane in a fur coat. Jaime mused, though probably brighter. It lacked the mountain's reach with a greatsword, however. Bellowing, the creature bared yellowed teeth before dropping to all fours and charging Brienne. Now's your moment, Jaime thought. Strike, instead, she feebly prodded with her blade's tip. The bear pulled back, then advanced with a rumble. Brienne sidestepped and aimed for its face again. This time it raised a paw to bat the sword away. It's cautious, Jaime realized. It's fought men before. It knows steel can hurt, but that won't save her long. "Kill him," he shouted, his voice lost in the din. If Brienne heard, she showed no sign. She circled the pit, keeping the wall behind her. Too close. If he traps her there. The bear turned clumsily, overshooting. Quick as a cat, Brienne shifted direction. There's the wench, I recall. She darted in to slash its back. Roaring, the beast rose on hind legs again as Brienne scrambled clear. Where's the blood? Then it struck him. Jaime whirled on Hoat. You gave her a blunted tourney blade. The goat brayed laughter, spraying wine and spittle of Cortha. I'll pay her damned ransom. Gold, sapphires, name your price. Pull her out. You want her? Go fetch her." So he did. Gripping the marble rail with his good hand, he vaulted over, rolling as he hit the sand. The bear turned at the thud, sniffing, eyeing the new intruder warily. Jaime pushed up to one knee. Well, what in the seven hells now? He scooped sand into his fist. "Kingslayer?" Brienne said, astonished. "Jaime!" He sprang up, hurling the sand into the bear's face. The beast swiped at the air and roared furiously. "What are you doing here?" "Something stupid. Get behind me." He moved toward her, placing himself between Brienne and the bear. "You get behind. I have the sword." "A sword with no point and no edge. Get behind me." His hand closed on something half buried in the sand. A human jawbone, scraps of greenish flesh still clinging, writhing with maggots. Charming, he thought, idly wondering whose face he held. The bear edged closer, so Jaime whipped his arm and flung bone, rot, and maggots at its head. He missed by a yard. "I ought to lop off this left hand too, for all the good it does." Brienne tried to dart around, but he swept her legs out from under her. She fell, clutching the useless sword. Jaime straddled her as the bear charged. A deep twang sounded, and a feathered bolt sprouted beneath the beast's left eye. Blood and slaver dripped from its jaws as another bolt struck its leg. The bear roared, reared, and spotted them again, lumbering forward. More crossbows fired, quarrels tearing through fur and flesh. At such close range, the bowmen could hardly miss. The shafts hit like maces, yet the bear took another step. The poor, dumb, brave brute. When it swiped, Jaime danced aside, shouting and kicking sand. The bear turned toward its tormentor and took two more quarrels in the back. The bear let out a final, shuddering growl, then slumped heavily onto the blood-soaked ground and lay still. Brienne pushed herself back to her knees, the sword still gripped in her hand, her breath coming in sharp, painful gasps. Around them, Steelshanks Walton's men were calmly rewinding their crossbows, while the bloody mummers hurled insults and threats across the yard. Jaime saw Rorge and Three Toes with blades drawn, and Zolo slowly unfurling his whip. "You slew my bear!" Vargo Hoat screamed, his lisp more pronounced in his fury. "Try anything and you'll join him," Steelshanks shouted back, his voice cutting through the chaos. "The woman comes with us." "Her name is Brienne," Jaime interjected, his tone oddly casual. "Brienne of Tarth. You are still a maiden, I presume?" Her plain, broad face flushed a deep crimson. "I am," she managed. "Splendid," Jaime said with a thin smile. "I make it a point to only rescue maidens." He turned his attention back to Hoat. "You'll have your gold, for both of us. A Lannister always settles his accounts. Now, find some ropes and get us down from here." "To hell with that," Rorge snarled. "Cut them down now, Hoat, or you'll regret it." The Cohoric sellsword captain wavered, his eyes darting between his own drunken men and the stone-sober Northmen who outnumbered them 2-1. Several crossbows were already leveled again. "Get them down," Hoat finally commanded, then added to Jaime, "I have chosen mercy. Remember to tell your lord father." "I shall, my lord," Jaime replied smoothly, though he thought it unlikely to save the man. It wasn't until they were a good distance from Harrenhal, beyond the reach of any arrows from its walls, that Steelshanks allowed his temper to flare. "Have you lost your mind, Kingslayer? Did you want to die? No man fights a bear with his bare hands." "One hand and one stump, to be precise," Jaime corrected mildly. "But I had faith you'd put an end to the beast before it finished me. Otherwise I imagine Lord Bolton would have had your hide, wouldn't he?" Steelshanks cursed him thoroughly for a Lannister fool, then dug his heels into his horse and rode ahead in a cloud of dust. Brienne guided her mount closer. Even in her stained and torn pink satin, she resembled a man awkwardly stuffed into a gown more than a lady. "Sir, I am in your debt, but you were free. Why return?" A dozen cruel jests danced on his tongue, each sharper than the last, but he merely offered a shrug. "I had a dream about you," he said simply. Robb said his farewells to his young queen not once but 3 times. The first was in the solemn quiet of the godswood before the heart tree, witnessed by gods and men alike. The second came at the gatehouse, where Jane clung to him in a long, desperate embrace. The final parting occurred an hour's ride beyond the Tumblestone, when the girl came galloping up on a lathered horse, begging her king to take her with him. Catelyn could see Robb was both moved and deeply embarrassed. The day was damp and gray, a cold drizzle had begun to fall, and the last thing he needed was to halt his entire army to comfort a weeping wife in the mud. He speaks softly to her, Catelyn observed, but there is a storm of frustration just beneath the surface. As the young couple talked, Grey Wind paced restlessly around them, pausing only to shake the rain from his fur and snarl softly at the gloomy sky. After a last brief kiss, Robb sent a dozen men to escort Jane back to Riverrun and swung back into his saddle. The direwolf shot ahead like an arrow from a bow. "Queen Jane possesses a most tender heart," remarked lame Lothar Frey, drawing his horse alongside Catelyn's. "It reminds me of my own sisters. I'd wager Roslyn is right now dancing through the twins, singing Lady Tully, Lady Tully, Lady Roslyn Tully. By tomorrow she'll be holding swatches of blue and red silk to her face, dreaming of her bride's cloak." He turned to smile at Edmure. "Yet you are quiet, Lord Tully. What thoughts occupy you, I wonder?" "Much the same as I had at the stone mill, moments before the war horns blew," Edmure replied, only half joking. Lothar chuckled amiably. "Then let us pray your marriage concludes as triumphantly, my lord." "And may the gods defend us all if it does not," Catelyn thought grimly. She nudged her horse forward, leaving her brother and the genial Frey to their conversation. It was Catelyn who had argued that Jane should stay behind at Riverrun, even as Robb longed to keep his queen beside him. Lord Walder would likely see the queen's absence from the wedding as a fresh insult, yet her presence would have been a different kind of injury, rubbing salt into the old man's pride. Walder Frey nurses a grudge and never forgets a slight, she had cautioned her son. "I know you are strong enough to endure an old man's bitter words if it secures his loyalty, but you inherited too much of your father's honor to sit quietly while he shames Jane before the entire hall." Robb saw the wisdom in her words, yet resentment lingered. He misses her already, Catelyn thought with a heavy heart, and some part of him holds me responsible for her absence, even though he knows my counsel was sound. Of the Westerlings who had ridden with her son from the crag, only Ser Reynold, Jane's brother and the royal standard-bearer, remained in the king's party. Robb had sent Jane's uncle, Rolf Spicer, to deliver young Martin Lannister to the Golden Tooth the very day Lord Tywin agreed to the prisoner exchange. It was a clever maneuver. Her son was freed from worry over his captive's safety. Galbart Glover was heartened to learn his brother Robert had been placed on a ship at Duskendale, and Sir Rolf was given a task of both importance and honor. Most importantly, Grey Wind now prowled beside the king once more, right where he belonged. Lady Cybele Westerling had remained at Riverrun with her children. Jane, her younger sister Elena, and young Rolam, Robb's squire, who voiced his disappointment at being left behind loudly and often. This, too, was a prudent choice. Olyvar Frey had once been Robb's squire, and would surely attend his sister's wedding. Flaunting his replacement would be as foolish as it was cruel. Sir Reynold, for his part, was a good-natured young knight who vowed that no insult from Walder Frey could possibly rouse his temper. A fine sentiment, Catelyn mused, though she privately prayed that insults were the worst they would face. Her own Lord Father had never trusted Walder Frey after the Trident, and she had not forgotten that lesson. Queen Jane was safest behind the formidable walls of Riverrun, under the protection of the Blackfish. Robb had even granted him a new title, Warden of the Southern Marches. If any man could hold the Riverlands, it was Sir Brynden. Still, Catelyn would miss her uncle's weathered, dependable presence, and Robb would miss his strategic mind. The Blackfish had been instrumental in every victory her son had achieved. Now, Galbart Glover commanded the scouts and outriders in his stead, a capable and loyal man, but lacking the Blackfish's instinctive brilliance. Behind Glover's screen of riders, Robb's column stretched for miles along the muddy road. The Great John led the vanguard. Catelyn rode within the main column, surrounded by the steady clank of armor and the plodding of heavy war horses. Following them came the baggage train, a line of wagons burdened with provisions, fodder, equipment, wedding gifts, and those wounded too frail to walk, all guarded by Sir Wendell Manderly and his knights from White Harbor. Herds of gaunt cattle, sheep, and goats trailed behind, followed by a straggling tail of weary camp followers. Bringing up the distant rear was Robin Flint with the rear guard. No enemy threatened from behind for hundreds of miles, yet Rob would risk no complacency. They were 3,500 strong, 3,500 veterans of the Whispering Wood, whose blades had been bloodied at the Battle of the Camps, at Auchross, Ashmark, and the Crag, and across the wealthy hills of the Westerlands. The lords of the Trident, save for her brother Edmure and his modest retinue, had stayed behind to defend the Riverlands while the king marched north to reclaim his homeland. Ahead lay Edmure's bride and Rob's next inevitable clash of arms. And for me, Catelyn thought with a pang that was both sorrow and a sudden sharp anger at the god's cruel design, what awaits? A home haunted by the ghosts of 2 murdered sons, a bed forever cold, and the hollow echo of a family shattered. It was a bleak and lonely road. "Brienne, where have you gone? Find my daughters. Bring them back to me, Brienne. Keep them safe." The light rain that had marked their departure thickened into a persistent downpour by noon, and it did not cease until long after dark. On the following day, the northern riders journeyed under a solid gray sky, hoods drawn tight against the relentless wet. It was a soaking, heavy rain that churned the roads to mire, drowned the fields, and swelled the creeks, beating the last of the autumn leaves from the trees. The steady drumming made casual conversation a chore, so the men saved their words, riding mostly in a damp and weary silence. "Our strength is often underestimated, my lady," observed Lady Maege Mormont as they traveled side by side. Catelyn had come to appreciate Lady Maege and her eldest daughter, Dacey. They were among the few who did not judge her harshly regarding Jaime Lannister. The daughter was long-limbed and slender, the mother broad and sturdy, yet both wore identical armor of steel and leather, the black bear of their house emblazoned on their shields and tunics. To Catelyn's mind, it was strange attire for noblewomen, yet both Mormont seemed more at ease in their roles as warriors and as themselves than the Maid of Tarth ever had. "I've stood with the young wolf in every engagement," Dacey said with a confident smile. "He remains undefeated." "He may be undefeated, but he has lost nearly all else," Catelyn thought, though voicing such despair served no purpose. Her Northmen possessed courage in abundance, yet they were deep in hostile lands, sustained chiefly by their belief in their king. That belief had to be shielded, whatever the cost. "I must find a deeper strength," she resolved. "I must be strong for Rob. If I surrender to sorrow, it will devour me whole." All their hopes now rested on this wedding alliance. If Edmure and Rosalind could find happiness together, if the late Lord Frey could be mollified and his forces joined to Rob's once more, yet even then, what hope did they truly have, trapped between the lines of Lannister and the Iron Men of Greyjoy? It was a thought Catelyn forced away, though Rob seemed to think of little else. She watched him pore over his maps at every halt, searching for some strategy to reclaim their home. Her brother Edmure, however, was preoccupied with a different concern. "You don't think all of Lord Walder's daughters resemble him, do you?" He mused gloomily within his striped pavilion, surrounded by Catelyn and his companions. "With so many mothers, a few of the girls are bound to be fair," offered Sir Mark Piper with a laugh. "But why would the old miser give you a pretty one?" "Exactly," Edmure replied, his tone morose. It was too much for Catelyn. "Queen Cersei is comely," she snapped. "You would be wiser to pray that Rosalind is hale and hearty, with a clever mind and a faithful spirit." With that, she took her leave. Edmure did not receive her words kindly. The next day on the march, he kept his distance, riding instead with Mark Piper, Lymond Goodbrook, Patrick Mallister, and the young Vance heirs. They do not lecture him, save in good humor, Catelyn told herself as the party galloped past her that afternoon without a greeting. "I have always been too stern with Edmure, and now grief puts an edge on all my speech." She regretted her sharpness. The sky provided rain enough without her adding to the deluge, and was it truly so awful for him to wish for a comely bride? She recalled her own girlish dismay upon first meeting Eddard Stark. She had imagined a version of his brother Brandon, but Ned was shorter, his features plainer, and his manner grave. He was ever courteous, yet she sensed a reserve wholly unlike Brandon's fiery passions and wild laughter. Even when he took her to his bed, Their union had felt more of obligation than of ardor. We made Rob that night, however. We made a king, and later, at Winterfell, she had discovered love enough for any woman once she found the tender heart beneath Ned's solemn face. There is every reason for Edmure to find the same with his Rosalind. By some twist of fate, their path led them through the Whispering Wood where Rob had claimed his first great triumph. The memory of that victory, now tinged with the bitterness of all they had lost since, hung in the damp air like a ghost. They moved along the winding stream that cut through the narrow valley floor, retracing the path Jaime Lannister's forces had taken on that ill-fated night. Catelyn recalled it had been warmer then, the trees still cloaked in summer green, the water contained within its banks. Now fallen leaves clogged the current, lying in wet, tangled mats among the stones and roots. The woods that had once concealed Rob's host had traded their vibrant green for a dull gold, speckled with brown and a deep, unsettling red that brought to mind dried blood and old rust. Only the spruce and soldier pines remained defiantly green, their dark spires stabbing upward toward the low, heavy clouds. Far more than the trees have perished since that time, she thought. On the night of the Whispering Wood, Ned still lived, imprisoned beneath Aegon's high hill. Bran and Rickon were secure within Winterfell's walls. Theon Greyjoy had fought beside Robb, bragging afterward of nearly crossing blades with the Kingslayer, if only he had. Had Theon died there instead of Lord Karstark's sons, how much grief might have been avoided? Riding through the old battlefield, Catelyn saw remnants of the slaughter, a helmet overturned and filling with rainwater, the shattered shaft of a lance, the picked-clean skeleton of a horse. Stone cairns had been raised over some of the dead, but scavengers had already been at work. Among the tumbled rocks, she spotted flashes of bright cloth and glints of metal. Once, she caught sight of a face staring blankly from the earth, the skull beginning to show through flesh the color of wet mud. It made her think of Ned's final journey. The Silent Sisters had borne his bones northward under the guard of Hallis Mullen and a few men. Had they made it to Winterfell, to lay him to rest beside his brother Brandon in the castle's deep crypts, or had the gates of Moat Cailin been sealed before Hal and the sisters could pass? 3,500 riders snaked through the valley in the heart of the Whispering Wood, yet Catelyn Stark had never felt more alone. Each mile carried her farther from Riverrun, and a cold doubt settled in her heart. Would she ever see its red stone walls again, or was it lost to her now, like so much else? 5 days later, their scouts returned with grim news. The rising waters had destroyed the wooden bridge at Fairmarket. Galbart Glover and 2 of his bravest men had attempted to swim their horses across the raging Blue Fork at Ramsford. 2 horses were dragged under and drowned, and 1 rider with them. Glover only survived by clinging desperately to a rock until he could be rescued. The river hasn't been this high since the spring floods, Edmure observed, and if this rain doesn't stop, it will rise higher still. There is another bridge upstream near Oldstones, Catelyn said, drawing on memories of traveling these lands with her father. It's older and narrower, but if it still stands. It is gone, my lady, Galbart Glover reported, cutting her off. Washed away even before the one at Fairmarket fell. Robb turned to his mother. Is there another crossing? None, and the fords will be impossible now. She searched her memory. If we cannot cross the Blue Fork, we must go around it, through 7 streams and Hag's Mire. Bogs and rotten roads, or no roads at all, Edmure warned. The going will be painfully slow, but I suppose we'll manage to get there eventually. Lord Walder will wait for us, I'm certain, said Robb, with a confidence that sounded more like a boy's hope than a king's command. Lothar sent a raven from River Run. He knows we are coming. He knows, Catelyn replied, her tone sharpening with a mother's weary skepticism. But the man is as prickly and suspicious as a thorn bush. He may well take this delay as a personal slight, another excuse to nurse one of his famous grudges. She almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Here they were, a king's army, soon to be begging forgiveness from an old man for the crime of bad weather. Fine, then, Robb said, his expression turning wry. I'll add an apology for our tardiness to my growing list. What a glorious king I make, forever bowing and scraping. I can only hope Bolton crossed the Trident before these rains. The King's Road runs straight north. His march will be easy. Even on foot, his men should reach the Twins before we do. And once you've joined his forces to your own and witnessed my brother's wedding, Catelyn pressed, her voice dropping. What comes after that? The question hung in the damp air, heavier than the coming rain. Rob's fingers found a spot behind Greywind's ear. "We head north," he said. "By the causeway? To challenge Moat Cailin?" He offered her a faint, knowing smile. "That's a path one could take," he replied, and something in his voice told her the discussion was closed. A wise king keeps his plans to himself, she thought. After 8 more days of relentless rain, they arrived at Old Stones. They pitched their tents on the hill above the Blue Fork within the broken shell of what was once a fortress of the ancient river kings. Little was left but foundations tracing the ghosts of walls and towers. Generations of local folk had carried off the stones for their own barns and holdfasts. Yet in the center of the overgrown yard, a great stone tomb lay half-concealed in brown, waist-high grass among a circle of ash trees. The lid was carved into the shape of the king who rested below, though wind and rain had worn his features almost smooth. Only the hint of a beard remained, and the vague impressions of eyes, a nose, and a crown around the temples. His stone hands clasped a warhammer upon his chest. Once runes would have named the weapon and told its tale, but the centuries had erased them. The stone itself was cracked and crumbling, blotched with lichen, while wild roses had climbed from the king's feet nearly to his throat. There, in the fading light, Catelyn found her son standing solemnly beside his direwolf. For once the rain had ceased, and he stood bareheaded. "Did this place have another name?" he asked softly when she joined him. "The small folk always called it Old Stones when I was young, but surely it had a grander title when kings dwelled here." She had camped on this hill once with her father, on the road to Seagard. Peder had been with them, too. There's a song, Rob recalled. Jenny of Old Stones with flowers in her hair. We all become songs in the end, if we're fortunate. She had played at being Jenny that very day, weaving blossoms into her hair, while Peder pretended to be her prince of dragonflies. She could not have been more than 12. He was just a boy. Rob studied the weathered sepulchre. Who is buried here? Christopher, the 4th of his name, king of the rivers and the hills, she answered, recalling the tale her own father had shared. He ruled from the trident to the neck, long before Jenny's time, when the kingdoms of the first men were falling before the Andals. They named him the Hammer of Justice. The singers claim he fought 100 battles and won 99. When he raised this castle, it was the strongest in all the land. She rested a hand on her son's shoulder. He fell in his 100th fight, when 7 Andal kings joined against him. His son, the 5th Christopher, was not the man his father was. The kingdom was lost, then the castle, and finally the bloodline. With Christopher V died House Mud, who had ruled the Riverlands for 1,000 years before the Andals ever came. His heir failed him, Rob murmured, his palm brushing the rough stone. A bitter, almost sarcastic edge crept into his voice. I'd hoped to leave Jane with a child. We certainly tried often enough, but who can say? Maybe kings and hammers aren't so different. Both swing with purpose, yet sometimes you just strike air. He shook his head, the momentary irony fading back into gravity. It doesn't always happen quickly, Catelyn said gently, though it had with him. Not even after 100 tries. You are young. Young and a king, he replied. A king must have an heir. If I fall in the next battle, the kingdom cannot die with me. By law, Sansa is next. Winterfell and the north would pass to her. His jaw tightened. To her, and to her lord husband. Tyrion Lannister, I will not allow it. That dwarf will never hold the north. No, Catelyn agreed. You must name another heir until the day Jane gives you a son. She paused, thinking. Around them, the first evening stars began to pierce the twilight, and a cool breeze stirred the grass where the ancient king lay forgotten. Your grandfather was an only child, but his own father had a sister who married a younger son from the junior branch of House Royce. They raised 3 daughters, each of whom married lords of the Vale. One wed a Waynwood, another a Corbray, the third, perhaps a Templeton, but, mother. Rob's voice cut with an edge she hadn't expected. You're overlooking something. My father had 4 sons. She hadn't overlooked it, she had simply avoided the thought. Now it lay bare between them. A snow is not a Stark. Jon carries more of Winterfell in him than some Vale lord who's never felt its cold, Rob countered. He understands the North. Jon swore an oath to the Night's Watch. He cannot take a wife or claim lands. That service is for life. The same was said of the Kingsguard. It didn't stop the Lannisters from casting aside Sir Barristan and Sir Boros when they became inconvenient. If I send the Watch 100 fighting men in Jon's stead, they'll find a way to absolve his vows. She recognized that stubborn set in his jaw. A bastard has no right of inheritance. Unless a king legitimizes him, Robb said. There's more history for that than for freeing a sworn brother. A decree can change his name and his future. History, Catelyn replied, the word tasting bitter. Yes, Aegon IV legitimized his bastards with his dying breath. Look at the pain it spawned, the wars, the betrayals, generations of bloodshed. The Blackfyre rebellions haunted the Targaryens for ages until Barristan the Bold ended the line. If you make Jon a true Stark, you cannot undo it. Should he marry and have sons, any child you might have with Jane would live under a shadow. Your own heirs would never be secure. Jon would never raise a hand against my son. Did we believe Theon Greyjoy would harm Bran or Rickon? Grey Wind sprang onto the ancient crypt, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Robb's expression turned to ice. That is a cruel and unjust comparison. Jon is nothing like Theon. You hope, she said softly. But have you thought of your sisters? What of their claims? I agree. The North must never fall to the imp. But Arya's rights come after Sansa's, your own true-born sister, and likely dead. His words were flat, final. No one has seen Arya since father was murdered. Why cling to a ghost? Arya is gone, the same as Bran and Rickon. They'll kill Sansa too, once the dwarf gets a child from her. Jon is the only brother left to me. If I die without an heir, I will have him follow me as king in the North. I hoped you would stand with me in this. I cannot, she whispered. In all other things, Robb, in everything. But not this. This recklessness, do not ask it of me. I don't need to ask, he said, the king's voice overtaking the son's. I command it. He turned and strode away, Grey Wind leaping down to follow. What have I done? Catelyn stood alone by the weathered sepulchre, a weary emptiness filling her. First Edmure, and now Robb. I only spoke the truth. Is the truth so sharp that men cannot hold it without bleeding? The sky opened then as if weeping the tears she could not shed. The walk back to her tent felt endless, the silence within even heavier. In the days that followed, Robb was a ghost of motion, riding at the front with the Greatjon, ranging ahead with his direwolf, checking on the rear guard. The men boasted that the young wolf was first to rise and last to rest, but Catelyn watched the hollow's form beneath his eyes and wondered if he rested at all. He was growing as lean and restless as the beast at his side. My lady, Maege Mormont said to her one damp morning as they rode through a persistent rain, "You wear a heavy silence." Is something wrong? My husband is dead. My father is dead. 2 sons murdered. 1 daughter sold to a faithless dwarf. Another vanished into the wind. My last son and my only brother both furious with me. What indeed could possibly be wrong? It was more truth she knew than Lady Maege would care to bear. This is a foul reign, she replied, shifting the subject. We have endured so much already, and greater dangers and sorrows still lie ahead. We should meet them head on, with trumpets sounding and our flags flying high. Yet this downpour saps our spirit. The banners droop, soaked and heavy, and the men retreat beneath their cloaks, speaking in hushed tones, if at all. Only a wicked rain could cool our courage just when we need it to blaze. Daisy Mormont glanced upward. I'll take a downpour over a volley of arrows any day. Catelyn found herself smiling faintly. You are bolder than I am, I think. Are all the women of Bear Island such fighters? She-bears, yes, Lady Maege affirmed. We've had little choice. In the old times, raiders would come in their longboats, iron men from the sea or wildlings from the frozen shore. The men were often away fishing. The women left behind had to protect their homes and their young or be taken. There's a carving above our gate, Daisy added. A woman wrapped in a bearskin, a babe at her breast. In her other hand she grips a battle axe. She isn't what you'd call a proper lady, but I've always admired her. My nephew Jorah once brought home a proper lady, Lady Maege recalled. He won her hand in a tourney. How she despised that carving. Yes, and everything else here, Daisy said. Linus had hair like golden thread and skin like fresh cream. But her delicate hands were never meant for axes, nor her breasts for nursing, her mother stated plainly. Catelyn knew whom they meant. Jorah Mormont had presented his second wife at Winterfell for festivities, and they had once stayed as guests for 2 weeks. She remembered Lynessa's youth, her beauty, and her palpable discontent. One evening, warmed by wine, Lynessa had confided that the North was no place for a high tower of Oldtown. A Tully of Riverrun once felt the same. Catelyn had offered kindly, hoping to comfort, but in time she found much here to cherish. All of it gone now, she thought. Winterfell and Ned, Bran and Rickon, Sansa, Arya, all lost. Only Robb remains. Was there too much of Lyness Hightower in her after all, and not enough of the Starks? If only I had learned to swing an axe, perhaps I could have shielded them. The days dragged on and the rain never ceased. They traveled up the Blue Fork, beyond Seven Streams, where the river frayed into a tangle of creeks, then into Hag's Mire, where shimmering green pools threatened to swallow the careless, and the soft earth clung to their horses' hooves like a hungry infant. Progress was agonizingly slow. Half the wagons had to be abandoned to the mud, their cargo shifted to mules and draft horses. Amidst the bogs of Hag's Mire, Lord Jason Mallister and his column caught up to them. Though more than an hour of daylight remained, Robb ordered a halt at once, and Sir Reynold Westerling came to bring Catelyn to the king's tent. Inside, she found her son beside a brazier, a map spread over his knees. Grey Wind slept at his feet. The Greyjohn was there, along with Galbart Glover, Maege Mormont, Edmure, and a stranger, a plump, balding man who seemed to shrink into himself. No nobleman, this one, Catelyn sensed immediately. Not a fighter, either. Lord Jason Mallister stood to offer Catelyn his seat. His hair was now more white than brown, yet the Lord of Seaguard remained a striking figure, tall and slender, with a sharp, clean-shaven face, prominent cheekbones, and intense blue-gray eyes. "Lady Stark, a pleasure always. I bring hopeful news, I believe. We are desperate for any, my lord." She sat, listening to the rain drum steadily on the canvas overhead. Robb waited until Sir Reynold secured the tent flap. "The gods have answered us, my lords. Lord Jason has brought the captain of the Mirehem, a merchant vessel out of Oldtown. Captain, share with the council what you told me," Catelyn urged. "Aye, your grace," the man replied, nervously wetting his lips. "Before I made port at Seaguard, my last stop was Lordsport on Pike. The Ironborn held me there for over half a year on King Balon's orders, but the truth of it is, the king is gone. Balon Greyjoy is dead?" Catelyn felt her heart stutter. "You are certain?" The weathered captain nodded vigorously. "Pike is built on that cliffside, part on the mainland, and part on those sea stacks, connected by rope and wood bridges. The story in Lordsport was that a storm blew in from the west, fierce rain and thunder, and the old king was crossing one when the wind ripped the bridge apart. They found him washed up 2 days later, battered and swollen. They say the crabs had taken his eyes." The Greatjohn let out a booming laugh.
King crabs for a king, I suppose. A fitting feast. But that's not the end of it, no, your grace.
The captain pressed on, leaning in. "The brother has returned? Victarion?" Galbart Glover asked, startled. "Euron. Crow's Eye, they name him, a black-hearted reaver if ever there was one. He'd been gone for years, but the moment Lord Balon was cold, Euron sailed into Lordsport on his ship, the Silence. Black sails, a red hull, and a crew of mutes. Gossip says he'd sailed as far as Asshai and back. Wherever he'd been, he's home now. He marched into Pike, sat himself in the sea-stone chair, and drowned Lord Botley in a barrel of seawater for objecting. That's when I slipped back to my Mirehem and raised anchor, hoping to escape in the confusion. And so I did." Robb waited until the man finished. "Captain, you have my gratitude, and you will be rewarded. Lord Jason will escort you back to your ship shortly. Please wait outside."
"Of course, your grace. Of course." The moment the captain was gone, the Greatjohn's laughter filled the pavilion, but Robb silenced him with a sharp look. Euron Greyjoy is no one's idea of a king, if half of what Theon said of him is true. Theon is the rightful heir, unless he is dead, but Victarion commands the Iron Fleet. I cannot believe he would stay at Moat Cailin while Euron Crow's eye sits upon the seastone chair. He will have to return.
There is also the daughter, Galbart Glover reminded him, the one holding Deepwood Motte, along with Robet's wife and child. If she remains at Deepwood Motte, that is all she will ever hold, said Robb. What is true for the brothers is even truer for her. She will need to sail home to challenge Euron and assert her own claim. He turned to Lord Jason Mallister. You maintain a fleet at Seaguard. A fleet, your grace? 6 longships and 2 war galleys. Enough to defend my coasts from raiders, but I could never hope to face the Iron Fleet in open battle, nor would I ask you to. The Ironborn will likely soon set sail for Pike. Theon explained their ways to me, every captain a king on his own deck. They will all want a say in who succeeds. My lord, I need 2 of your longships to sail around the Cape of Eagles and up into the Neck toward Greywater Watch. Lord Jason hesitated. A dozen streams drain the wetlands, all of them shallow, muddy, and unmapped. I would hardly call them rivers. The channels constantly shift. There are endless sandbars, submerged logs, and snarls of deadwood. And Greywater Watch moves. How are my ships to find it? Go upriver flying my banner. The Cranogmen will find you. I want 2 ships to better ensure my message reaches Howland Reed. Lady Mage will travel on one, Galbart on the other. He turned to the 2 named. You will carry letters for my northern lords who remain, but the orders inside will be false, in case you are captured. If that happens, you must say you are sailing north for Bear Island or the Stony Shore. He tapped the map decisively. Moat Cailin is the key. Lord Balin was well aware of that fact, which is precisely why he dispatched his brother Victarion to hold it with the core of the Greyjoy forces. Disputes over succession or not, the Ironborn are not foolish enough to give up Moat Cailin, Lady Mage stated. Robb conceded the point. No, they won't. Victarion will leave his strongest defenders behind, I expect, but every soldier he takes with him is one fewer we have to face, and he will take many of his commanders, you can be sure of that. He'll need those voices to support him if he wants to claim the Seastone chair. You cannot be planning a direct assault up the causeway, your grace, Galbart Glover argued. The approach is too constricted. There's no room to maneuver. No army has ever taken the moat from the south. From the south, Robb agreed, but if we strike from both the north and the west at the same time, hitting them from behind while they're focused on repelling what they believe is my main force on the causeway, then we have an opportunity. Once I join with Lord Bolton and the Freys, I'll command over 12,000 men. I intend to split them into 3 separate columns, launching them up the causeway spaced half a day apart. If the Greyjoys have scouts south of the Neck, they'll witness my entire army charging straight at Moat Cailin. Roose Bolton will command the rear. I will lead the center. Greatjon, you will head the vanguard against the moat. Your assault must be so brutal that the Ironborn have no time to consider if anyone is slipping up behind them from the northern marshes. The Greatjon gave a low laugh. Your sneakers better be quick, or my lads will be over those walls and claiming the moat before you even arrive. I'll wrap it up and give it to you as a present when you come strolling in later. That is a gift I would be most grateful to receive, Robb replied. Edmure was frowning in thought. You speak of attacking their rear, sire, but how do you plan to get north of them? There are paths through the Neck that don't appear on any map, uncle. Trails known only to the Cranogmen. Narrow passages between the bogs and soggy waterways through the reeds that only their small boats can navigate. He turned to his messengers. Tell Howland Reed to send guides to me. 2 days after I begin my march up the causeway, they are to find the center column where my personal banner flies. 3 hosts will march from the Twins, but only 2 will arrive at Moat Cailin. My own force will fade into the Neck, only to reappear along the Fever River. If we move quickly after my uncle's wedding, we can all be in position before the year turns. We will fall upon the moat from 3 sides at the dawn of the new century, just as the Iron Men are waking with their heads pounding from all the ale they'll have guzzled the night before. I like this scheme, boomed the Greatjon.
I like it very much.
Galbart Glover rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There are dangers. If the Cranogmen should fail to guide you, then we will be no worse off than we are now. But they will not fail. My father knew the value of Howland Reed's loyalty. Rob rolled the map shut, and finally his gaze settled on Catelyn. Mother, she stiffened, have you some role in this for me? Your role is to remain safe. Our passage through the neck will be perilous, and nothing but combat awaits us in the north. Lord Mallister has generously offered you refuge at Seaguard until the conflict is over. You will be comfortable there, I am certain. Was this her penalty for opposing him over Jon Snow? Or simply for being a woman and, worse, a mother? It took her a moment to notice that every eye in the room was upon her. They had known about this arrangement, she realized. Catelyn shouldn't have been shocked. She had gained no allies by freeing the Kingslayer, and she had heard the Greatjon declare more than once that a battlefield was no place for a woman. Her fury must have been plain on her face, because Galbart Glover spoke before she could. My lady, his grace is being prudent. It is best you do not accompany us. Seaguard would be honored by your presence, Lady Catelyn, Lord Jason Mallister added. You would make me a captive, she said flatly. An honored guest, Lord Jason insisted. Catelyn turned her eyes to her son, her silence more cutting than any protest. I mean, no disrespect to Lord Jason, she replied, her tone formal and cold. But if I am not to remain by your side, I would prefer to go back to Riverrun. Rob shook his head. My wife is at Riverrun. I want my mother somewhere else. If you store every valuable thing in one place, you only make it simpler for a thief. Once the wedding is done, you will travel to Seaguard. That is my command as your king. He rose, and just like that, her future was decided. He lifted a piece of parchment. There is another issue. Lord Balon has left disorder behind him, or so we pray. I do not wish to do the same. I have no son. My brothers Bran and Rickon are gone, and my sister is married to a Lannister. I have considered this deeply who should rule after me. I now order you, as my faithful lords, to place your seals upon this paper and bear witness to my choice. A true king, Catelyn thought, feeling utterly overcome. She could only pray that the scheme he had devised for Moat Cailin would prove as effective as the one that had just ensnared her. Whitetree, Sam pleaded silently. Let this be Whitetree. He recalled Whitetree. It was marked on the maps he had sketched during their journey north. If this settlement was Whitetree, then he would know their location. Please, it must be. He wanted it so desperately that for a short while he forgot the pain in his feet, the throbbing in his legs and back, and the numb, frozen fingers he could barely move. He even pushed from his mind Lord Mormont and Craster, the Whites, and the others. Whitetree, Sam begged, directing his plea to any deity who might hear, yet all wildling villages looked very similar. A massive weirwood stood in the middle of this one, but a Whitetree did not guarantee it was Whitetree. Hadn't the weirwood at Whitetree been larger? Perhaps his memory was failing him. The face carved into the pale trunk was elongated and sorrowful. Dried red sap like tears seeped from its eyes. Was that how it appeared when we traveled north? Sam could not remember. Surrounding the tree were a few single-room huts with sod roofs, a log long hall covered in moss, a stone well, a sheep pen, but no sheep and no people. The wildlings had departed to join Mance Rayder in the Frostfangs, taking their belongings and leaving only their empty homes. Sam was grateful for that much. Dusk was falling, and the chance to sleep under a roof even once was a relief. He was exhausted. It felt as if he had been walking for years. His boots were coming apart, every blister on his feet had long since burst and hardened, yet now fresh blisters were forming beneath the calluses, and his toes were growing numb with cold. But walking was the only choice, stop, and he would die. Gilly was still frail from giving birth and was carrying the infant. She needed the horse far more than he did. Their second horse had collapsed 3 days after leaving Craster's Keep. It was a miracle the poor underfed creature had lasted that long. Sam's own weight had likely finished her. They could have tried riding together, but he feared the same outcome. It's better that I walk. Sam sent Gilly into the long hall to start a fire while he checked the huts. She was more skilled with fires, he could never get the kindling to catch, and the last time he tried using flint and steel, he had sliced his hand with his knife. Gilly had bandaged the cut, but his hand remained stiff and sore, even clumsier than before. He knew he ought to clean the wound and change the wrapping, but he dreaded looking at it. Besides, it was so bitterly cold that he hated removing his gloves. Sam wasn't sure what he hoped to find in the deserted houses. Maybe the wildlings had left some food behind. He had to look. John had searched the huts at White Tree during their northward trek. Inside one hut, Sam heard the scuttling of rats from a shadowy corner, but otherwise there was nothing except old straw, lingering odors, and ashes beneath the smoke hole. He walked back to the weirwood and studied the carved face for a moment. It is not the same face we saw before, he finally admitted to himself. The weirwood was smaller than the one at White Tree, its carved red eyes seeming to weep a dark sap. Sam couldn't recall if that detail was true or just his fear painting the memory. He knelt awkwardly, the snow soaking through his trousers. "Old gods," he whispered, the words feeling strange on his tongue. "The 7 were my father's faith, but I swore my vows to you when I took the black. We are lost, and hungry, and so very cold. I don't even know what I believe anymore. But if you're listening, help us. Gilly has her son." It was a feeble prayer, all he could muster. The deepening dusk made the weirwood's leaves look like 1,000 rustling, blood-red hands. Whether any power hurt him, he couldn't know. Back in the long hall, Gilly had managed to get a fire going. She sat near the flames, her furs open to nurse the baby. He's as hungry as we are, Sam thought grimly. The old women at Craster's had smuggled them some food, but their supplies were nearly gone. Sam had been a terrible hunter even in the well-stocked woods of Horn Hill with dogs and guides. Here, in this vast, silent wilderness, his chances were non-existent. His attempts at fishing the icy streams had been just as pathetic. "How much farther, Sam?" Gilly asked, her voice thin. "Is it still very far?" "Not as far as it was," he said, trying to sound convincing. He shrugged off his pack and sank to the floor, his back screaming from days of walking. He wanted to lean against a carved pillar, but the fire's warmth in the center of the hall was a greater lure than comfort. "A few more days, I think." He had his maps, but if this wasn't White Tree, they were practically useless. "Did we go too far east around that last lake, or too far west when I tried to correct?" He worried. He was developing a real hatred for lakes and rivers. There were never any bridges or ferries, just long, exhausting detours. It was easier to follow a deer trail than fight through the underbrush, easier to skirt a ridge than climb it. If Bannon or Dywin were here, we'd be warming our feet at Castle Black by now. But Bannon was dead, and Dywin was gone with the others. The wall is 300 miles long and 700 feet high, he reminded himself. If they kept heading south, they had to find it eventually. He was sure they were going south. He used the sun by day, and when the sky was clear, the ice dragon's tail by night, though they traveled less after the second horse died. The moonlit forest was a treacherous place for a man or a weary Garin to break a leg. We must be well south by now. We have to be. What nagged at him was not the southward direction, but how far east or west they might have drifted. They would find the wall in a day or a week. It couldn't be farther than that, surely. But where? They needed the gate at Castle Black, the only passage through the wall for 100 leagues. "Is the wall as big as Craster said?" Gilly asked, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "Bigger," Sam said, forcing a cheerful tone. "So big it hides the castles behind it. But they're there, you'll see. The wall is ice, but the castles are made of stone and wood. There are high towers and deep cellars and a long hall with a fire that never goes out. It's so hot inside, Gilly, you won't believe it." "Could we stand by it? Me and the baby?" "Not for too long, just until the chill is gone from our bones." "You can stand by it as long as you want," Sam promised. "You'll have warm food and drink, too." All of it. The promise felt hollow even as he said it, a desperate fiction woven to keep the cold and the doubt at bay for one more night. The warmth of spiced wine and a bowl of venison cooked with onions, along with bread fresh from Hobbs' oven, so hot it could scorch your skin. Sam tugged off a glove to flex his fingers near the fire, a decision he quickly regretted. They had been numb from the cold, but as sensation crept back, the pain was so sharp it brought tears to his eyes. To distract himself, he spoke of the brothers. Sometimes one of them will sing a tune. Darion had the finest voice, but they sent him off to Eastwatch. Halder is still here, and Toad, his real name is Totter, but with that face, the name stuck. He loves to sing, though. He sounds like a frog in a rain barrel. Do you sing? Gilly adjusted her furs, shifting the baby from one breast to the other. Sam felt his cheeks grow warm. I know a few songs. When I was small, I liked to sing. I even danced, though my Lord Father forbade it. He said if I wanted to move about like that, I should do it in the training yard with a blade in my hand. Would you sing a Southron song? For the child? If you wish. Sam paused, thinking. There's a hymn our Septon used to sing to me and my sisters when we were little, and it was time for bed. The Song of the Seven, it's called. He cleared his throat and began softly. The Father's face is stern and strong. He sits and judges right from wrong. He weighs our lives, the short and long, and loves the little children. The mother gives the gift of life and watches over every wife. Her gentle smile ends all strife, and she loves her little children. The warrior stands before the foe, protecting us where'er we go. With sword and shield and spear and bow, he guards the little children. The crone is very wise and old, and sees our fates as they unfold. She lifts her lamp of shining gold to lead the little children. The smith, he labors day and night to put the world of men to right. With hammer, plow, and fire bright, he builds for little children. The maiden dances through the sky, she lives in every lover's sigh. Her smiles teach the birds to fly, and give dreams to little children. The seven gods who made us all are listening if we should call. So close your eyes, you shall not fall. They see you, little children. Just close your eyes, you shall not fall. They see you, little children. Sam recalled the last time he had sung that song with his mother, trying to soothe baby Dickon to sleep. His father had stormed in upon hearing them, furious. "I'll have no more of that," Lord Randall had snapped at his wife. "You softened one boy with those Septon's lullabies. Do you intend to ruin this one as well?" Then he had turned to Sam. "Go sing to your sisters if you must. Stay away from my son." Gilly's baby had drifted off, a tiny, silent bundle that made Sam anxious. The child still had no name. When Sam had asked, Gilly said it was ill luck to name a babe before it turned 2. Too many of them died. She covered herself again. "That was pretty, Sam. You sing well. You should hear Daron. His voice is smooth as honeyed wine. We drank the sweetest mead the day Craster took me for a wife. It was summer then, and the air was not so bitter." Gilly gave him a curious glance. "Did you only sing of 6 gods?" "Craster always said you Southrons had 7. 7, Sam confirmed, but no one sings of the stranger. The stranger was death itself. Even mentioning it made Sam uneasy. We ought to eat something. Just a bite. All that remained were a few black sausages, hard as seasoned wood. Sam sawed off a couple of thin slices for each of them. His wrist ached with the effort, but hunger drove him on. If you chewed long enough, the slices softened and took on a rich, garlicky flavor from Craster's wives. After they finished, Sam excused himself to tend to necessities and check on the horse. A fierce wind cut down from the north, and the tree leaves clattered like bones as he passed. At the stream, he had to break a thin sheet of ice so the horse could drink. I should bring her inside. He didn't want to wake at dawn to discover their horse had frozen overnight. Gilly would keep pushing forward even if it did. The girl was far braver than he was. He wished he knew what he would do with her once they returned to Castle Black. She kept mentioning how she would be his wife if he wished, but brothers of the Night's Watch didn't keep wives. Besides, he was a Tarley of Horn Hill. He could never marry a wildling woman. I'll need to figure something out. As long as we reach the wall alive, nothing else matters, not a single bit. Guiding the horse to the long hall was straightforward. Getting her through the doorway proved difficult, but Sam kept at it. Gilly was already half asleep by the time he managed to bring the Garin inside. He secured the horse in a corner, added more wood to the fire, removed his heavy cloak, and slipped beneath the furs next to the wildling woman. His cloak was large enough to cover all 3 of them, trapping the warmth from their bodies. Gilly carried the scent of milk, garlic, and worn fur, but he had grown accustomed to it. To Sam, they were comforting smells. He enjoyed sleeping beside her. It reminded him of much earlier times, back at Horn Hill, when he had shared an enormous bed with 2 of his sisters. That had ended when Lord Randale declared it was turning him soft and girlish. Sleeping alone in my own cold cell never made me any tougher or more courageous, though. He wondered what his father would say if he could see him now. "I slew one of the others, my lord," he pictured himself saying. "I stabbed him with an obsidian dagger, and my sworn brothers call me Sam the Slayer now." Yet even in his imagination, Lord Randale merely scowled, full of disbelief. His dreams were unsettling that night. He found himself back at Horn Hill, within the castle, but his father was absent. The castle was Sam's now. Jon Snow stood with him. Lord Mormont was there too, the old bear, along with Gren and Dolorous Ed and Pip and Toad and all his other brothers from the Watch, but they wore vibrant colors instead of black. Sam sat at the high table and hosted them all, carving thick slices from a roast using his father's greatsword, Heartsbane. There were sweet cakes to enjoy and honeyed wine to drink, there was singing and dancing, and everyone was wonderfully warm. When the feast concluded, he went upstairs to rest, not to the Lord's bedchamber where his parents slept, but to the room he had once shared with his sisters. Only instead of his sisters, it was Gilly waiting in the vast, soft bed, wearing nothing but a large, shaggy fur with milk leaking from her breasts. He awoke abruptly, gripped by cold and dread. The fire had dwindled to smoldering red embers. The very air felt frozen, it was so bitterly cold. In the corner, the Garen was whinnying and kicking at the logs with her hind legs. Gilly sat near the fire, clutching her baby. Sam sat up, groggy, his breath puffing pale from his open mouth. The long hall was dark with shadows, black and blacker still. The hair on his arms stood on end. "It's nothing," he told himself. "I'm just cold, that's all." Then by the door, one of the shadows shifted. A large one. "This is still a dream," Sam prayed. "Oh, let me still be asleep. Let this be a nightmare." "He's dead! He's dead! I saw him die! He's come for the baby!" Gilly wept. "He smells him! A newborn babe reeks of life. He's come for the life." The enormous dark shape ducked under the lintel into the hall and shambled toward them. In the faint glow of the fire, the shadow resolved into Small Paul. "Go away," Sam croaked. "We don't want you here." Paul's hands were black as coal, his face was pale as milk, his eyes shone a bitter, icy blue. Hoarfrost crusted his beard, and on one shoulder hunched a raven, pecking at his cheek, consuming the dead white flesh. Sam's bladder released, and he felt the warmth spreading down his legs. "Gilly, calm the horse and lead her outside." "You do that now." "You," she began. "I have the knife, the dragon-glass dagger." He fumbled it out as he struggled to his feet. He had passed the first blade to Gren, yet in his frantic escape from Craster's Keep, he'd had the presence of mind to snatch Lord Mormont's dagger. Now he gripped it fiercely, edging back from the fire's fading warmth, putting distance between himself and Gilly with her child. "Paul?" He'd intended to sound resolute, but his voice cracked into a frightened whimper. "Small Paul. You remember me, don't you? I'm Sam. Fat, trembling Sam. You saved me out in the haunted woods. You carried me when my legs gave out? No one else would have, but you did." Sam retreated, the knife trembling in his grasp, tears and snot streaking his face. "I am nothing but a craven. Please, Paul, don't do this. Why would you want to harm us?" Gilly scrambled backward over the packed earth. The reanimated corpse shifted its gaze toward her, but Sam's desperate shout of "no" drew its attention back. The raven perched on its shoulder tore a gash in the white's pallid, decaying cheek. Sam raised the dagger, his breaths coming in ragged, heaving gasps. Across the shadowed hall, Gilly had reached the Garon. "Gods, grant me strength," Sam pleaded silently. "Just this once, let me find a shred of bravery. Long enough for her to escape." Small Paul advanced. Sam kept backing up until his shoulders met the rough-hewn logs of the wall. He wrapped both hands around the dagger's hilt to steady it. The white showed no fear of the dragon-glass blade. Perhaps it didn't recognize the threat. It moved with a slow, deliberate pace, though Small Paul had never been swift, even in life. Behind the creature, Gilly whispered soothing words to the horse, trying to guide it toward the exit. But the animal must have caught the white's strange, icy odor. It reared suddenly, hooves slashing at the frost-laden air. Paul turned toward the commotion, his focus shifting entirely from Sam. There was no moment for thought, prayer, or fear. Samwell Tarley lunged forward and drove the dagger deep into Small Paul's back. Caught off guard, the white never saw the attack coming. The raven shrieked and took flight. "You're dead!" Sam screamed as he struck. "You're dead! You're dead!" He stabbed and shouted over and over, shredding the heavy black cloak. Shards of dragon glass sprayed into the air as the blade shattered against the iron mail hidden beneath the wool. Sam's cry hung as a ghostly white mist in the cold darkness. He dropped the now useless hilt and stumbled back as Small Paul twisted around. Before Sam could draw the ordinary steel knife every brother carried, the white's frigid black hands closed around his throat. Paul's fingers were so cold they burned, digging deep into the soft flesh of Sam's neck. "Run, Gilly, run," he tried to scream, but when he opened his mouth, only a strangled gurgle emerged. His fumbling hand finally found the hilt of his backup knife, but when he drove it upward into the white's belly, the point skittered off the iron rings, and the blade flew from his grip. Small Paul's fingers tightened relentlessly and began to twist. "He means to tear my head clean off," Sam thought, a wave of utter despair washing over him. His throat was frozen, his lungs burning. He beat and clawed at the white's wrists, to no effect. He kicked Paul between the legs, useless. The world narrowed to 2 points of cold blue light, an unbearable crushing agony, and a cold so intense it felt like his tears were freezing solid. With a final, desperate surge, Sam threw his weight forward. Small Paul was strong, but Sam still had bulk on his side, and he'd seen how clumsy the whites could be back at the fist of the first men. The sudden motion threw Paul off balance, and the living man and the dead one crashed to the ground together. The impact loosened one hand from Sam's throat, and he gulped a single precious breath before the icy fingers returned. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. He twisted his head, searching for his lost knife, and instead saw a dull orange glow. The fire? Only embers and ashes remained. But it was a chance. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Sam wrenched himself sideways, dragging Paul with him, his hands scrabbled across the dirt floor, grasping, scattering the ashes until his fingers closed around something hot, a chunk of charred wood, its heart still glowing with red and orange embers beneath the blackened surface. His hand tightened around the object, and he drove it with brutal force into Paul's mouth, feeling the sickening crunch of teeth giving way. Even then, the white's icy grip did not relent. Sam's mind spiraled toward a final, desperate thought of the mother who had cherished him and the father he felt he had disappointed. The long hall seemed to tilt and whirl around him, and it was in that dizzying spin that he noticed the first tendril of smoke curling up from between Paul's shattered jaw. Then, the dead man's entire face erupted into fire and the crushing hands vanished. Gasping for breath, Sam weakly rolled aside. The white was now fully ablaze, the hoarfrost on its beard melting away as the flesh beneath charred and blackened. The raven cried out sharply, but Paul made no sound when his mouth gaped open, only a torrent of flames poured forth. And his eyes, the chilling blue light was gone, simply gone. Sam crawled to the doorway. The air outside was a knife's edge of cold, painful to draw into his lungs, yet the pain itself felt clean and strangely welcome. He stumbled out of the long hall. "Gilly?" he shouted into the night. "Gilly, it's dead. I killed it. Gil," she was pressed against the pale bark of the weirwood, the infant clutched tightly to her chest. They were everywhere around her. Dozens of them, scores, some clad in the furs and hides of wildlings, but far more wore the familiar black of the night's watch. Sam recognized Lark the Sisterman, Softfoot, and Riles. The dark wen on Chet's neck and his iced-over boils were hideously clear. Another figure missing half its skull might have been Hake. They had ripped the Garin to pieces, their red, slick hands pulling steaming entrails from the carcass. A whimper escaped Sam. "This isn't right, it isn't fair." "Fair," croaked the raven, alighting on his shoulder. "Fair, far fear." It beat its wings, adding its cry to Gilly's rising scream as the whites closed in. Sam heard the dark red leaves of the heart tree whispering secrets in a language he could not grasp. The very starlight above seemed to shiver, and the surrounding grove of trees groaned in protest. Sam Tarley's face went the shade of sour milk, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ravens. They filled the weirwood, hundreds upon thousands of them, crowding the bone-white branches and peering through the blood-red leaves. He saw their beaks open in a unified shriek, saw the dark wings begin to beat. In an angry living cloud, they descended upon the whites. They swarmed over Chet's face, pecking at his blue eyes. They covered the sisterman like a buzzing cloak. They tore morsels from within Hake's broken skull. So many filled the air that when Sam looked up, the moon was completely blotted out. "Go," commanded the bird on his shoulder. "Go, go, go." Sam ran, each breath a puff of frost in the frigid air. All around, the whites thrashed silently against the storm of black wings and stabbing beaks, falling without a single groan or cry. The ravens paid Sam no mind. He seized Gilly's hand and yanked her away from the tree. "We have to leave now." "To where?" Gilly cried, hurrying to keep up while holding her baby. "They killed our horse! How can we possibly? Brother!" The call sliced through the cacophony of raven shrieks. Under the trees, a figure swathed in mottled blacks and grays sat mounted upon an elk. "Here," the rider shouted, his face hidden deep within a hood. "He's one of us, in black." Sam pushed Gilly toward him. The elk was monstrously large, standing 10 feet tall at the shoulder, its vast antlers spreading like a wooden canopy. The great beast knelt to allow them to climb. "Here," the rider repeated, extending a hand to haul Gilly up behind him. Then it was Sam's turn. "My thanks," he gasped. Only when he clasped the offered hand did he realize the rider wore no glove. The hand was black, cold as winter, and the fingers felt as unyielding as stone. Chapter 47. Arya. Upon cresting the ridge and sighting the river, Sandor Clegane wrenched his horse to a sudden halt and unleashed a string of curses. Rain fell from a sky the color of forged iron, its countless drops striking the churning mud-brown torrent like a relentless volley of arrows. It has to be a mile wide, Arya reckoned. The splintered tops of countless trees thrust up from the raging waters, their bare branches clawing at the air like the frantic arms of drowning men. The riverbank was clogged with heavy waterlogged mats of leaves, and out in the main current, something pale and bloated, a deer or maybe a dead horse, raced past on the swift water. A low, persistent rumble hummed at the edge of her hearing, like a dog's warning before a snarl. Arya shifted uncomfortably in the saddle, feeling the hard rings of the hound's mail shirt press into her back. His arms were locked around her. On his left, the burned arm, he wore a steel vambrace, though she'd watched him change the bandages and knew the skin underneath was still an angry, weeping red. If it hurt him, Sandor Clegane showed no sign. "Is this the Blackwater Rush?" she ventured. They had ridden so long through rain and featureless woods, past forgotten hamlets, that Arya had lost any sense of direction. "It's a river in our way," he grunted. "That's all that matters." He would answer her occasionally, but he'd made it clear she wasn't to talk back. He'd given her plenty of warnings that first day. "Hit me again and I'll bind your wrists behind you," he'd told her. "Try to run and I'll tie your ankles. Scream, shout, or bite, and I'll gag you. We ride together or I sling you over the horse like a sack of grain. You pick." She'd chosen to ride, but that first night, once she thought he was asleep, she'd found a sharp, heavy stone to cave in his horrible face. Quiet as a shadow, she reminded herself, creeping forward but not quiet enough. The hound hadn't been sleeping after all. Or maybe she'd woken him. Either way, his eyes snapped open, his mouth twitched, and he wrenched the rock from her grip as easily as taking a toy from a toddler. All she managed was a futile kick. "I'll let that pass," he said, tossing the stone into the underbrush. "Try it again and you'll regret it. Why not just kill me like you did, Micah?" Arya had shrieked then, defiance burning hotter than fear. His response was to seize the front of her tunic and drag her so close she could smell the charred flesh. "Say that name again," he hissed, "and I'll beat you till you beg for the mercy of a quick death." After that, every night he rolled her tightly in his horse blanket, securing her with ropes at the shoulders and feet until she was trussed up like an infant. It must be the Blackwater, Arya thought, watching the rain pelt the churning water. The hound was Joffrey's creature. He was dragging her back to the Red Keep, a prize for the king and queen. She wished desperately for a glimpse of sun to orient herself. Staring at the moss on the trees only made her more disoriented. The Blackwater hadn't seemed this broad at King's Landing, but that was before these endless downpours. "All the fords will be washed out," Sandor Clegane muttered, almost to himself, "and I've no wish to swim it either." "There's no crossing," she realized with a flicker of hope. "Lord Beric will surely catch us now." Clegane had driven his big black stallion relentlessly, twisting their path and once even riding a good distance up the middle of a flooded creek to hide their trail. Yet Arya kept glancing back, expecting to see the outlaws' torches every time. She'd tried to help them, scratching her name into tree bark when she was allowed a moment in the bushes, but the fourth time he caught her in the act, and that was that. "It doesn't matter," she told herself, clinging to a stubborn faith. "Thoros will see me in his fire." Only he hadn't. Not yet. And if they cross this river, Haraway Town can't be far now. The hound said abruptly, breaking into her thoughts. "Where Lord Root keeps the two-headed water horse of Old King Andahar might be our way across." Arya had never heard of Old King Andahar. The idea of a two-headed horse, let alone one that ran on water, seemed like the stuff of drunken songs, but she knew better than to ask. She bit her tongue and sat rigidly as the hound turned the stallion, following the ridgeline downstream beside the relentless river. A sudden, grim amusement cut through her fear. Here they were, hunting for a mythical beast to escape real ones, a perfect joke in this soaked and miserable world. The irony was almost enough to make her laugh, if she hadn't been so tightly bound in both rope and dread. The rain at least drove at their backs now. Arya was sick of it, blinding her and streaming down her face like tears. "Wolves don't weep," she told herself fiercely. It couldn't be much past midday, yet the sky was the deep gray of twilight. She'd lost count of the days since she'd last seen the sun. Drenched to the skin, every muscle aching from the saddle, and sniffling constantly, she knew she was burning with fever. Her shivers came in violent waves, but when she'd croaked out that she was ill, the hound had just snarled, "Clean your face and be quiet." More often than not, he dozed upright now, letting his massive stallion find its own way along the muddy tracks. The horse was a powerful courser, nearly the size of a warhorse but far swifter. Stranger, Clegane called him. Arya had once tried to steal him when the hound was relieving himself against an oak, dreaming of a head start he could never close. Stranger had nearly taken her cheek off. With his master, the beast was calm as a plow horse, but his temper was as dark as his coat otherwise, quicker to bite or kick than any horse she'd ever known. They followed the river for what felt like half a day, fording 2 swollen tributaries before reaching the place Sandor Clegane had mentioned. "Lord Haraway's town," he announced, then spat a curse. 7 hells, the town was a drowned ruin. Floodwaters had swallowed the banks. All that poked above the murky surface were the top floor of a crumbling inn, the 7-sided dome of a submerged sept, the stump of a stone tower, a few sodden thatch roofs, and a grim forest of chimneys. Yet a thin plume of smoke rose from the tower, Arya noted, and beneath a arched window, a broad, flat-bottomed boat was secured by chains. It had a dozen oarlocks and great carved wooden horse heads mounted at bow and stern. The two-headed horse, she realized, a small wooden cabin with a grass roof, sat amidships. When the hound shouted, hands cupped around his mouth, 2 men tumbled out. A third appeared at the tower window, a crossbow leveled. "What's your business?" he yelled over the churning water. "Passage," the hound roared back. The boatman huddled. One, a grizzled fellow with broad shoulders and a stooped back, moved to the rail. "It'll cost you, then I'll pay." "With what?" Arya wondered. The outlaws had taken Clegane's gold, though perhaps Lord Beric had left him some smaller coins. A ferry ride shouldn't be more than a few coppers. The men conferred again. Finally, the bent-backed one turned and barked an order. 6 more emerged, pulling up hoods against the rain. Others spilled from the tower window, dropping onto the deck. Half looked like relatives of the first man. Some unchained the boat and took up long poles, while others fitted heavy oars into the locks. The ferry swung around and crept toward the shore, oars dipping smoothly. Sandor Clegane rowed down to meet it. When the stern thudded against the bank, the ferryman opened a wide door below the carved horse head and shoved out a thick oak plank. Stranger planted his feet at the water's edge, but the hound drove his heels hard, forcing the reluctant horse up the gangway. The stooped man waited on deck. "Wet enough for you, sir?" he asked with a thin smile. The hound's lip twitched. "I need your boat, not your chatter." He dismounted and yanked Arya down beside him. One of the crew moved to take Stranger's bridle. "I wouldn't," Clegane warned, just as the horse lashed out. The man jumped back, slipped on the wet deck, and landed hard, cursing. The ferryman's smile vanished. "We can get you across," he said flatly. "It'll cost a gold piece, another for the horse. For the boy, a third more," the ferryman insisted. "3 gold dragons?" Clegane let out a harsh laugh. "For that price, I might as well own this damned boat myself. Maybe last season you could have bargained. But look at this current. I need extra men on the poles and oars just to keep us from being swept out to the open sea. So here are your choices. Pay the 3 dragons or teach that beast of yours to walk on water. At least you're an honest thief. Fine. You'll have your 3 dragons once you set us down safely on the northern shore. I'll have them now or we don't leave this bank." The man extended a thick, calloused palm. Clegane shifted, his long sword grating softly in its scabbard. "Then here is your choice. Gold on the north bank or steel right here." The ferryman's eyes lifted to the hound's scarred face. Arya could see his confidence waver. He had a dozen strong men behind him, armed with oars and hardwood poles, yet not one stepped forward. Together they could overpower Sandor Clegane, but he'd likely cut down 3 or 4 before they did. "How do I know you'll pay?" the hunched man asked after a pause. "He won't," Arya almost yelled. She bit her tongue instead. "A knight's honor," the hound replied, his expression grim. "He's not even a knight," she thought, but stayed silent. "That'll have to do," the ferryman finally said, spitting into the mud. "Come on then, we can have you across before nightfall." "Tie the horse. I don't want him panicking once we're moving. There's a brazier in the cabin to warm you and your boy. I am not his stupid son." Arya burst out, furious. Being mistaken for a boy was bad enough, but this was worse. Her anger nearly pushed her to shout her true name, but Sandor Clegane seized her by the collar and lifted her clear off the deck with one hand. "How many times must I tell you to keep your mouth shut?" He shook her until her teeth clacked, then dropped her. "Get inside and dry off," like he said. Arya obeyed. The iron brazier inside glowed a dull red, filling the small space with a stifling, drowsy heat. It felt good to stand near it, to warm her stiff fingers and let her damp clothes steam, but the moment she felt the deck lurch beneath her, she slipped back out the forward door. The ferry, with its carved horsehead prow, was easing through the shallows, navigating between the chimneys and sunken rooftops of flooded Haraway. A dozen men strained at the oars, while 4 others used long poles to push away from rocks, half-submerged trees, and the shells of drowned houses. The bent-backed man worked the rudder. Rain tapped steadily on the smooth deck planks and dripped from the tall horsehead figureheads at bow and stern. Arya was getting drenched again, but she didn't care. She needed to see. The man with the crossbow was still visible in the round tower window, his gaze tracking the ferry as it slid past. She wondered if he was the Lord Root the hound had mentioned. He doesn't look much like a lord. Then again, she didn't look much like a lady either. Once they cleared the town and entered the main channel, the river's power became undeniable. Through the gray curtain of rain, Arya could just make out a tall stone pillar on the distant shore marking the landing, but almost immediately she realized the current was pushing them downstream, away from it. The oarsmen rowed harder now, muscles straining against the river's rage. Leaves and shattered branches raced past as if shot from a catapult. The poleman leaned out, shoving debris aside whenever it drifted too close. It was windier here, too. Turning to look upstream earned her a stinging faceful of rain. Stranger, Clegane's horse, screamed and kicked against the shifting deck. If I jumped now, the river would carry me away before he even noticed I was gone. She glanced back and saw Sandor Clegane fully occupied, trying to calm his terrified animal. A bitter, rebellious thought cut through her fear. He was so busy controlling one beast he'd forgotten about the other. She would never have a better chance. The thought of drowning crossed her mind. John always said she swam like a fish, but even a fish would struggle in this churning mess. For a fleeting moment, The murky depths of the river seemed a kinder fate than what awaited her in King's Landing. The image of Joffrey's smug face flashed before her eyes, and she crept toward the prow. The water was a thick, muddy brown, whipped by the rain into something that resembled stew more than a river. She wondered just how cold it would be, her clothes already soaked through. Her hand found the rail. A sharp cry from behind made her spin around. The ferrymen were scrambling forward with their poles, and for a second she couldn't comprehend the panic. Then she saw it, a massive, uprooted tree bearing down on them, a dark monster riding the current. A nest of roots and broken limbs broke the surface like the grasping arms of some river demon. The oarsmen were pulling backward desperately, trying to avert a crash that would splinter their hull. The old helmsman wrestled with the rudder, swinging the carved horsehead prow downstream, but it was too slow. The tree, glistening and black, came on like a ram. It was mere feet away when two boatmen stabbed their poles against it. One pole shattered with a sickening crack that echoed over the water, making the whole ferry tremble. But the second man shoved with all his might, just enough to turn the trunk aside. The tree swept past, its branches clawing against the wooden horse with inches to spare. Just when relief should have come, a thick upper limb thumped hard against the side. The boat shuddered violently. Arya's feet went out from under her, and she landed hard on the deck, pain shooting through her knee. The man with the broken pole wasn't so lucky. She heard his cry as he tumbled over the rail. The raging brown water swallowed him whole before she could even push herself up. Another boatman grabbed a coil of rope, but there was no one left to save. Maybe he'll wash up downstream, she told herself, but the thought felt empty and cold. All desire to leap into the water had vanished. When Sandor Clegane roared at her to get back under cover before he beat her senseless, she went without a word. It was a long, brutal fight to turn the ferry back toward the far shore against the river's will. When they finally ground into the bank, the impact was so fierce it snapped another pole, and Arya was nearly thrown again. They were a good 2 miles down from their intended landing. Clegane lifted her onto Stranger as if she were a sack of grain. The boatmen stared, hollow-eyed with exhaustion, all except the bent-backed leader, who thrust out a hand. 6 dragons, he demanded, his voice rough. 3 for the passage, 3 for the man I lost. Sandor Clegane dug in his pouch and shoved a crumpled piece of parchment into the man's palm. There, take 10. 10? The ferryman blinked, confused. What is this? A dead man's note. Good for 9,000 dragons, near enough. The hound swung up into the saddle behind Arya and smiled, a grim, unpleasant twist of his lips. 10 of it's yours. I'll be back for the rest, so don't go spending it. The man squinted at the writing. Scratches on paper, what good is that? You promised gold. A knight's honor, you said? Knights have no bloody honor. Time you learned that, old man. The hound drove his heels into Stranger's sides, and they galloped off into the rain. Curses and a few stones followed them, but Clegane paid no mind to either. Soon the river's roar faded behind the trees. That ferry won't cross back till dawn, he said, the earlier menace in his voice replaced by a grating, almost amused satisfaction. And that lot won't be fooled by paper promises again. If anyone's following us, they'd better be prepared for a very long, wet swim. Arya huddled against the rain and held her tongue. Valor Morghulis, she thought, the words a sullen, private chant in her mind. All men must die, even ferrymen, even hounds. The grim rhythm of the phrase was a small, hard comfort as the horse carried her further into the gloom. Sir Ilan Payne, Sir Meryn Trant, King Joffrey, Queen Cersei, Dunsen, Polliver, Raff the Sweetling, Sir Gregor Clegane, and the Tickler. And the hound, the hound, the hound. When the downpour finally ceased and the sky cleared, she was trembling and coughing so violently that Sandor Clegane decided to stop for the evening, even attempting to start a fire. The wood they collected was too soaked, however. Every method he tried failed to produce a single flame. In the end, he scattered the pile with an angry kick. 7 hells, he cursed. I despise fires. They settled on wet stones under a broad oak, hearing the steady drip of water from the leaves as they chewed a meager supper of stale bread, aged cheese, and dried sausage. Clegane cut the meat with his knife, his gaze sharpening when he noticed Arya staring at the blade. Don't get any ideas." "I wasn't," she said, the lie thin in the air. He grunted in disbelief, yet handed her a generous portion. Arya tore at the sausage with her teeth, her eyes never leaving him. "I never laid a hand on your sister," the hound stated, "but I won't hesitate with you. Quit scheming ways to murder me. None of it will help you." She had no reply. She chewed stubbornly and fixed him with a frosty glare. Hard as granite, she thought. "At least you look me in the eye. I'll give you that, you little wolf. How do you like the view?" "I don't. It's scorched and hideous." Clegane speared a piece of cheese on his dagger and held it out. "You're a fool. What would you gain by running? You'd just be snatched by someone crueler." "I would not," she argued. "There is no one crueler. You never met my brother. Gregor once killed one of his own men for snoring too loud. When he smiled, the scarred flesh of his cheek tightened, distorting his mouth into a strange, grim shape. He had no lips on that side, only the remnant of an ear. I did know your brother, upon reflection. Perhaps the mountain was worse. Him and Dunson and Polliver and Raff, the sweetling and the tickler." The hound looked taken aback. "And how would Ned Stark's darling girl come to know that lot? Gregor doesn't parade his vermin at court." "I know them from a village," she said, taking the cheese and reaching for the hard bread. "The village by the lake where they captured Gendry, me, and Hot Pie. They caught Lummy Greenhands too, but Raff the Sweetling killed him because his leg was wounded." Clegane's face tightened.
Captured you? My brother captured you?
That drew a laugh from him, a harsh noise, part growl and part scoff. "Gregor never realized what he had, did he? If he had, he would have dragged you back, kicking and screaming, to King's Landing and tossed you right into Cersei's arms." "Oh, that's rich. I'll be sure to mention it to him, right before I carve out his heart." He had spoken of killing the mountain before. "But he's your brother," Arya said, uncertain. "You never had a brother you wanted dead?" He laughed again, the sound bitter. "Or a sister?" He must have caught something in her expression then, for he leaned in. "Sansa. That's it, isn't it? The little she-wolf wants to slaughter the pretty songbird." "No," Arya shot back. "I want to kill you." "Because I cut your friend down?" "I've killed plenty more, I assure you. You think that makes me a monster? Fine, maybe it does, but I saved your sister's life, too. The day the crowd pulled her from her horse, I fought through them and got her back to the Red Keep, or she would have suffered the same fate as Lolly Stokeworth. And she sang for me. You didn't know that, did you? Your sister sang me a sweet little tune." "You're lying," she said instantly. A sudden, vivid memory flashed not of Sansa, but of a forgotten afternoon in Winterfell's yard, where she had tried and failed to mimic her sister's graceful stitches, her own fingers clumsy and impatient. The contrast between that peaceful frustration and the present danger was so stark it left her momentarily disoriented. He leaned back, a sardonic twist to his ruined mouth. "You don't know half of what you pretend to. The Blackwater? Where in all the hells do you think we are? Where do you think we're headed?" The mockery in his tone made her pause. "Back to King's Landing," she ventured. "You're taking me to Joffrey and the Queen." She knew it was wrong the moment she said it. Understanding dawning just from the way he had asked, she had to find some response. Foolish, sightless little she-wolf. His voice grated like rusted iron. To hell with Joffrey, to hell with the Queen, and to hell with that warped little monster she calls a brother. I'm finished with their city, finished with their Kingsguard, finished with all Lannisters. What use is a hound among lions? He grabbed his water skin and drank deeply. After wiping his mouth, he thrust it toward Arya. "That river was the Trident, girl. The Trident, remember that? Fix the map inside your head. Tomorrow we'll hit the King's Road. From there, we'll move fast, straight up to the Twins. It'll be me who delivers you to your lady mother. Not that self-righteous lightning lord or that charlatan priest, the monster." He grinned at her expression. "You believe your outlaw companions are the only ones who sent gold? Dondarrion stole my coin, so I took you. You're worth twice what they lifted, I'd reckon. Maybe triple if I peddled you back to the Lannisters as you dread, but I won't. Even a dog grows weary of the boot. If this young wolf has the sense the gods gave a stump, he'll name me a lord and plead for my sword. He needs me, even if he's too green to see it. Perhaps I'll even carve up Gregor for him. He'd savor that." "He'll never accept you," she hissed. "Not you." "Then I'll fill my pockets with gold, laugh in his pretty face, and ride away. If he's smart, he'd slay me, but he won't. Too much his father's son, from all accounts. Suits me. Either way, I come out ahead. And so do you, little wolf. So quit your whining and snarling. I've had my fill. Keep quiet, do as I say, and with luck we might even make your uncle's cursed wedding feast." The mare was spent, but John could not grant her rest. He had to reach the wall before the Magnar. He would have slept in the saddle if he could. Without one, it was a struggle just to stay mounted while awake. The pain in his wounded leg sharpened with every league. He dared not pause long enough to let it mend, tearing the wound open fresh each time he climbed back on. When he topped a rise and saw the brown, rutted track of the King's Road winding north across the hills, he patted the mare's sweat-damp neck. "Just the road now, girl. Soon, the wall." His leg had stiffened to timber, and fever left him so dizzy he twice discovered himself riding south instead of north. Soon the wall, he imagined his brothers drinking spiced wine in the common hall. Hob would be tending his stew-pots, Donald Noy at his forge, Maester Aemon in his chambers below the ravens. And the old bear? Sam, Gren, Dolorous Ed, Dywin with his wooden teeth. John could only hope some had fled the fist alive. Egret haunted his thoughts as well. He recalled the scent of her hair, the heat of her skin, and the cold set of her face as she opened the old man's throat. "You were a fool to love her," one voice whispered. "You were a coward to leave her," another countered. He wondered if his father had felt such a rift, leaving John's mother to return to Lady Catelyn. He was bound to Lady Stark, and I am bound to the Night's Watch. He nearly passed Mole's Town entirely, his fever so high he scarcely knew where he was. Most of the village lay buried. Only a few small huts stood visible under the waning moon. The brothel was a shack no larger than an outhouse, its red lantern swaying and groaning in the wind like a bloodshot eye staring from the dark. John reined up at the adjoining stable, nearly tumbling from the saddle as he roused two sleeping boys. "I need a fresh horse, saddled and bridled," he told them, his voice leaving no room for refusal. They brought him a new mount, along with a skin of wine and half a loaf of dark bread. "Rouse the village," he ordered. "Sound the alarm. Wildlings are south of the wall. Gather your supplies and head for Castle Black." He hauled himself onto the dark horse they had provided, clenching his jaw against the throbbing in his leg, and pushed northward at a punishing pace. As the stars dimmed in the east, the wall emerged from the pre-dawn gloom, towering over the forest and the low-lying fog. The ice shimmered with a faint, ghostly light. He drove the horse forward, tracking the muddy, slick track until the stone towers and timbered halls of Castle Black came into view, clustered like discarded playthings beneath the immense frozen cliff. By then, the first rays of dawn painted the ice in shades of rose and violet. No guards called out as he passed the outer buildings. No one moved to stop him. Castle Black appeared as deserted and derelict as Greyguard. Withered brown weeds sprouted from the cracks in the courtyard stones. Old snow blanketed the roof of the flint barracks and piled in deep banks against the northern side of Hardin's Tower, where John had once slept before becoming the old bear's steward. Soot streaked the Lord Commander's tower, where black smoke had once billowed from the windows. After the fire, Mormont had taken quarters in the King's Tower, but John saw no lights there now. From the ground, he couldn't make out any sentries patrolling the wall 700 feet above, nor did he spot anyone on the massive switchback stair that scaled the southern face of the ice like a frozen lightning bolt. Yet a thin thread of smoke rose from the armory chimney, just a faint wisp against the pale gray sky, but it was a sign of life. John slid from the saddle and hobbled toward it. Heat flowed from the open doorway like a sudden welcome memory of summer. Inside, the one-armed smith Donald Noye was working the bellows at his forge. He glanced up at the sound. Jon Snow? Who else would it be? Despite the fever, the exhaustion, the pain in his leg, the memory of the Magnar, the old man, Egret, and Mance, despite everything, John felt a smile touch his lips. It was good to be back, good to see Noye with his substantial belly and pinned-up sleeve, his jaw shadowed with dark stubble. The smith let go of the bellows. Your face. He had nearly forgotten the marks. A skin changer made a try for my eye. Noya's expression darkened. Scarred or not, it's a face I never expected to see again. Word reached us you turned your cloak for Mance Raider. John gripped the doorframe to keep from swaying. Who said that? Jarman Buckwell. He came back a fortnight ago. His scouts swore they saw you with their own eyes, riding alongside the wildling column and wrapped in a sheepskin cloak. Noya gave him a measuring look. I see that last part, at least, holds true. It's all true, John admitted, as far as it goes. Should I be reaching for a blade to spill your guts, then? No, I was following orders. Q Horan Halfhand's final command. Noye, where is the garrison? Defending the wall against your wildling friends? Yes, but where? Scattered everywhere. Harma Dogshead was spotted near Woodswatch by the pool, Rattleshirt at Longbarrow, the Weeper close to Icemark. All along the wall, they're here. They're there. They're scaling near Queensgate. They're battering the gates of Greyguard. They're gathering forces by Eastwatch, but show a single black cloak and they vanish. The next day, they're somewhere else entirely. John stifled a groan. Diversions. Mance wants us stretched thin, can't you see? And he thought bitterly. Bowen Marsh has played right into his hands. The true gate is here. The real attack is coming here? Noye moved across the room. Your leg is soaked in blood. John looked down, his thoughts sluggish. It was true. The arrow wound had reopened. It's from an arrow, a wildling arrow. It wasn't a question. Noye, though one-armed, was powerfully built. He slid his muscular limb under John's shoulder to support him. You're pale as fresh milk and burning with fever. I'm getting you to Maester Aemon. There's no time. There are wildlings south of the wall already, moving up from Queen's Crown to force the gate open. How many? Noye half carried him toward the door. 120, and well armed for wildlings. Bronze armor, some pieces of steel. How many men remain here? 40 or so, said Donald Noye, the wounded and the sick, along with a few untested boys still learning their drills. With Marsh absent, who did he appoint to hold the castle? The armorer gave a short laugh. Sir Winton, may the gods watch over him. The last proper knight standing within these walls. The amusing part is, Old Stout appears to have forgotten the appointment entirely, and nobody's been in a hurry to jog his memory. I suppose that leaves me as the closest thing to a commander we've got now. The least broken of the broken men. That was a stroke of luck, at least. The one-armed smith was stubborn, resilient, and carried the scars of many battles. Sir Winton Stout, however, well, all agreed he had been a fine man in his day, but after 80 years ranging beyond the wall, his strength and his mind had long since faded. There was the time he'd nodded off into his supper and nearly suffocated in a tureen of split-pea soup. Where's that direwolf of yours? Noye asked as they moved across the courtyard. Ghost. I couldn't take him when I went over the wall. I'd been hoping he'd find his own way back. My apologies, lad. He hasn't been seen. They made their slow way to the maester's door, set in the long timber keep below the Raven Loft. The armorer knocked with the toe of his boot. Clytus, after a moment, a hunched, narrow-shouldered man in black peered out. His small, pale eyes went wide at the sight of John. Bring him in, I'll get the maester. A hearth fire crackled, making the chamber uncomfortably warm. The heat pulled at John's consciousness, urging him towards sleep. The moment Noye lowered him onto his back, he shut his eyes to halt the dizzy sway of the room. Above, in the rookery, he could hear the ravens gabbling and squabbling. Snow, one bird insisted. Snow, snow, snow. John recalled that was Sam's doing. He wondered if Samwell Tarley had reached the safety of the castle, or if only his trained birds had made the journey. Maester Aemon did not keep them waiting long. He advanced with slow, measured steps, a spotted hand resting on Clytus's arm for guidance. His chain, a weight around his thin neck, gleamed with links of gold and silver amidst the iron, lead, tin, and lesser metals. John Snow, he said, his voice thin but clear, you will recount all you have witnessed when your strength returns. Donal, set a kettle of wine to heat, and my irons as well. I will need them glowing. Clytus, fetch your keenest blade. The maester had seen more than a century. He was diminished, fragile, bald, and utterly blind. Yet if his clouded eyes saw nothing, his mind remained as keen as ever. "Wildlings are coming," John told him, as Clytus slit the leg of his breeches with a sharp knife, parting the stiff black wool matted with dried blood and soaked with fresh. From the south, we scaled the wall. Maester Aemon leaned close to sniff at John's rough bandage as Clytus removed it. I was among them. Horan, half-hand, ordered me to infiltrate their ranks. John hissed as the maester's fingers investigated the wound, pressing and probing. "The Magnar of Then? Gods, that stings," he gritted his teeth. "Where is the old bear, John? It pains me to tell you, but Lord Commander Mormont was slain at Craster's Keep, betrayed by men of his own sworn brotherhood." Our own brothers?" Aemon's statement was a deeper, more vicious hurt than any physical pain. John pictured the old bear as he'd last seen him, before his tent with his raven on his arm, cawing for grain. Mormont dead? He had dreaded this since witnessing the carnage at the Fist of the First Men, but the confirmation was a crushing blow. Who did it? Which men turned traitor? Garth of Old Town, Ololofand, Dirk, a pack of thieves, cowards, and murderers, everyone. We ought to have anticipated it. The Watch is a shadow of its former self. Too few honorable men remain to check the scoundrels. Donal Noy rotated the maester's instruments in the fire. A mere dozen loyal brothers returned. Dolorous Ed, Giant, your large friend they call the Aurochs. We heard the account from them. Only a dozen? Lord Commander Mormont had led 200 from Castle Black, 200 of the Watch's finest. Does this mean Marsh is Lord Commander now? The old pomegranate was good-natured and a conscientious first steward, but the prospect of him confronting a wildling army was frankly laughable, a man better suited to counting turnips than leading men in a fight for survival. For the present, until a formal election can be convened, Maester Aemon replied. Clytus, the flask, please. An election? The word hung in the stuffy air, a fragile promise of order in a world falling apart. With Q-Horan half-hand and Ser Jeremy Ricker gone, and Ben Stark's fate still unknown, the question of leadership weighed heavily. Bowen Marsh and Ser Winton Stout were clearly not the answer. Had Thorin Smallwood or Ser Auden Withers made it off the Fist? Unlikely. The choice would come down to Cotter Pike or Ser Denys Mallister. These two commanders, stationed at Shadow Tower and Eastwatch respectively, were capable yet opposites in every way. Ser Denys was a courteous and careful man, every bit the aging knight, while Pike was younger, born a bastard, with a sharp tongue and a reckless bravery. Their mutual contempt was no secret. The old bear had deliberately kept them separated by the vast length of the wall, knowing the Mallister family's deep-seated suspicion of Ironborn. A sudden, sharp ache in his leg pulled John back to his own immediate suffering. The maester gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. Clytus is fetching the milk of the poppy. John attempted to sit up. I don't require. You do, Maester Aemon stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. This will be painful. Donal Noye moved across the chamber and pushed John firmly back down. Stay put or I'll bind you to this table. Despite having only one arm, the blacksmith handled him with ease. Clytus reappeared with a green bottle and a smooth stone cup. Maester Aemon filled it. Drink. In his earlier resistance, John had bitten his lip. He now tasted blood mixed with the thick, bitter medicine. Swallowing it without retching took all his will. Clytus brought a basin of warm water, and Maester Aemon began to clean the wound of pus and blood. His touch was featherlight, yet every pass of the cloth sent a jolt of fire through John's leg. To distract himself, he spoke. The Magnar's warriors are well trained and wear bronze armor. Talking kept his mind off the agony. The Magnar is a lord from Skagos, Noye remarked. I recall Skagosi men at Eastwatch when I first arrived, chattering about such a title. I believe John uses the term in its older meaning, Maester Aemon suggested, pausing his work, not as a surname but as a rank. It originates from the old tongue. It means lord, John confirmed, the words feeling thick. Styr is the Magnar of a place named Then, deep in the northern Frostfangs. He commands 100 of his own men and a score of raiders who know the gift almost as well as we do. At least Mance never found the horn. That's one small mercy. The Horn of Winter, that's what they were searching for along the Milkwater. Maester Aemon halted, the washcloth dripping pink water. The Horn of Winter is a tale from the dawn of ages. Does the king beyond the wall truly put faith in such a myth? They all do, Jon said. Ygritte told me they opened 100 graves. Tombs of kings and legendary figures, all throughout the Milkwater Valley, but they never. Who is this Ygritte? Donal Noy asked, his voice pointed. A woman of the free folk. How could he possibly describe her? She was fierce and clever, with a laugh that could disarm you, yet capable of a tender kiss or a lethal cut to the throat. She travels with Styr's band, but she's not like them. She's young, barely more than a girl, truly. Wild, yes, but she slit an old man's throat for lighting a fire. His thoughts grew muddled, his tongue heavy. The poppy milk was fogging his mind. I broke my vows with her. I never intended to, but it felt like a betrayal on every level. Wrong to have loved her, wrong to have abandoned her. I wasn't strong enough. The half-hand gave me an order. Ride with them, observe, do not refuse. I had to obey. His head felt stuffed with damp wool. Maester Aemon leaned close to sniff Jon's wound once more. Then he dropped the bloody cloth back into the basin and said calmly, Donal, the hot knife, please. I will need you to hold him steady. I will not scream, Jon promised himself as he saw the blade pulled from the brazier, its tip glowing a vicious orange. It was a vow he shattered almost instantly. Donal Noy's strong arm pinned him down as Clydas steadied the maester's hand. Jon lay rigid, his only movement the relentless pounding of his fist against the wooden table. The pain was a vast, consuming entity that made him feel tiny and frail, like a frightened child lost in the blackness. Ygritte, he thought, as the acrid smell of his own searing flesh filled his nostrils and his scream tore through the room. Ygritte, I had no choice. For a fleeting moment, the torment seemed to recede. Then the hot iron pressed into him again, and the world dissolved into nothing. When awareness returned, he was swaddled in heavy wool blankets, feeling detached and weightless, as if he were drifting on a quiet sea. He found himself unable to move, but the sensation was distant, unimportant. For a while he drifted in a dream where Ygritte was beside him, her touch soft and caring. Eventually his eyes closed, and he surrendered to sleep. The next time consciousness returned, it was far less kind. The chamber was dark, yet beneath the blankets, a deep, rhythmic ache had settled into his leg, flaring into a searing agony with even the slightest shift. Jon discovered this the hard way when he attempted to determine if his limb was still attached. A sharp gasp escaped him as he choked back a cry, his hands clenching into fists. Jon! The glow of a candle emerged, illuminating a familiar face peering down at him, prominent ears and all. You mustn't try to move. Pip? Jon lifted a hand, and the other young man grasped it firmly. I believed you had left with the old pomegranate. No, he deemed me too young and inexperienced. Gren is here as well. I'm right here. Gren moved to the opposite side of the bed. I must have dozed off. Jon's mouth was parched. Water he managed to rasp. Gren fetched a cup and helped him drink. After a long swallow, Jon whispered, I saw the fist. The blood, the fallen horses. Noye mentioned a dozen survivors who made it back. Daiwin did. Giant, Dolorous Ed, Sweet Donal Hill, Ulmer, Left Hand Lou, Garth Greyfeather, 4 or 5 others. And me. Sam. Gren's gaze dropped. He killed one of the others, Jon. I witnessed it. He used that dragon-glass blade you gave him. We started calling him Sam the Slayer after that. He despised the name. Sam the Slayer, Jon struggled to picture a less probable warrior than Sam Tarly. What became of him? We had to leave him! Gren's voice was thick with guilt. I shook him, shouted at him, even struck his face. Giant tried to haul him upright, but he was too heavy. Remember during training how he'd just curl up on the ground? At Craster's, he wouldn't even make a sound. Dirk and Ollo were ripping the place apart searching for supplies. Garth and another were brawling. Some of the men were assaulting Craster's women. Dolorous Ed reasoned that Dirk's group would slaughter any loyal brothers to hide their crimes, and they outnumbered us. We left Sam with the old bear. He simply would not move, Jon. You were his brother? John almost said. How could you abandon him there among savages and killers? He might still be alive, Pip offered, his tone unconvincing. He could astonish us all and come riding up any day now. Carrying Mance Rayder's head, sure. Gren was making a feeble attempt at cheerfulness, John could tell. Sam the Slayer. John tried to sit up again, an effort as foolish and painful as the first. A groan of pain and frustration tore from him. Gren, fetch Maester Aemon, Pip said quickly. Tell him John requires more milk of the poppy. Yes, John thought. No, he said aloud. The Magnar? We know, Pip assured him. The watchmen on the wall have orders to keep a lookout to the south, and Donal Noy sent riders to Weatherback Ridge to monitor the King's Road. Maester Aemon has also dispatched ravens to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower. Maester Aemon shuffled to the bedside, leaning on Gren's shoulder. John, you must be kind to yourself. It is a blessing you are awake, but healing requires time. We cleansed the wound with boiling wine and sealed it with a poultice of nettle, mustard seed, and moldy bread, but without proper rest. I cannot rest. John gritted his teeth against the pain and pushed himself upright. Mance is coming with thousands, giants. Mammoths, has word been sent to Winterfell? To the king? Sweat beaded on his forehead. He shut his eyes briefly. Gren exchanged an uneasy glance with Pip. He doesn't know. John, Maester Aemon said gently, a great deal has transpired in your absence, and little of it is good. Balon Greyjoy has once again declared himself a king and launched his iron fleet against the north. Claimants to the throne sprout like weeds in a garden, and while we have sent pleas to each, none will answer. Their swords are occupied with nearer threats, and we are a distant, fading memory. And Winterfell, the maester's voice softened. John, you must be strong. Winterfell is gone. Gone? John stared into Aemon's sightless white eyes and aged face. My brothers are at Winterfell, Bran and Rickon. The maester placed a gentle hand on his brow. I am deeply sorry, John. Your brothers fell at the command of Theon Greyjoy, who seized Winterfell in his father's name. When your father's loyal lords moved to reclaim it, he set the castle ablaze. Gren spoke up, trying to offer some comfort. They were avenged. Lord Bolton's son slaughtered every Ironborn there. They say he's skinning Theon Greyjoy slowly for his crimes. PIP gave John's shoulder a sympathetic squeeze. We're truly sorry, John. John had never warmed to Theon, yet the man had been his father's ward. A fresh wave of agony shot through his leg, and he found himself staring at the ceiling once more. There's been a mistake, he insisted, his voice strained. At Queen's Crown, I saw a direwolf, a gray one. It recognized me. If Bran was truly gone, could a piece of him linger in his wolf, like Arl within his eagle? Gren pressed a cup to his lips. Drink this! John obeyed, his mind swirling with images of wolves and eagles, echoes of his brother's laughter. The faces above him grew indistinct. They can't be dead. Theon wouldn't dare. And Winterfell, the gray granite walls, the scent of oak and iron, crows circling the towers, steam rising from the Godswood's hot springs, the Stone Kings on their thrones. How could it all be lost? When sleep finally claimed him, he was home again, wading in the warm pools beneath a colossal white weirwood that wore his father's stern face. Ygritte was there, laughing, shedding her furs until she was bare as the day she was born, trying to kiss him. But he couldn't, not with his father's eyes upon him. He was a son of Winterfell, a brother of the Night's Watch. I won't father a bastard, he told her again and again.
You know nothing, Jon Snow,
she whispered, her skin melting away in the steaming water, flesh sloughing from bone until only a skeleton remained, the pool churning thick and crimson. They heard the green fork before it came into view, a constant low roar like some immense beast. The river was a churning flood, far wider than it had been the previous year, when Robb split his forces here and pledged to wed a Frey for the right to cross. He had needed Lord Walder and his bridge then. He needed them even more desperately now. A deep unease settled in Catelyn's chest as she watched the muddy green waters rush past. We cannot ford this, nor swim it. It might be a full month before these waters recede. As the twins drew near, Robb placed his crown upon his head and called for Catelyn and Edmure to ride at his side. Sir Reynold Westerling carried his banner, the stark direwolf on an ice-white field. The gatehouse towers materialized from the rain like specters, vague gray shapes solidifying as they approached. The Frey fortress was not one castle, but two, identical wet stone reflections facing each other across the river, joined by a massive arched bridge. The water tower rose from the bridge's center, the current racing below. Moats, fed by channels from the banks, turned each twin into an island, now swollen by the rains into shallow lakes. Across the turbulent water, Catling could make out thousands of men camped around the eastern castle, their banners clinging limply to lances like drowned animals. The downpour washed all color and sigil into a universal dreary gray. "Move carefully here, Rob," Catling warned her son. "Lord Walder is easily offended and quick with a cutting remark. Many of his sons likely share his temperament. You must not rise to any bait." "I understand the phrase, Mother. I know the insult I gave them and how much we require their aid. I'll be as gracious as a holy man." Catelyn shifted in her saddle, a new specific worry forming. "If they offer food or drink when we arrive, you must accept it without hesitation. Consume what is given, and do so where every eye can see you. If no refreshment is offered, request bread and cheese and a cup of wine. I'm soaked through more than I am hungry. Rob, pay attention. Once you have shared his bread and salt, the guest right is invoked, and the ancient laws of hospitality shield you while you are beneath his roof." Rob appeared more entertained than alarmed. "I have an army guarding me, Mother. I hardly need to rely on bread and salt. Still, if it amuses Lord Walder to serve me crow stew swimming with maggots, I'll finish the bowl and politely ask for another." 4 Freys rode out from the western gatehouse, wrapped in heavy cloaks of thick gray wool. Catelyn recognized Sir Ryman, son of the late Sir Stevron, Lord Walder's firstborn. With his father gone, Ryman stood as heir to the twins. The face beneath his hood was fleshy, broad, and dull. The other 3 were likely his own sons, Lord Walder's great-grandsons. Edmure nodded in confirmation. Edwin is the eldest, that pale, slender man who looks as if he's permanently sour. The wiry one with the beard is Black Walder, a nasty piece of work. Pitier's on the bay horse, the young man with the unfortunate face. His brothers call him Pitier Pimple. He's only a year or 2 older than Rob, but Lord Walder married him off at 10 to a woman 3 times his age. Gods, let's hope Rosalind doesn't take after him. They reined in, allowing their hosts to approach. Rob's banner hung limp on its staff, and the steady drumming of rain blended with the rush of the swollen green fork to their right. Gray Wind crept forward, tail rigid, watching through slitted eyes of dark gold. When the Freys were a half-dozen yards away, Catelyn heard the direwolf growl, a deep rumble that seemed to merge with the river's roar. Rob looked startled. "Gray Wind! To me! To me!" Instead, the direwolf lunged forward, snarling. Sir Ryman's palfrey shied off with a frightened whinny, and Peder Pimple's mount reared and threw him. Only Black Walder kept his horse under control. His hand went to his sword hilt. "No!" Rob shouted. "Gray Wind, here, here!" Catelyn spurred her mare between the wolf and the horses. Mud flew from her horse's hooves as she cut in front of Gray Wind. The wolf swerved aside, and only then seemed to hear Rob's call. "Is this how a Stark makes amends?" Black Walder yelled, steel now bare in his grip. "A poor greeting, I call it, to set your beast upon us. Is this the purpose of your visit?" Sir Ryman had dismounted to help Peder Pimple back to his feet. The young man was muddy but unhurt. "I've come to offer my apology for the wrong done to your house and to witness my uncle's wedding," Rob said, swinging down from the saddle. "Peder, take my horse. Yours is nearly back to the stable already." Peder glanced toward his father. "I can ride behind one of my brothers." The Freys offered no bow or gesture of respect. "You arrive late," Sir Ryman stated. "The rains slowed us," replied Rob. "I sent a raven. I do not see the woman." By the woman, Sir Ryman meant Jane Westerling, as everyone understood. Lady Catelyn offered a polite, regretful smile. "Queen Jane was weary after so long a journey, sirs. No doubt she will be glad to visit when circumstances are more settled. My grandfather will be displeased." Though Black Walder had sheathed his sword, his tone remained hostile. I have spoken to him often of the lady, and he wished to look upon her himself. Edwin cleared his throat. We have chambers prepared for you in the water tower, your grace, he told Rob with measured courtesy, as well as for Lord Tully and Lady Stark. Your lord's bannermen are also welcome to shelter beneath our roof and share in the wedding feast. And my men? Rob asked. My lord grandfather regrets that he cannot feed or house so large a host. We have been hard-pressed to secure fodder and provisions for our own levies. Still, your men shall not be overlooked. If they will cross and make camp beside our own, we will bring out sufficient casks of wine and ale for all to drink to the health of Lord Edmure and his bride. We have raised 3 large feast tents on the far bank to offer them some shelter from the rain. Your lord father is most generous. My men will be grateful. It's been a long, soaking ride. Edmure Tully nudged his horse ahead. When do I meet my bride? You'll find her inside, Edwin Frey assured him. You must pardon any shyness. She's been dreaming of this moment, the poor girl. But perhaps we could move this conversation somewhere drier? Indeed. Sir Ryman climbed back into his saddle, hauling Pettier Pimple up behind him. Follow me. My father is expecting you. He turned his horse toward the looming castle. Edmure moved his mount beside Catelyn's. The late Lord Frey could have bothered to greet us himself, he muttered. I am his liege lord and his future good son, and Rob is his king. Brother, when you are 91, see how keen you are for a ride in a downpour. Still, she questioned if that was the full story. Lord Walder usually traveled in a covered litter which would have shielded him from the weather. Was this a calculated insult? If it was, it could be a sign of more discourtesy to follow. Further trouble arose at the gate. Grey Wind halted on the drawbridge, sending a spray of rainwater flying as he shook his massive coat and snarled at the iron portcullis. Rob gave a sharp whistle. Grey Wind? What's wrong? Grey Wind, come! The direwolf merely bared his fangs. He senses something wrong with this place, Catelyn felt. Rob had to kneel and murmur quietly to the animal before it would move through the gate. By then, lame Lothar and Walder Rivers had approached. It's the roar of the flooded river he fears, Rivers suggested. Animals have sense enough to steer clear. A warm shelter and a haunch of meat will settle him, Lothar said brightly. Shall I call for the kennelmaster? He's no ordinary hound, Rob stated, and a threat to anyone he distrusts. Sir Reynold, remain with him. I will not bring him into Lord Walder's hall in this state. Cleverly handled, Catelyn observed. Rob also keeps the Westerling knight out of Lord Walder's view. Age and infirmity had left their mark on Walder Frey. They discovered him propped upon a massive high seat, a cushion at his back, and an ermine robe across his legs. The chair itself was carved from dark oak into the shape of 2 stout towers connected by a stone bridge, so oversized it made the old man look like a shriveled child playing at being lord. There was a vulture's sharpness to Lord Walder, and even more of a weasel's cunning. His age-spotted, bald head extended from scrawny shoulders on a long, pink neck. Wattle of loose skin hung beneath his jaw. His eyes were watery and pale, and his toothless mouth worked incessantly, sucking at the air like an infant. The 8th Lady Frey stood beside his seat. At his feet lounged a younger reflection of the lord, a stooped man near 50, dressed in fine blue wool and gray satin, oddly adorned with a crown and collar fitted with tiny brass bells. The family resemblance was uncanny, except for their eyes. Lord Frey's were small, dull, and mistrustful, while the others were wide, pleasant, and empty. Catelyn remembered a tale of one of Lord Walder's many offspring siring a simpleton years before. On previous visits, the Lord of the Crossing had made certain to keep this one hidden. Does he always wear that fool's crown? Or is it a deliberate jab at Rob? It was a dangerous question to voice aloud. The hall was packed with Frey's sons, daughters, grandchildren, spouses, and servants. But it was the ancient lord who broke the silence. You'll forgive me for not kneeling, I'm sure. My legs have lost their service, though what dangles between them still performs well enough, heh. His gums showed in a wide smile as he studied Rob's crown. Some might say it's a sorry king who crowns himself with bronze, your grace. Bronze and iron hold more strength than gold and silver, Rob replied. The ancient kings of winter wore crowns forged in the same way. Did them little good when the dragons arrived, though. the old man countered with a dry chuckle. A low chuckle escaped the old lord, a sound that seemed to delight the simpleton beside him. The man swayed his head, setting the bells on his cap and collar to a soft jingle. "You must forgive my Egon, your grace," Lord Walder said. "He's got fewer wits than a bog devil and has never been in the presence of a king. One of my late son Stavron's brood. We call him Jingle Bell." "Sir Stavron did speak of him, my lord," Rob replied, offering the lackwit a kind smile. "A pleasure to meet you, Aegon. Your father was a man of great courage." Jingle Bell only smiled wider, a thin trail of drool tracing from the corner of his mouth as his bells chimed. "Save your breath, boy," Lord Walder rasped, shifting his gaze. "You'd get as much sense talking to a privy bucket." His eyes moved over the rest of the party. Lady Catelyn, back again. "And the young hero of the stone mills, Sir Edmure Lord Tully now, I must remember. You're the 5th lord of the Riverlands I've known. I've buried the other 4. Heh. Your intended is somewhere about. I suppose you want a gander at her. That I would, my lord. You'll get it, but dressed. She's a proper girl, and untouched. You won't see her bare until the bedding ceremony." The old lord let out a wheezing laugh. "Heh, soon enough for that." He craned his neck. "Benfrey, go and fetch your sister." "Don't dawdle. Lord Tully has ridden all the way from Riverrun." A young knight in a divided surcoat bowed and hurried off. Lord Walder turned his attention back to Rob. "And where is your own bride, your grace? The lovely Queen Jane? A westerling from the crags, so I hear. Heh! She remains at Riverrun, my lord. The journey had wearied her too greatly, as we informed Sir Ryman. A grave disappointment. These old eyes wanted to look at her. We all did, he? Isn't that so, my lady?" His wispy, pale wife seemed startled to be addressed. "Yes, my lord. We all wish to pay our respects to Queen Jane. She must be a vision." "She is, my lady," Rob said, a cold stillness in his tone that reminded Catelyn painfully of Ned. The old lord either missed it or chose to ignore it. "Fairer than any of my own brood, hey? She must be for her face and figure to make a king forget a sacred vow." Rob accepted the jab with solemn grace. "No words can undo that wrong. I know, but I have come to offer my sincere apologies to your house and to beg your forgiveness, my lord." "Apologies, eh? Yes, you promised those, I remember. I'm ancient, but I don't forget such slights. Not like some kings, it seems. The young forget everything when presented with a pretty smile and a firm set of charms. Isn't that the truth? I was the same. Some might claim I still am, heh heh. They'd be mistaken, of course, as mistaken as you were. But you're here to set things right. Though it was my girls you scorned, perhaps it's they who should hear you beg for pardon, your grace, my unwed daughters. Here, have a look at them." He waggled his fingers, and a flutter of young women detached themselves from the shadows along the walls to assemble before the dais. Jingle Bell began to rise too, his bells ringing cheerfully, but Lady Frey caught his sleeve and pulled him firmly back down. Lord Walder began to recite names with a bored air. "My daughter Arwen," he said, indicating a girl of 14. "Shirey, my youngest true-born girl. Ami and Marianne are granddaughters. I married Ami to Sir Pate of Seven Streams, but the mountain made a widow of her, so she's home again. That one's a Circe, but we call her Little Bee. Her mother was a Beesbury, more granddaughters. One's a Walda, and the rest, well, they have names, I suppose. I'm Mary, Lord Grandfather." One girl piped up, "You're loud, that's for sure." "Next to loud is my daughter Taita." Then another Walda. "Alex, Marissa. You are Marissa, aren't you? I thought so." The Maester shaved her head, but he swears the hair will return. "The twins are Sarah and Sara." He squinted at one of the smallest girls. "Heh, are you another Walda?" The child couldn't have been more than 4. "I'm Sir Aemon Rivers's Walda, Lord Great-Grandfather," she said, executing a careful little curtsy. "Have you been talking for a very long time?" Lord Walder Frey's gaze was sharp and dismissive. "Don't expect any wisdom from you. Your father lacked it as well. A bastard's get, after all. Leave us. This gathering is for Freys alone. The king in the north has no use for common lineage." His eyes flicked toward Rob as Jingle Bell nodded, bells tinkling softly. "Behold my maidens. One is a widow, true, but some men prefer a woman who's been seasoned. You could have chosen any of them. Rob maintained a courteous tone. The choice would have been impossible, my lord. Each is far too fair. Lord Walder gave a derisive snort. They claim my sight is failing. A few might pass, I suppose. The rest? Well, it hardly matters now. None were fine enough for the king in the north, it seems. So, what is it you wish to say? My ladies? Rob's discomfort was palpable, but he stood firm, having long anticipated this moment. A man should honor his promises, and a king most of all. I was sworn to wed one among you, and I broke that oath. The failing is not yours. My actions were not meant as an insult, but born of love for another. I know words cannot mend this, yet I stand before you to beg forgiveness, so that the Freys of the Crossing and the Starks of Winterfell might again be allies. The younger girls shifted nervously. Their elder sisters watched, silent, near Lord Walder's dark oak seat. Jingle Bell swayed, his bells a faint, constant chime.
Well spoken,
declared the Lord of the Crossing. Very fine, your grace. Words cannot mend this, yes, quite apt. At the wedding feast I trust you will not refuse a dance with my daughters. It would gladden an old man's heart. He nodded his wrinkled pink head, a motion oddly similar to his simple-minded grandson's, though Lord Walder wore no bells. And here she is, Lord Edmure. My daughter Roslyn, my tender little bloom. Sir Benfrey escorted her into the hall. The resemblance suggested they shared both parents, likely children of Lord Walder's sixth wife, a Rosby, if Catelyn remembered rightly. Roslyn was slight for her age, her skin pale as fresh cream. Her features were pleasing, a delicate nose, a small chin, and large brown eyes. Chestnut hair cascaded in soft waves to a waist so narrow Edmure might circle it with his hands. Beneath the lace of her pale blue gown, her breasts were modest, yet gracefully formed. Your Grace, the girl murmured, curtsying low. Lord Edmure, I pray I do not disappoint you. Far from it, Catelyn observed. Her brother's face had brightened at once. You are a delight to me, my lady, Edmure replied warmly. And ever shall be. Roslyn's smile was hesitant, marked by a tiny gap between her front teeth that lent her a certain charm. Pretty enough, Catelyn thought, yet so delicate and of Rosby blood. The Rosbys were never known for sturdiness. She found herself glancing at some of the older girls present, whether daughters or granddaughters. She couldn't say who carried the robust build of the Craycalls, the family of Lord Walder's third wife. They had the broad hips for childbearing, the full breasts for nursing, the strong arms for carrying. The Craycalls were always a hearty, substantial line. You are too kind, my lord, Rosalind said to Edmure. And you are beautiful, he returned, taking her hand and helping her rise. But why are there tears for joy? Rosalind whispered. I weep from happiness, my lord. Enough, Lord Walder cut in. Save the weeping and whispering for after the vows. Benfrey, take your sister back to her chambers. She has a wedding to ready for. And a bedding, he added with a wheezy chuckle. The sweetest part. For everyone, for all. His lips worked. We'll have music, sweet indeed, and wine, the red will flow, and we'll settle some old debts. But now you're tired and damp besides, dripping on my floors. Fires await you, and hot spiced wine and baths should you desire them. Lothar, please escort our guests to their chambers, Lord Walder instructed. Rob interjected, My lord, I must first ensure my men are safely across the river. They won't lose their way, Lord Walder grumbled with a dismissive wave. They managed the crossing before, didn't they? When you arrived from the north? You asked for passage, and I granted it, and you never once said mayhaps, I recall. But do as you wish. Hold each soldier's hand and guide them across yourself for all I care. My lord, Catelyn spoke up, having nearly forgotten her own request. We would be grateful for some refreshment. Our journey through the rain has been long. Walder Frey's lips worked silently for a moment. Refreshment? Hay, a bit of bread, a slice of cheese, perhaps a sausage.
Wine to accompany it?
Rob added firmly.
And salt.
Bread and salt?
Hay. Naturally, of course.
The old lord clapped his hands, and servants hurried into the hall carrying wine and trays laden with bread, cheese, and butter. Lord Walder took a cup of red wine for himself, lifting it high with a trembling spotted hand. "To my guests," he declared. "My honored guests, you are welcome beneath my roof and at my table." "We thank you for your hospitality, my lord," Rob responded. Edmure and the others, including the Great John and Sir Mark Piper, echoed the sentiment. They drank the wine and ate the bread and butter. Catelyn sipped her wine and took a small piece of bread, feeling immediately restored. Now we should be secure, she thought, a wave of relief washing over her. Given the old man's reputation for pettiness, she had braced for bleak, unwelcoming rooms. To her surprise, the Freys had prepared quite generously. The bridal chamber was spacious and opulent, centered around a massive featherbed with posts carved like miniature castle towers. The draperies were in Tully red and blue, a thoughtful touch. Fragrant rugs covered the wooden floor, and a tall, shuttered window faced south. Catelyn's own room was more modest but comfortably and tastefully furnished, with a cheerful fire crackling in the hearth. Lame Lothar assured them Robb would have an entire suite befitting a king. "Should you need anything, simply inform one of the guards," he said before bowing and withdrawing, his limp pronounced as he navigated the curving staircase. "We should place our own guards," Catelyn told her brother. She would sleep better with Stark and Tully men stationed outside her door. The audience with Lord Walder had been less trying than she'd anticipated, yet she would be relieved when this was all concluded. "A few more days, and Robb rides to war, while I face a polite imprisonment at Seaguard." She had no doubt Lord Jason would be courteous, but the thought still weighed on her spirit. From below she could hear the sounds of horses and the deep rumble of wagons as the column slowly crossed the bridge between the castle towers. Moving to the window, Catelyn watched Robb's host emerge from the eastern keep. "The rain appears to be letting up. Now that we're finally indoors," Edmure remarked, standing before the fire and basking in its warmth. He then turned, a thoughtful expression on his face. "What was your impression of Rosalind? She seems too slight, too delicate. The trials of childbirth will be harsh for her." But her brother looked genuinely pleased, so she simply said, "She is sweet." "I believe she liked me," Edmure mused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips before it faded. But why was she crying? She is a maiden on the night before her wedding. A few tears are perfectly expected. Catelyn remembered how Lysa had wept torrents the morning of their own wedding, though she had composed herself into a vision of radiant joy by the time Jon Arryn placed his cloak around her shoulders. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced, Lysa whispering frantic fears to her in the sept, her hands ice-cold, but Catelyn pushed it aside. "She is far lovelier than I dared hope," Edmure continued, raising a hand to forestall any comment. "I know there are more pressing matters, so spare me the lecture, Septa. Even so." He shook his head, his tone shifting from earnest to one of sardonic relief. "Did you see some of the other maidens Lord Frey paraded before us? The one with the constant twitch, was that the falling sickness? And those twins, their faces had more pits and blemishes than pet or pimples? After that procession, I was fully prepared for Rosalind to be bald, missing an eye, with Jingle Bell's wits and Black Walder's vicious temper." He gave a short, dry laugh, the firelight casting dancing shadows on his face. "Finding her merely shy and pretty feels like a minor miracle." She seemed gentle as well as fair, he noted, though his expression remained troubled. Why would the old man refuse to let me make a choice unless he intended to saddle me with someone truly dreadful? "Your preference for beauty is no secret," Catelyn pointed out. "It could be that Lord Walder genuinely wishes for you to be content with your match. More likely, he doesn't want you recoiling from some flaw and ruining all his careful arrangements. Or perhaps Rosalind is simply the old lord's favorite. A match with the Lord of Riverrun is a far greater prize than most of his daughters could ever expect." "That is true," her brother admitted, yet his doubt lingered. "Could it be the girl is unable to bear children? Lord Walder desires a grandson to hold Riverrun. What purpose would it serve him to give you a barren wife? It disposes of a daughter no one else would accept. Little good that does him. Walder Frey may be irritable, but he is not a fool. Even so, is it possible?" Yes, Catelyn conceded, though it pained her to say it. There are childhood sicknesses that can leave a woman incapable of conceiving. Yet we have no cause to believe Lady Rosalind suffered such a fate. She glanced around the chamber. To speak plainly, the Freys have treated us with more consideration than I had prepared for. Edmure gave a short laugh, a few pointed remarks, and some ill-mannered gloating. From him, that counts as politeness. I fully expected the old weasel to water our wine and then demand we compliment the flavor. The joke left Catelyn with a peculiar sense of unease. "If you will pardon me, I should change out of these damp clothes, as you wish," Edmure said with a yawn. "I may rest for a while." She withdrew to her own quarters where the trunk brought from River Run had been placed at the foot of the bed. After undressing and arranging her wet garments near the hearth to dry, she put on a warm dress of tully red and blue, tended to her hair, and then went to seek out the Freys. The high hall was empty of Lord Walder upon his black oak seat, but several of his sons were gathered by the fire. Lame Lothar rose awkwardly when he saw her. "Lady Catelyn, I thought you would be resting. How may I assist you?" "Are these your kin?" she inquired. "Brothers, half-brothers, good brothers, and nephews," he confirmed. "Raymond and I share a mother. Lord Lucius Viprin is wed to my half-sister Lithene, and Sir Damon is their son. You are already acquainted with my half-brother Sir Hostine, I believe. And this is Sir Leslin Hay with his sons, Sir Harrys and Sir Donnel. Well met, good sirs. Is Sir Perwyn here? He was part of my escort to Storm's End and back when Robb sent me to treat with Lord Renly. I had hoped to see him again." "Perwyn is away," Lame Lothar replied. "I will give him your greetings. I know he will be sorry to have missed you. Surely he will return in time for Lady Roslyn's wedding?" "He had hoped to," said Lame Lothar, "but with this relentless rain, you witnessed how the rivers are swelling, my lady." "I did," Catelyn said. "I wonder if you might direct me to your maester." "Are you unwell, my lady?" asked Sir Hostine, a powerfully built man with a strong, square jaw. "A minor ailment, nothing to trouble you, sir." Lothar, ever courteous, led her from the hall up a flight of steps and across a covered bridge to another staircase.
"You should find Maester Brennet in the turret at the top, my lady." Catelyn half expected the maester to be yet another of Walder Frey's countless sons, but Brennet did not share the family look. He was a very large man, bald and double-chinned, and none too tidy judging by the raven droppings staining his sleeves. Still, he seemed agreeable. When she explained Edmure's worries about Lady Roslyn's ability to bear children, he chuckled. "Your lord brother has nothing to fear, Lady Catelyn."
"She's slight, I'll grant you, and narrow in the hips, but her mother was just the same, and Lady Bethany presented Lord Walder with a child every year." "How many lived past infancy?" she asked directly. "5, he answered, counting them off on fingers as plump as sausages. Sir Perwyn, Sir Benfrey, Maester Williman, who took his vows last year and now serves Lord Hunter in the Vale Olivar, who served as your son's squire, and Lady Roslyn, the youngest, 4 boys to 1 girl. Lord Edmure will have more sons than he can count. I am certain that will bring him comfort. So the girl was likely to be as fertile as she was fair. That should settle Edmure's nerves. Lord Walder had given her brother no reason for grievance, as far as she could tell. After leaving the maester, Catelyn did not go to her own chambers. She went to find Robb. She discovered Robin Flint and Sir Wendell Manderley with him, along with the Great John and his son, who was still called the Small John, though he now stood nearly as tall as his father. Their clothes were damp. Another man, even wetter, stood before the hearth in a pale pink cloak edged with white fur. "Lord Bolton," she said. "Lady Catelyn," he answered, his voice quiet. "It is good to see you again, even under such difficult circumstances. You are gracious." Catelyn could sense a weight in the room. Even the Great John appeared solemn and quiet. She studied their grave expressions and asked, "What has happened?" "Lannisters are on the Trident," Sir Wendell said gloomily. "My brother has been captured once more, and Lord Bolton has brought us more news from Winterfell," Robb added. "Sir Roderick was not the only good man lost. Clee Serwyn and Leopold Tallheart also fell." "Clee Serwyn was barely more than a boy," she said, her heart aching. "Is it true, then? All gone? And Winterfell with them?" Bolton's pale eyes held hers. "The Iron Men put both the castle and the winter town to the torch. Some of your people were taken to the Dreadfort by my son, Ramsay." Your bastard stands accused of terrible crimes, Catelyn reminded him sharply. Of murder, rape, and worse. Indeed, Roose Bolton replied, his blood is flawed, that cannot be disputed. Yet he is a capable fighter, as shrewd as he is bold. When the Iron Men struck down Ser Roderick and Leopold Tallheart soon after, the command fell to Ramsay, and he took it. He vows he will not rest until every last Greyjoy is driven from the north. Perhaps such loyalty might offset, in some small way, the wrongs his bastard nature has led him to commit. He gave a slight shrug, or perhaps not. When the war ends, his grace will have to weigh the matter. By then I hope to have a true-born son by Lady Walda. This is a man without warmth, Catelyn understood, not for the first time. Did Ramsay speak of Theon Greyjoy? Robb pressed. Was he killed, or did he escape? Roose Bolton drew a frayed strip of leather from the pouch at his belt. My son included this with his message. Sir Wendell turned his heavy face away. Robin Flint and Small John Umber exchanged a glance, and the Great John let out a sound like an angry bull. Is that skin? Said Robb. The skin from the little finger of Theon Greyjoy's left hand. My son has a cruel streak, I admit it. And yet, what is a bit of skin measured against the lives of two young princes? You were their mother, my lady? Might I give you this small token of retribution? A part of Catelyn longed to seize the grim keepsake and hold it tight, but she forced herself to refuse. Put it away, I beg you. Flaying Theon will not return my brothers to me, Robb said. I want his head, not his skin. He is Balon Greyjoy's sole surviving son, Lord Bolton murmured, as though reminding them, and now the rightful king of the Iron Islands. A captive king holds great value as a bargaining piece. Bargaining piece? The term set Catelyn on edge. Hostages were often traded. Lord Bolton, I pray you are not proposing we release the man who murdered my sons. Whoever claims the Seastone chair will want Theon Greyjoy dead, Bolton noted. Even in chains, his claim outweighs those of his uncles. Keep him, I say, and extract promises from the Ironborn as the cost for his eventual death. Robb weighed the idea with clear reluctance, but finally he nodded. Yes, so be it. Keep him alive then, for now. Hold him under close guard at the Dreadfort until we reclaim the north. Catelyn turned again to Roose Bolton. Sir Wendell spoke of Lannisters on the Trident? He did, my lady. The fault is mine. I lingered at Harrenhal longer than I should have. Aenys Frey had already left days earlier, managing to get his men across the Trident at the Ruby Ford, though not without a struggle. By the time my own forces reached the river, the rains had swelled it into a raging torrent. My only option was a painstaking ferry operation using the handful of small boats we possessed. I watched, stranded on the southern bank, as 2/3 of my army made it to the north side. That's when the Lannisters struck the remainder still waiting to cross men from the houses of Norrie, Locke, and Burley, with Sir Willis Manderley and his White Harbor knights holding the rear. I was helpless, separated by the furious water. Sir Willis tried to form a defense, but Gregor Clegane crashed into them with heavy cavalry, driving scores into the river. Many drowned, others were cut down. Some ran, and the rest were captured. Gregor Clegane, Catelyn thought, was a curse in human form. Would Robb have to turn his army south again to confront him? Or was the mountain already marching north? Has Clegane crossed the river? She asked. No, Lord Bolton replied, his tone quiet but firm. I left a garrison of 600 to hold the ford, spearmen from the rills and the mountains, archers from Hornwood, a mix of free riders and hedge knights, and a solid corps of Stout and Serwyn infantry to give them spine. Ronell Stout and Sir Kyle Condon are in command. Sir Kyle served the late Lord Serwyn faithfully, as you likely recall. Lions drown as easily as wolves. While the river runs high, Sir Gregor will not pass. The last thing we need is the mountain at our backs when we move up the causeway, Robb said. You acted wisely, my lord. You're generous, your grace. My losses on the Green Fork were severe, and Glover and Tallheart fared even worse at Duskendale. Duskendale. Robb spat the word like a curse. Robert Glover will answer for that folly when I next see him, I swear it. A grievous error, Lord Bolton agreed. though Glover was not thinking clearly after learning Deepwood Motte had fallen. Grief and fear can shatter a man's judgment. Duskendale was a closed wound, but the battles ahead filled Catelyn with fresh dread. She turned to Roose Bolton. "How many men have you brought for my son?" His pale, unsettling eyes considered her before he answered. "Roughly 500 horse and 3,000 foot, my lady. Mostly Dreadfort men and a contingent from Carhold. Given the uncertain loyalty of the Karstarks now, I deemed it prudent to keep them under close watch. I only wish there were more." "It will be enough," said Robb. "You shall command the rear guard, Lord Bolton. We march for the Neck as soon as my uncle's wedding is properly seen to. We are going home." The outriders found them an hour's travel from the Green Fork, as the wagon lurched along a rain-soaked track. "Keep your head low and don't speak," the hound grunted when he spotted the 3 riders approaching. A knight and 2 squires, lightly armed on swift palfreys. Clegane snapped his whip at the tired draft horses pulling the creaking wagon. With every rotation of its large wooden wheels, thick mud oozed from the deep ruts in the road. Stranger, his ill-tempered warhorse, trailed behind, tied to the wagon, wearing no armor or tack. The hound himself was disguised in a patched, muddy green tunic and a hooded gray cloak that shadowed his face. So long as he kept his gaze lowered, only the glint of his eyes was visible. He looked like a down-on-his-luck farmer, a very large one. Beneath the rough-spun, however, Arya knew he wore boiled leather and oiled mail. She was dressed as a farmer's boy or perhaps a pig keeper. Behind them, 4 stout barrels of salt pork and 1 of pickled pig's feet completed the ruse. The riders split, circling the wagon once to inspect it before closing in. Clegane reined the team to a stop and waited, outwardly patient. The knight carried a spear and sword, his squires held longbows at the ready. The men's leather jerkins bore a smaller version of the emblem stitched on their commander's coat, a black pitchfork laid across a slanted gold bar, all set against a rust-colored background. Arya had imagined meeting northern scouts first, men in gray cloaks with the direwolf sigil on their chests. She might have dared to approach them even if they carried the giant of House Umber or the mailed fist of the Glovers, but this pitchfork knight was unknown to her. The only similar symbol she recalled from Winterfell was the trident held by the mermen of House Manderley. "What brings you to the Twins?" the knight inquired. "Salt pork for the wedding celebrations, if it please you, sir," the hound muttered, keeping his gaze low and his features concealed. "Salt pork seldom pleases anyone," the knight replied with a dismissive wave. He gave Clegane only a fleeting look and ignored Arya completely, but his attention lingered on Stranger. The stallion was clearly no common draft animal. One of the squire's horses shied as Stranger snapped at it, nearly unseating its rider. "Where did you acquire this horse?" the pitchfork knight demanded. "Milady instructed me to bring him, sir," Clegane answered meekly. "He's a wedding present for the young Lord Tully." "Which lady? Who do you serve?" "Lady Went, sir." "Does she believe a horse can buy back Harrenhal?" the knight scoffed. "Gods, is there any fool greater than an old fool?" Still, he motioned them onward. "Be on your way." "Yes, m'lord." The hound cracked his whip, and the weary draft horses strained to pull the wagon's wheels free from the deep mud where they had settled. By the time they were moving, the outriders were already riding off. Clegane watched them go and let out a derisive snort. "Sir Donal Hay," he said, "I've won more horses from that man than I can recall armor to. I almost finished him in a tournament once." "Then why didn't he recognize you?" Arya asked. "Because knights are fools," he replied, snapping the whip lightly. "It's beneath them to look twice at a common peasant. Keep your eyes down, speak respectfully, and say 'sir' often, and most knights will look right through you. They notice horses far more than small folk. He might have known Stranger if he'd ever seen me ride him. He would have known your face, though." Arya was certain of that. Sandor Clegane's burn scars were not easily forgotten once seen. He couldn't hide them behind a helmet either, especially not one shaped like a snarling dog. That was the reason for the wagon and the barrels of pickled pig's feet. "I've no intention of being dragged before your brother in chains," the hound had explained to her earlier. "And I'd prefer not to carve through his men to reach him. So we play this little game." They had obtained the wagon, horses, clothing, and casks from a farmer they encountered on the King's Road, though not by his consent. The hound had taken everything at sword point. When the farmer cursed him as a thief, Clegane had said, "No, a forager. Be thankful you keep your small clothes. Now take off those boots, or I'll take your legs off, your choice." The farmer was as large as Clegane, but he chose to surrender his boots and keep his legs. Dusk found them still making their slow way toward the Green Fork and Lord Frey's twin castles. "I am almost there," Arya thought. She felt she should be excited, but her stomach was clenched in tight knots. Perhaps it was just the lingering fever, but perhaps not. The previous night she'd suffered a dreadful dream. The details now blurred, but the unsettling feeling persisting throughout the day, growing stronger if anything. Fear cuts deeper than swords. She had to be strong, as her father had taught her. Only a castle gate, a river, and an army stood between her and her mother. But it was Robb's army, so there was no real danger. Was there? Roose Bolton was among them, however. The Leech Lord, as the outlaws named him. That thought alone was enough to unsettle anyone. Arya had escaped Harrenhal to be free of both Bolton and the Bloody Mummers, and she'd been forced to slit a guard's throat to do it. Did he know it was her? Or did he suspect Gendry or Hot Pie? Would he have sent word to her mother? What would he do if he saw her now? He likely wouldn't recognize me anyway. These days she resembled a drowned rat more than a lord's cupbearer, a drowned boy rat, to be precise. The hound had hacked off clumps of her hair just 2 days before. He was a worse barber than Yoren had ever been, leaving her scalp half bald on one side. I bet even Robb wouldn't know me. Or Mother. She'd been a little girl when she last saw them, the day Lord Eddard Stark rode out from Winterfell. The music reached them before the castle came into view, the thump of drums, the blare of horns, the faint skirl of pipes almost lost beneath the river's growl, and the steady drumming of rain. "We've missed the wedding," the hound grunted, "but it sounds like the feast is still going. I'll be rid of you soon." "No, I'll be rid of you," Arya thought fiercely. The road had been winding northwest, but now it bent west between a sodden apple orchard and a field of corn, flattened by the downpour. They passed the last of the trees and topped a rise, and suddenly the castles, the river, and the sprawling camps lay before them. Hundreds of horses and thousands of men milled around 3 enormous feast tents lined up before the castle gates like great canvas halls. Robb had pitched his camp on higher, drier ground, set back from the walls, but the swollen Green Fork had spilled over its banks and claimed a few tents placed too carelessly. Here, the music from the castles was louder, drums and horns rolling across the encampment. The musicians in the nearer castle were playing a different tune than those on the far bank, though, so the clash sounded more like a battle than a celebration. "They aren't very good," Arya remarked. The hound made a noise that might have been a laugh. "I'd wager there are deaf old women in Lannisport complaining about the noise. I heard Walder Frey's eyes were going, but nobody mentioned his damned ears." She found herself wishing for daylight. If the sun were out and the wind blowing, she could have made out the banners clearly, searched for the Stark direwolf, or the Serwyn battle-axe, or the Glover fist. But in the gloom, all colors bled to gray. The rain had softened to a fine, misty drizzle, though an earlier deluge had left the banners hanging like sodden dish rags, too wet to read. A rough barrier of wagons and carts had been drawn up along the perimeter as a makeshift wall against attack. It was there the guards halted them. The lantern their sergeant carried cast enough light for Arya to see his cloak was a pale pink, dotted with red teardrops. His men wore the Leech Lord's badge over their hearts, the flayed man of the Dreadfort. Sandor Clegane offered the same story he'd given the Outriders, but this Bolton sergeant was a tougher sort than Sir Donal Hay had been. "Salt pork's no fit meat for a lord's wedding feast," he said with scorn. "We've got pickled pig's feet as well, sir." "Not for the feast, you don't. The feast is half done. And I'm a Northman, not some milksop Southron knight. I was told to find the steward, or the cook. The castle's closed. The lordlings aren't to be disturbed." The sergeant thought for a moment. "You can unload by the feast tents over there." He pointed with a gauntleted hand. "Ale stirs a man's hunger, and old Frey won't miss a few pig's feet. He hasn't the teeth for them anyway. Ask for Sedgkins. He'll know what to do with you. He barked an order, and his men rolled one of the wagons aside to let them pass. The hound flicked his whip, urging the team toward the tents. No one paid them any mind. They rode through a sea of tents, their path lit by the glow from within. Some pavilions were made of silk, their walls shimmering with light from lanterns and braziers inside, turning them into glowing canvases of pink, gold, and green. They were decorated with stripes and checks, emblazoned with heraldic birds, beasts, stars, and wheels. Arya recognized a yellow tent bearing 6 acorns, 3 over 2 over 1, and thought of Lord Smallwood and Acorn Hall, a memory from another life that felt a world away. For every splendid silk tent, however, there were 24 more of simple dark felt or canvas. There were large barracks tents, and towering over them all, 3 massive feast tents. The noise of celebration had been building for hours. Shouts, clashing cups, laughter, curses, the rumble of wagons, and the restless sounds of horses and dogs. Underneath the music from the castle, a deeper, constant growl persisted, the swollen Green Fork River, roaring like a caged beast. Arya's eyes darted everywhere, searching desperately for a familiar direwolf sigil, for gray and white colors, for any face from Winterfell. All she found were strangers. A man relieved himself in the reeds, but he wasn't a Labelli. A laughing girl in a pale blue tent was chased by a man wearing a tree cat, not a wolf. 4 archers under a tree were stringing their longbows, but they were not her father's men. A passing maester was too young and thin to be Luwin. She looked up at the twins, their tower windows glowing faintly through the misty rain. They looked eerie and storybook, like something from old Nan's tales, but they were not home. The crowd was densest around the feast tents. The flaps were tied back, and men with drinking horns and tankards pushed in and out, some accompanied by camp followers. As the hound guided his horse past the first tent, Arya glimpsed a packed, warm, and noisy interior, thick with the smell of ale and wine and crowded with men who seemed not to mind the lack of space. At least they were dry. Arya, cold and soaked, envied them. The fine rain steamed where it met the heat escaping from the doorway. A shouted toast cut through the din to Lord Edmure and Lady Roslyn. The crowd drank, and another voice yelled, "To the young wolf and Queen Jane." Queen Jane, Arya thought. Bewildered, the only queen she knew was Cersei. Outside, fire pits dug under rough canopies of wood and hide hissed and swirled as the river wind blew drizzle into the flames. Servants turned spits of meat above the coals, and the smell made Arya's stomach clench with hunger. "Shouldn't we stop?" she asked Sandor Clegane. "There are Northmen in there." She recognized them by their beards, their faces, their bearskin cloaks, their half-heard toasts and songs, Karstarks, Umbers, mountain clansmen. "I bet there are Winterfell men, too. Her father's men. The young wolf's dire wolves." "Your brother will be in the castle," he grunted. "Your mother, too. Do you want them or not?" "Yes," she said. "What about Sedgekins?" The sergeant had told them to ask for Sedgekins. "Sedgekins can go bugger himself with a hot poker," Clegane snarled. He shook out his whip, sending it cracking through the damp air to bite at a horse's flank, and they moved on, leaving the noise and light behind. Catelyn's head throbbed in time with the relentless drumming that filled the hall. From the musicians' gallery, pipes and flutes trilled, fiddles screeched, and horns blared, yet the pounding drums drowned them all out. The noise bounced off the rafters above the crowded guests, who shouted over the din as they ate and drank. Walder Frey must be stone deaf to call this music, she thought bitterly, taking a small sip of wine. She watched Jingle Bell's clumsy prancing to a tune that was supposedly Alazan, though with these players, it could just as easily have been the Bear and the Maiden Fair. Outside, the rain continued to fall, but inside the twins the air was stifling and thick. A roaring hearth fire and rows of smoky torches contributed to the heat, but most of it radiated from the press of wedding guests crammed along the benches. Every time a man lifted his cup, he elbowed his neighbor. Even on the dais, Catelyn felt uncomfortably close to those beside her. Seated between Ser Ryman Frey and Roose Bolton, she was subjected to their distinct odors. Ser Ryman drank as if Westeros were on the brink of a wine shortage, sweating profusely under his arms. She guessed he had bathed in lemon water, but no lemon could conceal such a pungent, sour smell. Roose Bolton carried a sweeter, yet no more agreeable scent. He preferred Hippocras to wine or mead and ate very little, a choice Catelyn understood all too well. The wedding fare was meager for a king: a thin leek soup, a salad of beets and onions, river pike in almond milk, cold mashed turnips, jellied calves' brains, and a tough beef leche. The sight of the calves' brains turned her stomach. Yet Robb ate without complaint, and her brother Edmure was too absorbed with his new bride to notice the poor spread. It was hard to believe this was the same man who had grumbled about Rosalind the entire journey from Riverrun. Now, husband and wife shared a single plate and cup, exchanging shy kisses between sips. Edmure waved away most dishes, and Catelyn didn't blame him. She could recall almost nothing of the food at her own wedding feast. Had she tasted any of it? Or had she spent the whole evening staring at Ned's face, wondering about the stranger she had just married? Rosalind's smile seemed stitched into place, serene yet tense. She's a maid wedded, but the bedding is still to come. No doubt she's as frightened as I was. Robb was seated between Alix Frey and Fair Walda, two of the more comely Frey girls. Lord Walder had said, "At the wedding feast I hope you will not refuse to dance with my daughters. It would please an old man's heart." Well, his heart ought to be delighted. Robb had performed his duty like a true king. He had danced with each of them, with Edmure's bride, the 8th Lady Frey, the widow Ami, Roose Bolton's wife Fat Walda, the pimply twins Sarah and Sara, and even little Sheree, who could not have been more than 6. Catelyn wondered if the Lord of the Crossing would be satisfied, or if he'd find fault with all the other daughters and granddaughters who hadn't taken a turn with the king. Trying to be courteous, she remarked to Sir Ryman Frey, "Your sisters dance very gracefully." "They're aunts and cousins," he corrected bluntly, swallowing more wine as sweat dripped from his cheek into his beard. Sour and deep in his cups, Catelyn observed. The late Lord Frey might have skimped on the food, but he was lavish with the drink. Ale, wine, and mead flowed as steadily as the river outside. The Greatjon was already roaring drunk. Lord Walder's son Merritt was trying to match him cup for cup, while Ser Waylon Frey had passed out entirely in the attempt. Catelyn Stark wished the Greatjon had remained sober, but asking him to abstain from drink was as futile as asking him to stop breathing. Her son, King Robb, was flanked by Small John Umber and Robin Flint, positioned across from Fair Walda and Alix Frey. These men, along with Patrek Mallister and Daisy Mormont, were not indulging. They served as the king's personal guard for the evening. A wedding feast might not be a battlefield, but a king surrounded by drunken men was never truly safe, and Catelyn took comfort in their vigilance. She felt even more reassured by the sight of sword belts hanging from the wall pegs. After all, no one required a longsword to tackle a plate of jellied calves' brains. Lady Walda Bolton's high, fluttering voice cut through the music as she leaned toward Sarah Wendell. "Everyone believed my lord would pick Fair Walda," she declared. The girl was a plump, rosy-cheeked figure with pale blue eyes and fine flaxen hair, her substantial bosom at odds with her squeaky tone. It was difficult to imagine her amidst the grim stone of the Dreadfort, draped in her delicate pink lace and vair-trimmed cape. "But my lord grandfather promised Roose a dowry equal to his bride's weight in silver, so Lord Bolton chose me." Her multiple chins wobbled with laughter. "I outweigh my cousin by 6 stone, but for once I was thankful for it. Now I am Lady Bolton, and poor Fair Walda remains unwed, nearly 19. A pity, truly." Roose Bolton, the Lord of the Dreadfort, seemed utterly indifferent to his wife's prattling. Catelyn observed him picking at his food, tearing bread with his strong, pale fingers, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Earlier, Bolton had offered a toast to Lord Walder's grandsons, subtly noting they were under the care of his bastard son. The old lord's narrowed eyes and sucking breath told Catelyn he understood the unspoken menace perfectly. Was there ever a less joyous wedding, she wondered, until the memory of her own daughter Sansa, forced to wed the imp, surfaced with a pang. May the mother show her kindness. She has always had such a tender heart. The stifling heat, the thick smoke, and the relentless clamor were beginning to sicken her. The musicians in the gallery were plentiful and loud, but talent was in short supply. Catelyn drained her wine and let a page refill it. Just a few more hours, and this ordeal will be finished. By tomorrow, Rob would march to face the Iron Men at Moat Cailin. It was strange how the prospect of a battle now felt almost like a relief. He will be victorious. He has won every engagement, and the Ironborn lack a true king. Ned taught him well, after all. The drumbeats thudded relentlessly. The fool Jingle Bell pranced by again, his bells nearly drowned out by the cacophony. Suddenly, a furious snarl erupted as two dogs clashed over a scrap of meat, tumbling across the floor in a frenzy of snapping jaws. The hall roared with laughter. Someone drenched the brawling animals with a flagon of ale, and they slunk apart, one limping toward the high table. Lord Walder cackled, his toothless mouth agape as the soaked hound shook ale and fur all over 3 of his grandsons. The sight of the dogs made Catelyn's heart ache anew for Grey Wind's presence, but Rob's direwolf had been banished from the hall. "That wild beast of yours has a taste for man-flesh, or so I hear," Lord Walder had wheezed earlier. "Rips out throats, yes. I'll not have such a creature at my Roslyn's feast, not with all these sweet women and innocent children about." "Grey Wind poses no threat to them, my lord," Rob had argued, his voice tight. "Not while I am present. You were present at my gates, were you not? When the wolf set upon the grandsons I sent to greet you?" "Oh, I heard all about that, don't think I didn't." "No lasting harm was done." "No harm?" The old lord had shot back, his mouth working. "The king says no harm?" Pittier was thrown from his horse. Thrown? I lost a wife the same way from a fall. Or was she just some base-born girl? Ah, yes, Bastard Walder's mother. She fell and cracked her skull open. What would your grace have done if Pittier had broken his neck? The memory of the exchange sat like a cold stone in Catelyn's stomach. Another layer of discord in this cheerless celebration. Another apology instead of a grandson? Absolutely not. You might be a king, the king in the north. I won't argue that, but here, under my roof, my word is law. You can keep your wolf or have your wedding, your grace. You cannot have both. Catelyn saw the anger flash in her son's eyes, but he swallowed his pride with what grace he could muster. If Lord Walder wishes to feed me crow stew swimming with maggots, he had told her earlier, I will eat every bite and politely ask for more. And so he did. The Greatjan had outdrunk another of Walder Frey's sons, this time Petter Pimple. What did the boy expect, challenging a man with 3 times his capacity? Lord Umber pushed back from the table, wiped his beard, and launched into song. A bear there was, a bear, a beer, all black and brown and covered with hair. His voice was surprisingly strong if slurred by ale. The real trouble was the musicians in the gallery who were sawing away at Flowers of Spring, a melody that matched the bear and the maiden fair about as well as oysters belong in a pudding. Even simple Jingle Bell covered his ears at the noise. Roose Bolton murmured something inaudible and slipped away, likely in search of a privy. The hall was a cramped, chaotic swirl of guests and servants coming and going. Across the river, Catelyn knew, a second feast was in full swing for the lower-ranking knights and lords. Lord Walder had banished his bastards and their families to that side, leading Rob's Northmen to dub it the Bastards' Banquet. No doubt a few guests were already sneaking off to see if the revelry was livelier over there, or even wandering out to the soldier camps. The Freys had supplied wagons of wine and ale so the common men could toast the union of River Run and the twins. Rob took the seat Bolton had vacated. "A few more hours, and this performance is over, Mother," he said quietly, as the great John bellowed about the maid with honey in her hair. "For once, Black Walder's been tame as a kitten, and Uncle Edmure looks perfectly pleased with his bride." He leaned past her. "Sir Ryman?" Sir Ryman Frey blinked slowly. "Your Grace." "I'd hoped to ask Olivar to squire for me when we march north," Rob said. "But I don't see him tonight. Might he be at the other feast?"
"Olivar?"
Sir Ryman shook his head. "No, not Olivar. He's gone from the castle. Called away. Duty." "I understand," Rob replied, though his tone made it clear he did not. When Sir Ryman added nothing, the king stood. "Would you care to dance, Mother?" "Thank you, no." A dance was the last thing she wanted with her head pounding. "I'm certain one of Lord Walder's daughters would be honored." "Oh, I'm sure," he said with a weary smile. By then, the musicians were playing iron lances, while the great John roared, "The lusty lad." Someone ought to introduce those two. It might help the harmony. Catelyn turned back to Sir Ryman. "I heard one of your cousins was a singer, Alexander, Simon's boy. Alex is his sister." He gestured vaguely toward where Alex danced with Robin Flint. "Will Alexander perform for us tonight?" Sir Ryman squinted at her. "Not him, he's away." He mopped his brow with the sleeve and heaved himself up. "Your pardon, my lady." Catelyn watched him weave unsteadily toward the exit. Nearby, Edmure was whispering to Rosalind, clasping her hand. Elsewhere in the hall, Sir Mark Piper and Sir Danwell Frey were deep in a drinking contest. Lame Lothar shared a joke with Sir Hostine. A young Frey juggled daggers for a cluster of laughing girls, and Jingle Bell sat on the floor, sucking wine from his fingers. Servants were now arriving with great silver platters heaped with slices of tender pink lamb, the first truly appealing dish of the entire evening. And there was Rob leading Daisy Mormont in a dance. Out of her mail and in a gown, Lady Maige's eldest daughter was strikingly pretty, tall and graceful, with a shy smile that softened her long face. It was a welcome sight, seeing her move with the same fluid grace in the hall as she did on the training grounds. Catelyn found her thoughts drifting to Lady Maige, wondering if she had managed to navigate the treacherous paths of the Neck yet. While Maige had taken her other daughters, Daisy had chosen to stay a steadfast companion at Rob's side. "He truly has his father's gift for inspiring such fierce loyalty," she mused, thinking not only of Daisy but of young Olivar Frey, who had been so devoted he'd wished to remain even after Rob's marriage to Jane. From his high seat between the dark oak towers, Lord Walder brought his spotted hands together in a slow, soft clap. The sound was barely a whisper, yet Sir Aenys and Sir Hostine noticed and took up the signal, hammering their cups upon the table. Soon Lame Lothar, Mark Piper, Sir Danwell, and Sir Raymond joined in, until half the hall was pounding in rhythm. At last, even the musicians in the gallery caught on, and the lively tunes of pipes, drums, and fiddles dwindled into an expectant hush. "Your Grace," Lord Walder's voice rasped toward Rob. "The Septon has prayed, the words have been spoken, and my sweet girl is wrapped in a fish cloak. But they are not yet truly wed. A sword needs its sheath, and a wedding needs its bedding. What says my liege? Is it time we put them to bed?" A score of Freys, sons and grandsons alike, took up the clamor once more, their cups banging and voices shouting, "To bed, to bed! Take them to bed!" Rosalind had gone pale as milk. Catelyn watched her, wondering if it was the loss of her maidenhead that frightened the girl or the raucous public spectacle of the bedding ritual itself. With so many siblings, she could hardly be unfamiliar with the custom, yet it was a different matter entirely to be the one stripped and paraded. Memories of her own wedding night surfaced unbidden. Jory Cassell's rough hands tearing at her gown in his eagerness. Desmond Grell's drunken, repeated apologies before launching into another crude jape. She recalled Lord Dustin's booming voice telling Ned that her breasts were enough to make a man regret being weaned. Poor man, she thought with a pang. He rode south with Ned and never came home. A cold dread settled in her stomach as she scanned the laughing, shouting faces. How many of these men now reveling would be dead before the year turned? Far too many, I fear. Rob lifted a hand, his expression unreadable. "If you deem the time meet, Lord Walder, then by all means let us bed them." A roar of approval shook the hall. The musicians struck up "The Queen Took Off Her Sandal," the King took off his crown, the lively tune almost drowned by the rising chaos. Jingle Bell hopped from foot to foot, his fool's crown jingling madly. "I hear Tully men have trout between their legs instead of proper cocks," Alex Frey shouted boldly. "Does it take a worm to make them rise?" To which Sir Mark Piper retorted, "And I hear Frey women have 2 gates in place of 1. Alex shot back, "Aye, but both are closed and barred to little things like you." Laughter swelled, only growing louder when Patrick Mallister climbed onto a table to toast Ed Muir's one-eyed fish. "A mighty pike it is," he yelled. "Nay, I'll wager it's a minnow." Fat Walda Bolton shrieked from beside Catelyn. Then the general cry of, "Bed them! Bed them!" rose again, and the guests, led by the drunkest, swarmed the dais. The men and boys surrounded Rosalind. lifting her bodily into the air, while the women of the hall descended on a laughing Edmure, pulling him to his feet and tugging at his clothes. Catelyn could see his mouth moving with bawdy retorts, though the music swallowed the words. She could not miss the Great John's bellow, however, as he shoved through the crowd. "Give this little bride to me," he roared, hoisting Roslyn over his shoulder like a sack of grain. "Look at this. No meat on her at all." A sharp pang of sympathy struck Catelyn for the girl. Most brides played along with the rough humor or feigned enjoyment, but Roslyn was rigid with terror, clutching at the Great John as if she might fall. "She's crying," Catelyn realized, watching as Sir Mark Piper tugged off one of the bride's silken shoes. "I can only hope Edmure remembers to be gentle with her tonight." The raucous music from the gallery continued to spill into the hall. The queen was shedding her gown, the king his tunic. Catelyn knew she should be with the other women attending her brother, but her presence would only dampen their revelry. Edmure would not miss her. It was surely more joyful to be undressed and carried off by a crowd of laughing Freys than by a sister weighed down with sorrow. As the bridal couple was borne away, leaving a trail of discarded garments, Catelyn noticed Robb had also stayed behind. Lord Walder Frey was prickly enough to take this as a slight against his daughter. "He should join Roslyn's bedding, but is it my place to command my king?" Her anxiety eased only when she saw others remained. Pityr Pimple and Sir Waylon Frey slept with their heads upon the table. Merritt Frey refilled his wine cup, and Jinglebell scavenged morsels from abandoned plates. Sir Wendell Manderley heartily consumed a leg of lamb. Lord Walder himself was too frail to rise without aid. He will expect Robb to go, all the same. She could almost hear the old man's querulous voice demanding why the king did not wish to see his bride unclothed. The drums resumed a relentless pounding rhythm. Daisy Mormont, now the only other woman left with Catelyn, approached Edwin Frey and lightly touched his arm to speak. He wrenched away with startling violence. "No," he said too loud. "I've danced enough for one night." Daisy paled and turned. Catelyn rose slowly to her feet. What was that? A cold doubt seized her heart, replacing the weariness of a moment before. "It is nothing," she told herself. "You are imagining threats where none exist, a grief-sick woman seeing shadows." Yet her alarm must have shown, for even Sir Wendell Manderley noticed. "Is something wrong?" he asked, the lamb leg in hand. She did not answer. Instead, she moved after Edwin Frey. The musicians had finally stripped the mummers king and queen to their name-day suits. Without pause, they launched into a different tune entirely. No one sang, but Catelyn recognized the Rains of Castamere the moment she heard it. Edwin was hastening toward a door. Driven by the sinister music, she hurried faster. 6 strides, and she caught him. "And who are you?" the proud lord said, "that I must bow so low?" She seized his arm to turn him and went cold at the feel of iron rings beneath the silk sleeve. Catelyn struck him across the face so hard his lip split. Olivar, she thought, and Perwyn Alisander all conveniently absent. And Roslyn wept. Edwin Frey shoved her aside. The music swelled, drowning all else as if the very stones were playing. Robb shot Edwin an angry look and moved to intercept him. Then staggered as a crossbow bolt struck his side just below the shoulder. If he cried out, the sound was lost in the blast of horns and fiddles. Catelyn saw a second bolt pierce his leg, saw him fall. Above in the gallery, half the musicians held crossbows instead of instruments. She ran for her son until something punched into the small of her back and the hard floor rushed up to meet her. "Robb!" she screamed. She saw Small John Umber heave a table from its trestles. Bolts thudded into the wood, 1, 2, 3, as he flung it over his king. Robin Flint was encircled by Freys, their daggers rising and falling. Sir Wendell Manderley lurched to his feet, still clutching his leg of lamb. A quarrel took him in the open mouth and burst from the back of his neck. He fell forward, overturning the table and sending cups, flagons, trenchers, vegetables, and wine cascading across the floor. Catelyn's back was ablaze with pain. I must reach him. Small John smashed a leg of mutton into Sir Raymond Frey's face. As he fumbled for his sword, a crossbow bolt slammed into him, dropping him to his knees. A lion has claws whether its coat is gold or red. Lucas Blackwood fell under Sir Hostine Frey's blade. Black Walder sliced through the leg of one of the Vance men as he struggled with Sir Harry's hay. And my own claws are just as long and sharp, my lord. Crossbow fire cut down Donald Locke, Owen Norrie, and several others. Young Sir Benfrey had grabbed Daisy Mormont's arm, but Catelyn watched her snatch a wine flagon with her free hand, shatter it against his face, and bolt for the exit. The door swung open before she could reach it. Sir Ryman Frey marched into the hall, encased in steel from head to foot, a dozen of his men-at-arms armed with heavy long axes crowding behind him. "Mercy," Catelyn screamed, but her plea was lost in the blare of horns, the beat of drums, and the shriek of clashing metal. Sir Ryman drove his axe deep into Daisy Mormont's belly. Then more men flooded through the other doorways, Northmen in mail and shaggy furs with steel in their hands. For half a heartbeat, she thought it was rescue until one of them hacked the small John's head from his shoulders with two brutal swings. Hope vanished like a candle snuffed by a gale. Amid the carnage, the Lord of the Crossing watched from his carved oaken throne, his eyes gleaming with hunger. A dagger lay on the floor a few feet away, perhaps shaken loose when the small John overturned the table, or dropped from a dying man's grip. Catelyn dragged herself toward it. Her arms and legs felt like stone, the coppery taste of blood filling her mouth. "I will kill Walder Frey," she vowed silently. The fool Jingle Bell was nearer the blade, cowering beneath a table, but he just whimpered and shrank back as she seized it. "I will kill the old man. I can do that much." Then the tabletop Small John had thrown over Robb shifted, and her son pushed himself up to his knees. An arrow was buried in his side, another in his leg, a third through his chest. Lord Walder lifted a hand, and the music died away, save for a single, relentless drum. Catelyn heard the distant roar of battle, and closer, the frenzied howling of a wolf. Grey wind. She had forgotten. Lord Walder chuckled at Robb. "The king in the north arises. Looks like we killed some of your men, your grace. But I'll make a nice apology that should put them right back together, heh?" Catelyn seized a fistful of Jingle Bell Frey's long gray hair and hauled him from his hiding spot. "Lord Walder," she yelled. "Lord Walder," the drum beat on, a slow, dreadful rhythm. "Doom, boom, doom." "Enough," Catelyn declared, her voice cutting through the noise. "It ends now. You have answered betrayal with betrayal. Let it be done." As she set her dagger against Jingle Bell's throat, the memory of Bran's sick room returned to her, the cold feel of a blade at her own neck. The drum continued its pounding, boom, doom, boom, doom. "Please," she begged, "he is my son, my firstborn, and my last. Let him go. Spare him, and I swear we will forget this, all of it. By the old gods and the new, I swear it. We will seek no vengeance." Lord Walder squinted at her with suspicion. Only an idiot would swallow such nonsense. "Do you think I'm an idiot, my lady? I think you are a father. Keep me as your hostage. Keep Edmure, too, if he still lives. But let Robb leave." "No." Robb's voice was a faint whisper. "Mother, don't. Yes, Robb, stand up. Get up and walk out of here, please. Save yourself, if not for me, then for Jane." "Jane?" Robb gripped the table's edge and forced himself to his feet. "Mother," he gasped, Grey Wind. "Go to him now. Robb, walk out of this hall." Lord Walder gave a derisive snort. "And why would I ever allow that?" She pressed the dagger harder into Jingle Bell's throat. The simpleton stared up at her with wide, pleading eyes. A foul odor reached her, but she ignored it, just as she ignored the sullen, ceaseless pounding of the drum. Boom, doom, boom, doom. Sir Ryman and Black Walder were moving behind her, yet Catelyn felt nothing. They could do as they pleased, lock her away, defile her, end her life. None of it mattered anymore. She had endured too much, and Ned was waiting on the other side. It was only Robb who filled her with terror. "By my honor as a Tully," she declared to Lord Walder, her voice a frayed thread. "By my honor as a Stark, I will exchange your boy's life for my son's. A son for a son." Her grip was so unsteady that the bells on Aegon's cap jangled wildly. Boom came the drum beat. Boom, doom, boom, doom. The old lord's mouth worked soundlessly. The blade in Catelyn's sweat-slicked hand quivered. "A son for a son, heh?" Walder echoed, a dry chuckle in his throat. "But that one's a grandson, and he was never worth much." A knight clad in dark steel, a pale pink cloak stained with gore, moved to stand before Robb. Jaime Lannister sends his regards. He drove his longsword into her son's heart and gave it a vicious turn. Robb had broken his vow, but Catelyn would hold to hers. She yanked hard on Aegon's hair and sawed the knife across his throat until metal scraped against bone. Warm blood flooded over her hands. His little bells chimed madly, a frantic counterpoint to the drum's boom, doom, boom. At last, fingers pried the blade from her grasp. The tears that streaked her cheeks stung like salt in a wound. It felt as if 10 savage ravens were clawing at her face, shredding her skin into ribbons, leaving deep, bleeding grooves. She could taste the copper tang on her lips. "The pain is too much," she cried inside. "Our children, Ned, all our precious ones. Rickon, Bran, Arya, Sansa, Robb. Robb, I beg you, Ned, make it cease. Stop this agony." The pale tears and the crimson ones mingled, ruining the face Ned had cherished. Catelyn Stark lifted her hands and watched the blood stream down her fingers, past her wrists, soaking into the sleeves of her gown. Slow red worms seemed to crawl along her arms beneath the fabric. "It tickles." The absurd sensation broke her, and she laughed, a raw, shattered sound that climbed into a scream. "She's mad," a voice muttered. "The woman's lost her mind." Another said, "Finish it." A hand seized her hair just as she had seized Aegon's, and a fleeting thought pierced the haze. "No, not my hair. Ned loved my hair." Then cold steel pressed against her throat, and its bite was swift, red, and final. The celebratory tents faded behind them. They trudged across sodden clay and churned grass, leaving the pockets of light and re-entering the deep shadows. The castle gatehouse rose ahead. Arya could make out torches shifting along the walls, their flames whipping in the wind, casting a dull gleam on rain-wet armor and helmets. More lights moved along the dark stone bridge connecting the twins, a flowing line of them crossing from the west bank to the east. "The gates are still open," Arya murmured, a knot of surprise in her chest. The sergeant had sworn they would be sealed, but he was mistaken. Even as she watched, the iron portcullis was ratcheting upward, and the drawbridge lay lowered over the swollen, rushing moat. She had been steeled for Lord Frey's guards to deny them entry. For a fleeting moment, she bit her lip, anxiety stifling any relief. The hound hauled back on the reins so abruptly the wagon lurched, nearly throwing her from her perch. "7 bloody hells," she heard him snarl as their left wheel sank into soft mire. The wagon listed slowly. "Get off!" Clegane bellowed, shoving her hard in the shoulder to knock her clear. She landed lightly, as Syrio Forel had drilled into her, and sprang up at once, her face smeared with mud. "Why did you do that?" she shrieked. The hound had already jumped down. He ripped the wagon seat loose and grabbed the sword belt he had concealed beneath. Only then did Arya hear them. A river of steel and fire pouring from the castle gate, the thunder of armored war horses crossing the drawbridge nearly drowned by the relentless drumming from the keeps. The riders and their mounts were clad in plate, and 1 in every 10 bore a torch. The rest carried axes, great long axes with spiked heads and blades designed to crush bone and shatter armor. From somewhere in the far black distance, the lonesome howl of a wolf cut through the night. The roar of the camp, the pounding music, and the river's deep, threatening rumble should have drowned it out, but she heard it anyway. Perhaps it wasn't her ears that caught the sound, but something deeper. It shuddered through Arya like a cold blade, edged with fury and sorrow. From the castle gate, a relentless column of riders was pouring out, 4 abreast, knights, squires, and sellswords carrying torches and long axes. Then came a new noise from behind. Arya turned to see only 2 of the 3 great feast tents standing. The central one had vanished, and for a heartbeat, her mind refused to make sense of the sight. Then flames began to dance over the collapsed fabric, and before she could blink, the remaining 2 tents were also falling, their heavy oiled cloth smothering the men trapped beneath. Fire arrows cut through the night sky. One by one, the tents ignited. The screams grew louder, forming distinct, terrible words that pierced through the music. Dark figures moved before the blaze, their steel armor glowing a hellish orange in the firelight. A battle, Arya understood with a cold certainty. It's a battle, and the riders were coming. The river, swollen over its banks, turned the ground before the drawbridge into a churning belly-deep swamp, but the horsemen drove their mounts through the dark water anyway, urged on by the relentless music. For the first time, the same grim song echoed from both castles. Arya's blood ran cold as she recognized the tune. Tom O'Sevens had sung it that stormy night when the outlaws took shelter with the brothers. "And who are you," the proud lord said, "that I must bow so low?" The Frey riders were slogging through mud and reeds, but several had spotted the wagon. She watched, frozen, as 3 broke from the main column and spurred their horses through the shallows toward them. "Only a cat of a different coat, that's all the truth I know." With a single brutal slash of his sword, Clegane severed Stranger's tether and vaulted onto the courser's back. The horse needed no command. His ears pricked forward, and he wheeled to face the charging warhorses. In a coat of gold or a coat of red, a lion still has claws, and mine are long and sharp, my lord, as long and sharp as yours. Arya had prayed 1,000 times for the hound to die, but now her fingers closed around a slimy, mud-covered rock she didn't recall picking up. Who do I throw it at? The metallic crash of Clegane deflecting the first long axe made her jump. While he was locked with that foe, a second rider circled behind, aiming a vicious blow at his back. Stranger was already pivoting, so the strike only glanced off, but it tore a huge rent in the hound's baggy peasant shirt, revealing the glint of chainmail beneath. He's 1 against 3. Arya's grip tightened on the rock. They're going to kill him. The memory of Micah, the butcher's boy who had been her friend for such a short time, flashed in her mind. Then she saw the third rider turning his mount toward her. Arya ducked behind the wagon. Fear cuts deeper than swords. The cacophony of drums, war horns, clashing steel, and screaming horses seemed to fade into a distant roar. Her world narrowed to the approaching horseman and the long axe in his grip. A surcoat over his armor displayed the twin towers of House Frey. A wave of confused betrayal washed over her. Her uncle was marrying a Frey girl. The Freys were supposed to be allies. "Stop!" she screamed as he rode around the wagon, but he ignored her completely. As he charged, Arya hurled the rock, just as she'd once thrown a crabapple at Gendry. That time she'd struck true, but now her aim failed. The stone glanced harmlessly off the side of his helmet. It checked his charge for a second, nothing more. She retreated, darting on the balls of her feet across the slick mud, putting the wagon between them again. The knight followed at a trot, nothing but empty darkness visible in his eye slit. She hadn't even dented the steel. Around the wagon they went, once, twice, a third time, until the knight's frustrated curses filled the air around her. "You can't run for—" The words were cut short as the axe struck him squarely in the back of the skull, shattering his helmet and the bone beneath, sending him tumbling from his horse. Behind him sat the hound, still astride Stranger. How did he get an axe? She almost asked before she saw the truth. One of the other Freys was pinned under his dying mount, choking in the shallow water. The third man lay motionless on his back. He had forgone a gorget, and a jagged length of broken sword protruded from beneath his chin. "Fetch my helm," Clegane snarled at her. It was buried at the bottom of a sack of dried apples in the back of the wagon behind the barrels of pickled pig's feet. Arya dumped the sack out and hurled the helmet toward him. He caught it one-handed from the air and settled it over his head, and where the man had been, now only a steel hound remained, its snarl fixed toward the distant flames. "My brother? Dead," he roared back at her. "Do you imagine they'd butcher his men and spare him?" He twisted in the saddle to face the camp. Look, damn you." The encampment had transformed into a slaughterhouse. The fire from the feasting tents clawed halfway to the heavens. Barracks tents and dozens of silk pavilions were ablaze. Everywhere the shriek of steel on steel filled the air. And now the rains weep o'er his hall, with not a soul to hear. She watched 2 knights trample a fleeing man. A wooden barrel smashed onto one of the burning tents and exploded, and the fire roared to twice its height. A catapult, she realized. The castle was hurling oil or pitch. "Come with me!" Sandor Clegane thrust a hand down toward her. "We need to leave this place now." Stranger tossed his head, nostrils flaring at the iron scent of blood. The music had ceased. Only a single solitary drum remained, its slow, dull beats thudding across the river like the pulse of some giant beast. The black sky wept, the river muttered, men screamed and died. Arya tasted mud between her teeth and her face was wet. Rain. It's only rain. That's all it is. We're here, she cried out. Her voice sounded thin and frightened, the voice of a little girl. Robb's right in the castle. And my mother, the gate is even open. No more phrase rode forth. I came so far. We have to go get my mother. Foolish little wench. The firelight danced on the snout of his helm, making the steel teeth gleam. You step inside those walls, you won't step out again. Maybe Lord Frey will let you kiss your mother's cold corpse. Maybe we can still save her. Maybe you can. I'm not finished with living yet. He urged Stranger forward, forcing her back toward the wagon. Stay or go, she-wolf. Live or die, you're... Arya whirled away from him and sprinted for the gate. The portcullis was descending, but with agonizing slowness. I have to run faster. The thick mud and the river water dragged at her feet. Run fast as a wolf. The drawbridge had begun to rise, water sheeting off its planks, clods of mud dropping into the river. Faster. She heard a violent splashing and glanced back to see Stranger charging after her, throwing up great gouts of water with every stride. She saw the long axe too, still dark with blood and gore, and Arya ran. Not for her brother now, not even for her mother, but for herself. She ran faster than she ever had, head down, feet churning through the river. She ran from him as the butcher's boy Micah must have run. His axe took her in the back of the head. They dined alone, as was so often their custom. The peas are overcooked, his wife offered tentatively. No matter, he replied. So is the mutton? It was meant in jest, but Sansa took it as reproach. I am sorry, my lord. Why, some cook ought to be sorry. Not you. The peas are not your responsibility, Sansa. I'm sorry that my lord husband is displeased. Any displeasure I feel has nothing to do with peas. I have Joffrey and my sister to vex me, not to mention my lord father, and 300 irritable Dornishmen. He had quartered Prince Oberyn and his retinue in a corner tower facing the city, as distant from the Tyrells as he could manage without exiling them from the Red Keep altogether. It was still not far enough. A tavern brawl in Flea Bottom had already left 1 Tyrell guardsman dead and 2 of Lord Gargalin's men with nasty burns, and there had been a tense standoff in the yard after the Queen of Thorns referred to Illyria Sand as the Viper's paramour. Each time Tyrion crossed paths with Oberyn Martell, the prince inquired pointedly about the progress of his promised justice. Overcooked vegetables were the least of his worries, but he saw no reason to weigh down his young wife with such matters. Sansa had sorrows enough of her own. The peas are fine, he told her shortly. They're green and vaguely spherical. What more could one ask? Here, I'll take more, if it pleases my lady. He gestured, and Podrick Payne heaped so many peas onto his plate that the mutton vanished from sight. That was foolish, he chided himself. Now I must finish every last one, or she'll feel guilty all over again. The meal concluded in the usual stiff quiet. Afterward, as Pod cleared the dishes, Sansa asked permission to visit the Godswood. As you wish, he had grown used to his wife's evening rituals. She also prayed in the royal sept, often lighting candles to the mother, the maid, and the crone. Tyrion privately considered all this devotion a bit much, but in her position, he supposed he might also seek divine assistance. I admit I know little of the old gods, he said, attempting amiability. Perhaps you could teach me sometime. I might even join you. No, Sansa replied quickly. You are kind to offer, but there are no rituals, my lord. No priests or hymns or lights. Only the trees and quiet prayer. You would find it dull. No doubt you're right. She understands me better than I realized, though the whisper of leaves might be a refreshing change from some septon droning on about the 7 faces of mercy. Tyrion dismissed her with a wave. I shall not intrude. Do wrap up warmly, my lady. The wind has a bite tonight. He was tempted to ask what she prayed for, but Sansa was so conscientious she might actually tell him, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know. After she left, he returned to his work, attempting to trace a trail of golden dragons through the tangled maze of Littlefinger's ledgers. Pettier Baelish certainly never let coin grow idle and dull, that much was clear, but the deeper Tyrion delved into the accounts, the more his temples throbbed. It was one thing to speak of breeding dragons rather than locking them in a vault, but some of these investments smelled fouler than 3-day-old fish. I might have thought twice about letting Joffrey toss those antler men from the walls if I'd known how many of the wretches owed money to the crown. He would have to send Bronn to track down their heirs, though he suspected that would yield as much silver as trying to milk a stone. When the summons from his lord father arrived, it marked the first occasion Tyrion could remember being glad to see Ser Boros Blount. He shut the ledgers with relief, extinguished the lamp, fastened a cloak about his shoulders, and made his way across the castle to the Tower of the Hand. The wind was sharp, just as he'd warned Sansa, and the air carried the scent of coming rain. Perhaps after his audience with Lord Tywin, he should collect her from the Godswood before she was drenched. But all such thoughts fled the moment he entered the Hand's Solar and found Cersei, Sir Kevan, and Grand Maester Pycelle clustered around Lord Tywin and the king. Joffrey was practically vibrating with excitement. Cersei wore a smug, satisfied little smile, though Lord Tywin appeared as stern as ever. I doubt the man could smile if his life depended on it. "What has happened?" Tyrion asked. His father extended a rolled parchment toward him. The parchment had been smoothed, yet it stubbornly tried to roll back upon itself. "Rosalind landed a splendid plump trout," the note declared. Her brothers presented her with 2 wolf skins as a wedding gift. Tyrion flipped it to examine the broken seal. The wax was a pale, silvery gray, stamped with the twin towers of House Frey. Does the Lord of the Crossing fancy himself a poet? Or is this some clumsy attempt at confusion? He let out a derisive snort. "The trout is clearly Edmure Tully, the pelts. He's dead." Joffrey's voice was brimming with a pride and delight so intense, one might think he had personally flayed Robb Stark. First Greyjoy, now Stark. Tyrion pictured his young wife, likely still kneeling in the Godswood at this very hour. No doubt she was pleading with her father's gods to grant her brother triumph and shield her mother from harm. It seemed the old deities were just as indifferent to supplication as the new ones. Maybe there was a bleak sort of comfort in that. "Kings are dropping like autumn leaves," he observed dryly. "It appears our little conflict is resolving itself quite neatly. Wars do not resolve themselves, Tyrion." Cersei corrected with venomous sweetness. "Our Lord Father resolved this war." "Nothing is truly resolved while foes remain in the field." Lord Tywin cautioned them all. The Queen countered, "The River Lords are not fools. Without the northern armies, they cannot possibly withstand the united might of Highgarden, Casterly Rock, and Dorne. Surely they will choose surrender over annihilation." "Most will," Lord Tywin agreed. "Riverrun holds out, but so long as Walder Frey keeps Edmure Tully as his captive, the Blackfish cannot risk a meaningful threat. Jason Mallister and Tydos Blackwood will fight on for honor's sake, yet the Freys can contain the Mallisters at Seaguard. With the proper incentive, Jonos Bracken can be persuaded to shift his loyalty and turn on the Blackwoods. In the end, they will kneel. I intend to offer generous terms. Any castle that yields to us will be spared, all save one." "Harrenhal?" Tyrion guessed, knowing his father's mind. "The realm is well rid of those so-called brave companions. I have ordered Sir Gregor to put the castle to the sword. Gregor Clegane." It seemed his Lord Father intended to extract every last ounce of usefulness from the mountain before finally surrendering him to Dornish vengeance. The brave companions would end as ornaments on spikes, while Littlefinger would waltz into Harrenhal without a single stain on his impeccable doublet. Tyrion wondered if Petyr Baelish had reached the Vale yet. If the gods were just, a storm would have taken his ship. But when had the gods ever shown a particular fondness for justice? "They should all be put to the sword," Joffrey announced abruptly. "The Mallisters, the Blackwoods, the Brackens, every last one. They're traitors. I want them dead, grandfather. I won't allow any generous terms." The young king turned to Grand Maester Pycelle. "And I want Robb Stark's head as well. Write to Lord Frey and tell him. The king commands it. I'm going to have it served to Sansa at my wedding feast." "Sire," Sir Kevan interjected, his tone thick with dismay. "The lady is now your aunt by marriage." "It was a jape," Cersei said, forcing a smile. "Joffrey did not mean it." "Yes, I did," Joffrey insisted, his petulance giving way to cruel excitement. "He was a traitor, and I want his stupid head. I'm going to make Sansa kiss it." "No." Tyrion's voice was a ragged scrape. Sansa is no longer yours to torment. Understand that, you little monster. Joffrey's lip curled into a sneer.
You're the monster, Uncle, am I?
Tyrion tilted his head, a dangerous glint in his mismatched eyes. Then perhaps you should mind your tongue around me. Monsters are dangerous beasts, and lately kings have been perishing with alarming frequency. I could have your tongue ripped out for saying that, the boy king retorted, his face flushing. I am the king. Cersei laid a protective hand on her son's shoulder. Let the dwarf make his empty threats, Joff. I want my lord father and my uncle to witness his true nature. Lord Tywin pointedly ignored his daughter. His cold gaze remained fixed on Joffrey. King Aerys, too, felt a constant need to remind men he was king. He was also exceedingly fond of removing tongues. You could inquire of Sir Ilynpaine on that matter, though you would receive no answer, Tyrion noted. Sir Ilyn never dared to challenge Aerys as your imp challenges Joffrey, Cersei retorted. You heard him? He called him a monster to his face, and he made threats. Silence, Cersei, Lord Tywin commanded. Joffrey, when your foes defy you, steel and fire are the only answer. Yet when they kneel, you must offer a hand to raise them up. Otherwise, no man will ever bend the knee willingly. A true king has no need to declare, I am the king. Aerys never grasped this, but you will. Once I have secured your victory, we will re-establish the king's peace and justice. The only head that should occupy your thoughts is Marjorie Tyrell's maidenhead. Joffrey wore his familiar petulant scowl. Cersei held him by the shoulder, though a grip on his throat might have been more fitting. Defying expectation, the boy straightened up with a stubborn lift of his chin. You speak of Aerys, grandfather, yet you feared him. Well, this has taken a turn, Tyrion mused silently. Lord Tywin observed his grandson, the gold specks in his light green eyes glinting. Joffrey, you will apologize, Cersei insisted. He shook her off. Why should I? It's common knowledge. My father won every battle. He slew Prince Rhaegar and took the crown while you were sheltering beneath Casterly Rock. The boy met his grandfather's gaze with open defiance. A real king acts. He doesn't just talk. A profound insight, your grace. Lord Tywin replied, his politeness so icy it seemed to chill the very air. Sir Kevin, the king appears fatigued. Escort him to his chambers. Grand Maester Pycelle, perhaps a mild tonic to ensure his grace rests peacefully? Dream wine, my lord? I don't want any dream wine, Joffrey protested. Lord Tywin paid him no more mind than a mouse rustling in the wainscoting. Dream wine will suffice. Cersei, Tyrion, you will stay. Sir Kevin took a firm hold of Joffrey's arm and guided him from the room, where two white cloaks stood waiting. Grand Maester Pycelle hurried after them, his aged legs trembling. Tyrion stayed put. Once the door closed, Cersei began. Father, I apologize. Joffrey has always been strong-willed. I did warn you. There is a vast gulf between strong-willed and foolish. A real king acts? Who filled his head with that? Not I assure you, Cersei said. He likely picked it up from something Robert said. The remark about hiding under Casterly Rock certainly has Robert's ring to it, Tyrion added, keen that his father not overlook that detail. Yes, now I remember, Cersei agreed. Robert often told Joffrey a king must be bold. And what were you teaching him, I wonder? I did not wage a war to place another Robert upon the Iron Throne. You led me to believe the boy held no affection for his father? Why would he? Robert ignored him. He would have struck him if I had permitted it. That oaf you forced me to wed once hit the boy so hard over some childish cruelty to a cat that he lost 2 baby teeth. I vowed to murder him in his sleep if he ever repeated it, and he never did, though his harsh words lingered. It seems some of those words were necessary, Lord Tywin stated, flicking 2 fingers toward her in a curt dismissal. Leave us. She departed, fury simmering in her wake. Not Robert II, Tyrion remarked. Aerys III. The boy is 13. There is still time for correction. Lord Tywin walked to the window, an uncharacteristic display of restlessness that betrayed his agitation. He requires a stern lesson. Tyrion recalled the harsh lesson he himself had received at that age. He felt a flicker of pity for his nephew, though he conceded few deserved it more. Enough of Joffrey, he said, shifting the subject. You once said wars are won with quills and ravens. My congratulations. How long have you and Walder Frey been arranging this? I dislike that term, Lord Tywin said stiffly, and I dislike being kept uninformed. There was no cause to involve you. You played no role in this, Lord Tywin stated flatly. Did Cersei know? Tyrion pressed. Only those with a necessary part were informed, and only what they needed to hear. You understand that is the only way to keep a secret, particularly here. My goal was to eliminate a threat efficiently, not to satisfy your curiosity or flatter your sister's ego. He shut the window, his expression stern. You possess a clever mind, Tyrion, but you suffer from a fatal flaw. You cannot stop talking. That reckless mouth will be your downfall. Perhaps you should have let Joffrey cut it out? Tyrion offered. Do not test me, Lord Tywin warned. This discussion is over. My concern now is managing Oberyn Martell and his party. Am I permitted to know the plan, or shall I excuse you to confer with the furniture? His father disregarded the jab. Prince Oberyn's arrival is a complication. His brother Doran is a measured man, thoughtful and deliberate, almost to a point of lethargy. He considers every word and deed. Oberyn, however, has always been volatile. Is it true he tried to rally Dorne for Viserys? Officially no one speaks of it, but yes, messages were sent, riders dispatched. Jon Arryn sailed to Sunspear to return Prince Lewin's bones, treated with Doran, and quashed all talk of rebellion. Robert never visited Dorne again, and Oberyn rarely left it. And now he's here, Tyrion said, with half the Dornish nobility trailing behind him, growing more agitated by the hour. Maybe I should introduce him to King's Landing's finer establishments. That might occupy his mind. A tool for every task, isn't that the saying? Consider my tool at your service, father. We wouldn't want House Lannister to sound the call and find me silent. Lord Tywin's lips thinned. How amusing. Shall I order you a jester's suit with a hat of bells? If I wear it, do I earn the right to speak freely about our gracious King Joffrey? Resuming his seat, Lord Tywin replied, I endured my own father's mistakes. I will not endure yours. We are finished. Very well, since you ask so sweetly. I fear the Red Viper will not be sweet, nor will he be satisfied with only Sir Gregor's head. All the more reason to withhold it. Withhold it? Tyrion was taken aback. I thought we agreed the woods are full of beasts. Lesser beasts? Lord Tywin corrected, steepling his fingers. Sir Gregor has been a valuable asset. No other knight in the Seven Kingdoms puts such fear into our foes. Oberyn knows Gregor was the one who... He knows rumors. Stable whispers and kitchen lies. He has no evidence. Sir Gregor will not confess to him. I intend to keep the mountain well away from the city for the duration of the Dornish visit. And when Oberyn demands the justice he came for, I will tell him Sir Amory Lorch killed Elia and her children, Lord Tywin said evenly. You will say the same if asked? Sir Amory Lorch is dead, Tyrion pointed out, his tone dull. Precisely. Vargo Hoat had him torn apart by a bear after Harrenhal fell. That should be a gruesome enough justice to satisfy even Oberyn Martell. You may call that justice. It is justice. If you must know, it was Sir Amory who brought me the girl's body. He found her hiding beneath her father's bed, as if she thought Rhaegar could still shield her. Princess Elia and the babe were in the nursery below. It's a story, and Sir Amory isn't in a position to contradict it. What will you tell Oberyn when he asks who gave Lorch his orders? Sir Amory acted alone, hoping to gain favor with the new king. Robert's hatred for Rhaegar was no secret. It might work, Tyrion had to admit, though a sudden vivid memory of Oberyn's cold smile in the throne room flashed in his mind. But the snake will not be happy. I would never presume to doubt your cleverness, father, but if I were in your position, I think I would have allowed Robert Baratheon to get his own hands dirty. Lord Tywin looked at him as though he were a fool. Then you truly belong in that fool's motley. Our support for Robert's rebellion came late. A decisive demonstration of our loyalty was required. By presenting those bodies before the throne, I removed any doubt that House Lannister had irrevocably broken with the Targaryens. Robert's gratitude was a tangible thing. The man was an oaf, but even he understood that Rhaegar's heirs could not live if his own reign was to be safe. Yet he fancied himself a gallant hero, and heroes do not slaughter children. His father gave a dismissive shrug. I will concede the business was handled with excessive brutality. Harming Elia was pure idiocy. She was insignificant on her own. Then why did the mountain kill her? Because I never instructed him to let her live. I likely never even spoke her name. My mind was occupied with greater threats. Ned Stark's advance guard was racing south from the Trident, and I feared we might come to blows. Worse, King Aerys was perfectly capable of having Jaime murdered out of sheer malice. That was my paramount fear, that, and what my own son might be driven to do in response. He clenched his fist. Furthermore, I did not yet fully comprehend the monster I had in Gregor Clegane. I only knew he was a giant and a terror on the battlefield. The rape, surely even you would not suggest I ordered that. Sir Amory Lorch was nearly as savage with the little girl, Rhaenys. When I later asked him why it took 100 stabs to kill a child of 2, maybe 3, he claimed she kicked him and would not stop screaming. If Lorch possessed even a fraction of the sense given to a root vegetable, he would have soothed her with a few honeyed words and used a soft pillow. His lips curled in disgust. The brutality was in his nature. But not in yours, father. There is only cold calculation in Tywin Lannister. Was it a soft pillow that killed Robb Stark? It was meant to be an arrow at Edmure Tully's wedding feast. The boy was too cautious in the field. He maintained excellent discipline among his men and was always encircled by scouts and guards. So Lord Walder murdered him under his own roof, at his own table? Tyrion tightened his fist. What of Lady Catelyn? Dead as well, I expect. A matching set of wolf pelts. Frey's plan was to take her captive, but it seems things went awry. So much for the sacred laws of hospitality. The stain of that blood is on Walder Frey's hands, not mine. Walder Frey is a petty, vindictive old man who spends his days doting on a young wife and nursing every imagined slight. I don't doubt he incubated this rotten egg, but he would never have dared to lay it without a guarantee of protection. I suppose you would have spared the boy and informed Lord Frey you had no use for his allegiance? That would have sent the wretched fool scurrying back to the Starks and gifted us another year of war. Enlighten me? Why is it more honorable to slaughter 10,000 men on a battlefield than a dozen at a supper? When Tyrion offered no answer, his father pressed on. The cost was negligible by any accounting. The crown will award Riverrun to Ser Emmon Frey once the Blackfish surrenders. Lancel and Daven are to marry Frey girls. Joy will wed one of Lord Walder's baseborn sons when she comes of age, and Roose Bolton becomes Warden of the North, taking Arya Stark with him. Arya Stark? Tyrion's head tilted in surprise. And Bolton? I should have known Frey lacked the spine to act alone. But Arya, Varys and Sir Jacelyn searched for her for the better part of a year. Arya Stark is almost certainly dead. So was Renly, until the Blackwater. What are you implying? Perhaps Lord Baelish succeeded where you and Varys did not. Lord Bolton will marry the girl to his bastard. We shall let the Dreadfort wear itself out fighting the Ironborn for a few years and see if he can bring the other northern lords to heel. By spring, they should all be exhausted and ready to kneel. The North will eventually pass to your son by Sansa Stark, assuming you can ever muster the manhood to father one.
Lest you think I've forgotten, it isn't just Joffrey who requires a maiden's innocence. I hadn't forgotten, though I'd prayed you might have. And when do you suppose Sansa will be most receptive? Tyrion asked his father, his voice sharp enough to cut glass. Before I inform her we slaughtered her mother and brother, or after?
Chapter 54, Davos. For a long moment, the king gave no reaction at all. Stannis displayed no joy at the news, no fury, no doubt, not even weary relief. He stood rigid before his painted table, jaw clenched tight. You are certain of this? I have not laid eyes on the body myself, your grace, Salator San replied. But in the city, the lions strut and celebrate. The small folk are calling it the Red Wedding. They swear Lord Frey had the boy's head removed, replaced it with his direwolf's, and fastened a crown upon the beast. His mother was butchered as well and tossed naked into the river. At a wedding feast, Davos thought, a guest beneath his host's roof, sharing his bread and salt. The Freys have damned themselves. The scent of burning blood seemed to fill the air again, the memory of leeches hissing on hot coals. It was the wrath of the Lord that struck him down, Sir Axel Florent proclaimed. It was the hand of R'hllor. Praise the Lord of Light! Queen Selise sang out, a narrow, severe woman with prominent ears and a shadow upon her upper lip. Is the hand of Ruller spotted and feeble? Stannis countered. This has the stink of Walder Frey's work, not a god's. Ruller uses whatever instruments he needs, Melisandre said, the ruby at her throat glowing like a coal. His ways are beyond our grasp, but no mortal can stand against his fiery purpose. No man may withstand him, the queen cried. Be silent, woman. This is not one of your night fires. Stannis turned his gaze back to the table. The wolf leaves no heir. The kraken leaves too many. The lions will pick them apart unless, San, I will need your swiftest ships. Envoys must go to the Iron Islands and to White Harbor. I will offer pardons. He ground the word out as if it tasted foul. Full pardons for any who renounce their treason and pledge to their rightful king. They must see reason. They will not. Melisandre's tone was gentle, almost pitying. Forgive me, your grace. This is no ending. More false kings will soon rise to claim the crowns of the dead. More? Stannis looked as if he wished to wrap his hands around her throat. More usurpers? More turncloaks? I have seen them in the flames. Queen Selise moved to her husband's side. The Lord of Light sent Melisandre to guide you to glory. Listen to her, I beg you. The sacred flames do not lie. There are lies, and then there are lies, woman. Even when the flames speak true, they seem to me full of traps and twists. An ant who hears a king's words may not grasp their meaning, Melisandre said, and all men are ants before the fiery face of God. If I have ever mistaken a warning for a prophecy or a prophecy for a warning, the fault lies with the reader, not the book. But this I know beyond doubt, envoys and pardons will not serve you now, any more than leeches did. You must show the realm a sign that proves your power. Power? The king gave a bitter laugh. I have 1,300 men on Dragonstone, perhaps 300 more holding Storm's End. His hand swept over the map. The rest of Westeros belongs to my enemies. My fleet is Saladhor San's fleet. I have no gold for sellswords. No plunder or glory to lure free riders to my banners. My lord husband, Queen Selise insisted, you command more men than Aegon the Conqueror did 3 centuries past. All you lack are dragons. The look Stannis fixed on her was black as pitch. 9 sorcerers crossed the sea to hatch the eggs of Aegon III. Baelor the Blessed prayed over his for half a year. Aegon IV built dragons of wood and iron. Aerion Brightflame drank wildfire hoping to transform himself. The mages failed. Baelor's prayers went unanswered. The wooden dragons burned, and Prince Aerion died screaming. Queen Selise remained unmoved. None among them had been the true champion of the Lord of Light. No crimson comet had streaked through the sky to announce their arrival. Not one held Lightbringer, the legendary red sword, and not one of them paid the necessary price. As Lady Melisandre will surely tell you, my lord, life can only be purchased with death. The boy? The king's voice was thick with disgust. The boy? The queen confirmed. The boy? Sir Axel repeated. I was weary of this wretched child long before he drew breath. King Stannis grumbled. His very name is a constant clamor in my ears and a shadow upon my spirit. Surrender the boy to me, and you will never have to hear his name again. Melisandre vowed. Davos bit back his words, knowing the boy's screams would soon replace his name. It was safer to remain silent until the king gave him leave. Give the boy to the Lord of Light, the Red Woman urged, and the ancient words will come to pass. Your stone dragon will stir and stretch its wings. The kingdom will bow to you. Sir Axel dropped to one knee. I beg you, your grace, on bended knee, rouse the stone dragon and let all traitors quake. You started as Lord of Dragonstone, just as Aegon did. Like Aegon, you shall be the conqueror. Let the false and the faithless burn. Your own wife joins this plea, my lord husband. Queen Selise sank to both knees before the king, her hands clasped as if in prayer. Robert and Delena stained our marriage bed and placed a blight upon our union. This boy is the poisoned fruit of their sin. Remove his shadow from my womb, and I swear I will give you many true-born sons. She wrapped her arms around his legs. He is just one boy born of your brother's appetite and my cousin's disgrace. He is of my blood. Unhand me, woman. King Stannis placed a hand on her shoulder, stiffly prying himself free. Perhaps Robert did curse our marriage. He swore to me he never meant the insult, that he was too drunk to know which room he entered. But what does it matter? The boy bears no blame, regardless of the truth. Melisandre rested her hand on the king's arm. The Lord of Light holds the innocent dear. There is no offering more pure from a king's blood and an untouched fire. A dragon will be born. Stannis did not pull away from Melisandre's touch as he had from his queen's. The Red Woman was everything Celis was not, youthful, vital, and eerily captivating, with her delicate features, copper hair, and otherworldly scarlet eyes. It would be a marvel to see stone take life, he conceded reluctantly, and to ride a dragon. I recall the first time my father brought me to court. Robert had to hold my hand. I couldn't have been more than 4, making him 5 or 6. We decided afterward that the king was as grand as the dragons were terrifying. Stannis let out a derisive snort. Years later, father told us King Aerys had cut himself on the throne that morning, so his hand presided in his stead. It was Tywin Lannister who had awed us. His fingers brushed the table's surface, tracing the polished contours. Robert removed the skulls when he took the crown, but he couldn't bring himself to destroy them. Dragon wings over Westeros, it would be a sight to truly. Your Grace, Davos stepped forward. May I speak? Stannis shut his mouth with an audible click. Lord of the Rainwood. Why do you imagine I named you hand if not to speak? The king gestured impatiently. Say your piece.
Warrior, grant me courage.
I know little of dragons and even less of gods, but her grace spoke of curses. In the eyes of both gods and men, no man is so accursed as the kinslayer. There are no gods but Ral Or and the other, whose name is not to be uttered, Melisandre stated, her lips a severe red line, and small men curse what lies beyond their understanding. I am a small man, Davos acknowledged, so explain to me why you require this boy, Edric Storm, to wake your great stone dragon, my lady. He was resolved to speak the boy's name as often as possible. Only death can pay for life, my lord. A great sacrifice is demanded for a great gift, she insisted. Where is the greatness in a bastard child? He carries the blood of kings in his veins. You have witnessed what even a small measure of that blood can accomplish. I saw you burn a few leeches, and 2 false kings have perished. Robb Stark was slain by Lord Walder at the Twins, and we hear Balon Greyjoy tumbled from a bridge. Whom did your leeches slay? Do you question the power of the Lord of Light? No. Davos recalled all too vividly the living shadow that had writhed from her womb beneath the walls of Storm's End, its dark fingers clutching at her. I must tread carefully here, or a similar shadow might come hunting for me. Even a smuggler who traded in onions can tell 2 onions from 3. You are 1 king short, my lady. Stannis gave a short, harsh laugh. He has you there. 2 is not 3. Indeed, your grace. 1 king might die by happenstance, even 2, but 3 if Joffrey were to perish surrounded by all his power, his armies, and his Kingsguard. Would that not demonstrate the Lord's hand at work? Perhaps. The king bit out the word as if it pained him, or perhaps not. Davos fought to keep his fear from showing. Joffrey will die, Queen Celis stated, utterly assured. It may be he is already dead, added Sir Axel. Stannis glared at them with irritation. Are you trained ravens to croak at me in turn? Enough. Husband, hear me, the queen pleaded. Why? 2 is not 3. Kings can count as well as smugglers. You may go. Stannis turned his back. Melisandre assisted the queen to her feet. Celis departed the chamber with stiff dignity, the Red Woman following. Sir Axel lingered just long enough to fix Davos with a final, venomous stare. An ugly look on an ugly face, Davos thought, meeting the gaze. Once they were gone, Davos cleared his throat. The king looked up. Why are you still here, sire? Regarding Edric Storm. Stannis made a sharp cutting motion. Spare me, Davos pressed on. Your daughter shares her lessons with him. They play together every afternoon in Aegon's garden. I am aware. Her heart would shatter if any harm came to. I know that as well. If you would only see him. I have seen him. He has Robert's look. Yes, and he idolizes him. Should I tell him how seldom his beloved father ever spared him a thought? My brother enjoyed the making of children well enough, but found them a nuisance once born. He asks after you each day, You are trying my patience, Davos. I will hear no more of this bastard. His name is Edric Storm, sire. I know his name. Was there ever a name more fitting? It announces his bastardy, his noble birth, and the chaos he brings in his wake. Edric Storm. There, I have said it. Are you content, my Lord Hand? Edric, he began, is one boy. He could be the finest boy who ever lived, and it would not matter. My duty is to the realm. His hand swept across the surface of the painted table. How many boys live in Westeros? How many girls? How many men and women? The darkness will consume them all, she claims, the endless night. She speaks of prophecies, a hero reborn from the sea, living dragons waking from dead stone. She cites signs and swears they point to me. I never asked for this, no more than I asked for a crown. Yet dare I ignore her? He ground his teeth. We do not choose our fates, yet we must do our duty, great or small. Melisandre vows she has seen me in her fires, facing the darkness with Lightbringer held high. Lightbringer? Stannis snorted in derision. It glimmers prettily, I'll allow, but on the Blackwater that magic sword served me no better than common steel. A dragon would have turned that battle. Aegon once stood here as I do, looking upon this table. Do you believe we would name him Aegon the Conqueror today if he had not possessed dragons? Your Grace, said Davos, the cost. I know the cost. Last night, staring into the hearth, I saw visions in the flames as well. I saw a king, a crown of fire upon his brow, burning, burning alive. The flames devoured him, Davos. His own crown became his pyre, reducing him to ash and memory. Do you truly believe I require Melisandre to interpret such an omen? Or you? The king shifted, his silhouette stretching across the imagined map of King's Landing. Should Joffrey perish, what value has a single bastard boy when weighed against an entire kingdom? Immeasurable value, Davos replied, his voice a low murmur. Stannis fixed him with a stare, his jaw tight as iron. Leave me, the king commanded finally, before your words earn you a return to a cell. There are gales so fierce a sailor has no option but to strike his sails and wait. As you command, your grace. Davos offered a bow, but Stannis' attention had already drifted elsewhere. A brisk, chill wind swept the yard as he departed the stone drum, carrying the sharp scent of salt from the east. The sea. That aroma always stirred a longing in him for a swaying deck, for canvas catching the wind, for a voyage south to Meria and their young sons. Their faces haunted his days and filled his dreams. A part of him, weary and heartsick, wished for nothing more than to collect Devon and sail for home. I cannot. Not now. I am a lord, and the king's hand. My duty remains. He lifted his gaze to the fortress walls. Instead of standard battlements, a legion of stone grotesques peered down, each a unique nightmare of wyvern, griffin, demon, and beast. They sprouted from the stonework as if born from it. Dragons dominated everywhere. The great hall was a colossal dragon resting on its belly, its gaping maw the entrance. The kitchens formed a coiled dragon, oven smoke venting through its flared nostrils. Towers where dragons crouched or poised for flight, the windworm appeared to shriek at the sky, while Sea Dragon Tower watched the waves with a stony calm. Smaller dragons framed every gateway. Stone claws reached from walls to clutch torches, vast wings sheltered the smithy, and serpentine tails arched into bridges and stairs. Davos had long heard tales that Valyrian sorcerers shaped stone with flame and spell as a potter molds clay. Now, a darker thought occurred. What if these are true dragons, transformed forever into stone? If the Red Woman wakes them, he mused inwardly, this castle will collapse into ruin. What manner of dragon is filled with chambers, stairwells, and beds, and windows, and chimneys, and privies? He turned to find Salad Horse San at his elbow. Does your presence mean you've pardoned my betrayal, Sala? The aged pirate waggled a finger. Pardoned, perhaps? Forgotten? Never? All that gleaming gold on Claw Isle that should have been mine, it ages me just to ponder it. When I die a pauper, my wives and mistresses will curse your name, Onion Lord. Lord Celtigar possessed exquisite wines I will now never taste, a trained sea eagle and a magical horn said to summon krakens from the abyss. How splendid such a horn would be for sinking Tyroshi ships and other nuisances. But do I hold this horn? No, because the king saw fit to make my old comrade his hand. He linked his arm with Davos's. The queen's men hold no love for you, my friend. Yet I hear a certain hand has been cultivating friendships of his own. Is this truth? You have too many years, you old rogue. A smuggler must understand the currents of men as well as the sea, or his career ends swiftly. While the queen's fervent followers still worshipped the Lord of Light, the common folk of Dragonstone were quietly returning to the familiar gods of their ancestors. They whispered that Stannis was bewitched, that Melisandre had led him to forsake the Seven for a shadow demon, and the gravest accusation that both she and her god had failed him. This sentiment echoed among certain knights and minor lords as well. Davos had sought these men deliberately, selecting them with the same cautious instinct he once used to choose a crew. Sir Gerald Gower had fought bravely during the battle on the Blackwater, yet later he was overheard claiming that the Lord of Light must be a weak deity if his own followers could be routed by a dwarf and a corpse. Sir Andrew Estermont, a cousin to the king, had once been his squire in younger days. The bastard of Nightsong had led the rearguard that ensured Stannis' escape to the safety of Saladhor Saan's fleet, but his devotion was given fiercely to the warrior, not to any foreign god. They were the king's own men, not the queen's. Yet Davos knew better than to boast of them. A clever Lysene smuggler once taught me that the best ones remain unseen, Davos answered cautiously. Dark sails, quiet oars, and a crew that knows when to keep silent. The Lyseni chuckled. A crew without tongues is better still. Big, strong mutes who can neither read nor write? Then his expression turned serious. Still, it comforts me to know someone watches over you, my friend. Do you believe the king will surrender the boy to the Red Woman? A single young dragon might put an end to this entire sprawling war. Out of long habit, Davos's hand went to his throat, seeking the pouch that was no longer there. He grasped only empty air. He will not do it, Davos stated. He could never bring himself to harm his own kin. Lord Renly would be relieved to hear you say so. Renly took up arms in rebellion. Edric Storm has committed no crime. The king is a man of justice. Sala gave a shrug. We shall see, or rather you shall. For my part, I am returning to my ship. Even now, dishonest smugglers might be crossing Blackwater Bay, hoping to cheat their lawful lord of his due. He clapped Davos on the shoulder. Take care, you and your silent friends. You have climbed very high, but remember, the greater the height, the longer the fall. Davos pondered those words as he ascended the stone steps of Sea Dragon Tower toward the maester's quarters beneath the rookery. He did not require Sala to remind him that he had risen beyond his station. I am illiterate. The highborn lords look down on me. I know nothing of governance. How can I possibly serve as the king's hand? I belong on the deck of a ship, not trapped in some castle turret. He had voiced these very doubts to Maester Pylos. You are a skilled captain, the maester had responded. A captain commands his vessel, does he not? He must steer through dangerous waters, adjust his sails to the changing wind, recognize a coming storm, and know how to survive it. This is not so different. Pylos meant well, but his comforting words felt empty. It is nothing alike, Davos had argued. A kingdom is not a ship, and thank the gods for that, or this one would already be at the bottom of the sea. I understand timber and rigging and currents, yes, but what use is that here? Where do I find the wind to carry King Stannis to his throne? The maester had laughed at that. And there you have it, my lord. Words are only wind, as they say, and you've scattered mine with your plain wisdom. His Grace understands your true worth, I believe. Onions, Davos replied gloomily. That is my worth. The king's hand should be a high lord, someone wise and educated, a seasoned commander or a celebrated knight. Sir Ryam Redwine was the finest knight of his age, and among the worst hands ever to counsel a king. Septon Murmison's prayers could work wonders, yet as hand he soon had the entire kingdom praying for his demise. Lord Butterwell was famed for his cleverness, Miles Smallwood for bravery, Sir Otto Hightower for his learning. All failed in the office. As for noble birth, the Targaryen kings often chose hands from their own bloodlines, with results as different as Baelor Breakspear and Maegor the Cruel. Consider instead Septon Barth, a blacksmith's son lifted from the Red Keep's library by the old king, who gave the realm 4 decades of peace and prosperity. Pylos offered a gentle smile. Study the histories, Lord Davos, and you will find your fears have no foundation. How can I study histories when I cannot even read the words? Any man can learn to read, my lord, said Maester Pylos. It requires no magic nor noble blood. I am instructing your son in the skill, by the king's own order. Allow me to teach you as well. It was a generous proposal, and not one Davos could bring himself to decline. The thought of it, of sitting with scrolls like a boy in a lesson, felt absurdly out of place amidst the grim politics of the castle, yet a stubborn part of him wondered if this, at last, was a wind he could learn to catch. Each day, Davos made the climb to the Maester's chambers at the summit of Sea Dragon Tower, where he would labor over scrolls, parchments, and heavy leather-bound books, struggling to decipher a few more words. The effort frequently left his head pounding, and filled him with a foolishness that rivaled even patch faces. His son Devan, not yet 12, was already far more adept, while for Princess Shireen and Edric Storm, reading appeared as effortless as drawing breath. In the company of books, Davos felt more the child than any of them, but he pressed on. He was the king's hand, after all, and a king's hand ought to read. The tight, winding stairs of the tower had been a painful ordeal for Maester Cresson after his hip gave way. Davos often found himself missing the old man, and he suspected King Stannis did as well. Pylos was clever, earnest, and well-intentioned, but his youth was a barrier. The king did not share his counsel with him as freely as he had with Cresson. The old maester had been at Stannis' side for so long until he crossed paths with Melisandre and paid for it with his life. As Davos reached the top of the steps, a faint jingling of bells announced Patchface's presence. The princess's fool waited outside the maester's door like a loyal dog. Showy and slouched, his broad face was marked with a patchwork of red and green squares, and he wore a helm fashioned from a rack of deer antlers fastened to a tin bucket. A dozen bells dangled from the tines, ringing with his every fidgeting movement, which was nearly constant, as the fool was rarely still. His jingling accompanied him everywhere. No wonder Pylos had banished him from Shireen's lessons. Down in the deep, the old fish gobbled the young ones. The fool mumbled at Davos, bobbing his head so the bells clashed and chimed. I know. Oh. Up here, it's the young fish teaching the old, Davos replied, never feeling more ancient than when he settled in to wrestle with reading. It might have been easier if old Maester Cresson had been his tutor, but Pylos was young enough to be his son. He found the maester at his long wooden table, which was strewn with books and scrolls, seated across from the 3 children. Princess Shireen was positioned between the 2 boys. Even now, Davos could feel a swell of quiet pride seeing his own flesh and blood keeping company with a princess and a king's bastard. Devan will be a lord now, not just a knight, the Lord of the Rainwood. That thought brought him more satisfaction than bearing the title himself ever could, and he reads. He reads and writes as if born to it. Pylos had nothing but praise for the boy's diligence, and the master-at-arms reported Devan was showing promise with sword and lance as well. More than that, he was devout. My brothers have risen to the Hall of Light to sit beside the Lord, Devan had said when his father told him of his 4 elder brothers' deaths. I will pray for them at the night fires, and for you too, Father, so you may walk in the Lord's light all your days. Good morning, Father, the boy greeted him. He looked so much like Dale did at that age, Davos thought. His eldest had never worn such fine squire's attire, certainly, but they shared the same honest, plain face, the same direct brown eyes, the same thin, unruly brown hair. A soft blonde fuzz dusted Devan's cheeks and chin, a beard that would embarrass a ripe peach, though the boy wore it with fierce pride. Just as Dale was proud of his, once. Devan was the eldest of the 3 at the table, yet Edric Storm stood 3 inches taller, with broader chest and shoulders. In that he was truly his father's son. He never missed his morning drill with sword and shield. Those who had known Robert and Renly as boys said the bastard carried more of their look than Stannis ever had, the jet black hair, the deep blue eyes, the set of the mouth, jaw, and cheekbones. Only his ears hinted that his mother had been a Florent. "Yes, good morning, my lord," Edric echoed. The boy possessed a fierceness and pride, yet the tutors, castellans, and masters-at-arms who had shaped him had instilled a deep sense of courtesy. "Do you bring word from my uncle? How does his grace fare?" "Well," Davos answered, the lie coming easily. In truth, the king appeared worn and shadowed by worry, but he saw no purpose in saddling the lad with such concerns. "I hope I haven't interrupted your studies." "We had just concluded, my lord," Maester Pylos replied. "Our lesson was on King Daron I. Princess Shireen was a gentle, melancholy child, her features far from fair. She had inherited her father's strong jaw and her mother's prominent Florent ears, and the gods, in their harsh jest, had compounded her plainness by striking her with grayscale in infancy. The illness had left one side of her face and much of her neck, a gray, hardened landscape of cracks, though it had mercifully spared her life and her vision. He went to war and conquered Dorne. History remembers him as the young dragon. He followed false gods, Diva noted, but he was a great king nonetheless and fearless in combat. That he was. Edric Storm agreed, a confident tilt to his chin. But my father possessed greater courage. The young dragon never won 3 battles in a single day. The princess gazed at him, her eyes wide. Did Uncle Robert truly win 3 battles in one day? The bastard nodded. It was when he first returned home to rally his banners. Lords Grandison, Caffarin, and Fell conspired to merge their forces at Summerhall and march on Storm's End, but my father learned of their scheme from an informant. He rode out immediately with every knight and squire he could muster. He met each lord's host as they arrived at Summerhall separately, defeating them one after another before they could unite. He slew Lord Fell in personal combat and took his son, Silveraxe, captive. Devon glanced toward Maester Pylos. "Is that the true account?" "I just said so, didn't I?" Edric cut in before the maester could respond. "He crushed all 3 of them. He fought with such valor that Lord Grandison and Lord Caffarin swore fealty to him afterward, and even Silveraxe bent the knee. No one ever bested my father. Edric, boasting does not become you." Maester Pylos chided gently. "King Robert knew defeat as all men do. Lord Tyrell defeated him at Ashford, and he lost many a joust as well." "But he won far more than he lost," Edric insisted, "and he slew Prince Rhaegar on the Trident." "That he did," the maester conceded, "but now I must attend to Lord Davos, who has waited with great patience. We shall resume our reading of King Daron's conquest of Dorne tomorrow." Princess Shireen and the boys offered their polite farewells. Once they had departed, Maester Pylos drew nearer to Davos. "My lord, perhaps you would care to sample a chapter of the conquest. King Daron wrote with a clear and graceful hand, and his tale is full of bloodshed, strategy, and heroism. Your son finds it utterly captivating. My son is not yet 12. I am the king's hand. Provide me with another letter, if you please." "As you wish, my lord." Master Pylos sifted through the clutter on his table, unrolling and then setting aside several pieces of parchment. "There are no fresh dispatches. Perhaps an older one will suffice." Davos appreciated a well-told tale as much as anyone, but Stannis had not appointed him hand for amusement. His primary duty was to aid his king in ruling, and for that, he needed to comprehend the messages the ravens carried. He had always believed the best way to learn was by doing, whether it involved sails or scrolls. "This might serve our purpose," Pylos said, handing him a letter. Davos smoothed the small, wrinkled square of parchment and narrowed his eyes at the cramped, tiny script. Reading was a strain on the eyes, a lesson he'd learned quickly. He sometimes mused if the Citadel awarded a prize to the maester who could write the most minuscule hand. Pylos had laughed at the idea, yet the evidence was right before him. "To the 5 kings," Davos read aloud, pausing slightly over the word 5, which he did not often encounter, written in full. The king beware?" "Beyond," the maester corrected softly. Davos frowned, the words settling heavily. "The king beyond the wall comes south. He guided a vast army of wildlings. Lord M. Morn dispatched a
raven from the haunted forest."
Pylos traced the phrase with his fingertip. The haunted forest. He is under assault? Yes. Encouraged, he pushed forward. Oth, other ravens have arrived since, bearing no messages. We dread Mormont fallen with all his scent, no strength. We dread Mormont fallen with all his strength. Davos abruptly understood the nature of the document in his hands. He flipped the parchment and noted the sealing wax had been black. This comes from the Night's Watch. Maester, has King Stannis been shown this letter? I presented it to Lord Alistair upon its arrival. He served as hand then. I assumed he conferred with the Queen. When I inquired about sending a response, he instructed me not to be foolish. His Grace lacks the soldiers to fight his own wars. He has none to spare for wildlings, he told me. That was undeniably accurate. And this mention of 5 kings would surely have provoked Stannis. Only a starving man begs bread from a beggar, he murmured. Pardon, my lord? Something my wife remarked once. Davos tapped his shortened fingers on the table. The first time he laid eyes on the wall, he was younger than Devan, serving on the Cobblecat under Roro Uhoris, a Taroshi known throughout the Narrow Sea as the Blind Bastard, though he was neither sightless nor illegitimate. Roro had sailed beyond Skagos into the Shivering Sea, calling at countless secluded inlets that had never hosted a merchant vessel. He brought steel, swords, axes, helmets, fine chainmail shirts to trade for pelts, ivory, amber, and obsidian. When the Cobblecat turned south, her holds were full, but in the Bay of Seals 3 black galleys emerged to escort her into Eastwatch. They forfeited their cargo, and the bastard lost his head, condemned for trading arms to the wildlings. Davos had done business at Eastwatch in his smuggling years. The Black Brothers were tough adversaries but reliable patrons for a ship carrying suitable goods. Yet, while he might have accepted their coin, he never forgot the sight of the blind bastard's head tumbling across the Cobblecat's deck. I encountered some wildlings in my youth, he informed Maester Pylos. They were decent thieves but poor negotiators. One made off with our cabin girl. All things considered, they seemed people like any other, some decent, some wicked. Men are men, Maester Pylos concurred. Shall we resume our reading, my lord Hand? I am the hand of the king, yes. Stannis might be styled the king of Westeros, but in reality he was the king of the Painted Table. He held Dragonstone in Storm's End and maintained an increasingly precarious alliance with Saladhor Saan, but that was the extent of it. How could the Watch have turned to him for aid? They likely remain unaware of his frailty, how hopeless his cause has become. King Stannis never laid eyes on this letter, you are absolutely certain, nor Melisandre? No. Should I bring it to them, even now? No, Davos replied instantly. You fulfilled your duty by delivering it to Lord Alistair. If Melisandre learned of this letter, what had she declared? One whose name may not be spoken is gathering his strength, Davos Seaworth. Soon comes the cold and the night that never ends. And Stannis had witnessed a vision in the flames, a circle of torches in the snow surrounded by terror. My lord, are you unwell? Inquired Pylos. I'm afraid, Maester, he might have confessed. Davos recalled a story Saladhor Saan had shared of how Azor Ahai tempered Lightbringer by driving it through the heart of the wife he cherished. He killed his wife to combat the darkness. If Stannis is Azor Ahai reborn, does that mean Edric Storm must assume the role of Nissa Nissa? I was lost in thought, Maester. My apologies. What does it matter if some wildling king overruns the north? It was not as if Stannis controlled the north. His grace could hardly be expected to protect people who denied his sovereignty. Hand me a different letter, he said, cutting off the thought. This one is? It's unsettling? Difficult? Pylos offered. Troubling, Davos corrected, his voice low. It's too troubling. I need another. Jon woke to the smell of smoke. Mole's town was burning. Leaning on the crutch Maester Aemon had provided, Jon Snow stood atop the king's tower and watched the gray plume climb into the sky. His escape had already shattered Styr's chance for a surprise attack on Castle Black, but the Magnar didn't have to announce his arrival quite so dramatically. You might kill us all, Jon thought, but at least no one will be slaughtered in their sleep. I managed that much. His leg was a blaze of agony whenever he put weight on it. That morning, he'd needed Clytus just to get into his clean blacks and tie his boots, and by the end he'd craved the sweet oblivion of poppy milk. He settled for half a cup of dream wine, a bitter chew of willow bark, and this damned crutch. The beacon on Weatherback Ridge was lit, and the Night's Watch needed every man who could stand. "I can fight," John had insisted when they tried to stop him. "Your leg's all healed, is it?" Donal Noy had snorted. "You won't mind if I give it a little kick then?" "I'd prefer you didn't. It's stiff, but I can hobble. I can stand and fight if you need me." I need every man who knows which end of a spear to stick into a wildling. The pointy end. John remembered saying something similar to his little sister once. Noy rubbed the stubble on his chin. "Might be you'll do. We'll put you up on a tower with a longbow. But if you bloody well fall off, don't come crying to me." From his high perch, John could see the King's Road winding south through barren, stony fields and over hills scoured by the wind. The Magner would be marching up that road before sunset, his thens following with axes, spears, and their shields of bronze and leather. Grig the goat, Quart, Big Boyle, they would all be coming. And Egret. The wildlings had never been his friends. He hadn't let them be. But her, he could feel a dull ache in his thigh where her arrow had pierced him. He remembered the old man's eyes, too, and the dark blood flooding from his throat as thunder broke above them. But what he remembered most was the grotto, the sight of her in the torchlight, the taste of her mouth. "Egret, stay away. Go south, raid, hide in one of those round towers you loved. You'll find nothing here but death." Across the yard, a bowman on the roof of the old Flint barracks was relieving himself through a crenel. John recognized the greasy orange hair. Mully. Other men in black cloaks were visible on roofs and towers, though 9 out of 10 were just bundles of straw. The Scarecrow Sentinels, Donal Noy called them. Only we're the crows, John mused, and most of us are scared enough. The straw soldiers had been Maester Aemon's idea. They had more tunics and breeches in storage than men to wear them, so why not stuff some with straw, drape a cloak around the shoulders, and set them on watch? Noy had positioned them on every tower and in half the windows. Some even clutched spears or held cocked crossbows. The hope was the Thens would see them from a distance and think Castle Black too heavily defended to assault. Up on the King's Tower roof with John were 6 of these silent sentries and 2 living brothers. Deaf Dick Follard sat in a crenel, meticulously cleaning and oiling his crossbow's mechanism, while the boy from Old Town paced the parapets, nervously adjusting the clothing on the straw men as if preparing them for inspection. John wondered if the man believed a perfect formation would somehow make them fight harder. Or perhaps the endless waiting was wearing on his commander's nerves, just as it was fraying his own. The recruit insisted he was 18, older than John, yet he remained as green as new spring grass. They called him Satin, a name that stuck even in the black wool and mail of the Night's Watch, a leftover from the brothel where he'd been born and raised. With his dark eyes, smooth skin, and curls black as a raven's wing, he was pretty enough to be mistaken for a girl. Still, half a year at Castle Black had hardened his hands, and Donal Noy claimed the boy could handle a crossbow well enough. Whether he'd find the courage for what was coming, however, remained to be seen. Leaning on his crutch, John made his way across the tower roof. The King's Tower wasn't the highest. That dubious honor went to the slender, crumbling lance, which Othel Yarwick often muttered might collapse any day, nor was it the strongest. The Tower of Guards by the King's Road would be far harder to breach. But it was tall enough, sturdy enough, and perfectly positioned beside the wall, giving a clear view of the gate and the base of the great wooden stair. The first time John laid eyes on Castle Black, he'd been baffled. Who would be foolish enough to build a castle without walls? How could it possibly be defended? It can't, his uncle had explained. That's precisely the point. The Night's Watch vows to stay out of the realm's quarrels. But over the centuries, some Lords Commander grew too proud and forgot their oaths. Their ambitions nearly destroyed us. One tried to leave the watch to his bastard son. Another dreamed of crowning himself king beyond the wall. There were others, Tristan Mudd, Mad Mark Rankenfell, Robin Hill. Did you know that 600 years ago, the commanders of Snowgate and the Night Fort went to war with each other? And when the Lord Commander tried to stop them, they joined forces and murdered him. The Stark in Winterfell had to step in, and he took both their heads. He did it easily because their strongholds couldn't be defended. We've had nearly 1,000 Lords Commander before Jeor Mormont. Most were honorable, but we've had our share of cowards, fools, and madmen too. We survive because the lords and kings of the Seven Kingdoms know we pose no threat to them, no matter who leads us. Our only enemies are to the north, and to the north we have the Wall. Only now those enemies had slipped past the Wall and were coming from the south. Jon thought bitterly. The lords and kings had forgotten them entirely. They were trapped, caught between the hammer and the anvil. Without a wall, Castle Black was indefensible. Donal Noye understood that as well as anyone. The castle does them no good, the armorer had told their small garrison. Let them have the kitchens, the common hall, the stables, even the towers. We'll empty the armory, move what supplies we can to the top of the wall, and make our stand at the gate. So Castle Black finally had a wall of sorts, a rough crescent-shaped barricade 10 feet high, pieced together from whatever was on hand, casks of nails, barrels of salt mutton, crates, bales of black cloth, stacked logs, cut timbers, hardened stakes, and sack upon sack of grain. This makeshift rampart enclosed the only two things truly worth defending: the gate to the north and the foot of the massive, zigzagging wooden stair that climbed the wall's face like a drunken lightning bolt, supported by beams as thick as ancient oaks driven deep into the ice. Jon watched the last of the villagers making the long climb, urged upward by his brothers. Grenn carried a small boy in his arms, while Pip, a couple of flights below, supported an old man leaning heavily on his shoulder. The eldest still waited below for the cage to return. He spotted a mother gripping the hands of two small children, her knuckles white, as an older boy darted past her up the steps. A sudden, sharp memory flashed in Jon's mind, a fleeting image of his own mother, a face he could never quite recall, which left a hollow ache beneath his ribs. He pushed the thought aside. Sentiment was a luxury they could no longer afford. High above, Sky Blue Sue and Lady Meliana, though her friends would chuckle at the title, stood together on a landing, gazing southward. They undoubtedly had a clearer view of the rising smoke than Jon did. He found himself thinking of the villagers who had stayed behind, those too stubborn or foolish or perhaps even courageous to flee. There were always a few who chose to stand their ground, to hide or to submit. Perhaps the Thenns would show them mercy. The real solution, Jon reflected, would be to meet the threat head-on. With 50 mounted rangers, they could scatter the enemy on the road. But they had no such force, not 50 rangers, nor even half the horses needed. The main garrison had not returned, and there was no word whether Noye's riders had reached them. We are the garrison now, Jon reminded himself, and what a sorry sight we make. The men Bowen Marsh left behind were exactly as Donal Noye had warned. The aged, the injured, and untrained boys. Jon watched them struggle, some hauling barrels up the steps, others reinforcing the barricade. There was stout old Keggs, moving as slowly as ever, Spare Boot hopping briskly on his wooden leg, half-mad Easy, who believed himself Florian the Fool reborn, Dornish Dilly, Red Alling of the Rosewood, young Henley, who was well past 50, old Henley, pushing 70, Harry Hal, and Spotted Pate of Maidenpool. A few noticed Jon watching from the King's Tower and waved, others turned away. They still see me as a turncloak. That truth was hard to swallow, yet Jon understood. He was a bastard. Born of lust and deceit, everyone knew such children were prone to treachery, and at Castle Black he had made enemies as easily as friends. Rast was one. Jon had once threatened to set ghost on him if he didn't stop bullying Samwell Tarly, and Rast wasn't the forgiving type. Now he was raking dry leaves under the stairs, pausing every so often to shoot Jon a venomous glare. Down below, Donal Noye's voice boomed at 3 men from Mole's Town. "No!" The pitch goes to the hoist, the oil up the steps, crossbow bolts to the 4th, 5th, and 6th landings, spears to the 1st and 2nd, stack the lard behind those planks under the stair. The meat casks are for the barricade. Now, you poxy plow pushers, move. He has a lord's voice, Jon thought. His father, Lord Eddard, had always said that in battle a captain's lungs were as vital as his sword arm. Courage and cleverness mean nothing if your commands can't be heard, he told his sons. Rob and John used to shout across Winterfell's yard from the towers for practice. Donal Noye could have drowned them both out. The villagers lived in fear of him, and rightly so. He was constantly threatening to rip their heads off. About 3/4 of Mole's Town had heeded John's warning and sought refuge at Castle Black. Noye had declared that every man still able to hold a spear or swing an axe would help defend the barricade. Otherwise, they could go home and take their chances with the Thenns. He'd emptied the armory to equip them with good steel, double-bladed axes, sharp daggers, long swords, maces, and spiked morning stars. Dressed in studded leather and mail, with greaves and gorgets, a few even resembled soldiers if you squinted in poor light. Noye had put the women and children to work as well. The young would carry water and tend fires. The midwife from Mole's Town would assist Clydas and Maester Aemon with the wounded, and Three-Finger Hobbs suddenly had more kitchen helpers than he knew what to do with. 2 of the whores had even volunteered to fight, showing enough skill with a crossbow to earn a place on the steps 40 feet up. "It's cold," Satan said, his hands tucked into his armpits beneath his cloak. John's cheeks were flushed with the cold, but he forced a smile. "The Frostfangs are bitter. This is just a crisp fall day." "Then I hope I never see the Frostfangs," Satin replied, glancing south with a frown. "I knew a girl back in Old Town who liked ice in her wine. That's the only proper place for it, if you ask me. In a glass." He squinted toward the road. "Do you think those wooden sentinels frightened them away, my lord? We can hope." John considered it possible, but more likely the wildlings had stopped to loot and terrorize Mole's Town. Perhaps Styr was waiting for nightfall to advance under darkness. Noon passed without any sign of the Thenns on the King's Road. From inside the tower, John heard footsteps, and soon Owen's flushed face appeared through the trapdoor. He carried a basket of warm buns, a wheel of cheese, and a bag of swinging onions. "Hobbs said to feed you in case you're stuck up here a while, or for our final supper. Thank him for us, Owen." Though Dick Follard was stone deaf, his sense of smell was sharp. He dug into the basket, pulled out a bun still warm from the oven, and found a crock of butter to spread with his dagger. "Raisins," he said thickly, a grin spreading. "Nuts, too." Once you grew accustomed to his speech, it was clear enough. "You can have mine," Satan offered. "I'm not hungry." "Eat," John insisted. "You don't know when you'll get another chance." He took 2 buns for himself. The nuts were pine nuts mixed with raisins and bits of dried apple. "Will the wildlings come today, Lord Snow?" Owen asked. "You'll know if they do," John answered. "Listen for the horns." 2 blasts. 2 means wildlings. Owen was tall and fair-haired, good-natured, and a diligent worker, skilled with wood and siege engines. But as he often mentioned, his mother had dropped him as an infant, and he claimed half his wits had leaked out his ear. "You remember where to go?" John asked. "I'm to go to the stairs, like Donal Noye said, up to the 3rd landing and shoot my crossbow down if they try to climb the barrier." "The 3rd landing. 1, 2, 3. He nodded vigorously. "If the wildlings attack, the king will come to help us, won't he? King Robert is a mighty warrior. He's sure to come." Maester Aemon sent him a bird. Telling him Robert Baratheon was dead was pointless. He would only forget again. Maester Aemon sent him a bird. John agreed, and Owen beamed. In truth, the maester had sent many ravens, not to 1 king but to 4. The message was the same: wildlings at the gate, the realm in danger. Send all the help you can to Castle Black. Ravens had flown as far as Old Town and the Citadel, and to scores of powerful lords in their strongholds. The northern lords were their best hope, so Aemon had sent 2 birds to each, to the Umbers and the Boltons, to Castle Serwyn and Torrhen's Square, to Carhold and Deepwood Motte, to Bear Island, Old Castle, Widow's Watch, White Harbor, Barrowton, and the Rills. The plea even reached the mountain holds of the Littles, Burleys, Norries, Harclays, and Wolves, wildlings at the gate, the north in danger. Come with all your strength. Ravens have wings, but lords and kings do not. If aid was coming, it would not arrive today. As morning faded into afternoon, the smoke over Mole's Town dissipated, leaving the southern sky clear. No clouds, John noted with relief. Rain or snow could doom them all. Clydas and Maester Aemon had been winched to safety atop the wall, along with most of the women from Mole's Town. Brothers in black paced the tower tops, calling to one another across the yards. Septon Celador led the men at the barricade in prayer, begging the warrior for strength. Deaf Dick Follard curled under his cloak and fell asleep. Satin paced endlessly along the battlements, his path a tight circle around the stone teeth of the wall. The ice wept slow tears in the sunlight, which crawled its way across a sky of unyielding blue. As evening drew near, Owen the oaf reappeared, bearing a coarse loaf of black bread and a pail filled with Hobbs' rich mutton stew, simmered in ale and onions. The savory smell was enough to rouse even Dick from his stupor. They devoured it all, sopping up the last of the broth with crusts of bread. By the time the pail was clean, the sun hung low and bloody in the west, casting long, sharp shadows that seemed to cut through the castle yard. "Light the brazier," John instructed Satin, and set the kettle of oil to heat. John descended the stairs to bar the heavy door, hoping the movement would ease the persistent ache in his leg. It was a futile effort, and he knew it almost immediately. But he gritted his teeth, leaned on his crutch, and finished the task. The entrance to the king's tower was reinforced oak banded with iron. It might slow the Thens, but it would never hold them if they were determined. He dropped the thick bar into its brackets, took a final, grimly practical visit to the privy, recognizing it might be his last opportunity, and then labored back up to the roof, each step sending a fresh jolt of pain through him. The western horizon had turned the deep purple of a fading bruise, while the sky above deepened from cobalt to a velvet purple, the first stars piercing the gloom. John settled between two stone merlins, a lone scarecrow his only companion, and watched as the constellation known as the Stallion, or was it the Horned Lord, began its climb. He found himself wondering not just about Ghost, roaming somewhere in the vast darkness, but about Egret. He quickly pushed the thought aside, knowing that path led only to a hollow, aching madness. They arrived under the cover of darkness, as he knew they would. Like cowards, John thought bitterly. Like assassins in the night. When the war horn suddenly split the silence, Satin lost control of his bladder, but John pointedly looked away. "Go and shake Dick awake," he told the boy from Old Town, his voice steady, "unless you want him to sleep through the entire battle." "I'm terrified," Satin whispered, his face pale as milk in the moonlight. "So are they," John replied. He propped his crutch against the merlin and took up his longbow, bending the sturdy Dornish yew to slip the bowstring into place. "Don't loose a bolt unless you're certain of a clean strike," he advised when Satin returned with a groggy Dick in tow. "We have a good supply here, but good is not the same as endless, and remember to step behind the stone to reload. A scarecrow is just straw and will not stop an arrow." He offered no instructions to Dick Follard. Dick could read lips well enough when he cared to, and he already knew all this. The three of them spread out, each taking a side of the circular tower. John fastened a quiver to his belt and drew a single arrow. The shaft was black, the fletching a somber gray. As he fitted the nock to the string, a memory surfaced, Theon Greyjoy smug after a successful hunt, smiling that infuriating smile of his. "The boar keeps his tusks and the bear his claws," Theon had declared. "But nothing in this world is deader than a goose feather." John was no master huntsman like Theon, but the long bow was no stranger to his hands. He saw dark shapes flitting past the armory, pressing themselves against the stone, but they were too indistinct to warrant a shot. Distant shouts echoed, and he saw arrows flying from the tower of guards, aimed at targets on the ground far below. That was someone else's fight. Then he spotted three figures break away from the old stables, 50 yards out. He stepped to the crenellation, raised the bow, and drew. They were running, so he led the first, holding his breath, waiting for the perfect moment. The string thrummed and the arrow hissed away into the dark. A moment later came a choked grunt, and suddenly there were only two shadows sprinting across the yard. They redoubled their pace, but John already had a second arrow ready. This time he rushed, and the shot went wide. The wildlings vanished before he could knock a third. Scanning the yard, he found four more, flowing like shadows around the ruined shell of the Lord Commander's keep. Moonlight glinted coldly on spear points and axe blades, and on the hideous symbols painted on their round leather shields. Skulls, serpent coils, claw marks, and leering demonic faces. Free folk, he thought, a cold certainty settling in his gut. They moved with a grim purpose he hadn't seen before, as if fueled by a new and desperate rage. The Thens bore shields of dark boiled leather edged and studded with bronze, yet these were simple and unmarked. The ones advancing now were the lighter wicker shields of raiders. John drew the goose-feathered arrow to his ear, took aim and released, then knocked another and let it fly. The first shaft punched through a shield decorated with a bear claw. The second found a wildling's throat. The man fell with a choked cry. To his left, John heard the deep thrum of Deaf Dick's crossbow, followed a heartbeat later by Satin's. "I hit one," the boy shouted, his voice rough. "Right in the chest." "Find another," John called back. Targets were everywhere now. He only had to pick one. He dropped a wildling archer just as the man was fitting an arrow, then sent a shaft toward an axeman chopping at the door of Hardin's tower. He missed, but the arrow quivering in the oak made the attacker think twice. It was only as the man fled that John recognized Big Boyle. An instant later, Old Mully put an arrow through his leg from the roof of the Flint barracks, and he crawled away, bleeding. That should give him something new to complain about, John thought grimly. When his quiver was empty, he fetched another and shifted to a different notch in the wall, standing shoulder to shoulder with Deaf Dick Follard. John loosed 3 arrows for every bolt Deaf Dick fired. That was the longbow's advantage. Some argued the crossbow had better penetration, but it was slow and awkward to reload. He could hear the wildlings shouting to one another, and somewhere to the west a war horn sounded. The world was a tapestry of moonlight and shadow, and time dissolved into an endless rhythm, notch, draw, loose. A wildling arrow tore through the throat of the straw dummy beside him, but John Snow barely registered it. "Grant me one clean shot at the Magnar of Then," he prayed to the old gods of his father. The Magnar, at least, was a foe he could hate. "Give me Styre." His fingers were growing numb, his thumbs slick with blood, yet John kept knocking, drawing, and releasing. A sudden gout of flame caught his eye. The door of the common hall was ablaze. Within moments, the entire timbered structure was engulfed. John knew Three-Finger Hob and his helpers from Mole's Town were safe atop the wall, but the sight still felt like a physical blow. John. Deaf Dick bellowed in his thick accent. The armory. Wildlings were on its roof now. One held a torch. Dick clambered onto the parapet for a better angle, jerked his crossbow to his shoulder, and sent a bolt whirring toward the torchbearer. He missed. The archer below him did not. Follard made no sound, simply toppled forward over the wall. It was 100 feet to the yard below. John heard the sickening impact as he peered around a straw soldier trying to spot where the shot had come from. Not 10 feet from Deaf Dick's body, he glimpsed a leather shield, a tattered cloak, and a thick mop of red hair. Kissed by fire, he thought, supposedly lucky. He raised his bow, but his stiff fingers refused to obey, and she vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Swiveling with a curse, he loosed an arrow at the men on the armory roof instead, but missed them too. By then, the east stables were also burning, black smoke and wisps of flaming hay pouring from the stalls. When the roof gave way, flames roared up so loudly they nearly drowned out the war horns of the Thens. A column of 50 was pounding up the King's Road, shields held overhead. Others swarmed through the vegetable garden, across the flagstone yard, around the old dry well. 3 had hacked through the doors of Maester Aemon's quarters in the timber keep below the rookery, and a desperate fight raged atop the silent tower, longswords against bronze axes. None of it mattered now. The dance has moved on, he realized. John limped over to Satin and seized him by the shoulder. "With me?" he shouted. Together, they made their way to the northern edge of the battlements, where the King's Tower loomed over the gate and Donal Noye's hastily assembled barrier of timber, barrels, and grain sacks. The Thens had already reached it. They wore open-faced helmets and long leather tunics studded with thin bronze plates. Most carried axes of bronze, though a few held weapons of chipped stone, more bore short, stabbing spears with leaf-shaped heads that caught the red glare from the burning stables. They howled in the old tongue as they assaulted the barricade, thrusting with spears and swinging axes, spilling grain and blood with wild fury, while crossbow bolts and arrows showered down from the archers Noye had positioned on the stair. "What's the plan?" Satin yelled over the din. "We stop them," John shouted back, knocking a black arrow. No archer could have wished for a clearer shot. The Thens faced the crescent wall, their backs to the tower, scrambling over sacks and barrels to reach the men in black. By chance, John and Satin picked the same target, a wildling who had just crested the barricade when an arrow struck his throat and a bolt hit between his shoulders. A heartbeat later, a long sword took him in the stomach, and he toppled backward onto the man behind him. John reached for his quiver and found it empty once more. Satin was cranking his crossbow. John turned to fetch more arrows, but he had taken only 3 steps when the trapdoor burst open right before him. Gods, I didn't even hear it give way. There was no moment to think or call for aid. John dropped his bow, reached over his shoulder, drew Longclaw from its sheath, and drove the blade into the first head that emerged from below. Bronze was nothing against Valyrian steel. The stroke split the Then's helmet and sank deep into his skull, sending him crashing back down. From the shouts below, John knew more were coming. He retreated and called to Satin. The next climber took a quarrel through the face and disappeared. "The oil?" John said. Satin nodded. Together they grabbed the thick, padded mittens they'd left near the fire, heaved the cauldron of boiling oil, and poured it down onto the Thens in the darkness. The screams that followed were worse than any sound John had ever heard, and Satin looked pale enough to vomit. John slammed the trapdoor shut, shoved the heavy iron kettle on top of it, and gave the pretty-faced boy a rough shake. "Be sick later," John yelled. "Move." They had been away from the parapet for only moments, but the scene below had transformed. A handful of Black Brothers and a few Mole's Town men still held positions atop the barrels, but wildlings were now swarming all along the crescent, forcing them back. John watched a wildling drive a spear up through Rast's gut with such force it lifted him off his feet. Young Henley was dead. Old Henley was dying, encircled by foes. He spotted Easy whirling and slashing, cackling like a madman, his cloak flapping as he jumped from cask to cask until a bronze axe caught him below the knee, and his laughter became a wet, choking scream. "They're breaking," Satin said. "No," John corrected, his voice grim. "They've broken," it unfolded in a rush. One villager ran, then another, and suddenly all the Mole's Town men were casting aside their weapons and deserting the barricade. The brothers were too few to hold alone. John saw them try to form an orderly line to retreat, but the Thens swept over them with spear and axe, and then they too were fleeing. Dornish Dilly tripped and fell face first, and a wildling planted a spear between his shoulders. Keggs, wheezing and slow, had nearly reached the bottom step when a Then seized his cloak and spun him around, but a crossbow bolt struck the wildling before his axe could fall. "Got him!" Satin cried out, as Keggs stumbled to the stairs and began crawling upward on hands and knees. The gate was gone. Donalnoy had sealed it shut with heavy chains, yet it stood undefended, its iron bars glowing a dull red in the firelight, the dark passage beyond an open invitation. No one had stayed behind to hold it. The only refuge was far above, at the top of the wall, a dizzying climb up 700 feet of twisting wooden stairs. John turned to Satin. "Which gods do you follow?" "The 7, replied the boy from Old Town. "Then start praying," John said. "You pray to your new gods, and I'll speak to my old ones." Everything hinged on this moment. In the chaos at the trapdoor, John had neglected to refill his quiver. He limped back across the roof to do so now, retrieving his bow as well. The kettle remained untouched where he'd left it, a small sign they were, for now, still secure. "The fight has moved past us, and we're just spectators from the balcony," he mused, hobbling back. Satin was firing bolts at the wildlings on the stairs, then ducking behind a stone merlin to reload the crossbow. He might have a pretty face, but his reflexes are sharp. The true struggle was unfolding on the steps themselves. Noy had positioned spearmen on the 2 lowest landings, but the terrified rush of fleeing villagers had shattered their nerve, sending them scrambling upward toward the 3rd landing, with the Thens cutting down anyone who lagged behind. Archers and crossbowmen stationed higher up tried to shoot over their comrades' heads. John fitted an arrow, drew, and released, feeling a grim satisfaction as a wildling tumbled down the steps. The intense heat from the fires was making the wall weep, tears of meltwater tracing paths down the ice as flames shimmered against its face. The very stairs trembled under the weight of men running for their lives. John knocked another arrow, drew, and loosed, but he and Satin were just 2 against a tide of 60 or 70 Thens surging upward, drunk on victory and killing as they climbed. On the fourth landing, 3 brothers in black stood shoulder to shoulder, long swords ready, and the clash was renewed briefly. Only 3 could not hold, and soon the wildling flood overwhelmed them, their blood adding to the dark stains on the steps. A man is never more exposed in battle than when he turns his back, Lord Eddard had once told John. A fleeing soldier stirs the bloodlust like a wounded beast. The archers on the 5th landing broke and ran before the fight even reached them. It was a complete and bloody rout. "Get the torches," John ordered Satin. 4 of them were stacked near the fire, their heads wrapped in oil-soaked cloth. A dozen fire arrows lay nearby. The Old Town boy thrust one torch into the flames until it caught brightly, then gathered the others under his arm, still unlit. Fear was plain on his face again, and with good reason, John felt it too. That was when he spotted Steer. The Magnar was scaling the barricade, clambering over gutted grain sacks, shattered barrels, and the corpses of friend and foe. His bronze scale armor gleamed with a dark fire in the light. Steer had removed his helm to survey his triumph, and the bald, earless bastard was actually smiling. In his hand was a long weirwood spear tipped with an ornate bronze head. Seeing the gate, he thrust the spear toward it and shouted something in the old tongue to the half-dozen thens surrounding him. Too late for that, John thought with a surge of bitter clarity. You should have led your men over the barricade yourself. Maybe then a few more would have lived. From above, a war horn sounded, long and low. Not from the top, but from the 9th landing, about 200 feet up, where Donald Noye stood. John knocked a fire arrow to his bowstring, and Satan touched it to the torch. He moved to the parapet, drew, aimed, and released. Streaks of flame trailed behind as the shaft flew down and struck its target with a crackle. He hadn't aimed for Steer, he aimed for the steps. Or, more precisely, for the barrels of lard and lamp oil, the sacks of dry leaves and oily rags, the split logs and wood shavings that Donald Noye had piled high beneath the stairs, all the way up to the 1st landing. Again, John commanded, his voice a steady drumbeat against the chaos, repeating the order until it became a grim mantra. All along the battlements, archers loosed their shafts, a lethal rain falling from the towers. Once his supply of fire arrows was spent, he and Satin turned to hurling lit torches from the parapets. High above, a second inferno erupted as the ancient wooden staircase, soaked through with oil by Donald Noye, became a towering pyre. John could only pray their own men had scrambled to safety before the flames took hold. The villagers, unaware of the plan, had no such warning. The wind did the rest, and the fire became a living thing. Trapped between the climbing blaze below and the consuming heat above, the wildlings had no escape. Those who climbed higher perished. Those who descended met the same fate. Those who hesitated were swallowed by the flames. In desperation, many leaped into the open air, only to be claimed by the long fall. A cluster of thens, perhaps 20 strong, was still huddled when the intense heat fractured the ice itself. With a groan that shook the very air, the lower section of the massive stair sheared away and plummeted into the darkness, taking Steer, the Magnar of Then, with it. The wall defends itself, John thought, a cold certainty settling in his gut. His leg was a throbbing agony, the wound screaming with every movement. Leaning heavily on Satin, he took a torch and descended into the yard. I have to find someone, he told the boy from Old Town, his voice tight. The steps had been thick with thens, but surely some of the free folk, Mance's people, not the Magnars, had gotten away. She might have been among them. They picked their way through the aftermath, past the fallen men who had tried the sealed trapdoor. John hobbled through the gloom, his crutch under one arm, the other draped over the shoulders of a former brothel worker, the torch casting long, dancing shadows. The stables and common hall were now just smoldering skeletons, but the fire still marched relentlessly up the wall's icy face. Every so often, a deep crack would echo, and another massive slab of ice would break free and crash down, filling the air with a glittering mist of ice and ash. He found Quart dead. He found Stone Thumbs breathing his last. He found thens he barely recognized, some gone, some going. He found Big Boyle, pale and weak from blood loss, but clinging to life. And then, beneath the shadow of the Lord Commander's tower, sprawled across a patch of old snow, he found Grit. An arrow stood between her breasts. A delicate frost had settled over her features, and in the moonlight, it looked like a mask of shimmering silver. The shaft was black, John noted with a strange, detached clarity, but fletched with white duck feathers. Not mine, he told himself, not one of mine. The thought brought no relief. When he knelt beside her, her eyes fluttered open. Jon Snow, she whispered, the words bubbling softly. The arrow had found her lung. Is this a proper castle now? Not just a tower? It is, he said, taking her cold hand in his. Good. Her voice was fading. I wanted to see one proper castle before I? You'll see 100 castles, he promised, the lie tasting like ash. The fight is over. Maester Aemon will tend to you. He brushed a strand of hair from her frosted cheek. You're kissed by fire, remember? Lucky. It'll take more than an arrow. He'll draw it out and mend you, and we'll get you milk of the poppy for the pain. She only smiled at that, a faint, knowing curve of her lips. Do you remember that cave? We should have stayed in that cave. I told you so. We'll go back to the cave, he said, the words choking him. You're not going to die, Ygritte. You're not. Oh. She lifted a hand, her fingers cool against his cheek. You know nothing, Jon Snow. She sighed, and then she was gone. It's just another empty ruin, Mira Reed said, her eyes scanning the wasteland of broken stone and stubborn weeds. No, Bran thought, a chill that had nothing to do with the air seeping into his bones. This is the Night Fort, and we have come to the edge of all things. In the mountains, his every thought had been fixed on reaching the wall and finding the three-eyed crow. Now that they stood before it, a tide of dread washed over him. The dream he'd had, the dream Summer had shared. No, I must not think of that dream. I must not he hadn't shared his dream with the Reeds, though Mira's quiet glances suggested she suspected something was amiss. Perhaps if he never spoke of it aloud, he could convince himself it was only a nightmare, and then Robb and Grey Wind might still be alive. Hodor! The stable boy adjusted his stance, and Bran shifted with him. The hours of walking had left him weary. At least Hodor isn't frightened of this place, Bran thought, a stark contrast to his own unease, which he was determined to hide from his companions. I'm a prince of Winterfell, nearly grown. I must show the courage Robb always did. Jojen looked up, his dark green eyes calm. Nothing here will harm us, Your Grace. Bran remained unconvinced. The Night Fort was the setting for the most terrifying tales from Old Nan. It was here the Night's King held his dark court before his name was erased from history. This was where the rat cook baked his foul pie for an Andal king, where the 79 sentinels froze at their posts, and where Dany Flint met her brutal end. King Sherrit had laid his curse upon the Andals within these walls. Apprentice boys had faced unspeakable horrors in the dark, and blind Simeon Stareyes was said to have witnessed hellhounds battling in the yards. Mad Axe himself once roamed these grounds, slaughtering his sworn brothers. These events were ancient, of course, and some might be pure fancy. Master Luwin had always cautioned against believing Old Nan stories completely, yet when Bran once asked his Uncle Benjen about the Night Fort, Benjen had never confirmed or denied the legends. He only shrugged and remarked that the Watch had abandoned the fortress 2 centuries prior, as if that explained everything. Bran made himself survey their surroundings. The morning was clear and cold, sunlight glaring off a hard blue sky, but the sounds unsettled him. A jittery whistle echoed as the wind cut through broken towers. The old keeps groaned as if in pain. He could hear the scuttling of rats beneath the great hall's floor, the rat cook's descendants fleeing their father's legacy. The courtyards had become thickets where skeletal trees clawed at each other with bare branches, and dead leaves skittered like insects over remnants of old snow. Trees sprouted where stables once stood, and a gnarled white weirwood had burst through the collapsed roof of the domed kitchen. Even Summer was restless here. Bran slipped into the direwolf's senses for just a moment, catching the scent of the place, and liked it no better, and there was no passage through. He had told them repeatedly, but Jojen Reed, trusting in a green dream, had needed to see the sealed gate for himself. Some help those dreams are, Bran thought bitterly. The gate the Night Fort once guarded had been shut since the Black Brothers departed for Deep Lake. Its iron portcullis was down, its raising chains removed, the tunnel behind it choked with stone and rubble frozen into a mass as solid as the wall. We should have gone with Jon, Bran said upon seeing it. He often thought of his half-brother since the night Summer watched him vanish into the storm. We should have taken the King's Road to Castle Black. We cannot risk it, my prince, Jojen replied. You know the reasons. But the wildlings are out there, Bran argued, a fresh wave of frustration cutting through his fear. They killed a man, and they tried to kill Jon. There were 100 of them, Jojen. So you've said, and we are only 4. You aided your brother if it truly was him, but you nearly lost Summer in doing so. I know, Bran said, his voice thick with misery. The direwolf had fought fiercely, killing 3 of the attackers or more, but the numbers were overwhelming. As they closed in on the tall, earless man, he attempted to slip away through the downpour, but a swift arrow found its mark. The sharp, sudden pain tore Bran from the wolf's skin and hurled him back into his own. In the quiet after the storm, they crouched in the damp dark without a fire, speaking only in whispers when they spoke at all, listening to Hodor's ragged breaths and dreading the wildlings might attempt to cross the lake at dawn. Bran reached for Summer again and again, but each time the searing agony forced him back, like snatching your hand from a scalding pot. That long night, only Hodor slept, tossing and murmuring his own name. A cold dread settled in Bran's chest, the fear that Summer was bleeding out alone in the blackness. Please, he begged the old gods, you took Winterfell, my father, my legs. Don't take Summer too, and watch over Jon. Make the wildlings leave. Though no weirwood grew on that stony island, somehow the gods must have heard. The wildlings were in no hurry to leave come morning. They stripped their dead and the old man they'd slain, even pulled a few fish from the lake. Then came a heart-stopping moment. 3 of them found the hidden causeway and started out, but the path curved and they did not, and 2 nearly drowned before their comrades dragged them back. The tall, bald leader shouted across the water in a harsh tongue even Jojen didn't recognize. Soon after, they gathered their gear and marched off north by east, following the same path Jon had taken. Bran was desperate to leave to search for Summer, but the reeds refused. We wait another night, Jojen said firmly. Put some distance between us and them. You don't want another meeting, do you? Late that afternoon, Summer finally returned, dragging a wounded hind leg. He drove off the crows and fed on the remains at the inn before swimming out to them. Mira drew the broken arrow from his flesh and soothed the wound with a poultice made from plants she found near the tower's base. The direwolf still limped, but a little less each day, it seemed to Bran. The gods had listened. Maybe we should try another castle, Mira suggested to her brother later, her voice low. Another gate. I could scout ahead alone, I'd move faster. Bran shook his head. East is Deep Lake, then Queensgate. West is Icemark. They'll be the same, just smaller. All the gates are sealed except at Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower. Hodor gave a solemn Hodor, and the reeds shared a glance. Then I should climb to the top of the wall, Mira decided, a new stubbornness in her tone. Maybe I'll see something from up there? What could you possibly hope to see? Jojen asked, skeptical. Something, she insisted. It should be me, Bran thought bitterly. He tilted his head back, gazing up at the immense barrier, and for a moment he let himself dream, imagining his fingers finding cracks in the ice, his toes kicking holds, climbing inch by impossible inch. The thought sparked a faint smile despite the wildlings, the dreams, the worry for Jon. He'd scaled the walls and towers of Winterfell as a boy, but those were only stone. The wall could look like gray, pitted stone, until the clouds parted and the sun transformed it into a glittering fortress of white and blue. Old Nan always said it was the end of the world, that beyond it were monsters and giants and ghouls held back only so long as the wall stood strong. I want to stand on top with Mira, Bran yearned. I want to stand on top and see. But he was a broken boy with useless legs, so all he could do was watch from below as Mira began her ascent. She wasn't really climbing, not the way he used to climb. She was simply ascending a set of stairs carved by the Night's Watch, countless centuries before. Maester Luwin had once explained that the Night Fort was unique, the only castle where the steps were hewn directly from the wall's own ice. Or perhaps that detail came from Uncle Benjen. The newer strongholds used wood, stone, or sloping ramps of earth. Ice is too perilous. That warning definitely came from his uncle, who described how the wall's outer face sometimes wept frozen tears, while its heart remained as solid as stone. Since the last Black brothers departed, these steps must have melted and refrozen 1,000 times over, each cycle wearing them a little smaller, smoother, and far more dangerous. It was almost as if the wall was slowly reclaiming them. Mira Reed was nimble and cautious, yet she moved slowly from one icy nub to the next. In 2 spots where the steps had nearly vanished, she dropped to her hands and knees. It will be even harder on the way down, Bran observed silently. Still, he envied her position. When Mira finally reached the top, crawling over the last frozen knobs, she disappeared from view. "How long until she returns?" Bran asked Jojen. "When she is ready, she'll want a proper look at the wall and what lies beyond," Jojen replied. "We should use our time and explore down here." "Hodor?" said Hodor, his tone uncertain. "We might discover something useful," Jojen insisted. "Or something might discover us," Bran thought. Though he kept the fear to himself, he didn't want Jojen to think him a coward. So they began to explore, with Jojen in the lead, Bran secured in his basket on Hodor's back, and Summer prowling alongside them. At one point, the dire wolf darted through a darkened doorway and returned moments later with a gray rat clenched in his jaws. The rat cook, Bran thought reflexively, but this creature was the wrong color and no larger than a common cat. The legendary rat cook was said to be white and as big as a sow. The night fort was full of such dark doors and even more rats. Bran could hear them skittering through the cellars and the labyrinth of pitch-black tunnels that wove beneath the castle. Jojen wanted to investigate those depths, but Hodor voiced a firm Hodor to the idea, and Bran simply said, "No. Far worse things than rats were said to dwell in the darkness under the night fort." "This place feels ancient," Jojen remarked as they moved down a gallery where dusty sunbeams cut through empty windows. "It's twice as old as Castle Black," Bran said, recalling his lessons. "It was the first and largest castle on the wall. Yet it had also been the first abandoned back in the era of the Old King. Even then, it was mostly empty and too expensive to maintain. It was good Queen Alizanne who proposed that the Watch build a smaller, newer fortress about 7 miles to the east, where the wall curved along the shore of a lovely green lake. Deep Lake was funded by the Queen's own jewels and constructed by men sent north by the king, leading the Black brothers to forsake the night fort for the rats. That was 200 years ago, however. Now Deep Lake stood as empty as the castle it replaced, and the night fort. "This place has ghosts," Bran stated. Hodor had heard all the tales, but Jojen might not have. Old ghosts from before the Old King, even before Aegon the Conqueror. There were 79 deserters who fled south to become outlaws. One was the youngest son of Lord Ryswell, so when they reached the Barrowlands they sought refuge at his keep, but Lord Ryswell took them prisoner and returned them here. The Lord Commander ordered holes carved into the top of the wall, sealed the deserters inside alive, and left them with spears and horns, all facing north. They are called the 79 Sentinels. They abandon their posts in life, so in death their watch continues forever. Years later, when Lord Ryswell was old and dying, he had himself carried to the night fort to take the Black and stand his final watch beside his son. He had sent him back to the wall to preserve honor, yet his love remained, so he came to stand beside him in his vigil. They explored the castle for hours. Several towers had collapsed and others appeared perilously unstable, but they ascended the bell tower where no bells remained and the rookery now empty of birds. Under the brewhouse, they discovered a cellar filled with enormous oaken casks that echoed with a deep, hollow sound when Hodor tapped them. They entered a library where the shelves had given way. The books were long gone, and rats scurried in the shadows. A dark, damp dungeon held cells for hundreds, but when Bran grasped one of the rusted bars, it crumbled in his hand. The great hall was reduced to a single crumbling wall. The bathhouse appeared to be sinking into the earth, and a massive thorn bush had overrun the practice yard where brothers of the Watch once trained with sword and shield. The armory and forge still stood, though cobwebs, dust, and rats now occupied the spaces where weapons and tools once lay. Sometimes Summer would growl at empty corners or perk his ears at sounds Bran could not hear, his fur standing on end. But neither the Rat Cook, the 79 Sentinels, nor Mad Axe made an appearance. Bran felt a wave of relief. Perhaps it really is just an abandoned, empty ruin. Mira returned as the sun dipped low. a thin sliver of light above the western hills. "What did you see, her brother?" Jojen asked. "I saw the haunted forest," she replied, her voice tinged with longing. "Wild hills stretching to the horizon, covered in ancient trees untouched by axes. I saw sunlight sparkling on a distant lake, and clouds rolling in from the west. I saw patches of old snow and icicles as long as spears. I even saw an eagle circling overhead. I think it saw me too," I waved. "Did you find a way down?" Jojen pressed. She shook her head. "No. The cliff is sheer and the ice is too smooth. I might manage it with a strong rope and an axe to carve handholds, but we cannot," Jojen finished. "No," his sister agreed. "Are you certain this is the place from your dream? Maybe we came to the wrong castle?" "No, this is the castle. There is a gate here?" Yes, Bran thought, but it's sealed by stone and ice. As sunset approached, the tower shadows stretched long, and the wind grew stronger, sending dry leaves skittering across the yards. The deepening darkness reminded Bran of another of Old Nan's tales, the story of the Night's King. He was the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, she said, a fearless warrior. And that was his flaw, she would add, for every man must know fear. His ruin was a woman seen from atop the wall, with skin pale as moonlight and eyes like blue stars. Unafraid, he pursued her, captured her, and loved her, though her skin was cold as ice, and in giving himself to her, he surrendered his soul. He brought her to the Night Fort and declared her his queen, ruling with dark sorcery that enslaved his sworn brothers. For 13 years they reigned, the Night's King and his corpse queen, until the Stark of Winterfell and the wildling Jorah Mormont united to break their hold. After his defeat, when his sacrifices to the others were revealed, all records of the Night's King were destroyed, his name forbidden. Some claim he was a Bolton, Old Nan would always conclude. Some say a Magnar from Skagos, or an Umber, Flint, or Nori. Some insist he was a Woodfoot from those who ruled Bear Island before the Ironborn came. He was none of those. He was a Stark, the brother of the man who overthrew him. She would then give Bran's nose a pinch, a detail he would always remember. He was a Stark of Winterfell, and who knows? Perhaps his name was Brandon. Perhaps he had even slept in this same bed, in this very room. Bran considered that, but he knew the truth was that the Night's King had walked these same halls, the very ones where they would spend the night. That idea did not sit well with him. Old Nan always said the Night's King was just a man by daylight, but the darkness belonged to him. And now the light was fading. Mira and Jojen chose the kitchens for their shelter, an 8-sided stone room with a collapsed dome. It seemed sturdier than the other ruins, even though a pale, slender weirwood had punched through the slate floor near the massive central well, its white branches twisting toward the broken roof as if seeking sunlight. It was a strange tree, thinner and plainer than any weirwood Bran had ever known, yet its presence made him feel the old gods were near. That was the kitchen's only comfort. The roof was mostly intact, promising dryness if the rain returned, but Bran doubted they would ever find warmth here. A deep chill rose steadily from the stone floor. He didn't care for the shadows either, nor the giant brick ovens gaping like hungry mouths, the rusted meat hooks, or the dark stains etched into the butcher's block against the wall. That was where the rat cook carved the prince into pieces, he remembered, and where he used one of these ovens to bake his grisly pie. But the well troubled him most of all. It was a good 12 feet across, lined with stone, its sides built with steps that spiraled down into blackness. The walls were slick with dampness and saltpeter, and not even Mira, with her keen hunter's sight, could spy any water at the bottom. "Maybe it just goes on forever," Bran murmured, a knot of unease in his stomach. Hodor leaned over the low stone rim and called his own name into the void. "Hodor!" The sound tumbled down, Hodor, 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 growing fainter and thinner. Hodor, 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 until it vanished into a ghost of a whisper. Hodor blinked, then chuckled, bending to pick up a loose piece of slate from the floor. "Hodor, no!" Bran cried, but he was too late. Hodor flung the slate over the edge. "You shouldn't have done that. You don't know what's down there. You might have disturbed something, or woken something up." Hodor just gazed at him wide-eyed. "Hodor?" From a profound, impossible depth came a sound as the stone met not water, but something else. It wasn't a splash. It was a thick, wet gulp, as if something cold and vast had opened a trembling, icy mouth to swallow the stone whole. Faint echoes rippled upward, and for a heartbeat, Bran was sure he heard a sluggish, heavy movement far below, a stirring in deep water. "Maybe we shouldn't stay here?" he said, his voice tight. "By the well?" Mira asked. "Or in the night fort altogether?"
"Both," Bran admitted. Mira gave a short laugh and sent Hodor out to collect firewood. Summer went with him. The direwolf sensed the coming night and the chance to hunt. Hodor came back alone, his arms piled with dead branches and kindling. Jojen set to work with his flint and knife to spark a fire, while Mira cleaned the fish she'd caught at the last stream they'd forded. Bran tried to guess how many years had gone by since a meal was last cooked in the night fort's kitchens.
He wondered who had cooked it too, though some questions were better left unanswered. Once the fire was crackling steadily, Mira laid the fish over the flames. At least it's not a meat pie, Bran thought, recalling the tale. The rat cook had chopped the Andal king's son and baked him with onions, carrots, mushrooms, plenty of pepper and salt, a strip of bacon, and a rich red Dornish wine. He served the pie to the father who enjoyed it so much he asked for seconds. For that, the gods turned the cook into a giant white rat, doomed to forever devour his own offspring, roaming the night fort with a hunger that could never be filled. The gods didn't curse him for the murder, old Nan used to say, nor for baking the king's son into a pie. A man has a right to seek vengeance, yet he killed a guest beneath his own roof, an act the gods will never pardon. "We ought to sleep," Jojen stated gravely, once their meal was done. The flames had dwindled to embers. He poked at them with a branch. "Maybe another green dream will guide us?" Hodor was already asleep, snoring softly and twitching under his cloak, occasionally murmuring what sounded like his own name. Bran shifted nearer to the fading fire. The heat was comforting, and the gentle hiss of the coals helped calm his nerves, but sleep refused to take him. Beyond the walls, the wind drove legions of dried leaves skittering across the stone yards, their faint scraping against the doors and windows summoning memories of old Nan's tales. He could nearly hear the spectral guards calling out on the wall and the mournful echo of their phantom horns. Pale moonlight filtered through the broken dome, casting the weirwood's reaching branches in silver as they stretched toward the ceiling. It seemed as though the ancient tree was attempting to seize the moon and pull it down into the dark well. "Old gods," Bran pleaded silently, "if you're listening, no dreams tonight. Or if you send one, let it be a good dream." The gods gave no reply. Bran shut his eyes tightly. Perhaps he drifted off a little. Or maybe he lingered in that hazy middle ground between waking and sleeping, struggling to keep thoughts of the mad axe or the rat cook or the nameless thing that walks in the dark from his mind. Then a noise broke the silence. His eyes flew open. What was that? He held his breath. Was it a dream? Some foolish nightmare? He didn't wish to rouse Mira and Jojen over a bad dream, but there it was again. A faint shuffling noise, distant at first. Just leaves, he told himself. Leaves skittering against the outside walls and rustling together. Or the wind. It must be the wind. Yet the sound wasn't coming from outside. Bran felt the fine hairs on his arms stand up. It's inside, he realized with a chill. It's in here with us, and it's growing louder. He propped himself up on an elbow, straining to listen. Yes, there was wind and leaves, but this was different. Footsteps. Someone or something was approaching. It couldn't be the sentinels. They never left the wall. But other ghosts might haunt the night fort, ones far more dreadful. He recalled old Nan's story of the mad axe, how he removed his boots to stalk the castle corridors silently in the blackness, with only the drip of blood from his weapon, his elbows, and his soaked red beard to mark his passage. Or perhaps it wasn't the axe at all. Maybe it was the thing that comes in the night. Every apprentice boy saw it, Nan claimed, yet each gave a different description to their Lord Commander afterward. 3 died within a year. The 4th lost his mind, and a century later when the thing returned, the boys were seen shuffling behind it, bound in chains. But that was only a story. He was frightening himself over nothing. Maester Lewin had insisted no such creature existed. If it ever had, it was gone from the world now, like giants and dragons. It's nothing, Bran insisted, but the sounds grew more distinct. It's coming from the well, he understood with a jolt of terror. Something was climbing up from below, emerging from the deep dark. Hodor woke it. He woke it by tossing that foolish slab of slate down the shaft, and now it's coming. The noise was difficult to make out over Hodor's snores and the pounding of his own heart. Was that the drip of blood from an axe, or the faint, eerie clinking of spectral chains? Bran listened more intently. Footsteps. Definitely footsteps, each one clearer and closer than the last. The well's echo made it impossible to count how many. He heard no dripping or chains, but there was something else. A thin, pained whimper and the labored sound of stifled breathing. Yet the footsteps were the loudest. The footsteps were drawing near. Fear choked Bran's voice. The embers glowed faintly, his companions lost to sleep. He nearly slipped into Summer's skin, but his wolf could be miles distant. He couldn't abandon them here, defenseless in the dark, to whatever was climbing from the well's depths. I warned them, he thought, despair tightening his chest. I said this place was haunted. I told them we should have gone to Castle Black. The footsteps were heavy, slow, scraping against stone. It must be enormous. Old Nan's tale spoke of the mad axe, a giant of a man, and the night creature had been a monster. Back in Winterfell, Sansa once claimed hiding beneath a blanket would keep the Dark's demons at bay. For a heartbeat, he almost tried it, then remembered he was a prince, nearly grown. Dragging his useless legs, Bran squirmed across the floor until his fingers brushed Mira's foot. She awoke instantly. No one roused as fast or as alert as Mira Reed. Bran pressed a finger to his lips. He saw understanding flash across her face as she heard it too, the echoing steps, a faint whimper, ragged breathing. Without a word, she rose, reclaiming her three-pronged frog spear and the folds of her net. Barefoot, she moved toward the well, silent as a shadow, avoiding the shaft of moonlight. Bran watched, barely seeing the gleam of her weapon. I can't let her face it alone. Summer was far, but he slipped his skin, reaching not for the wolf, but for Hodor. It was nothing like joining Summer. That was effortless now. This was wrong and difficult, like forcing your foot into a boot that didn't belong, a boot that was terrified and fighting back. He tasted bile in Hodor's throat, a wave of nausea that nearly drove him out. Instead, he pushed, squirmed, and sat up. He gathered his legs, massive, powerful legs, and stood. I'm standing, he took a step. I'm walking. The sensation was so alien he almost toppled. From above, he could see his own small, broken body on the stone, but he wasn't broken now. He seized Hodor's longsword. The breathing from the well was loud as a forge bellows. Then a wail pierced the air, a shriek that felt like a blade. A hulking black shape heaved itself into the darkness and lurched toward the moonlight. Terror surged through Bran so powerfully that, before he could even think to draw the sword, he was violently back on the floor, his own body limp as Hodor bellowed, "Hodor, Hodor," just as he had during storms in the tower. But the creature was screaming too, thrashing wildly in the tangles of Mira's net. Bran saw her spear dart from the shadows to strike, and the thing staggered, fell, wrestling with the cords. The wailing from the well grew louder. On the floor, the black shape flopped and fought, screeching, "No, please, no, don't." Mira stood over it, moonlight silver on her spear's prongs. "Who are you?" she demanded. "I'm Sam," the thing sobbed, rolling in the moonlight entangled. "Sam! I'm Sam! Let me out! You stabbed me!" Hodor's shouts continued to fill the chamber. It was Jojen finally roused, who fed sticks to the fire and blew gently until flames leapt up, casting a crackling light over the bizarre scene. Light bloomed in the darkness, revealing a slender, pale girl huddled by the well's edge, swathed in layers of furs and a vast black cloak as she tried to quiet the wailing infant in her arms. On the floor, the trapped figure was straining an arm through the woven cords, fingers stretching for a fallen knife, but the net held him fast. He wasn't some monstrous creature or a blood-soaked legend. He was just a large, heavy-set man clad head to toe in black, wool, fur, leather, and mail. He's a black brother, Bran realized aloud. Mira, he's with the Night's Watch. Hodor? Hodor crouched low, peering curiously at the ensnared man. Hodor, he hooted again, as if confirming the fact. The Night's Watch, yes, the fat man wheezed, his breath still coming in ragged gasps like a forge bellows. I'm a brother of the Watch. The cords bit into his cheeks and forced his chin upward. I'm a crow. Please, let me out of this thing. A sudden doubt prickled at Bran. Are you the three-eyed crow? He couldn't be, Bran thought immediately. The man had only 2 eyes. I don't think so, the fat man said, his eyes rolling in a panic. I'm just Samuel Tarley. Let me out. It's cutting into me. He began to thrash once more. Mira let out a sigh of irritation. Stop squirming. If you rip my net, I'll toss you right back down that hole. Lie still and I'll get you free. Who are you? Jojen asked the girl with the child. Gilly, she replied softly. Like the flower? He's Sam. We didn't mean to frighten anyone. She rocked her baby, humming a low tune until its cries subsided into whimpers. As Mira worked on the tangled net, Jojen moved to the well and gazed into its depths. Where did you come from? From Craster's Keep, the girl said. Are you the one? Jojen turned, his brow furrowed. The one? Sam wasn't the one, Gilly explained. He said there was someone else, the one he was sent to find. Who said? Bran pressed. Cold hands? Gilly whispered. Mira finally pulled back a section of the net, and the fat brother managed to sit up, trembling and still fighting for air. He said there would be people here, Sam puffed out. People in the castle? I didn't expect you to be right at the top of the stairs, though. I certainly didn't expect a net or a knife in my gut. He pressed a black-gloved hand to his belly. Am I bleeding? I can't tell. It was just a jab to knock you down, Mira said, a hint of dry amusement in her tone. Honestly, did he think they were fighting a war down here? She knelt beside him, probing near his navel. You're wearing mail. I never touched your skin. Well, it hurt, Sam grumbled. Are you truly a brother of the Night's Watch? Bran asked again. The man's multiple chins wobbled as he nodded. His face was pallid and soft. Only a steward. I tended Lord Mormont's ravens. For a heartbeat, he looked utterly despondent, as if he might weep. I lost them at the fist of the first men. My fault. I got us lost afterward, too. I couldn't even find the wall. It's 100 leagues long and 700 feet high, and I managed to lose it. You've found it now, Mira stated flatly. Lift up. I want my net back. How did you pass through the wall? Jojen demanded as Sam clumsily got to his feet. Does that well lead to an underground river? Is that how you came? You're not even wet. There's a gate, Fat Sam explained. A hidden gate as old as the wall itself. The Black Gate, he called it. The Reeds shared a glance. This gate is at the bottom of the well? Jojen asked. Sam shook his head. You won't find it. I have to take you. Why? Mira challenged. If there's a gate, you won't find it, Sam insisted. And if you did, it wouldn't open. Not for you. It's the Black Gate. He plucked at the worn black fabric of his sleeve. Only a man of the Night's Watch can open it, he said. A sworn brother who has spoken his vows, he said, Jojen repeated, frowning. This? Cold Hands. That wasn't his real name, Gilly murmured, still rocking. We just called him that, Sam and me. His hands were cold as winter ice, but he saved us from the dead things, him and his ravens. He brought us here on his elk. His elk? Bran breathed, a spark of wonder cutting through the tension. The image of a great antlered beast carrying them through the haunted forest filled his mind, a sudden vivid detail that made the impossible story feel startlingly real. His elk? Mira asked, surprised. His ravens? Jojen added. Hodor echoed. Bran pressed further. Was he green? Did he have antlers? The stout man looked bewildered. The elk? Cold Hands, Bran said, his tone impatient. Old Nan always said the green men ride elks. Sometimes they even grow antlers themselves. He wasn't a green man. He dressed in black, like a man of the Night's Watch, but his skin was as pale as a corpse, and his hands were so cold it frightened me at first. But the whites have blue eyes, and they've either lost their tongues or forgotten how to speak. The man turned to Jojen. He's waiting. We should move. Do you have warmer clothes? The Black Gate is freezing, and it's even colder on the other side of the wall. You? Why didn't he come with you? Mira gestured toward Gilly and her baby. They came with you. Why not him? Why didn't you bring him through this Black Gate as well? He can't. Why not? The wall. He told me the wall isn't just ice and stone. There are ancient spells woven into it, powerful ones. He cannot cross it. A heavy silence fell over the castle kitchen. Bran listened to the gentle crackle of the fire, the night wind rustling the leaves and the faint creak of the slender weirwood reaching toward the moon. He remembered old Nan's words, "Beyond the gates live the monsters, the giants, and the ghouls, but they cannot pass so long as the wall stands strong, so go to sleep, my little Brandon, my baby boy. You needn't fear. There are no monsters here." "I am not the one you were instructed to bring," Jojen Reed told the large Sam, who wore stained, loose-fitting blacks. "He is, oh." Sam looked down at Bran, uncertainty in his eyes. It might have been the moment he realized Bran could not walk. I'm not strong enough to carry you. Hodor can carry me," Bran said, pointing to his basket. "I ride in that, on his back." Sam stared at him. "You're Jon Snow's brother, the one who fell." "No," Jojen stated. "That boy is dead." "Don't tell," Bran whispered urgently. "Please." Sam seemed confused for a heartbeat, then nodded. I can keep a secret. Gilly, too." He glanced at her, and the girl nodded in agreement. John was my brother as well. He was the truest friend I ever had, but he left with Qorin Halfhand to scout the Frostfangs and never returned. We were waiting for him at the Fist when... When? "John's here," Bran interjected. Summer saw him. He was with some wildlings, but they killed a man, and Jon took his horse and got away. I'm sure he went to Castle Black. Sam's wide eyes shifted to Mira. "You're certain it was Jon? You saw him?" "I'm Mira," she replied with a slight smile. "Summer is?" A shadow separated from the broken dome above and dropped through the moonlight. Even favoring an injured leg, the wolf landed as softly as falling snow. Gilly made a frightened noise and clutched her baby so tightly it began to cry again. "He won't hurt you," Bran assured her. "That's Summer." "Jon mentioned you all had wolves." Sam removed a glove. "I know Ghost." He extended a trembling hand, his fingers pale, soft, and plump like little sausages. Summer patted forward, sniffed them, and gave the hand a lick. That was when Bran decided, "We'll go with you. All of you." Sam appeared surprised. Mira ruffled Bran's hair. "He's our prince." Summer circled the well, sniffing. He paused by the top step and glanced back at Bran. "He wants to go." "Will Gilly be safe if I leave her here until I return?" Sam asked. "She should be," Mira answered. "She's welcome to our fire," Jojen added. "The castle is empty." Gilly looked around. "Craster used to tell us stories about castles, but I never imagined they'd be so vast." It's only the kitchens, Bran thought. He wondered what she would think if she ever saw Winterfell. It took them a few minutes to gather their belongings and lift Bran into his wicker seat on Hodor's back. By the time they were prepared to leave, Gilly was seated by the fire, nursing her child. "You'll come back for me," she said to Sam, her voice a quiet plea in the flickering light. "I'll take you somewhere warm the moment I'm able," he assured her, his words hanging in the air. Hearing that promise, a sliver of doubt crept into Bran's mind. Would he ever feel true warmth again? "I'll lead," Sam declared. "I remember the path." He paused at the well's edge, gazing into the depths. "So many steps," he murmured with a weary sigh before beginning the descent. Jojen went next, then Summer, with Hodor carrying Bran on his broad back. Mira brought up the rear, her spear and net ready. The climb down felt endless. Moonlight washed the opening above, but it shrank to a faint, distant coin with each spiraling turn. Their footfalls echoed against wet stone, and the murmur of hidden water grew from a whisper to a steady rush. "Should we have carried a light?" Jojen's voice floated up. Your sight will adapt, Sam replied from below. Keep a hand on the wall for balance. The darkness deepened and the air turned chill, a damp cold that seeped into their bones. Craning his neck, Bran looked back up the shaft. The opening was now just a sliver of pale light. Hodor! Hodor mumbled nervously, and the well returned his voice in a soft, overlapping chorus. Hodor, Hodor. The sound of water was now a loud, nearby rush, yet peering down, Bran saw only an abyss of black. After another turn, Sam halted abruptly. He was a short distance ahead and below them, but already his form was blurring into the gloom. Bran could, however, see the door. Sam had named it the Black Gate, yet it was not black. It was ancient weirwood, bone-white, and carved into its surface was a face. A faint luminescence, the color of moonlight on milk, emanated from the wood, so dim it illuminated nothing but the door itself, leaving Sam a shadow before it. The face was ancient, pallid, and deeply lined, shrunken with age. It looks utterly lifeless, Bran thought. The mouth was a tight line, the eyes shut, the cheeks were hollow, the brow furrowed, the chin drooping. It was the face of something impossibly old, as if a man had aged for 1,000 years without ever dying. Then, the door opened its eyes. They were white and sightless. Who are you? The door inquired, and the well breathed back the question in a ghostly echo. I am the sword in the darkness, Samwell Tarly answered, his voice steady. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. Then pass, the door said. Its wooden lips parted, widening impossibly until nothing remained but a vast, yawning mouth framed by wrinkles. Sam moved aside, gesturing for Jojen to go first. Summer followed, sniffing cautiously, and then it was their turn. Hodor bent low, though not quite low enough. The upper lip of the doorway grazed the top of Bran's head, and a single drop of moisture fell, tracing a slow path down the bridge of his nose. It was unexpectedly warm and carried the salt taste of a tear. Meereen sprawled dwarfed Astapor and Yunkai together. Built of brick like its sisters, it displayed a mosaic of hues where Astapor was blood red and Yunkai pale gold. Its walls loomed higher and stronger than Yunkai's, bristling with bastions and anchored by massive towers. Beyond them, dominating the skyline, was the apex of the Great Pyramid, a terrifying structure rising 800 feet, crowned by a great bronze harpy. There's a cowardly symbol, Dario Naharis remarked, eyeing it. A woman's heart on a chicken's legs. No wonder her sons skulk behind their walls. Yet their champion did not skulk. He emerged from the city gates, armored in gleaming scales of copper and deep black, astride a white warhorse caparisoned in pink and white stripes to match the hero's flowing silk cloak. His lance, 14 feet of pink and white swirl, pointed defiantly at the sky, and his hair was sculpted and lacquered into 2 great curling ram's horns. He paraded back and forth before the multicolored walls, hurling challenges for single combat. Her blood riders worked themselves into such a frenzy to answer him that they nearly turned on each other, their hands gripping their arax, each man believing it was his right and his alone to cut the peacock down. Daenerys addressed her blood riders with calm authority. You are my blood, and your place is here beside me. This man is nothing but a buzzing insect. Pay him no mind, and he will tire himself out. Ago, Jogo, and Rakharo were courageous, yet they were young and indispensable. They held her Khalazar together and served as her finest scouts. Ser Jorah, standing with her before her pavilion, nodded in agreement. A wise choice, let the fool wear out his horse and his voice. He poses no real threat. Arstan Whitebeard, however, disagreed. He does pose a threat, sir. Battles are not won by strength alone. When 2 armies are matched, the one that breaks first does so because of courage or doubt. This champion bolsters his own men's spirits and sows fear in the hearts of ours. Ser Jorah scoffed. And if our champion were to fall, what kind of seed does that plant? A man who shrinks from a challenge wins nothing, Arstan countered. This isn't about a battle, Ser Jorah argued. The gates of Meereen won't swing open if that braggart falls. Why risk a life for no gain? For honor, I would suggest, I have heard enough, Daenerys declared, weary of their bickering atop her other burdens. The perils of Meereen were far graver than a single garishly dressed man hurling insults, and she could not afford distraction. Her host had swelled beyond 80,000 after Yunkai, yet less than a quarter were fighters. The rest, as Ser Jorah bluntly put it, were mouths with feet, and soon they would be hungry. The great masters had retreated before her, stripping the land bare and burning what they couldn't take. Her army was met with scorched earth and poisoned wells at every turn. The cruelest blow was the slave children, one nailed to every milepost along the coast road from Yunkai, left alive with their entrails exposed and one small arm forever pointing toward Meereen. Daario, leading her vanguard, had ordered them taken down before she could see, but she had overruled him. "I will see them," she had said, a cold fury settling in her heart. "I will see everyone, count them, and look upon their faces, and I will remember." By the time they reached Meereen, perched on its salt coast beside the river, the count was 163. "I will have this city," she vowed silently once more. The pink and white heroes spent an hour hurling taunts, mocking the besiegers' courage, their mothers, their wives, and their gods, while the defenders on the walls cheered him on. "His name is Osnak Zopal," Brown Ben Plum informed her when he arrived for the council. "The newly elected commander of the Second Sons had a history here. I guarded his uncle once before signing on. The great masters are a rotten bunch, though the women weren't so bad. If you valued your life, you minded where you looked. I knew a man named Scarb." This Osnak carved out his liver, claiming he was defending some lady's honor, said Scarb had raped her with his eyes. How does a man manage that, I ask you? But with his uncle the richest man in the city and his father running the guard, I had to scatter like a rat before he did for me too. They watched as Osnak Zopal climbed down from his white horse, opened his robes, and proceeded to urinate toward the burnt olive grove that held her golden pavilion. He was still in the midst of this crude display when Daario Naharis rode up, arak in hand, his gold tooth glinting in his blue forked beard. "Shall I cut that off and feed it to him, your grace?" he offered with a sharp grin. "It's his city I want, not his pathetic pride," she replied, though her anger was rising. "If I let this continue, my own people will think me weak." But who could she send? She relied on Daario as much as her blood riders. Without the flamboyant Tiroshi, her grip on the Stormcrows, many of whom once followed Prendal Nakez and Salar the Bald, would vanish. The whole situation was becoming a ridiculous farce, a petty spectacle designed to make a queen second-guess herself while real starvation loomed. From the towering walls of Meereen, the taunt swelled into a deafening roar. Hundreds of defenders followed their champion's crude example, showering contempt upon the army below. They are mocking slaves, she realized, a display meant to prove they do not fear us. Such an insult would never be dared against a Dothraki horde at their gates. "This insult cannot stand," Arstan insisted, his voice firm. "It will not," Daenerys declared, watching the so-called hero secure his garments. "Bring strong Belwas to me." They discovered the enormous brown eunuch lounging in the pavilion's shade, devouring a sausage. He consumed it in 3 swift bites, wiped his greasy hands on his trousers, and dispatched Arstan Whitebeard for his weapon. Each evening, the old squire meticulously sharpened Belwaz's arak, polishing the blade with crimson oil until it gleamed. When Whitebeard presented the sword, strong Belwas squinted along its edge, grunted in approval, and slid it into its leather sheath, fastening the belt around his immense girth. Arstan also carried the eunuch's shield, a small, round steel disc no bigger than a dinner plate, which Belwas simply clutched in his offhand instead of strapping to his arm in the Westerosi fashion. "Find me liver and onions, Whitebeard," Belwas rumbled. "Not for now, for after killing gives strong Belwas an appetite." Without awaiting a reply, he trudged from the olive grove toward Osnak Zopal. "Why him, Khaleesi?" Rakharo pressed, his tone skeptical. "He is slow and foolish." "Strong Belwas once fought as a slave in their pits," Dany explained. "If this high-born Osnak falls to such a man, the great masters will be humiliated. Should he win, well, it is a hollow triumph for one so noble, a victory Meereen cannot truly celebrate." And unlike Ser Jorah, Daario, Brown Ben, or her blood riders, the eunuch commanded no soldiers, devised no strategies, and offered no counsel. His talent seemed limited to eating, boasting, and bellowing at poor Arston. Belwas was frankly the most expendable man she had. It was also high time she discovered what sort of guardian Magister Illyrio had actually sent her way. A ripple of anticipation moved through the siege lines as Belwas was spotted ambling toward the city, answered by fresh shouts and jeers from Myrine's walls and towers. Osnak Zopal mounted his steed once more, waiting with his striped lance held high. His charger tossed its head and stamped at the sandy ground impatiently. For all his bulk, the eunuch appeared almost diminutive next to the mounted champion. A knightly man would dismount, Arston observed quietly. Osnak Zopal merely lowered his lance and charged. Belwas planted his feet wide apart. In one hand he held his small shield, in the other the carefully tended, curved arak. His massive brown belly and chest were bare above a yellow silk sash, and his only armor was a ridiculously small studded leather vest that failed to cover even his nipples. "We should have given him chainmail," Dany said, a spike of anxiety piercing her resolve. "Mail would only hinder him," Ser Jorah countered. "They wear no armor in the fighting pits." Its blood the crowds pay to see. Dust erupted from the hooves of the white charger as Osnak thundered toward strong Belwas, his striped cloak whipping behind him. The entire city of Meereen seemed to scream its encouragement, the sound drowning out the sparse, thin cheers from her own lines. Her unsullied stood in silent, stony ranks. Belwas himself might have been carved from rock. He held his ground directly in the warhorse's path, his vest straining across his broad back. Osnak's lance was aimed squarely at the eunuch's chest, its steel point glinting cruelly in the sun. He's going to be run through, she thought in horror, just as Belwas pivoted sideways with shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, the horseman was past him, wheeling around to raise the lance again. Belwas made no move to attack. The Meereenese on the walls screamed even louder. "What is he doing?" Dany demanded. "Giving the mob a spectacle," Ser Jorah answered. Osnak guided his horse in a wide arc around Belwas, then dug in his spurs for another charge. Once more, Belwas held his ground, then pivoted to swat the lance's tip away. His booming laugh carried over the open field as the charging rider thundered past. "That lance is just too long," Ser Jorah observed. "All Belwas has to do is avoid the point. Instead of aiming for a pretty strike, that fool should have ridden straight over him." Osnak Zopal wheeled for a third charge, and now Daenerys saw clearly that he was riding by Belwas as a Westerosi knight might pass an opponent in a joust, not riding at him, the way a Dothraki would ride down an enemy. The flat open ground let the warhorse build speed, but it also made it simple for the eunuch to sidestep that unwieldy 14-foot lance. Meereen's pink and white champion tried to predict the dodge this time, swinging his lance sideways at the last moment to catch strong Belwas as he moved. But Belwas had predicted that as well. Instead of spinning aside, he dropped suddenly to the ground. The lance passed harmlessly over his head. In the next heartbeat, Belwas was rolling forward, his razor-sharp arak sweeping up in a silver arc. A shrill scream tore from the horse as the blade bit deep into its legs, and then the animal was crashing down, hurling the hero from the saddle. Along Meereen's brick parapets, an abrupt silence fell. Now it was Daenerys' people who roared and cheered. Osnak scrambled free of his falling mount and managed to draw his sword before strong Belwas closed in. Steel clashed against steel, a furious, blinding exchange too swift for Dany to follow. It could not have lasted more than a dozen heartbeats before Belwas's chest was awash with blood from a gash below his breasts, and Osnak Zopal had an arak buried between the ram's horns on his helm. The eunuch ripped the blade free and severed the hero's head with 3 brutal chops to the neck. He lifted the head high for the Meereenese to see, then hurled it toward the city gates, letting it bounce and roll across the sand. "So much for the hero of Meereen," Daario said with a laugh. "A victory without real meaning," Ser Jorah cautioned. "We will not take Meereen by killing its defenders one at a time." "No," Dany agreed, a cold satisfaction in her voice, "but I am glad this one is dead." From the walls, defenders loosed crossbow bolts at Belwas, but the shots fell short or skittered harmlessly across the dirt. Turning his back on the steel-tipped rein, the eunuch lowered his trousers, squatted and defecated toward the city. He wiped himself with Osnak's striped cloak, took a moment to loot the hero's body and end the suffering of the dying horse, then trudged back toward the olive grove. The besiegers greeted him with a raucous welcome as soon as he reached camp. Her Dothraki howled and shrieked. The Unsullied raised a thunderous clamor by beating their spears against their shields. "Well fought," Ser Jorah told him. Brown Ben tossed the eunuch a ripe plum, a sweet fruit for a sweet fight, he said. Even her Dothraki handmaids offered praise. "We would braid your hair and hang a bell in it, Strong Belwas," said Jiki. "But you have no hair to braid." Strong Belwas needs no tinkling bells. The eunuch devoured Brown Ben's plum in 4 huge bites and tossed the pit aside. "Strong Belwas needs liver and onions." "You shall have it," Daenerys promised. Then she noticed Strong Belwas is wounded. His belly was red with blood sheeting down from the meaty slash beneath his chest. "It is nothing. I let each man cut me once before I kill him." He slapped his bloody stomach. "Count the cuts and you will know how many Strong Belwas has slain." But Dany had lost Khal Drogo to a wound that seemed no worse, and she refused to leave it untreated. She sent Missandei to find a certain Yunkish freedman famed for his skill as a healer. Belwas howled and protested, but Dany scolded him, calling him a big bald baby until he allowed the man to clean the wound with vinegar, stitch it closed, and bind his chest with linen strips soaked in fire wine. Only then did she lead her captains and commanders into her pavilion to plan their next move. She settled among a heap of cushions, her dragons coiled nearby, and addressed her council. Irri and Jiki moved quietly, filling cups with wine. "This city must be ours," she stated. "Its storehouses are overflowing. On the terraces of its pyramids, figs, dates, and olives grow. Beneath its streets, cellars are packed with barrels of salted fish and smoked meats, and let's not overlook the heavy chests of gold, silver, and precious stones," Daario added with a grin. "The gemstones especially deserve a mention." Ser Jorah Mormont's expression was grim. "I've studied the landward defenses. I see no vulnerable point. We could attempt to tunnel under a tower, but that takes time. What do we eat during the digging? Our own supplies are nearly gone. No weakness on the land side?" Dany pressed. Meereen sat on a promontory where the sluggish brown Scheherazade River met Slaver's Bay. The northern wall followed the river, the western wall the bay. Could an assault come from the water then? With only 3 vessels? We should have Captain Grolio inspect the river wall closely, but unless it's crumbling, attacking there is merely a more scenic way to drown. "My brother Viserys spoke of siege towers," Dany said. "I know they can be built from wood, your grace," Ser Jorah replied. "The slavers burned every tree for 20 miles. Without timber, we have no trebuchets to break the walls, no ladders to scale them, no towers, no protective covers, and no battering rams. We could charge the gates with axes, certainly, but did you notice the bronze heads above those gates?" Brown Ben Plum asked. "Rows of harpies with open mouths. The Meereenese can pump boiling oil right out of them, and your axemen will be cooked where they stand." Daario Naharis flashed a smile at Grey Worm. "Perhaps the Unsullied should carry the axes. I've heard boiling oil feels like a pleasant bath to you." "That is incorrect," Grey Worm stated, his face impassive. "These ones do not feel pain as other men, but such oil causes blindness and death. The Unsullied do not fear death. Give these ones rams, and we will break the gates or fall in the effort." "You would fall," said Brown Ben. He liked to remind them he was a veteran of many fights, having claimed command of the Second Sons at Yunkai. "Not all of them brave, mind you. There are old Sellswords and bold Sellswords, but you won't find any who are both old and bold." The truth of it was plain. Dany felt a wave of frustration. "I will not waste Unsullied lives, Grey Worm. Perhaps we can lay siege and starve them out." Ser Jorah shook his head, displeased. "We will starve first, your grace. There is no food here, nor grazing for our animals. I distrust this river water. Meereen dumps its waste into the Scheherazade, but drinks from deep wells. Sickness is already spreading in the camps, fever, infections, several cases of flux. It will worsen if we stay. The people are weak from the long march." "Freedmen," Dany corrected firmly. "They are not slaves any longer. Slave or free, they are hungry and will soon be sicker. The city is better stocked and can be resupplied by ship. Your 3 galleys cannot block both the river and the sea. Then what is your counsel, Sir Jorah? You will not care for it? I wish to hear it regardless. As you command, I advise we leave this place. You cannot liberate every slave in the world, Khaleesi. Your true war awaits in Westeros. I have not forgotten Westeros. Some nights she dreamt of that fabled land she had never seen, its shores a phantom on the horizon of her mind. But if I am so easily turned aside by Meereen's old brick walls, how will I ever take the great stone castles of the 7 kingdoms? As Aegon did, Ser Jorah said, with fire. By the time we cross the sea, your dragons will be grown. We will have siege engines and towers then, all the things we lack here. But the journey across the lands of the long summer is arduous and long, and it holds dangers we cannot yet foresee. You came to Astapor to purchase an army, not to wage a war? Conserve your spears and swords for the 7 kingdoms, my queen. Let Meereen remain with the Meereenese, and turn your march toward Pentos. Defeated? Daenerys snapped, her pride stung. When cowards barricade themselves behind towering walls, it is they who taste defeat, Khaleesi, Ko-Jogo declared. Her other blood riders echoed his sentiment. Blood of my blood, Rakaro added, when the fearful hide and set fire to the grain and grass, a true Hall must seek out worthier enemies. This is known. It is known? Jiki affirmed softly as she refilled the cups. Not to me. Dany held Ser Jorah's advice in high regard, yet the idea of abandoning Meereen without action was something she could not accept. The image of the children on their posts, the carrion birds feasting, their thin arms forever pointing up the coast road, was seared into her memory. Ser Jorah, you tell me our food stores are gone. If I turn west, how am I to feed the people I freed? You cannot. Forgive me, Khaleesi, they must find sustenance for themselves or perish. Many will not survive the journey. That is true. It is a bitter reality, yet there is no alternative if we are to escape this barren land. Daenerys had left a path of the dead behind her in the Red Waste, a vision she vowed never to witness again. No, she stated firmly. I will not lead my people to their deaths. My children. There must be another path into this city. I know of one. Brown Ben Plum ran a hand through his speckled gray and white beard. The sewers? Sewers? Explain. Great brick channels carry the city's filth out to the Skahazadan. They could serve as an entry for a handful of men. That's how I slipped out of Meereen after Scarb lost his head. Brown Ben grimaced at the memory. The stench never leaves you. I still dream of it. Ser Jorah looked skeptical. Exiting seems simpler than entering, to my mind. You say these sewers drain into the river? That would place their outlets directly beneath the walls? Sealed with iron grates, Brown Ben conceded, though some have rusted apart, or I'd have drowned in muck. Once inside, it's a long, foul climb through a pitch-black labyrinth where a man could lose himself for good. The filth is never less than waist-deep, and from the stains I saw, it can rise over your head. And there are things down there. Rats as big as dogs and worse. A nasty business. Daario Naharis let out a sharp laugh. As nasty as you were when you came crawling out, if any fool were mad enough to attempt it, every slaver in Meereen would catch their scent the moment they emerged. Brown Ben shrugged. Her Grace asked for a way in, so I provided it, but Ben Plum won't be venturing down into those tunnels again. Not for all the gold in the 7 kingdoms. If others wish to try, however, they are welcome. Ago, Jogo, and Grey Worm all began to speak at once, but Dany raised a hand for silence. This sewer path does not sound promising. She knew Grey Worm would lead his Unsullied into the darkness if she ordered it. Her blood riders would do the same. But none were suited for such a task. The Dothraki were riders of the open plains, and the strength of the Unsullied lay in their disciplined formations. Can I send men to die in the dark on such a fragile chance? I need to consider this further. Return to your duties. Her captains bowed and departed, leaving her with her handmaids and her dragons. Yet as Brown Ben turned to leave, Viserion spread his pale wings and gave a lazy flap toward the man's head. One wing buffeted the sellsword's face, and the white dragon landed clumsily. one foot on Ben's head and the other on his shoulder, let out a shriek, and took flight again. "He favors you, Ben," said Danny, a faint smile touching her lips. "And perhaps with good reason," Brown Ben chuckled. "I've a drop of the dragon's blood in me as well, you know." "You?" Danny was taken aback. Plum was a product of the Free Companies, a friendly mongrel of a man. He had a broad, weathered face marked by a broken nose and a head of tightly curled gray hair, and his Dothraki mother had gifted him with large, dark, almond-shaped eyes that held a glint of unexpected history. He insisted his blood was a mix of Braavosi, Summer Islander, Ibbenese, Kohoric, Dothraki, Dornish, and Westerosi, but the mention of Targaryen lineage was entirely new to her. She studied him carefully and asked, "How is that possible?"
Well,
Brown Ben replied, "Some old plum from the Sunset Kingdoms married a dragon princess long ago. My grandmother used to tell that story. He lived back in King Aegon's time." "Which King Aegon?" Daenerys pressed. "Westeros has seen 5 rulers by that name. Her own nephew would have been the 6th, had the usurper's soldiers not murdered him." 5, you say? That does muddy the waters. I couldn't give you the number, Your Grace. This Plum fellow was a lord, though. Must have been quite famous in his day, the talk of the realm. The thing was, begging your pardon, he was said to have a manhood 6 feet long. The tiny bells woven into Dany's braid chimed softly as she laughed. "You must mean inches?" "Feet," Brown Ben stated with conviction. "If it were inches, who'd bother telling the tale, Your Grace?" Daenerys giggled, feeling suddenly girlish. "Did your grandmother claim to have seen this marvel herself?" "That old woman never did. She was half Ibbenese and half Kohoric, never set foot in Westeros. My grandfather must have been the one who told her. Some Dothraki killed him before I was born." "And where did your grandfather hear it?" "Just one of those stories passed around, I suppose." Brown Ben shrugged. "That's the whole of what I know about Aegon, whichever number or old Lord Plum's legendary endowment, I'm afraid. I should go check on my men." "Go ahead," Dany said. After he departed, she reclined against her cushions. "If you were full grown," she told Drogon, scratching between his horns, "I'd fly you over those walls and melt that harpy statue into a puddle." But years would pass before her dragons were large enough to ride. And when that day comes, who will ride them? The dragon must have 3 heads, yet I possess only 1. Her mind drifted to Daario. If any man could undress a woman with just a glance, it was him. Not that she was innocent in the matter. During council meetings, Dany often caught herself watching the Tyroshi sellsword, and at night she sometimes recalled how his gold tooth caught the light when he smiled. That, and his vivid blue eyes. On the march from Yunkai, Daario had presented her with a flower or a sprig each evening when he reported to help her learn the land, he claimed. Wasp willow, dusky roses, wild mint, lace leaf, dagger fern, broom brush, prickly ben, harpy's gold. He even tried to shield me from the sight of the dead children. He shouldn't have, but his intent was kind. And Daario Naharis made her laugh, something Ser Jorah had never managed. Dany imagined what it might be like if she let Daario kiss her, the way Jorah had on the ship. The idea was both thrilling and unsettling. It is far too risky. The Tyroshi sellsword was no good man. She didn't need anyone to tell her that. Beneath the charm and jokes lay a dangerous, even cruel nature. Salar and Prendal had been his partners one morning. By that same night, he delivered their heads to her. Khal Drogo had been cruel at times too, and certainly dangerous. Yet she had grown to love him all the same. Could I love Daario? What would it mean to take him to my bed? Would that make him one of the dragon's heads? Ser Jorah would be furious, she knew. Yet he was the one who advised her to take 2 husbands. Maybe I should wed them both and be done with it. But these are foolish musings. She had a city to conquer, and daydreaming about kisses and a sellsword's bright blue eyes would not help her breach the walls of Meereen. "I am the blood of the dragon," Daenerys reminded herself. Her thoughts chased each other in pointless circles like a rat in a trap. Abruptly, she could no longer bear the stifling air of the pavilion. "I need to feel the wind on my face and smell the salt of the sea." "Missandei," she called out, "have my silver saddled. Prepare a mount for yourself as well." The young scribe bowed in acknowledgement. "As you wish, your grace. Should I call for your blood riders to stand watch?" "We will take Arston. I have no intention of leaving the camps." She felt safe among her people. The old squire was a quiet presence, unlike the boisterous Belwas or the unnerving gaze of Dario. Her pavilion was pitched in a grove of charred olive trees nestled between the sea and the camps of her Dothraki and Unsullied. Once the horses were ready, Daenerys rode along the coast with her companions, turning her back on the city. Yet she could feel Meereen looming behind her, a silent taunt. A glance over her shoulder confirmed it, the afternoon sun glinting off the bronze harpy atop the Great Pyramid. Inside those walls, the slavers would soon be lounging in their tokars, feasting on honeyed dormice and spiced puppy while her people starved outside. A fierce, sudden rage burned within her. "I will tear you down," she vowed silently. Riding past the orderly stakes and trenches of the eunuch camp, she heard the sounds of training, Grey Worm and his sergeants drilling a company with shield and spear. Another group was bathing in the surf, clad only in simple breechclouts. The Unsullied were scrupulously clean. She had observed a stark contrast to some of her Sellswords, who carried the grime of decades. Each evening, without fail, the eunuchs washed, using sand when water was scarce, much like the Dothraki. They knelt as she passed, fists pressed to their chests in salute, which she returned. The incoming tide foamed around the legs of her silver mare. Out on the water, her ships lay at anchor. Nearest was the great cog Balerion, once called Sadulian, its sails furled. Farther out were the galleys Meraxes and Vagar, renamed from Joso's prank and summer sun. They were Magister Illyrio's vessels in truth, yet she had claimed them with new names, dragon names, names of gods from ancient Valyria. The thought was almost laughable now, this girl playing at empires with borrowed ships and borrowed soldiers. Beyond the disciplined rows of the Unsullied lay the makeshift settlement of the freedmen, a vibrant and unruly sprawl. She had armed them with weapons taken from Astapor and Yunkai, and Ser Jorah had mustered the fighters into companies, yet here she saw no drills, only life. They passed a large driftwood fire where a horse carcass roasted, the rich smell of cooking meat filling the air. Children chased after her horse laughing. Instead of formal salutes, voices called out in a mix of tongues, some hailing her as mother, others pleading for help or blessings. She smiled, reaching down to touch outstretched hands, allowing the reverend to brush her stirrup or her leg. If they believed her touch brought luck, let them have it. They would need every shred of courage for what was to come. She had reined in to speak with a pregnant woman who wished her to name the coming child when a hand closed roughly around her left wrist. She turned to see a tall, ragged man with a shaved head and a face burned by the sun. "Easy," she began, but he hauled her violently from the saddle. The ground slammed the air from her lungs as her silver shied away. Dazed, Daenerys pushed herself up on one elbow, and then she saw the blade. "There's the treacherous sow," he spat. "I knew you'd show up eventually, hoping I'd bow at your feet." His head was smooth as a polished gourd, his nose raw and sunburned, but she recognized that voice and those pale green eyes. "I'll start by carving off your breasts." Then he faintly heard Missandei screaming for help. One of the freedmen took a hesitant step forward, but a single, swift cut sent him to his knees, blood streaming down his face. Marrow cleaned his blade on his trousers. "Anyone else feel brave?" "I do." Arston Whitebeard dismounted and placed himself before her, the sea breeze stirring his white hair, both hands gripping his tall hardwood staff. "Old man," Marrow sneered, "scamper off before I snap that stick and shove it up your—" The feint came from one end of the staff, withdrawn in a blink, then the other end lashed out faster than Dany thought possible. The Titan's bastard stumbled backward into the surf, spitting blood and shattered teeth. Whitebeard moved Dany behind him. Marrow slashed wildly at the old man's head. Arston jerked back with feline speed, then drove the staff into Marrow's ribs, knocking him off balance. What followed was a blur. Arston sidestepped through the shallows, parrying one cut, evading another, halting a third mid-swing. The speed was breathtaking. Missandei was helping Dany up when a sharp crack echoed. For an instant, Dany thought the staff had broken, until she saw the jagged bone protruding from Marrow's calf. As he collapsed, the Titan's bastard twisted and thrust his sword straight at the old man's heart. Whitebeard batted the blade aside with what seemed like disdain and brought the other end of his staff crashing against the big man's temple. Marrow sprawled into the surf, blood frothing at his lips as the waves washed over him. Then the freedmen were upon him, a tide of knives and stones and furious fists rising and falling in a frenzy. Dany turned away, stomach churning. The fear hit her harder now than during the fight itself. He would have murdered me right here. Your Grace. Arstan knelt. I am an old man and ashamed. He should never have gotten near enough to grab you. I grew careless. I did not recognize him without his beard and hair. I didn't either. Dany drew a deep breath to steady her trembling hands. Enemies are everywhere. Take me back to my tent, please. By the time Ser Jorah Mormont arrived, she was wrapped in her lion pelt, sipping spiced wine. I've been inspecting the river wall, he began. It's a few feet higher than the others, and just as sturdy. The Meereenese have a dozen fireships moored beneath the battlements, she interrupted him. You might have told me the Titan's bastard had escaped, he frowned. I saw no reason to frighten you, Your Grace. I've posted a reward for his head. Pay it to Whitebeard. Marrow has been trailing us all the way from Yunkai. He shaved his beard and hid among the freedmen, waiting for a chance at revenge. Arstan killed him. Ser Jorah studied the old man. A squire with a stick killed Marrow of Braavos. Is that the story? A stick, Dany confirmed, but he is no longer a squire. Ser Jorah, I wish for Arstan to be knighted. No. The refusal, loud and sharp, came from both men at once, startling her. Ser Jorah drew his sword. The Titan's bastard was a vicious killer. Skilled, too. Who are you, really? A better knight than you, sir, Arstan replied coldly. Knight? Dany was bewildered. You told me you were a squire. I was Your Grace. He went to one knee. I squired for Lord Swan in my youth, and at Magister Illyrio's request I have served strong Belwas as well. But in the years between, I was a knight in Westeros. I have told you no lies, my queen. Yet there are truths I have kept back, and for that, and all my other failures, I can only beg your pardon. What truths have you kept back? Dany felt a cold unease. You will tell me now. He bowed his head. In Karth, when you asked my name, I said I was called Arstan. That was true. Many used that name for me while Belwas and I journeyed east to find you. The name I gave you is not my own. Confusion swirled within her, sharper than anger. He had deceived her just as Ser Jorah had warned, yet moments ago this same man had saved her life. The exiled knight's face darkened with recognition. Marrow shaved his beard, but you grew one. Now I see why your face haunted me. You know this man? Daenerys asked, utterly lost. I saw him a dozen times, perhaps, Ser Jorah replied, his voice tight. Often from a distance, standing with his sworn brothers or riding in a tourney, but every soul in the Seven Kingdoms knew Barristan the Bold. He pressed his sword point to the old man's throat. Khaleesi, before you kneels Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. The man who betrayed your house to serve the usurper, Robert Baratheon. The aged knight did not flinch. The pot calls the kettle black. And you speak to me of betrayal? Why have you come? Daenerys demanded. Her mind raced. If King Robert sent you to kill me, why intervene? He served the usurper. He turned his back on Prince Rhaegar's memory and left my brother Viserys to wither in exile. Yet if he wished me dead, he needed only to do nothing. I will have the full truth now on your honor as a knight. Are you the usurper's man, or are you mine? Yours, Sir Barristan said, his eyes glistening. If you will have me... I accepted Robert's pardon, it is true. I served in his Kingsguard and on his council. I stood beside the Kingslayer and others nearly as vile who stained the white cloak I wore. Nothing can wash that clean. I might be in King's Landing still if the wretched boy on the Iron Throne had not thrown me aside, a shameful admission. But when he stripped me of the cloak the White Bull himself placed upon my shoulders and sent cutthroats to kill me that very day, it was as if a veil was torn from my eyes. Only then did I understand I must seek my true king and give my life to his cause. A wish I can gladly fulfill, Ser Jorah growled. Silence, Daenerys commanded. I will hear him. I may well deserve a traitor's death, Sir Barristan continued, but if so, I should not die alone. Before I bent the knee to Robert, I faced him on the trident. You were across that battlefield, Mormont, were you not? He did not wait for a reply. Your Grace, I regret the deception. It was the only way to prevent the Lannisters from learning I had come to you. You are watched, as your brother was. For years, Lord Varys chronicled every move Viserys made. I heard 100 such reports while I sat on the small council. And from the day you married Khal Drogo, an informer has been at your side, trading your secrets to the spider for gold and empty promises. He cannot mean... You are wrong. Daenerys turned to Jorah Mormont. The air in the chamber grew thin. Tell him he is mistaken. There is no informer. Sir Jorah, tell him. We crossed the Dothraki Sea together. We survived the Red Waste. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, trapped thing. Tell him, Jorah. Tell him how he has it wrong. Damn you, Selmy. Sir Jorah threw his longsword to the carpet. His defiance crumpled. Khaleesi, it was only at the beginning before I came to know you, before I came to care. Do not speak that word to me. She recoiled from him. The betrayal was a physical chill. How could you? What did the usurper promise? Was it gold? The prophecy of the Undying echoed in her skull, betrayed once for gold and once for love. What was your price? Varys said, I might go home. He could not meet her gaze. I was going to take you home. Her dragons felt her rising fury. Viserion let out a piercing shriek, gray smoke curling from his nostrils. Drogon beat the air with wings like black leather, and Rhaegal twisted his neck, a jet of flame bursting from his jaws. I should give the command and burn them both. Was there no one in this world she could trust? No one to offer true shelter? A bitter, sarcastic laugh threatened to escape her. Are all the knights of Westeros as hollow as you two? Get out. Leave now before my dragons decide you look like supper. What does roasted lyre smell like, I wonder? As foul as the stench of a plague cart? Go. Sir Barristan rose, his movements stiff and slow, every one of his years suddenly visible. Where would you have us go, your grace? To the Seven Hells, to serve your king Robert. Hot tears traced paths down her cheeks. Drogon screamed, his tail lashing the air like a whip. The rest of the world can claim you both. Go, just vanish, the pair of you. If I ever lay eyes on you again, I'll see your heads mounted for treason. Yet the words stuck in her throat. They turned against me, and yet they rescued me, but they deceived me. You must leave. My loyal bear, my strength, what will become of me without him and the elder, my brother's companion? You must go, but to where? And then the answer came to her. Chapter 58. Tyrion, dressed in the quiet dark, listening to the gentle rhythm of his wife's breathing from the bed they shared. She is dreaming, he thought, as Sansa murmured something indistinct, a name maybe too soft to catch, and shifted onto her side. They shared a marriage bed as husband and wife, but that was the extent of it. Even her sorrow she kept locked away. He had braced for a storm of grief and rage when he told her of her brother's death, but Sansa's face had gone so still he briefly wondered if she had heard him at all. Only later, with the solid weight of an oak door between them, did the sound of her weeping reach him. Tyrion had thought of going to her then to offer whatever small comfort he might. No, he reminded himself, she will not seek solace from a Lannister. The best he could do was to shelter her from the grimmest whispers of the Red Wedding as they drifted from the twins. Sansa did not need to hear how her brother's body had been desecrated, he decided, nor how her mother's remains had been cast unclothed into the Green Fork, a brutal insult to the funeral rites of House Tully. The girl had enough material for her nightmares without that, but it was a hollow gesture. He had draped his cloak around her and vowed to keep her safe, yet the promise felt as bitter a mockery as the crown the Freys had fixed upon Robb Stark's direwolf after stitching it to his headless body. Sansa understood that perfectly. The distance in her eyes, the rigid way she slipped into their bed, in her presence, he could never forget who he was or what he represented. no more than she could. She still visited the godswood each night to pray, and Tyrion often wondered if she was pleading for his end. She had lost her home, her place in the world, and every soul she had ever loved or trusted. Winter is coming, the stark words warned, and for them it had arrived with a vicious fury. Yet for House Lannister, it was the height of summer. So why do I feel this relentless chill? He tugged on his boots, fastened his cloak with a lion-headed clasp, and slipped out into the torchlit corridor. If his marriage had one consolation, it was his escape from Maegor's holdfast. Now that he had a wife and a household, his Lord Father had conceded that more fitting quarters were necessary, and Lord Giles had been promptly relieved of his spacious rooms above the kitchen keep. They were fine apartments, indeed. A generous bedchamber and a sitting room, a bathing and dressing chamber for his wife, and small adjoining rooms for Pod and Sansa's maids. Even Bronn's closet by the stair had a window of sorts. Well, more an arrow slit, but it lets in the daylight. The castle's main kitchen was just across the yard, true, but Tyrion found the distant clatter and smells far preferable to sharing Maegor's with his sister. The less he saw of Cersei, the better his spirits tended to be. As he passed her room, he could hear Brella's steady snoring. Shay grumbled about the noise, but it seemed a minor inconvenience. Varys had recommended the woman. In earlier days, she had managed Lord Renly's household in the city, which afforded her considerable practice in being blind, deaf, and mute. Lighting a candle, he retraced his steps to the servants' staircase and began his descent. The floors below his own were silent, and he heard no footsteps but his own. Down he went, past the ground level and further, emerging finally in a damp cellar with a vaulted stone ceiling. Much of the castle was linked below ground, and the kitchen keep was no exception. Tyrion moved along a shadowy, narrow passage until he found the door he sought and pushed it open. Inside, the dragon skulls waited, and so did Shay. I was starting to think my lord had forgotten all about me. Her gown was tossed over a black tooth nearly as tall as she was, and she stood naked within the dragon's open jaws. Balerion, he guessed. Or perhaps Vhagar. One ancient skull looked much like the next. Just the sight of her made his blood stir. "Come out of there." "I don't think I will." She flashed her most mischievous smile. "My lord will have to pluck me from the dragon's mouth, I'm sure of it." But as he shuffled closer, she leaned forward and blew out the candle. "Shay." He reached for her, but she twisted away and slipped from the jaws. "You have to catch me first." Her voice drifted from his left. "My lord must have played monsters and maidens when he was a boy." "Are you saying I'm the monster?" "No more than I'm the maiden." Her footsteps were soft on the stone behind him. "But you still have to catch me." He did, finally, though only because she allowed it. By the time she melted into his arms, he was flushed and panting, having stumbled into several bony relics in the dark. All that was forgotten the instant he felt her small breasts against his face, her stiff little nipples brushing his lips and the scar where his nose had been. Tyrion pulled her down onto the floor. "My giant," she whispered as he entered her. "My giant has come to save me." Afterward, as they lay tangled together among the dragon skulls, he rested his head against her, breathing in the clean, smooth scent of her hair. "We should head back," he said with reluctance. "Dawn can't be far off. Sansa will be waking soon. You should give her dream wine," Shay suggested, "like Lady Tanda does for lollies. A cup before bed, and we could make love right beside her without her ever stirring." She gave a soft giggle. "Maybe we should try it one night." "Would my lord like that?" Her hand found his shoulder and began to knead the tense muscles there. "Your neck is hard as stone. What's troubling you?" Tyrion couldn't see his own fingers in the blackness, but he counted his troubles on them anyway. "My wife, my sister, my nephew, my lord father. The Tyrells." He switched to the other hand. "Varys, Pycelle, Littlefinger, the Red Viper of Dorne." He reached his last finger. "And the face that looks back at me from the wash basin." Shay kissed his ruined, scarred nose. "A brave face. A kind and good face. I wish I could see it right now." All the sweet innocence in the world seemed to live in her voice. "Innocence? Don't be a fool. She's a whore. All she knows of men is what's between their legs." "Fool. Fool! Better you than me, Tyrion muttered. He sat up. We've a long day ahead, both of us. You shouldn't have blown out that candle. How are we supposed to find our clothes now? She laughed.
Maybe we'll have to go back naked, and if we're seen, my lord father will hang you. Hiring Shay as one of Sansa's maids had given him a reason to be seen speaking with her, but Tyrion didn't fool himself into thinking they were safe. Varys had warned him plainly. I gave Shay a made-up story, but that was for Lollies and Lady Tanda. Your sister has a more suspicious nature. If she were to ask me what I know, you'd tell her some clever lie. No.
I would tell her the girl is a common camp follower you took up before the battle on the Green Fork and brought to King's Landing against your lord father's direct orders. I will not lie to the queen. You've lied to her before? Should I mention that? The eunuch had sighed. That cuts deeper than any blade, my lord. I have served you faithfully, but I must also serve your sister when I can. How long do you imagine she would let me live if I became utterly useless to her? I have no fierce Sellsword to guard me, no valiant brother to seek vengeance, only some little birds who whisper in my ear. With those whispers, I must buy my life anew each day. Forgive me if I don't shed any tears for you. I shall, but you must forgive me if I don't weep for Shay. I confess, I don't understand what it is about her that makes a clever man like you act so foolishly. You might if you weren't a eunuch. Is that how it is? A man might possess sharp wits or certain vigor between his legs, but rarely both at once? Varys gave a light, airy laugh. Perhaps I ought to be thankful for my condition in that case. The spider had a point. Tyrion fumbled in the dragon-shadowed gloom for his underclothes, a hollow feeling settling in his chest. The danger of his situation had him wound tighter than a lute string, and a nagging sense of shame clung to him. Let the others take my guilt, he told himself, pulling his tunic on. What right do I have to feel guilty? My wife wants nothing from me, least of all the part of me that still desires her. Maybe he should confess about Shay. He wasn't the first man to keep a mistress. Sansa's own famously honorable father had sired a bastard son. For all he knew, his wife might be relieved to hear he was bedding Shay, if it meant sparing her his own unwanted advances. No, that's too great a risk. Wedding vows aside, his wife was not to be trusted. She might be untouched, but she was no stranger to deception. She had once revealed her father's secrets to Cersei. Girls her age were not known for discretion. The safest path was to remove Shay from the picture. I could send her to Chataya's establishment, Tyrion considered, though the thought brought him no joy. There, Shay would have silks, jewels, and the most refined clientele. It would be a far better life than the one she'd known when he found her. Or if she was weary of that profession, he might arrange a suitable marriage. Bronn, maybe? The Sellsword had never hesitated to take what was offered, and he was a knight now, a better match than she could expect otherwise. Or perhaps Sir Talad. Tyrion had seen the young knight stealing longing glances at Shay more than once. Why not? He's tall, handsome, every inch the promising young knight. Naturally, Talad knew Shay only as a comely maid in service at the Red Keep. If he married her and later discovered her past, "My lord, where have you gone? Did a dragon make a meal of you?" "I'm here." His hand brushed against the curve of a dragon's skull. "I've found a shoe, though. I think it belongs to you." "You sound so serious, my lord. Have I upset you?" "No," he said too sharply. "You never upset me, and that is precisely the problem." In moments like this, he might entertain thoughts of sending her away, but such resolve never lasted. Tyrion could just make her out in the dimness, drawing a woolen sock up her slender calf. I can see. A faint gray light was seeping through the high, narrow windows set into the cellar wall. The skulls of the Targaryen dragons were materializing from the shadows around them, stark black shapes against the gray. Dawn arrives too quickly. A new day. A new year. A new century. I survived the Green Fork and the Blackwater. I can damned well survive King Joffrey's wedding. Shay plucked her dress from where it hung on a dragon's tooth and slipped it over her head. "I'll go up first. Brella will need help with the bathwater." She leaned down to place one final kiss on his forehead. "My giant of Lannister, I love you so much. And I love you too, sweet girl. A courtesan she may be, but she deserved more than he could ever provide. I will see her wed to Sir Tallet. He seems a good man, and he is tall. Sansa stirred, the remnants of a lovely dream clinging to her. She had been home in Winterfell, running through the Godswood with her direwolf. Lady, her father and brothers were there, everyone safe and sound. If only dreams had the power to make it real. She pushed the blankets aside. I have to be brave now. Her ordeal would be over soon, one way or another. If Lady were here, I wouldn't feel so afraid. But Lady was gone. Robb, Bran, Rickon, Arya, her father, her mother, even Septa Mordane. All of them are dead except for me. She was truly alone in the world. Her husband was not in bed beside her, but she was accustomed to that. Tyrion was a restless sleeper and often rose before the sun. She usually found him in the solar, bent over a candle, absorbed in some ancient scroll or leather-bound tome. The scent of baking bread sometimes drew him toward the kitchens, while other mornings found him climbing to the rooftop garden or walking the solitary length of Trader's Walk. She pushed the shutters wide, a shiver tracing her arms as goosebumps rose. In the eastern sky, clouds gathered, split by spears of morning light. They looked like two vast floating castles. Sansa could make out their walls of jumbled rock, their formidable keeps and gatehouses. Thin banners streamed from their towers, straining toward the last vanishing stars. As the sun rose behind them, she watched their transformation from black to gray, then to 1,000 hues of rose, gold, and scarlet. Soon the wind pushed them together, merging two castles into one. The sound of the door announced her maids with the bathwater. Both were new to her. Tyrion had explained her former attendants were Queen Cersei's spies, a suspicion Sansa had long held. "Come look," she urged. "There's a castle in the clouds." They came to the window. "It's made of gold," said Shae, her dark hair cropped short, her gaze bold. She performed her duties, yet often fixed Sansa with a look of pure insolence. "A castle all of gold. Now that's a sight worth seeing." "A castle, you say?" Brella squinted. "That tower looks like it's toppling. It's all ruins, if you ask me." Sansa had no desire to hear of falling towers and broken castles. She shut the shutters firmly. "We are expected at the Queen's breakfast. Is my lord husband in the solar?" "No, my lady," Brella replied. "I haven't laid eyes on him." "Perhaps he went to see his father," Shae suggested airily. "Perhaps the hand of the king required his counsel." Brella sniffed. "Lady Sansa, you'll want to get in the tub before the water loses its heat." Sansa allowed Shae to lift her shift over her head and stepped into the large wooden tub. She considered asking for wine to steady her nerves. The wedding was set for midday at the Great Sept of Baelor across the city. Come evening, a feast for 1,000 guests with 77 courses would fill the throne room, complete with singers, jugglers, and mummers. But first, breakfast in the Queen's ballroom with the Lannisters and the Tyrell men. The Tyrell women would be with Margaery and 100 assorted knights and lords. "They have stamped me with the lion," Sansa thought, a bitter taste in her mouth. Brella sent Shae for more hot water and began washing Sansa's back. "You are trembling, my lady. The water isn't hot enough," Sansa lied. Her maids were dressing her when Tyrion arrived, his squire Podrick Payne following. "You look radiant, Sansa." He turned to the boy. "Pod, do me a kindness and pour a cup of wine." "There will be wine at the breakfast, my lord," Sansa said. "There's wine here," he countered. "You don't expect me to face my sister sober, do you?" "It's a new century, my lady." The 300th year since Aegon's conquest. The dwarf took a cup of red from Podrick and lifted it. "To Aegon. What a lucky man. 2 sisters, 2 wives, and 3 large dragons. What more could anyone want?" He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Sansa noticed his clothes were rumpled and stained as if he'd slept in them. "Will you be changing, my lord? Your new doublet is quite handsome." "The doublet is handsome, indeed," Tyrion said, setting the cup down. "Come, Pod, let's see if we can find garments that make me appear less dwarfish. I wouldn't wish to embarrass my lady wife." When the imp returned shortly after, he was reasonably presentable and somehow seemed a touch taller. Podrick Payne had also changed and looked nearly a proper squire for once, though a prominent red blemish near his nose marred the effect of his splendid purple, white, and gold attire. He is such a nervous boy. Sansa had initially been wary of Tyrion's squire. He was a Payne, cousin to Sir Eiland Payne, who had taken her father's head. Sansa quickly learned that Podrick was just as nervous around her as she felt around his intimidating cousin. Whenever she tried to speak with him, his face would flush a deep, vivid crimson. "Are purple, white, and gold the official colors of House Payne, Podrick?" she inquired kindly. "Yes, I mean no. That is, our arms are a checky pattern of purple and white squares, my lady," he stammered, his gaze fixed firmly on the floor, "with gold coins in the checks, purple and white, both." Tyrion, observing the exchange, offered a wry smile. "There's a rather colorful story behind those coins, I'm told. Perhaps Pod will share it with your slippers someday, but for now, we are expected in the Queen's ballroom. Shall we proceed?" A strong urge to excuse herself washed over Sansa. "I could claim a sour stomach, or that my moon's blood has arrived." All she truly desired was to retreat to her bedchamber, draw the curtains, and shut out the world. "I must be brave, like Robb was," she reminded herself, steeling her resolve as she reluctantly took her husband's arm. The Queen's ballroom offered a lavish breakfast spread, honey cakes studded with blackberries and walnuts, sizzling gammon steaks, crisp bacon, fingerfish coated in golden breadcrumbs, autumn pears, and a piquant Dornish dish of onions, cheese, and chopped eggs, all ignited by fiery peppers. Nothing like a robust morning meal to properly prepare one's stomach for the 77-course feast awaiting us later, Tyrion remarked dryly as servants loaded their plates. The beverages flowed freely, flagons of milk, mead, and a light, sweet golden wine. Musicians wove between the tables, their pipes, flutes, and fiddles providing a merry soundtrack, while Sir Dontos pranced about on his makeshift broomstick horse. Moonboy added his own chaotic commentary, making rude noises with his cheeks and singing improvised, insulting ditties about the noble guests. Sansa noticed that Tyrion barely touched his food, though he drank several cups of the golden wine. She herself sampled a small bite of the Dornish eggs, but the peppers set her mouth ablaze. After that, she merely picked at some fruit, fish, and a honey cake. Every time King Joffrey's eyes drifted toward her, her stomach fluttered wildly as if she'd accidentally swallowed a live moth. Once the plates were cleared, Queen Cersei performed the solemn presentation of the bride's cloak Joffrey would later place upon Margaery's shoulders. "This is the very cloak I wore when King Robert made me his queen, and the same one my mother, Lady Joanna, wore at her wedding to my lord father," she intoned. To Sansa, the garment looked somewhat worn and thin, but perhaps that was simply the mark of its long history. Then the gift-giving commenced. Following the tradition of the Reach, presents were offered to the bride and groom individually on their wedding morning. Joffrey received a formidable goldenwood bow and a quiver of long arrows, fletched with green and scarlet feathers from Jalabhar Jo. Lady Tanda gifted a pair of fine riding boots, Sir Kevan presented a magnificent red leather jousting saddle. Prince Oberyn of Dorne offered a brooch of red gold fashioned into a scorpion. There were silver spurs from Ser Adam Marbrand, a red silk tourney pavilion from Lord Mathis Rowan, and from Lord Paxter Redwine, a beautifully detailed wooden model of a 200-oar war galley under construction on the arbor. "If it pleases your grace, she will be christened King Joffrey's Valor," Lord Redwine announced. Joffrey proclaimed himself exceedingly pleased. "She shall be my flagship when I sail to Dragonstone to crush my traitorous uncle Stannis," he declared. "He's playing the gracious monarch today," Sansa thought. She knew Joffrey could summon gallantry when it served him, but those moments were becoming frustratingly rare. Indeed, all his manufactured courtesy evaporated the instant Tyrion presented their gift. A massive, ancient volume titled Lives of Four Kings, its leather binding worn and its pages filled with gorgeous illuminations. The king flipped through the pages with palpable disinterest. "And what is this supposed to be, uncle?" "A book," Sansa mused, wondering if Joffrey's fat, worm-like lips moved silently when he attempted to read. Grand Maester Caith's historical account of the reigns of Daeron the Young Dragon, Baelor the Blessed, Aegon the Unworthy, and Daeron the Good, her husband replied evenly. "A volume every king would do well to study, your grace," added Sir Kevan in a supportive tone. "My father never had much use for books." Joffrey pushed the heavy volume roughly across the table. "Perhaps if you spent less time reading, Uncle Imp." Lady Sansa might finally be with child. His laughter echoed, and as always, the entire court felt obliged to join in. "Don't look so glum, Sansa," he added, his tone dripping with false sympathy. "Once I've done my duty and gotten Queen Margaery pregnant, I might pay a visit to your chambers and give my stunted uncle a proper lesson." A flush crept up Sansa's neck. Her eyes darted toward Tyrion, bracing for the sharp retort that never came. For once, the dwarf chose to fill his mouth with wine rather than words, letting the insult hang in the air. The moment was broken as Lord Mace Tyrell stepped forward with his offering, a massive golden goblet, standing 3 feet tall with 2 elaborate handles and 7 facets sparkling with jewels. "7 faces for the 7 kingdoms, Your Grace," the bride's father announced proudly. He turned it slowly, displaying the sigils engraved on each face, a ruby lion, an emerald rose, an onyx stag, a silver trout, a falcon of blue jade, an opal sun, and finally a direwolf rendered in pearls. "A fine cup," Joffrey remarked, his voice casual and cruel. "Though we'll likely have to pry that wolf off and replace it with a squid, don't you think?" Sansa fixed her gaze on the tablecloth, pretending not to hear. "Margaery and I will make good use of it at the feast, good father," Joffrey said, hoisting the chalice high for the room to see. "The damn thing is as tall as I am," Tyrion muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Sansa to catch. "A few cups from that and he'll be staggering before the main course is served." A dark hope flickered in her mind. Perhaps he'll trip and crack his skull open. The final gift came from Lord Tywin Lannister himself, a longsword. Its scabbard was a masterpiece of cherrywood, gold, and crimson leather, adorned with lion heads whose eyes were tiny rubies. A hush fell over the ballroom as Joffrey drew the blade and held it aloft. The steel shimmered with a distinctive ripple, red and black, in the morning light. "Truly magnificent," Lord Mathis Rowan declared. "A sword worthy of song, my liege," added Lord Redwine. "A king's sword," Sir Kevin Lannister stated simply. Joffrey's face was alight with a vicious joy, as if he were desperate to test the edge on someone immediately. He swung it through the air with a laugh. "A great sword deserves a great name. What shall I call it?" Sansa's mind went to Lion's Tooth, the blade Arya had tossed into the river, and to Hearteater, the sword he had forced her to kiss. She wondered, with a cold dread, if he would make Margaery perform the same grotesque ritual. Suggestions began to fly from the guests, but Joffrey dismissed them one by one until a cry escaped his lips. "Widow's wail, yes, it will make plenty of them, I promise you." He slashed again, his imagination clearly running wild, "and when I meet my traitor Uncle Stannis on the field, it will shatter his enchanted blade like glass." He attempted a downward cut, forcing Sir Balon Swan to leap backward, much to the amusement of the court. A ripple of laughter followed. "Be cautious, Your Grace," Ser Adam Marbrand cautioned. "Valyrian steel is dangerously sharp. I haven't forgotten." With a two-handed grip, Joffrey brought Widow's Wail down in a vicious arc onto the book Tyrion had given him. The thick leather cover split cleanly in 2. Sharp. "See? I know quality steel when I see it." It took several more frenzied chops to completely destroy the tome, leaving the young king panting from the effort. Sansa could sense the simmering rage radiating from her husband beside her as Sir Osmond Kettleblack called out. "I pray you never point that wicked edge in my direction, sire. Then ensure you never give me reason, sir." Joffrey used the tip of his sword to flick a shredded portion of Lives of 4 Kings off the table before sliding the blade back into its scabbard. "Your Grace," Sir Garland Tyrell interjected gently, a note of genuine regret in his voice. "You may not be aware. In all the realm, only 4 copies of that book were illuminated by Caith himself. Now there are 3. Joffrey busied himself with swapping his old sword belt for the new one. "You and your lady wife owe me a better gift, Uncle Imp. This one is somewhat damaged." Tyrion studied his nephew, his mismatched eyes unblinking. "Perhaps a dagger, then, Your Grace. To accompany the sword. A blade of the same Valyrian steel, with a hilt of dragonbone, perhaps." Joffrey's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. Yes, a dagger to match my sword. That will do nicely." He gave a satisfied nod. "A gold hilt, I think, with rubies set into it. Plain dragonbones simply won't suffice." "As you command, Your Grace." Tyrion refilled his cup and drank deeply, seeming to forget Sansa was even in the room. Yet when it was time to depart for the ceremony, his hand found hers. Crossing the courtyard, they were joined by Prince Oberyn of Dorne, his paramour Elaria Sand on his arm. Sansa studied the woman with open curiosity. Though baseborn and the mother of the prince's 2 bastard daughters, she carried herself without a trace of fear, even in the queen's presence. Shay had whispered that Elaria prayed to a love goddess from Lys. She was nearly a street courtesan when he took her in, my lady. Her maid had confided, and now she's as good as royalty. Up close, Sansa decided the Dornish woman wasn't classically beautiful, but there was a compelling, fiery allure about her that was impossible to ignore. I once had the pleasure of viewing the Citadel's copy of Lives of 4 Kings, Prince Oberyn was saying to Tyrion. The illustrations were magnificent, though I found Caith was far too gentle in his treatment of King Viserys. Tyrion shot him a sharp glance. Too gentle? If anything, he gives Viserys less than his due. The book ought to have been called Lives of 5 Kings. The prince chuckled. Viserys barely held the crown a fortnight. He reigned for over a year, Tyrion countered. Oberyn merely shrugged. A year or a fortnight, what's the difference? He poisoned his own nephew to seize the throne and then accomplished nothing once it was his. Baelor starved himself through fasting, said Tyrion. His uncle served faithfully his hand, just as he had for the young dragon before him. Viserys may have only been king for a year, but he was the true ruler for 15, while Daeron waged war and Baelor knelt in prayer. He made a disgusted face, and if he did remove his nephew, can you truly fault him? Someone had to save the realm from Baelor's madness. Sansa was appalled, but Baelor the Blessed was a great and holy king. He walked the boneway without shoes to broker peace with Dorne, and he saved the Dragon Knight from a pit of snakes. The vipers wouldn't bite him because he was so pure. Prince Oberyn's smile was wicked. If you were a viper, my lady, would you wish to sink your fangs into a bloodless stick like Baelor? I'd save my venom for someone with more life in them. My prince is teasing you, Lady Sansa, Elaria Sand interjected, her tone softer. The Septons and the ballads claim the snakes refused him, but the truth is far less pretty. He was bitten countless times, and by all rights should have died from it. And if he had, Tyrion said, Viserys would have reigned for 12 more years, and the 7 kingdoms might have been better for it. Some say all that venom left Baelor unhinged. Quite so, Prince Oberyn agreed, his voice dropping into a sly, conspiratorial tone. But I've yet to spot any snakes here in your Red Keep. So how do you explain our dear King Joffrey? I'd rather not. Tyrion's reply was stiff. He gave a curt nod. You must excuse us, our litter is waiting. The dwarf helped Sansa inside and climbed in awkwardly after her. Be a dear and close the curtains, my lady. Must we, my lord? Sansa hated the thought of being sealed away. It's such a beautiful day. If the good people of King's Landing catch sight of me in here, they're likely to pelt this litter with filth. Do us both a favor, close the curtains. She obeyed. The air inside grew warm and stifling as they sat in silence. To fill it, she spoke. I was sorry about your book, my lord. It was Joffrey's book. He might have actually learned something from it had he bothered to read. Tyrion's voice was distant, preoccupied. I should have known better. I should have seen so many things coming. Perhaps the dagger will please him more. The dwarf's grimace twisted his scar. The boy has certainly earned a dagger, don't you agree? Thankfully, he didn't wait for her answer. Joffrey quarreled with your brother Robb at Winterfell. Tell me, was there any bad blood between Bran and the king as well? Bran? The question took her completely by surprise. A sudden, unbidden memory flashed in her mind, Bran laughing as he climbed the old broken tower, a world away from the scheming and poison of the capital. The contrast was so stark it left her momentarily speechless. Before his accident, you mean? She struggled to recall, the memory feeling distant and worn. Bran was a kind child, beloved by all. I remember him and Tommen play fighting with their wooden swords. Tyrion sank back into a brooding quiet. From beyond the curtains came the metallic groan of chains lifting the portcullis, followed by a shout as their litter began to move. With no view to occupy her, Sansa studied her own clasped hands, acutely conscious of her husband's unsettling gaze. Why does he watch me so? You cared for your brothers as I care for Jaime. Was this a Lannister trick to lure her into seditious words? My brothers betrayed the crown and now lie in traitors' graves. To love a traitor is itself treason. Her diminutive lord gave a derisive snort. Robb took up arms against his lawful king. By every law that marks him a traitor. The younger ones barely knew the meaning of the word. He wiped his nose. Sansa, what do you truly believe happened to Bran at Winterfell? He fell. He was forever scaling walls and towers, and in the end he fell. We lived in fear of it. Theon Greyjoy ended his life, but that came later. Theon Greyjoy, Tyrion repeated with a weary sigh. Your mother once laid a certain accusation at my feet. I'll spare you the grim specifics. It was a false charge. I did not injure your brother Bran, and I intend no harm to come to you. What response did he seek? That is a comfort, my lord. He desired something from her, but Sansa could not fathom what. He regards me like a famished boy staring at an empty plate. Why can he not simply let me be? Tyrion scratched at his scarred nose once more, a disagreeable tic that highlighted his unfortunate features. You've never inquired about the details of Robb's death, or your mother's. I would prefer not to know. Such knowledge would only haunt my sleep. Then I shall speak no more of it. That is considerate of you. Indeed, said Tyrion, a thread of bitter irony now weaving through his words. I am the very embodiment of consideration, and I am intimately acquainted with bad dreams. Chapter 60. The crown his father had bestowed upon the faith towered over the one destroyed by the rioters, a magnificent construct of crystal and fine gold. With every movement of the High Septon's head, fractured rainbows danced across the sept, though Tyrion privately wondered how the man's neck supported the burden. He grudgingly admitted that Joffrey and Margaery presented a picture of royal splendor where they stood flanked by the great golden statues of the father and the mother. The bride was radiant in ivory silk and delicate lace, her gown adorned with floral designs traced in tiny pearls. As the widow of Renly, she might have chosen Baratheon gold and black, but she came to them a Tyrell, her maiden's cloak a field of green velvet blooming with 100 golden roses. He found himself pondering her actual maidenhood, not that Joffrey would likely notice either way. The king appeared nearly as resplendent in a doublet of muted rose, a cloak of deep crimson velvet bearing his stag and lion draped from his shoulders. The crown sat lightly upon his golden curls. I saved that wretched crown for him. Tyrion shifted his weight, unable to find a comfortable stance. Too much wine? A sleepless night with Shae weighing on him? And a powerful urge to throttle his royal nephew conspired to make him restless. I am no stranger to Valyrian steel. The boy had bragged. The Septons droned on about the father's judgment. If the father would kindly topple over and crush Joffrey like the insect he is, I might start paying attention. The truth seemed obvious now. Jaime would never hire an assassin, and Cersei was too clever to use a traceable blade. But Joffrey, that arrogant, vicious, stupid little wretch. A memory surfaced, a frigid morning on Winterfell's steep library steps, overhearing Prince Joffrey joking with the Hound about slaughtering wolves. Send a dog to kill a wolf, he had said. The callous remark now echoed with a dark and terrible significance. Even Joffrey wasn't foolish enough to order Sandor Clegane to murder a son of Eddard Stark. The Hound would have gone straight to Cersei. Instead, the prince found his pawn among the unsavory collection of freeriders, merchants, and hangers-on who had trailed the king's party north. Some pox-ridden simpleton willing to gamble his life for royal favor and a handful of coins. Tyrion pondered who had the cleverness to wait until Robert departed Winterfell before slitting Bran's throat. Likely Joffrey's own idea. No doubt the boy considered it the pinnacle of cunning. The prince's personal dagger, as Tyrion vaguely remembered, had a jeweled pommel and gold inlay along the blade. At least Joffrey hadn't been idiotic enough to use that one. Instead, he rummaged through his father's arsenal. Robert Baratheon was carelessly generous and would have granted his son any dagger he asked for, but Tyrion suspected the boy simply took it. Robert arrived at Winterfell with a lengthy retinue of knights, a massive wheelhouse, and a baggage train. Some dutiful servant surely ensured the king's weapons traveled with him, just in case. The blade Joffrey selected was plain and unadorned. No gold work, no jewels in the hilt, no silver tracing on the steel. King Robert probably never wore it and had likely forgotten owning it. Yet the Valyrian steel was lethally sharp, sharp enough to cut through skin, flesh, and muscle in a single swift stroke. I am no stranger to Valyrian steel, but he had been, hadn't he? Otherwise, he would never have been so reckless as to choose Littlefinger's knife. The reason still escaped him. Perhaps simple cruelty? His nephew had that in abundance. It took all Tyrion's will not to vomit up the wine he'd drunk, wet his breeches, or both. He fidgeted uneasily. He should have held his tongue at breakfast. The boy knows I know now. My big mouth will be the death of me. I swear it. The 7 vows were spoken, the 7 blessings called upon, and the 7 promises exchanged. After the wedding song faded and no challenge was issued, it was time for the cloaks to change hands. Tyrion shifted his weight from one short leg to the other, attempting to peer between his father and his uncle Kevin. If the gods have any justice, Joff will bungle this spectacularly. He was careful not to glance at Sansa, afraid his resentment might show in his eyes. You could have knelt. Damn you. Would it have been so terribly hard to bend those stubborn Stark knees and let me keep a shred of dignity? Mace Tyrell gently removed his daughter's maiden cloak, while Joffrey accepted the folded bride's cloak from his brother Tommen and shook it out with a theatrical flourish. The boy king, at 13, stood as tall as his 16-year-old bride. He wouldn't need a fool's back to climb upon. He draped Margaery in the crimson and gold, leaning close to fasten it at her throat. And just like that, she passed from her father's protection to her husband's. But who will protect her from Joff? Tyrion shot a look at the Knight of Flowers, standing with the other Kingsguard. You'd better keep your sword sharp, Sir Loras. With this kiss, I pledge my love. Joffrey announced in ringing tones. When Margaery repeated the words, he pulled her close and kissed her long and deep. Rainbow light danced again around the High Septon's crown as he solemnly declared Joffrey of Houses Baratheon and Lannister and Margaery of House Tyrell to be one flesh, one heart, one soul. Good, that's over. Now let's get back to the damned castle so I can relieve myself. Sir Loras and Sir Meryn led the procession from the sept in their white scale armor and snow-white cloaks. Prince Tommen followed, scattering rose petals from a basket before the king and queen. Behind the royal couple came Queen Cersei and Lord Tyrell, then the bride's mother arm in arm with Lord Tywin. The Queen of Thorns hobbled after them, one hand on Sir Kevan Lannister's arm and the other on her cane, her twin guardsmen close behind in case she stumbled. Sir Garland Tyrell and his wife had just passed by, and now it was their turn to proceed. "My lady," Tyrion said, extending his arm to Sansa. She accepted it with a dutiful air, but he could sense the tension in her touch as they moved down the aisle side by side. Her gaze never dropped to meet his. Even before they reached the doors, the roar of the crowd outside was unmistakable. The people adored Margaery so deeply that they were ready to embrace Joffrey all over again. She had been wed to Renly, the gallant prince who loved them so fiercely that legend said he returned from death itself to protect them. And with her came the wealth of Highgarden, streaming north along the Rosa Road. It amused Tyrion how easily the small folk forgot that it was Mace Tyrell who first shut that very road, plunging the realm into a brutal famine. Stepping out into the cool fall breeze, he remarked, "I was starting to think we'd be trapped in there forever." Sansa finally glanced his way, compelled to respond. Yes, my lord, just as you say." Her expression was mournful. Still, it was a lovely ceremony. Unlike our own. It was certainly lengthy, Tyrion conceded, rubbing the scarred remnant of his nose. "I need to get back to the castle and relieve myself. I should have arranged some duty to take me away from the city. Littlefinger always had the right idea." On the wide marble plaza at the top of the steps, Joffrey and Margaery stood encircled by Kingsguard knights. Sir Adam and his gold cloaks kept the pressing crowd at bay, while the statue of Baelor the Blessed looked on with stone-carved serenity. Tyrion had no option but to join the line of well-wishers. He brushed his lips against Margaery's fingers and offered his hollow congratulations. Fortunately, others waited behind them so they did not have to stay long. Their litter had been sitting under the sun, and the interior was stifling behind its curtains. As it jolted into motion, Tyrion leaned back on an elbow, watching Sansa stare blankly at her folded hands. She's every bit as lovely as the Tyrell girl, he thought. Her hair held the deep, burnished shades of autumn, and her eyes were the clear blue of the Tully line. Sorrow had lent her a fragile, distant quality. If anything, it had only heightened her beauty. He longed to reach past her polite reserve to connect in some real way. Was that why he spoke? Or was it merely the growing discomfort in his bladder? "I've been considering," he began, "that once the roads are secure, we might travel to Casterly Rock, away from Joffrey and Cersei." The more he reflected on Joffrey's mutilation of the lives of 4 kings, the more it gnawed at him. There was a warning in that act, clear as day. "I would enjoy showing you the Golden Gallery, the Lion's Mouth, and the Hall of Heroes, where Jaime and I played as children. You can even hear the thunder of the sea crashing in the caverns below." She lifted her head slowly. He knew what she saw: the heavy brow, the mangled nose, the jagged scar, and his mismatched eyes. Her own blue eyes were wide and hollow. "I will go wherever my lord husband commands. I had hoped the idea might bring you some pleasure, my lady." "It pleases me to obey my lord." His jaw tightened. "What a wretched little fool you are." Did you really think prattling on about the lion's mouth would earn a smile? When have you ever brought a woman joy except with coins? No, it was a foolish thought. Only a Lannister could ever love the Rock. "As you wish, my lord." Outside, the common folk were chanting King Joffrey's name. "In 3 years, that vicious boy will come of age and rule alone. And any dwarf with a shred of sense will be far from King's Landing. Old Town, maybe? Or even the Free Cities." He had always wanted to see the Titan of Braavos. Perhaps that would spark something in Sansa. Softly, he began to describe Braavos, only to be met with the same chilly, impenetrable courtesy, as cold and unyielding as the wall he had once visited in the north. It drained his spirit, then as now. The remainder of the ride passed in utter quiet. After a time, Tyrion caught himself wishing Sansa would speak, just a single word, anything at all, but she remained silent. When the litter finally stopped in the castle yard, he allowed a groom to assist her down. "We are expected at the feast within the hour, my lady. I will be with you soon." He walked away, his stride rigid. From across the yard, Margaery's light, breathless laughter reached him as Joffrey lifted her down from her horse. "The boy will grow to be as tall and strong as Jaime someday," he reflected, "while I will remain a dwarf beneath his boots. And one day he might just make me even shorter." He located a privy and sighed with relief as he emptied his bladder of the morning's wine. There were moments when a good piss felt almost as satisfying as a woman, and this was certainly one of them. He wished he could shed his doubts and guilts with half the ease. Podrick Payne was waiting by his chamber door. "I prepared your new doublet. Not out here, on your bed, inside the bedchamber." "Indeed, that is generally where one finds a bed," Tyrion replied. Sansa would be within, dressing for the festivities. Shay would be there too. Wine, pod. Tyrion took his cup to the window seat, gazing moodily at the frantic activity in the kitchens below. The sun had not yet crested the castle walls, but the aromas of baking bread and roasting meat were already rising. Guests would soon flood the throne room, buzzing with excitement. This evening of music and spectacle was crafted not merely to unite Highgarden and Casterly Rock, but to trumpet their combined might and wealth as a stark warning to any fool still harboring thoughts of opposing Joffrey's crown. But really, who would be that mad now after the fates of Stannis Baratheon and Robb Stark? Skirmishes persisted in the Riverlands, yet the noose was tightening everywhere. Sir Gregor Clegane had crossed the Trident, taken the Ruby Ford, and seized Harrenhal with shocking ease. Seaguard had surrendered to Blackwalder Frey, while Lord Randyll Tarley controlled Maidenpool, Duskendale, and the Kingsroad. To the west, Sir Davin Lannister had joined forces with Sir Forley Prester at the Golden Tooth, ready to march on Riverrun. Sir Ryman Frey was leading 2,000 spears down from the Twins to meet them, and Paxter Redwine boasted his fleet would soon depart the Arbor, beginning the long voyage around Dorne and through the Stepstones. Stannis' Lysani pirates would be outnumbered 10-1. The grand conflict the Maesters named the War of the Five Kings was practically over. Mace Tyrell had been overheard grumbling that Lord Tywin had left no glorious victories for him to claim. My lord, Pod was beside him again. Will you change? I laid out the doublet on your bed for the feast. Feast? Tyrion said, his tone sour. What feast? The wedding feast, Pod answered, utterly missing the sarcasm. For King Joffrey and Lady Margaery. Queen Margaery, I should say. Tyrion decided then that he would get profoundly, wonderfully drunk tonight. Very well, young Podrick, let us go and make me appear festive. When they entered the bedchamber, Shay was attending to Sansa's hair. Joy and grief, he thought, seeing them together. Laughter and tears. Sansa wore a gown of silvery satin edged with vair, its long dagged sleeves nearly brushing the floor and lined with soft purple felt. Shay had arranged her hair with artful care, caught in a delicate silver net adorned with dark purple stones. Tyrion had never seen her look more beautiful, yet a profound sadness draped her like those elegant sleeves. Lady Sansa, he said, you will undoubtedly be the most beautiful woman in the hall tonight. You are too kind, my lord. My lady, Shay said, her voice wistful, might I come and serve at the tables? I so want to see the pigeons fly out of the great pie. Sansa looked at her, uncertain. The queen has already selected all the servers, and the hall will be impossibly crowded, Tyrion added, biting back a spike of irritation. He had promised her a place at court, a promise that felt hollow as a drum. There will be musicians wandering the castle grounds, however, and tables set in the outer ward with food and drink for everyone. He turned his attention to the new doublet, crimson velvet with padded shoulders and puffed sleeves slashed to reveal a black satin lining. A fine garment, truly. All it lacks is a fine man to wear it. Pod, lend a hand with this, will you? Tyrion took another swallow of wine while getting dressed, then offered his arm to Sansa. Together they left the kitchen keep, merging into the stream of guests in silk, satin, and velvet, all moving toward the throne room. Some had already found their seats inside, while others lingered near the doors, chatting and enjoying the unusually warm afternoon air. Guiding Sansa through the yard, Tyrion observed her skillfully navigating the courtesies, inquiring after Lord Giles's health, admiring Elenor Tyrell's gown, and asking Jalabar Jo about Summer Island's wedding traditions. It struck him how naturally she managed it all. His cousin Lancel, supported by Sir Kevin, had ventured from his sickbed for the first time since the battle. The young man looked dreadful. His hair had gone brittle and white, his frame gaunt. Yet when Sansa praised his bravery and expressed gladness at his recovery, both Lancel and his father brightened visibly. She would have been a fine queen for Joffrey and a far better wife if only he'd possessed the sense to care for her. Tyrion mused, doubting his nephew could truly love anyone. Lady Olenna Tyrell approached, her cloth of gold gown seeming heavier than she was. You look quite lovely, dear, though the wind has been at your hair, the elderly woman remarked, reaching up to tuck stray strands back into Sansa's hairnet. I was sorry to hear of your losses. Your brother was a traitor, of course, but if we start slaughtering men at weddings, people will dread marriage even more than they already do. There, that's better, she smiled. I'll be returning to Highgarden soon. I've had quite enough of this odorous city. Perhaps you'd like to accompany me for a visit while the men are off at war? I shall miss my Margaery terribly. Your company would be a sweet comfort. You are too kind, my lady, Sansa replied, but my place is with my husband. Lady Olenna turned a wrinkled, toothless grin toward Tyrion. Forgive a silly old woman, my lord. I didn't mean to steal your lovely wife. I assumed you'd be leading a Lannister host against some wicked enemy. A host funded by dragons and stags, Tyrion answered. As master of coin, I must stay to ensure the armies are paid. To be sure, dragons and stags very clever. And those dwarfs' pennies as well. I've heard of them. Collecting must be such a dreadful chore. I leave the collecting to others, my lady. Do you? I would have thought you'd want to oversee it personally. We can't have the crown cheated of its dwarf's pennies, can we? Gods forbid, Tyrion said dryly, briefly wondering if Lord Luther Tyrell's fatal ride had been intentional. If you'll excuse us, Lady Olenna, it's time we took our places. Myself as well. 77 courses, I dare say. Don't you find that a bit excessive? I shan't eat more than a few bites, but then you and I are rather small, aren't we? She patted Sansa's hair once more. Off you go, child, and try to be merrier. Now where are my guards? Left, right? Come help me to the dais. Though sunset was still an hour off, the throne room already blazed with torchlight from every sconce. Guests lined the tables as heralds announced each lord and lady entering the hall. Pages in royal colors escorted them down the central aisle. Above, the gallery was crowded with musicians, drummers, pipers, fiddlers, a chorus of strings, horns, and skins. Clutching Sansa's arm, Tyrion began the walk with a deliberate, heavy stride. He could sense their gazes lingering on him, picking apart the fresh scar that had left his face more disfigured than ever. Let them look, he thought, settling into his seat. Let them stare and whisper until they're satisfied. I won't hide myself for their comfort. The Queen of Thorns entered behind them, moving with slow, shuffling steps. Tyrion mused over which pair appeared more ridiculous. Him beside Sansa, or the shriveled old woman flanked by her 7-foot-tall twin guards. Joffrey and Margaery made their entrance astride matching white chargers, while pages dashed ahead, strewing rose petals beneath the horses' hooves. Both had changed for the feast. Joffrey now wore striped breeches of black and crimson, along with a cloth of gold doublet featuring black satin sleeves and onyx studs. Margaery had swapped her modest sept gown for a far more daring pale green samite creation, its tight-laced bodice exposing her shoulders and the upper curves of her small breasts. Her soft brown hair fell freely over her pale shoulders, tumbling nearly to her waist. A slender golden crown rested upon her brow, and her smile was gentle and sweet. A beautiful girl, Tyrion reflected, and a far kinder match than my nephew merits. The Kingsguard led them to the dais, where seats of honor waited beneath the Iron Throne, now draped with long silk streamers in Baratheon gold, Lannister crimson, and Tyrell green. Cersei embraced Margaery and kissed her cheeks, followed by Lord Tywin, Lancel, and Sir Kevin. Joffrey received affectionate kisses from the bride's father and her brothers, Loras and Garland. No one, however, seemed eager to offer Tyrion any such greeting. Once the king and queen were seated, the High Septon rose to lead a prayer. At least this one doesn't drone on like the last. Tyrion consoled himself. He and Sansa had been placed well to the king's right, next to Sir Garland Tyrell and his wife, Lady Lyanette. A dozen others sat nearer to Joffrey, a slight, a more sensitive man might have resented, given Tyrion's recent tenure as Hand. Personally, Tyrion would have been relieved if 100 had separated them. "Let the cups be filled," Joffrey declared once the prayers concluded. His cupbearer poured an entire flagon of Dark Arbor Red into the golden wedding chalice gifted by Lord Tyrell that morning. The king needed both hands to lift it. "To my wife, the queen." "Margaery," the hall roared back. "Margaery! Margaery! To the queen!" 1,000 cups clinked together, officially launching the wedding feast. Tyrion drank with the rest, draining his cup on that first toast and signaling for a refill as soon as he sat back down. The first course was a creamy soup of mushrooms and buttered snails, served in gilded bowls. Having barely touched breakfast, and with the wine already lightening his head, Tyrion welcomed the food and finished quickly. 1 dish down, 76 to go. 77 courses, while children starve in the streets and men would kill for a radish. They might not adore the Tyrells quite so much if they saw this spectacle. Sansa took a single spoonful of soup and pushed her bowl aside. "Not to your taste, my lady?" Tyrion asked. "There's so much still to come, my lord. I have only a small appetite." She nervously twisted a strand of hair and glanced toward where Joffrey sat with his Tyrell queen. "Does she imagine herself in Margaery's place?" Tyrion scowled. "Even a child ought to know better." He turned away, seeking distraction, but everywhere he looked were women, lovely, graceful, happy women who belonged to other men. There was Margaery, smiling sweetly as she and Joffrey shared a drink from the great 7-sided chalice. Her mother, Lady Allery, silver-haired and dignified, stood proudly beside Mace Tyrell. Nearby, the queen's 3 young cousins chattered like brightly plumed birds. Lord Merryweather's wife, with her dark Myrish hair and large, sultry eyes, watched the festivities. Among the Dornish delegation, Ilaria Sand laughed at something Prince Oberyn had said. Cersei had seated them at a place of honor near the dais, yet carefully distanced from the Tyrells across the wide hall. Further down, near the foot of the third table, sat a woman heavy with child, the wife of a Fossaway, Tyrion believed. Her delicate beauty was undiminished by her pregnancy, and she took clear delight in the feast. Her husband fed her bites from his own plate. They shared a single cup and exchanged frequent, spontaneous kisses. Each time, his hand would settle gently upon her rounded stomach, a protective and tender motion. Tyrion found himself wondering what Sansa might do if he attempted such a kiss. She would likely flinch away or perhaps endure it with stoic duty as she did all things. If he declared his intent to claim her maidenhead tonight, she would submit just as dutifully, her tears held firmly in check. He signaled for more wine. By the time it arrived, the second course was presented, a pastry coffin filled with pork, pine nuts, and eggs. Sansa barely touched hers as the heralds introduced the first singer. Gray-bearded Hamish, the harper, proclaimed he would perform a song never before heard in the Seven Kingdoms, Lord Renly's Ride. His fingers swept the harp strings, filling the hall with melody. From his throne of bones, the Lord of Death looked down on the murdered lord. He began spinning a tale of Renly defying death itself to return and defend the realm from his brother, having repented his earlier ambition. And for this bit of flattery, poor Simon ended up in a bowl of brown, Tyrion mused. By the song's end, when Renly's shade flew to Highgarden for a final glimpse of his love, Queen Margaery had tears in her eyes. Renly Baratheon never repented a thing in his life, Tyrion remarked to Sansa, but unless I'm mistaken, Hamish has just earned himself a gilded lute. The harper continued with more familiar tunes. A rose of gold was an obvious nod to the Tyrells, while the rains of Castamere aimed to flatter his father. Maiden, mother, and crone pleased the High Septon, and my lady wife charmed the romantic young girls and likely some boys as well. Tyrion listened with only partial attention as he tasted sweet corn fritters, oat bread baked with dates and citrus, and gnawed on a rib of wild boar. The procession of dishes and entertainments became a lavish blur, fueled by endless wine and ale. Hamish departed, replaced by a small elderly bear that danced clumsily to pipes and drums while guests ate almond-crusted trout. Moonboy stalked the tables on stilts, chasing Lord Tyrell's enormously fat fool, Butterbumps, as everyone sampled roast herons and cheese and onion pies. A troupe of pentoshi tumblers followed, performing cartwheels and handstands, balancing platters on their feet, and forming human pyramids. Their act was accompanied by crabs boiled in fiery spices, mutton stewed with almonds and raisins, and piping hot fish tarts that burned the fingers. Then the heralds called forth the next singer, Coleo Quenis of Tyrosh, with his bright red beard and the ludicrous accent Simon had foretold. Coleo launched into his rendition of The Dance of the Dragons, a song better suited for two voices, one male and one female. Tyrion endured the feast with a second helping of honey ginger partridge and several goblets of wine. A mournful song about lovers perishing in the doom of Valyria might have moved the hall, had Coleo not performed it in High Valyrian, a language lost on most of the guests. However, the bawdy-tuned Bessa the barmaid quickly won back the crowd. Whole peacocks, roasted in their brilliant feathers and stuffed with dates, were presented as Coleo bowed deeply before Lord Tywin, and with a drummer's rhythm began The Rains of Castamere. If I'm forced to endure 7 renditions of that, I might just head down to Flea Bottom and beg forgiveness from the stew. Tyrion turned to his wife. Which one did you like better? Sansa looked at him confused. My lord? The musicians? Which performance did you prefer? I apologize, my lord. I wasn't really listening. She hadn't touched her food either. Sansa, is something wrong? The question left his lips before he could stop it, and he immediately felt foolish. Her entire family is dead and she's married to me, and I'm asking what's wrong. No, my lord, she replied, turning her gaze away to feign interest in Moonboy pelting Sir Dantos with dates. 4 master pyromancers summoned beasts of living flame to clash with fiery claws, while servants ladled out blandissori, a warm blend of beef broth and wine sweetened with honey, dotted with blanched almonds and pieces of capon. Next came strolling pipers, clever dogs and sword swallowers, accompanied by buttered peas, chopped nuts, and slivers of swan poached in a sauce of saffron and peaches. Not swan again, Tyrion muttered, recalling his tense supper with his sister before the battle. A juggler kept a half-dozen swords and axes spinning through the air as skewers of sizzling blood sausage arrived at the tables. a pairing Tyrion found clever, if perhaps in questionable taste. The heralds sounded their trumpets. To compete for the golden lute, one announced, we present Gallion of Cuy. Gallion was a large, barrel-chested man with a black beard, a bald head, and a booming voice that echoed through the throne room. He arrived with no fewer than 6 musicians. "Noble lords and fair ladies, I sing but one song for you this night," he declared. "It is the song of the Blackwater and how a kingdom was saved." The drummer began a slow, ominous beat. The Dark Lord brooded high in his tower. Gallion started, in a castle as black as the night. Black was his hair and black was his soul. The musicians chanted together. A flute joined in. He feasted on bloodlust and envy, and filled his cup full up with spite, Gallion sang. "My brother once ruled 7 kingdoms," he said to his harridan wife. "I'll take what was his and make it all mine. Let his son feel the point of my knife." A brave young boy with hair of gold, his players chanted, as a wood harp and fiddle began to play. "If I'm ever hand again, the first thing I'll do is hang all the singers," Tyrion said too loudly. Lady Lionette laughed softly beside him, and Sir Garland leaned over. "A valiant deed unsung is no less valiant." The Dark Lord assembled his legions. They gathered around him like crows. And thirsty for blood, they boarded their ships and cut off poor Tyrion's nose. Tyrion finished. Lady Lionette giggled. "Perhaps you should be a singer, my lord. You rhyme as well as this galleon." "No, my lady," Sir Garland said. "My Lord of Lannister was made to do great deeds, not to sing of them. But for his chain and his wildfire, the enemy would have crossed the river. And if Tyrion's wildlings had not slain most of Lord Stannis' scouts, we would never have taken him by surprise." His words brought Tyrion an absurd sense of gratitude, helping to soothe his irritation as Gallion droned through endless verses praising the courage of the boy king and his mother, the Golden Queen. "She never did that," Sansa suddenly blurted out. "My lady, never trust a word you hear in a song," Tyrion advised, signaling for a servant to refill their wine. Outside the tall windows, full night had fallen, yet Gallion's ballad droned on. Though it boasted 77 verses, it felt more like 1,000, one for every guest in the hall. Tyrion drank steadily through the final 20, the wine a feeble defense against the urge to plug his ears with mushrooms. By the time the singer took his bows, many guests were deep in their cups, beginning to offer their own clumsy entertainments. Grand Maester Pycelle dozed off as dancers from the summer isles twirled in robes of bright feathers and smoky silk. Just as rounds of elk stuffed with ripe blue cheese were being served, a knight in Lord Rowan's service stabbed a Dornishman. Gold cloaks hauled both away, one to a cell, the other to be stitched up by Maester Balabar. Tyrion was picking at a spiced leash of brawn flavored with cinnamon, cloves, sugar, and almond milk when King Joffrey staggered to his feet. "Bring on, my royal josters," he slurred, clapping his hands. "My nephew is even drunker than I am," Tyrion mused as the gold cloak swung open the great doors. From his seat, he glimpsed only the tops of 2 striped lances as riders entered side by side. A wave of laughter trailed them down the center aisle. They must be on ponies, he assumed, until they came fully into view. The jousters were a pair of dwarfs. One rode a long-legged, heavy-jawed gray dog, the other a massive spotted sow. Their painted wooden armor rattled noisily as they bounced in their saddles, shields larger than themselves wrestling clumsily with their lances. Each swaying step drew fresh gusts of mirth. One knight was clad in gold, a black stag on his shield. The other wore gray and white, bearing a wolf device. Their mounts were barded to match. Tyrion scanned the dais at the laughing faces. Joffrey, red and breathless, Tommen hooting and bouncing in his seat, Cersei offering a polite chuckle, even Lord Tywin wearing a faint smile. Only Sansa Stark was not amused. He might have loved her for that, but her gaze seemed distant, as if she hadn't even noticed the absurd riders approaching. "The dwarfs are not at fault here," Tyrion resolved. "When this is over, I'll praise them and give them a heavy purse of silver. And tomorrow, I'll find whoever arranged this spectacle and offer a very different kind of gratitude." As the dwarfs reined up below the dais to salute the king, the wolf knight fumbled and dropped his shield. Leaning to retrieve it, the stag knight lost control of his lance, smacking his companion across the back. The wolf knight tumbled off his pig, his own lance toppling over to bonk his foe on the head. Both wound up in a tangled heap on the floor. When they rose, each tried to mount the dog, leading to a shoving match and shouted confusion, finally back in their saddles. But on each other's steeds, holding the wrong shields and facing backward, they needed time to straighten out the mess. At last they spurred to opposite ends of the hall and wheeled about for the tilt. Amid guffaws and giggles from the lords and ladies, the little men charged together with a crash. The wolf knight's lance struck the stag knight's helm, knocking his head clean off. It spun through the air, sprinkling blood before landing in Lord Giles's lap. The headless dwarf careened wildly around the tables, arms flailing. The hall erupted into chaos as dogs howled and women screamed. Moonboy, perched on his stilts, performed an exaggerated wobble that threatened to send him crashing down. The spectacle reached its peak when Lord Giles fished a dripping crimson melon from the wreckage of a helm, prompting the stag knight to pop his head out of his armor. Another roar of laughter shook the room. The two dwarf knights, having traded a series of vivid taunts, were preparing for another mock charge when the hound abruptly threw its rider and mounted the squealing sow. The wedding guests howled with delight, a noise that redoubled as the stag knight tackled the wolf knight, dropped his wooden breeches, and began frantically humping his opponent. I yield, shrieked the dwarf pinned beneath. Good sir, sheath your weapon. I would, if you'd stop moving the scabbard, the one on top retorted, sending the room into fresh paroxysms of mirth. King Joffrey was laughing so hard he snorted wine from his nose. Choking, he staggered to his feet, nearly toppling his enormous two-handed chalice. A champion, he bellowed. We have a champion. The noise in the hall subsided as people realized the king was addressing them. The dwarfs disentangled themselves, likely expecting royal praise. But not a true champion, Joffrey declared with a smirk. A true champion defeats all challengers. He clambered onto the table. Who else will face our tiny champion? With malicious glee, he turned to his uncle. You'll defend my realm's honor, won't you? You can ride the pig? A tidal wave of laughter crashed over Tyrion Lannister. He didn't recall standing or climbing onto his chair, but he found himself on the tabletop, the torchlit hall a blur of jeering faces. He contorted his features into the most grotesque smile imaginable. Your Grace, he called out, I'll ride the pig, but only if you ride the dog. Joffrey scowled, bewildered. Me? I'm no dwarf. Why should I? Right into the trap, you little monster. Why, you're the only man here I'm certain I can defeat. He couldn't decide what was more satisfying. The stunned silence that followed, the gale of laughter that broke it, or the look of pure, venomous rage on his nephew's face. Hopping down from the table, Tyrion landed with a sense of grim triumph. By the time he glanced back, Sir Osmond and Sir Meryn were helping a fuming Joffrey down. Catching his sister Cersei's furious glare from across the room, Tyrion responded by blowing her a kiss, the gesture a small, defiant spark in the oppressive atmosphere. The musicians striking up a tune was a welcome relief. As the dwarfs led their animals away and guests returned to their meals, Tyrion called for more wine. Suddenly he felt a hand on his sleeve. It was Sir Garland. My lord, take care, the knight murmured. The king. Tyrion swiveled in his seat. Joffrey was almost upon him, his face flushed and his steps unsteady, wine sloshing over the rim of the massive golden wedding chalice he clutched. Your Grace was all Tyrion managed before the king upended the cup over his head. A red torrent drenched his hair, stung his eyes, seared the scar on his face, and soaked the velvet of his new doublet. How do you like that, imp? Joffrey sneered. Tyrion's vision swam with fire. He wiped desperately at his face with his sleeve, trying to clear his sight. That was ill done, Your Grace, Sir Garland stated quietly. Not at all, Sir Garland, Tyrion said quickly, forcing a calm he did not feel. He dared not let this escalate further in front of the entire realm. Not every king would think to honor a humble subject by serving him from his own royal cup. A pity the wine was wasted. It didn't spill, Joffrey snapped, too spiteful to accept the offered escape. And I wasn't serving you. Suddenly, Queen Margaery was at her husband's side. My sweet king, the Tyrell girl pleaded softly. Please return to your seat. Another singer is ready to perform. Lady Olenna Tyrell, leaning heavily on her cane, paid as little attention to the wine-drenched dwarf as her granddaughter had. "Alaric of Aeson is next," she remarked. "I do hope he favors us with the Rains of Castamere. It's been so long I've quite forgotten the tune." "Sir Adam also wishes to propose a toast," Margaery added gently, her hand resting on Joffrey's arm. "Your Grace, I beg you." "I have no wine," Joffrey announced petulantly. "How can I drink a toast without wine, Uncle Imp? You will serve me. Since you refuse to joust, you can be my cupbearer." "I would be deeply honored." "This is not an honor," Joffrey shrieked, his voice cutting through the murmur of the hall. "Get down and fetch my chalice." Tyrion obeyed, but as his fingers closed toward the stem, Joffrey kicked the goblet, skittering between his legs. "Pick it up! Are you as graceless as you are misshapen?" Forced to scramble beneath the table, Tyrion finally retrieved it. "Good, now fill it." Taking a flagon from a passing servant, Tyrion poured the wine until the cup was nearly full. "On your knees, dwarf." Kneeling, he lifted the heavy vessel, half expecting another dousing. Instead, Joffrey snatched the wedding chalice, drank deeply, and slammed it down. "You may stand now, uncle." Tyrion's legs protested as he tried to rise, a sharp cramp threatening to topple him. He caught a chair back to steady himself, and Sir Garland quickly offered an arm. Joffrey's laugh rang out, soon joined by Cersei's and then a ripple of others from the crowd. He couldn't see all the faces, but he heard the mockery. "Your Grace!" Lord Tywin's voice was a blade of cold formality. "They are presenting the pie. Your sword is required." "The pie?" Joffrey exclaimed, seizing his queen's hand. "Come, my lady, it's time for the pie." The hall erupted as guests rose to their feet, cheering, applauding, and clattering their cups together. The monumental pie, a full 2 yards across with a crust gleaming gold and brown, was wheeled slowly down the center aisle by a half-dozen proud cooks. Squeaks and faint thumps emanated from within its depths. Tyrion hauled himself back into his chair. If a dove decided to relieve itself on him now, it would perfectly crown his day. The wine had seeped through his doublet and small clothes, chilling his skin. He longed to change, but no one was allowed to depart the feast until the bedding ceremony, still a good 20 courses away, he estimated. King Joffrey and his queen descended to meet the pie before the dais. As Joffrey began to draw his sword, Margaery gently stayed his hand. Widow's wail was not forged for cutting pastry. "Quite right," Joffrey agreed, raising his voice. "Sir Ilyn, your sword." From the deep shadows at the rear of the hall, Sir Ilyn Payne emerged. The ghost at the celebration, Tyrion thought, watching the king's justice advance, gaunt and severe. Tyrion had been too young to know the man before he lost his tongue. That earlier version would have been someone entirely different. Now the silence was as intrinsic to him as his sunken eyes, his rust-speckled chainmail, and the massive greatsword slung across his back. Sir Ilyn bowed to the royal pair, reached back and drew 6 feet of ornate, rune-etched silver. He knelt, presenting the enormous blade to Joffrey, hilt first. Points of crimson light flickered in the ruby eyes of the pommel, a dragon glass chunk carved into a leering skull. Sansa shifted beside him. "What sword is that?" Tyrion's eyes still burned from the wine. He blinked and looked more closely. Sir Ilyn's greatsword matched the length and breadth of ice, yet it shone with a cold, silvery brightness alien to the smoky, dark essence of Valyrian steel. Sansa's fingers tightened on his arm. "What has Sir Ilyn done with my father's sword?" "I should have sent ice back to Robb Stark," Tyrion thought with a pang of regret. He shot a glance at his father, but Lord Tywin's gaze was fixed intently on the king. Joffrey and Margaery joined their hands on the hilt and together swung the great sword down in a sweeping silvery arc. The pastry shell shattered, releasing a flurry of doves and a cloud of white feathers. They scattered wildly, beating their wings against the windows and soaring toward the high ceiling beams. A wave of joyous laughter and applause rose from the crowd, and the musicians in the gallery struck up a lively dance tune. King Joffrey swept his new queen into his arms, spinning her across the floor with a triumphant grin. A servant set a steaming portion of pigeon pie before Tyrion, topping it with a dollop of lemon cream. Though these birds were properly baked, They held no more appeal for him than the live ones still fluttering above. He noticed Sansa had not touched her food either. "You've gone quite pale," Tyrion observed quietly. "A bit of fresh air would do you good, and I could use a clean doublet." He rose and extended his hand. "Shall we?" Their escape was cut short by Joffrey's return. "Going somewhere, uncle? Have you forgotten your duty as my cupbearer?" "With your permission, your grace, I wish to change into something less stained." "Denied. I prefer you as you are now. Pour my wine." The king's goblet sat where he had abandoned it. Tyrion had to clamber back onto his chair to retrieve it. Joffrey snatched it from his grasp and drank deeply, the dark wine tracing a purple line down his chin. "My love," Margaery interjected gently, "we should return to the high table. Lord Buckler is waiting to offer a toast, but my uncle hasn't tasted his pie." Still holding the chalice, Joffrey plunged his free hand directly into Tyrion's portion. "It's bad luck to refuse the wedding pie," he declared around a mouthful of spiced pigeon. "See? Perfectly good." He spat bits of crust, coughed, and grabbed another handful. "A bit dry, though. Needs something to wash it down." The king took a gulp of wine and was seized by a stronger, rougher cough. "I want to see you cough, ride that? Cough, cough, pig at the next tourney, uncle? I want to." His sentence disintegrated into a coughing fit. Margaery turned to him, her smile fading. "Your grace?" "It's cough, the pie crust. It's not cough." Joffrey tried to drink again, but the wine was expelled in a spray as a violent spasm bent him double. His face began to darken to a deep mottled red. "I cough, I can't cough, cough, cough." The goblet fell from his fingers, splashing wine across the dais. "He's choking!" Queen Margaery cried out. Her grandmother, the Queen of Thorns, rushed forward. "Don't just stand there, you fools!" she shrieked, her voice cutting through the din. "Help your king!" Sir Garland pushed past Tyrion and began striking Joffrey between the shoulder blades. Sir Osmond tore at the king's collar. A terrible, thin, whistling sound escaped Joffrey's throat, the desperate noise of a man trying to force air through a pinhole, and then it ceased entirely, which was somehow worse. "Turn him over!" Lord Mace Tyrell roared helplessly. "Turn him over and shake him!" Another voice yelled, "Get him water!" The High Septon's prayers rose in volume. Grand Maester Pycelle called for someone to assist him to his rooms and fetch his medicines. Joffrey's hands flew to his own throat, his fingernails raking bloody furrows in his skin. The muscles of his neck stood out like cords of iron. Prince Tommen's high, terrified screams pierced the chaos. "He is going to die right here." Tyrion understood with a strange, detached clarity. Around him, panic reigned. They were pounding on the king's back again, but his complexion was turning a frightening shade of purple. The hall was a cacophony of barking dogs, wailing children, and men shouting contradictory advice. Half the guests were on their feet, some jostling for a better view, others already fleeing toward the exits. Sir Meryn forced the king's jaws open, trying to thrust a spoon down his throat. As he did, Joffrey's gaze found Tyrion's. He has his father's eyes. But Tyrion had never seen Jaime look so utterly terrified. The boy is only 3 and 10. Joffrey was producing a horrible, dry clicking sound, a final attempt at speech. His eyes, wide and white with panic, seemed to bulge from his skull. One hand lifted weakly, trembling in the air, reaching toward his uncle, or perhaps accusing him. "Is he pleading for my help or naming me his killer?" A desperate cry tore from Cersei's throat. "No. Father, help him. Someone please my son." Her pleas echoed uselessly in the chaos. Tyrion's mind, almost against his will, flashed to Robb Stark. My own wedding seems positively charming by comparison now. He tried to spot Sansa in the frantic crowd, but the hall was a sea of panicked faces. His gaze dropped instead to the wedding chalice, abandoned on the stone floor. He retrieved it, finding a dark pool of wine still in its bowl. After a brief pause, he tipped the contents onto the ground. Nearby, Margaery Tyrell wept into her grandmother's shoulder, the older woman murmuring, "Be strong, child." The musicians had mostly fled, save a lone flutist in the gallery playing a haunting, sorrowful tune. At the room's far end, a scuffle erupted as guests fought to escape, trampling each other until Sir Adam's gold-cloaked guards intervened to impose a grim order. People streamed out into the night, some crying, some sick with fear, others stumbling blindly. The thought finally struck Tyrion that he too should probably leave. Then Cersei screamed, a raw sound of utter loss, and he knew the king was gone. I should go right now. Yet he moved toward the sound. His sister sat amidst a spill of wine, clutching her son's lifeless form. Her fine dress was torn and stained, her face pale as ash. A lean, dark hound edged close, sniffing at Joffrey's body until a guardsman drove it off. The boy is gone, Cersei, Lord Tywin stated, his gloved hand resting on her shoulder. Let him be. Release him. She seemed not to hear. It required 2 knights of the Kingsguard to pry her fingers loose, allowing King Joffrey Baratheon's body to slump to the floor. The High Septon knelt, beginning the prayers for the dead. Father above, judge our good king justly. Margaery's sobs grew louder, and Tyrion heard Lady Alaree comforting her. He choked, darling. He choked on the pie. We all saw it. It was an accident. He did not choke. Cersei's voice was a blade, cold and sharp. My son was poisoned. Her eyes swept the white knights standing by. Kingsguard, do your duty. Sir Loras Tyrell looked confused. My queen, arrest my brother, she commanded, her finger pointing accusingly at Tyrion. He did this, the dwarf and his little wife. They murdered my son, your king. Seize them. Seize them both. Chapter 61, Sansa. Somewhere in the distant city, a bell began to toll, its heavy sound seeping through the night. Sansa moved as if trapped in a dream. Joffrey is dead, she whispered to the silent trees, testing the words. When she had fled the throne room, he wasn't dead. He was on his knees, fingers clawing at his own throat, his skin red and tearing as he fought for air. The horror had been too much. She had turned and run, tears blurring her vision. In her flight, she had passed Lady Tanda, who offered clumsy comfort. You have a kind heart, my lady, the woman said. Not every girl would weep for a man who cast her aside and married her to a dwarf. A kind heart? I have a kind heart. A wild, hysterical laugh threatened to bubble up, but Sansa swallowed it down. The bells continued, a slow, mournful knell that reminded her of the ringing for King Robert. Joffrey is dead. He is dead. Dead, dead.
Why were tears on her cheeks when she felt like dancing? Could joy produce such tears? She found the hidden clothes from 2 nights prior. Without her handmaids, the laces of her gown were a frustrating puzzle, her fingers oddly clumsy. Yet a strange calm held her, the fear she expected was absent. The gods are cruel, Lady Tanda had lamented, to take one so young and handsome at his own wedding. The gods are just, Sansa thought fiercely. Robb, too, had died at a wedding feast.
It was for Robb she truly wept, and for Margaery. Poor Margaery, wed and widowed twice over. Sansa worked an arm free from a sleeve, pushed the gown down, and wriggled out of the heavy fabric. She crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it deep into the hollow of an oak, then shook out the simple hidden clothes that promised escape. Sir Dantos had advised her to wear warm, dark clothing. Lacking anything truly black, she selected a heavy, brown woolen dress, its bodice adorned with freshwater pearls. The cloak will hide them, she reassured herself. The deep green cloak with its generous hood felt heavy as she put it on, though she left the hood down for now. The shoes were plain and practical, with flat, square toes. It felt as if the gods had finally answered her prayers, leaving her in a detached, almost dreamlike state. Her skin seemed to have hardened into something unfeeling, porcelain, then ivory, and finally cold steel. Her fingers were clumsy and unfamiliar as she fumbled with her hair, and for a fleeting second she missed Shay's capable hands to help with the silver net. When she finally worked it free, her auburn hair tumbled down her back and over her shoulders. The delicate silver web dangled from her fingers, the metal catching a soft gleam while the stones looked utterly black in the moonlight. Black amethysts from Asshai, she recalled. Then she noticed one was missing. Lifting the net for a better view, she saw a dark, empty socket where a stone should have been. A sharp, cold fear seized her. Her heart began to pound violently against her chest, and she caught her breath. Why this terror? It's just a gemstone, a black amethyst from a far-off land, nothing more. It must have been loose and simply fallen out. It's probably lying in the throne room or the courtyard, unless... Sir Dantos had claimed the hairnet was magical, that it would guide her home. He insisted she wear it to King Joffrey's wedding feast. The thin silver wire felt taut against her knuckles. Her thumb kept moving back and forth over the empty setting, a nervous habit she couldn't control, much like a tongue worrying a missing tooth. What kind of magic was this? The king was dead, the same cruel king who had once played the part of her gallant prince a lifetime ago. If Dantos had deceived her about the hairnet, what else was a lie? What if he never arrived? What if there was no ship waiting on the river, no escape at all? What would become of her then? A soft rustling in the leaves made her start, and she hastily shoved the silver net deep into her cloak pocket. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. "Who is it?" The godswood was shadowy and still, the distant bells tolling Joffrey to his grave. "Me," a voice slurred. He stumbled from beneath the trees, clearly drunk, and grabbed her arm to steady himself. "Sweet Jonquil, I've come. Your Florian is here. Don't be afraid." Sansa recoiled from his grasp. "You told me I had to wear the hairnet, the silver one with, what are those stones, truly?" "Amethysts, black amethysts from Ashai, my lady," he insisted. "They're not amethysts, are they? Tell me the truth, you lied." "Black amethysts," he swore again, his breath reeking of wine. "There was magic in them." "There was murder in them," she hissed. "Quietly, my lady, quietly." "No murder." He choked on his pigeon pie. Dantos let out a low, wheezing chuckle. "Oh, such a tasty pie. Just silver and stones, that's all it was. Silver and stone and a bit of magic." The bells continued their mournful ringing, and the wind seemed to mimic the awful gasping sound Joffrey had made as he fought for air. "You poisoned him. You did it. You took a stone from my hair." "Hush. You'll get us both killed." "I did nothing. Come now, we must go. They'll come looking for you. Your husband has been arrested." "Tyrion," she said, stunned. "Do I have another husband?" "The imp, the dwarf uncle, she believes he did it." He seized her hand and tugged. "This way, we must leave now. Quickly, don't be afraid." Sansa followed without resistance. "I could never abide the weeping of women." Joffrey had once declared, yet now the only woman weeping was his mother. In old Nan's tales, Grumpkins were said to craft magical objects that could grant a wish. Did I wish him dead? She wondered, before chiding herself for being too old for such fancies. Tyrion poisoned him? Her dwarf husband had despised his nephew. She knew that much. Could he really have done it? Did he know about my hairnet? About the black amethysts? She remembered him offering Joffrey wine. How could someone be poisoned by an amethyst in their wine? If Tyrion was blamed, they would surely think she had a hand in it too, she realized with a sudden chill. Of course they would. They were husband and wife, and Joffrey had murdered her father and taunted her over her brother's fate. One flesh, one heart, one soul. "Hush now, my sweetling," Dantos whispered. "Beyond the godswood, we must be silent. Pull up your hood and hide yourself." Sansa nodded and obeyed. He was so unsteady with drink that she had to offer her arm more than once to keep him upright. Across the city, bells began to ring, one after another, until the air trembled with their sound. She kept her face lowered and clung to the shadows, staying close behind him. On the winding descent of the serpentine steps, he stumbled to his knees and was sick. "My poor Florian," she thought, watching him wipe his mouth on a drooping sleeve. He had told her to dress darkly, yet beneath his brown hooded cloak, he wore his old surcoat, red and pink stripes below a black band bearing 3 golden crowns, the sigil of House Hollard. "Why are you wearing that?" "Joffrey decreed it death if you were caught dressed as a knight again, but nothing Joffrey had decreed mattered anymore. I wanted to be a knight, just for this at least." Dantos staggered to his feet and took her arm. "Come, quiet now, no more questions." They moved down the serpentine and crossed a sunken courtyard, little more than a patch of damp stone. Sir Dantos pushed open a heavy door and lit a small taper. They entered a long gallery where empty suits of armor stood along the walls, dusty and dark, their helms crested with rows of scales that ran down their backs. As they hurried past, The flickering taper light made the shadow of each scale stretch and writhe. The hollow knights are turning into dragons, she thought. One more stare brought them to an oaken door banded with iron. Be brave now, my jonquil. You are nearly there. When Dantos lifted the bar and pulled the door open, Sansa felt a cold rush of air on her face. She passed through the thick wall and found herself outside the castle, at the very edge of the cliff. Below was the river, above the sky, and both were equally black. We must climb down, Ser Dantos told her. A boat waits at the bottom to row us out to the ship. I'll fall. Bran had fallen, and he had loved to climb more than anything. You won't? There's a sort of ladder, a secret one, carved right into the stone. Here you can feel it, my lady. He knelt beside her and guided her hand over the cliff's edge until her fingers found a grip cut into the rock, almost as good as proper rungs. Even so, the drop looked endless. I can't. You must. Isn't there another path? This is the way. It won't be so hard for a strong girl like you. Hold tight, and don't look down, and you'll reach the bottom before you know it. His eyes were glistening. Your poor Florian is fat and old and drunk. I'm the one who should be afraid. I used to tumble off my horse, remember? That's how all this began. I was drunk and fell, and Joffrey wanted my fool's head, but you saved me. You saved me, sweetling. He's weeping, she realized. And now you have saved me? Only if you go. If you stay, I've killed us both. It was him, she thought. He killed Joffrey. She had to go for his sake as much as her own. You go first, sir? If he fell, she did not want him tumbling down onto her and sending them both over the edge. As you wish, my lady. He planted a clumsy kiss on her cheek and swung his legs awkwardly over the precipice, scrabbling until he found a foothold. Let me get down a bit, then follow. You will come? You must swear it. I'll come, she promised. Ser Dantos vanished from sight. She could hear him grunting and puffing as he began the climb down. Sansa listened to the steady tolling of the bells, counting each stroke. At 10, she carefully lowered herself over the edge, probing with her toes until they found a place to rest. The castle walls towered over her, and for a heartbeat, all she desired was to scramble back up to the warmth and safety of her chambers in the kitchen keep. Be courageous, she whispered inwardly. Be as brave as the heroines in the ballads. Sansa fixed her gaze straight ahead on the rocky face, refusing to glance at the drop below. Each movement was deliberate, testing every foothold before shifting her weight. The stone was icy and coarse against her skin. Her grip faltered more than once, and the gaps between handholds seemed cruelly inconsistent. The relentless peal of the bells filled the air. Long before she reached the midpoint, her arms were shaking violently, a sure sign she was about to plummet. Just one more step, she repeated like a mantra. Only one more. She had to persist. To pause was to surrender, to be discovered at daybreak still petrified against the cliffside. One step, then another, until the earth rose unexpectedly to meet her. She tumbled forward, her heart hammering against her ribs. Lying on her back, she gazed up at the dizzying height she had descended, her fingers digging into the soil. I managed it. I didn't fall. The climb is over, and I am going home. Ser Dantos helped her stand. This way? Not a sound, my lady, not a whisper. He kept to the deep shadows pooled at the base of the cliffs. They did not have far to travel. A short distance along the riverbank, a small rowboat was partly concealed by the charred skeleton of a wrecked warship. A man waited within. Dantos hobbled toward him, breathless. Oswell? Quiet with the names, the man hissed. Into the boat. He was a gaunt, elderly figure, hunched over the oars with a hood shadowing his face, his features marked by a prominent, aquiline nose and a mane of white hair. Make haste, we must be gone. Once they were settled, the hooded man drove the oars into the water, pulling with strong, practiced strokes to carry them into the main channel. Astern the bells continued their mournful dirge for the slain king. The river was a private, dark ribbon. They glided past the graveyard of the battle's submerged hulks, shattered masts and scorched debris, their muffled oarlocks granting them a ghostly silence. A mist began to curl off the water's surface. Sansa glimpsed the formidable outline of one of the imp's winch towers, but the great chain lay submerged, allowing them to pass freely over the place where so many had perished in flame. The shoreline receded, the fog thickened, and the clamor of the bells gradually softened into nothing. Soon, even the distant lights vanished. They were adrift in Blackwater Bay, the world reduced to dark water, swirling mist, and the silent, stooped form of their oarsmen. It was all becoming a bit theatrical, she thought with a sudden internal scoff. Here she was, the fleeing maiden in the mist, her fate in the hands of a grumpy old man who rode as if personally offended by the water, a far cry from the songs, where rescuers were usually more chatty. "How much farther must we travel?" she ventured. Silence. The oarsman's voice was a low rasp, belying his aged appearance with its intensity. There was a nagging familiarity about him, though Sansa couldn't place it. "It is not far." Sir Dantos patted her hand reassuringly. "Your friend is waiting, just ahead." I said no talk. The oarsman growled again, sharper this time. "Sound carries on the water, you fool of a knight." Chastened, Sansa fell silent and drew her cloak tighter. Then it was just the endless, rhythmic sound of the oars. The eastern horizon was softening with the first gray light of dawn when a phantom shape materialized ahead, a trading galley, sails secured, creeping forward on a single bank of oars. As they neared, Sansa made out the figurehead, a crowned merman blowing into a massive seashell. A call echoed from the ship, and it turned ponderously. A rope ladder tumbled down the side as they drew alongside. The rower stowed his oars and steadied Sansa. "Up you go. I have you." She murmured her thanks, receiving only a gruff acknowledgement in reply. Climbing the ladder was a simple joy compared to the cliff. The oarsman, Oswell, followed her up, while Sir Dantos stayed behind in the skiff. 2 deckhands were at the rail, ready to help her aboard. Sansa shivered violently, a chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. "She's freezing," a voice remarked nearby. A heavy cloak was draped over her shoulders, its weight both foreign and momentarily comforting. "There now, is that any better, my lady? The hardest part is behind you." She recognized that voice, yet her mind reeled in confusion. "But he's supposed to be in the Vale." In the flickering torchlight held by Sir Lothar Brune, she saw him clearly. From the small boat, Dantos called out anxiously, "Lord Petter, I must return before anyone marks my absence." Petyr Baelish rested a hand on the ship's rail. "Of course, but first, your payment. 10,000 gold dragons, I believe we agreed?" 10,000, Dantos repeated, wiping his mouth with a nervous gesture. "Just as you promised, my lord." "Sir Lothar, the reward," Littlefinger said, his tone casual. Brune lowered his torch in signal. 3 men appeared at the rail, crossbows raised, and loosed their bolts. One struck Dantos in the chest as he glanced up, piercing the fool's motley. The others found his throat and belly. It was over in a heartbeat too fast for any cry from Sansa or her would-be rescuer. Lothar Brune then cast his torch down onto the body. As their galley pulled away, the little boat was already a fierce pyre on the dark water. "You killed him," Sansa whispered, gripping the rail as she turned and was violently sick. Had she traded the lion's den for a nest of vipers? "My lady," Littlefinger said softly, stepping closer. "Save your sorrow for worthier souls. That man was a drunkard and a liability to everyone, including himself." "He saved me?" she insisted, her voice trembling. "He sold you for the promise of those 10,000 dragons. Your vanishing will point all suspicion toward you for the king's death. The city watch will hunt, and the eunuch will pay for whispers." "Dantos, you heard him well enough. He traded you for coin, and once he drank it away, he would have traded you again. Gold can purchase a man's silence for a season, but a carefully aimed bolt secures it for all time." He offered a melancholy smile. "Every step he took was at my direction. I could not approach you openly. When I learned how you'd spared his life at the tourney, I knew he would make the perfect, grateful pawn." A wave of nausea washed over Sansa anew. "He told me he was my Florian. Do you remember, by chance, what I said to you the day your father presided from the Iron Throne?" The memory returned, sharp and clear. "You said life was not a song. that I would learn this one day to my sorrow. Tears welled in her eyes, though she couldn't say if they were for the fool, for Joffrey, for Tyrion, or for her own shattered illusions. Is it all just lies then, everyone and everything? Nearly everyone, he replied smoothly, except for you and me, naturally. His smile returned. Come to the Godswood tonight if you want to go home. The note? That was from you? It had to be the Godswood. No other corner of the Red Keep is free from the eunuch's little birds, or little rats as I prefer. Trees stand in place of walls there, open sky instead of a ceiling. Roots and earth underfoot instead of stone. Rats have nowhere to scurry and hide, you see, lest someone decides to pin them with a blade. Lord Pedder took her gently by the arm. Let me take you to your cabin. You've endured a long and terrible day. You must be exhausted. Looking back, the boat was now just a distant smudge of smoke and flame on the vast, dawn-tinted sea. There was no returning. Her path led only ahead. I am exhausted, she admitted. As he guided her below deck, he asked, Tell me of the feast the Queen went to such effort. The musicians, the acrobats, the dancing bear, did your diminutive lord husband appreciate my jousting dwarves? Yours? She asked, bewildered. I had to send to Bravos for them and keep them tucked away in a discreet establishment until the wedding. The cost was considerable, but the irritation was greater. It is oddly challenging to conceal a dwarf, and Joffrey, well, you can lead a king to water, but with Joff one had to practically drown him in it before he understood he could drink. When I first mentioned my little surprise, His Grace said, Why would I want ugly dwarves at my feast? I hate dwarves. I had to take him by the arm and murmur, Not nearly as much as your uncle will. The deck swayed under her feet, and Sansa felt the solid world tilt. They believe Tyrion poisoned Joffrey. Sir Dantos told me they've taken him prisoner. Littlefinger merely smiled. The idea of widowhood suited Sansa, a thought that sent a nervous flutter through her stomach. It meant she might never have to share a bed with Tyrion again. Wasn't that what she had truly desired? The cabin was tight and confined, yet someone had taken care to lay a feather bed upon the narrow sleeping shelf and heap it with thick furs for comfort. It will be cozy, I'm aware, but you should manage well enough, Littlefinger remarked, gesturing toward a cedar chest beneath the round window. You'll find fresh clothing inside. Dresses, underthings, warm stockings, a cloak. Merely wool and linen. I'm afraid hardly fitting for a maid of your beauty, but they will keep you dry and decent until we can secure finer things. He had arranged all of this for her. My lord, I don't understand. Joffrey granted you Harrenhal, named you Lord Paramount of the Trident. Why would you? Why would I want him dead? Littlefinger gave a casual shrug. I possess no clear motive. Besides, I am 1,000 miles distant in the Vale. It is always wise to keep your enemies guessing. If they can never be sure who you are or what you truly desire, they cannot predict your next move. Sometimes the most effective way to confuse them is to make plays that seem to have no purpose or even appear to work against your own interests. Remember that, Sansa, when your time comes to play the game? What game? The only game that matters. The Game of Thrones. He gently tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. You are certainly old enough to know that your mother and I were more than mere friends. There was a time when Cat was all I wanted in this world. I even dared to dream of the life we might have built together and the children she would have given me. But she was a daughter of Riverrun and Hoster Tully's child. Family, duty, honor, Sansa. That family motto meant I could never have her hand, yet she gave me something far more precious, a gift a woman offers only once. How could I possibly turn my back on her daughter? In a kinder world, you might have been my child, not Eddard Stark's, my own loyal, loving daughter. Put Joffrey from your thoughts, sweetling. Forget Dantos, forget Tyrion, forget all of them. They will trouble you no more. You are safe now, that is all that matters. You are safe with me, and we are sailing home.